In the holographic virtual game Stellar World, players can choose from multiple racial identities, leading them to break limits and sail into the vast starry seas. The game allows each player a maximum of 7 identities to explore the mysteries of the 9 major races. While ordinary players struggle to manage even 2 accounts, Jun Lin chose all 7 races, sparking speculation about whether he would take on more if there were no restrictions. Though others have also chosen 7 races, none have matched Jun Lin's achievements. His choices include the Void Tribe, Dragon Clan, Merman Tribe, Insectoid Race, Abyssal Demons, Elves, and Humans. Despite the constraints of being bound in the Void Lands, the curse-laden shackles, the limitations of lowly bloodlines, and the barriers of innate lifespan, Jun Lin always faced challenges head-on, carving out a unique path. He became a singular monarch, the greatest guardian deity. The 7 races were willing to offer all glory and life for this god. In the virtual world, Jun Lin fought alongside vibrant and emotional NPCs, leading races against cruel fate, never compromising or retreating. He poured all his passion into building a kingdom, with achievements eternally engraved on the highest honor stone, revered and celebrated by all. Jun Lin was deeply enchanted by the mysterious and magnificent stellar world, even hoping for its eternity. However, as the game's scale expanded, the influx of players turned this realm into chaos. In pursuit of greater profits, the officials wantonly altered story settings, forcibly modifying high-intelligence NPC data and distorting the established historical timeline. This was the greatest insult to those who once fought relentlessly before Jun Lin for their race's fate, negating their will. Witnessing this heartbreaking demise, Jun Lin struggled fiercely. But even as a peak player who created countless miracles, he was powerless to change it all. His protests vanished like stones in the sea, unable to stir a ripple. Other passionate players could only watch as the familiar stellar universe became increasingly alien. That year, Jun Lin's illness worsened, extending treatment times and reducing his opportunities to log into the game. One morning, he awoke to find he had been asleep for 3 whole months. In that long dream, he saw many old friends and his 7 identities. Void Sovereign, Lord of the Small Dragon Clan, King of the Kaiden's Merman, Emperor of the Inner Insectoids, His Excellency the Feezer Demon God, King of the Lodicea Elves, and the Holy Master of the Silanmo Humans. As he wandered through the familiar halls, gazing at the starry sky and chatting with old friends, he wished time could stop. But pain jolted him awake, finding himself alone. Facing the time displayed on the light brain, a wave of bitterness surged within him. As his illness progressed, he spent more time in the medical pod. Perhaps there would be no next chance to wake. Realizing he couldn't hold on until the end, Jun Lin decided to bury these memories himself before everything was destroyed. Staring at the bright red option for permanent account closure on the light brain screen, Jun Lin's fingers hovered over the confirmation key for a long time. After bidding farewell to the past with closed eyes, he resolutely pressed it. With a soft click, the account was permanently sealed, and the world he once loved and fought for faded away completely. After leaving the medical pod, Jun Lin walked to the balcony to gaze at the stars. How could the pitch-black night sky compare to the boundless brilliance of the stellar worlds? When countless massive and magnificent planets slowly rotated, the unique mystery and beauty were priceless gifts from the universe. In the end, it all came down to nothing, Jun Lin mused with a self-deprecating smile, his obsidian eyes filled with emotion. No matter how much the permanent closure of the Peak Player Zero's account caused a stir online, it no longer concerned the ailing Jun Lin. In the time that followed, he would once again battle fate. Life has its limits, but even at the last moment, he would give it his all. This was the belief he learned in the stellar universe. If there truly were gods, he wished for one more chance, to have a healthy body, simple familial and friendly bonds, and to live an ordinary life. After years of battle, it was time to rest. If he could be a bit greedy, he would wish to see those real friends and the vast starry sky with his own eyes. A year later, on September 9, 1343 in the star calendar, this ordinary interstellar citizen, tormented by illness, passed away. When Jun Lin regained consciousness, he found himself trapped in a confined chamber. His entire body was bound by chains, his eyes and mouth sealed shut, surrounded by a damp and decaying scent. From afar came a high-pitched, ethereal wail, like a banished abyssal whale. Nearby, the roar of ancient machinery echoed, as if a terrifying beast was moving through the darkness. Jun Lin calmly analyzed his situation. He seemed to be alone in the enclosed space, with a faint airflow on the left side, possibly a ventilation duct. He was weak, with fractured ribs and multiple injuries, and had no memories related to this, but he was certain it wasn't a dream. At that moment, a strange wave spread through his mind, signaling the opening of the human spiritual sea. He immediately focused his mind, entering the vast and boundless spiritual sea. The familiar blue screen appeared, with all functions intact. System backpack, trading mall, character card, minimap, team invitation, Storyline channel. At the top, a golden message flashed. Zero has returned to the stellar world. The entire stellar universe trembled, as if welcoming the return of a deity. Meanwhile, across the universe, those long-separated friends seemed to sense something. A beautiful woman in the void lands clutched her chest and whispered, calling for her brother. A red-haired man in the dragon's lair spread his wings, letting out a long dragon's roar. A mermaid in the tidal lands gripped a trident. The insectoids among the stars boiled with familiar energy. Something in the abyss was awakening. Emerald eyes opened within the tree of life, and the staff of wisdom in the Everlight Empire emitted a glow. It's the Holy Master. It's the Holy Master. Today is the day to reinforce the magical barrier around the temple once again. As usual, the High Priest of Light, Caladman, performed his ritual bath and then proceeded towards the temple. This sacred place is not only where the great sage Jun Lin once composed the magical guidebook, but also where precious artifacts are stored. The most treasured among them is the Staff of Wisdom, one of the 3 divine staffs used by Jun Lin. As Caladman stepped into the sanctuary, his keen senses immediately picked up on something unusual. On the surface, all the magical barriers seemed intact, without a hint of damage. However, being a legendary High Priest of Light at the pinnacle of his field, he instantly sensed a vast and powerful magical fluctuation. He closed his eyes and focused, carefully extending his awareness from the center of the sanctuary. His magical perception spread like invisible tendrils, quickly covering the entire area, except for the end hall where the Staff of Wisdom was kept. Yet, he found nothing. A chill ran through him as he realized that the disturbance must have originated from the end hall. Without delay, he cast a teleportation spell and appeared before the end gate deep within the sanctuary. The thousands of moonlight flowers planted there were gently exhaling the essence of the moon, seemingly normal at first glance. However, Caladman noticed that the flowers' glow was more vibrant than usual, as if nourished by some unseen force. His heart pounded as he skipped the usual ritual of light. He silently apologized to the great sage in his heart and swiftly opened the end gate. The scene before him made Caladman's blue eyes widen in shock. A whirlwind of emotions, astonishment, joy, doubt, madness surged within him. The Staff of Wisdom, protected by layers of divine magical barriers, had awakened. Since the great sage's departure, the Staff of Wisdom had gradually lost its luster, entering a state of self-sealing. Emperor Anger had once said that if the staff ever unsealed again, it would signal the end of the great sage's indefinite journey. At this moment, the lower part of the staff, shaped from moonlit wood, shone brightly, with its top fashioned into a crown, embedding the heart of wisdom. Powerful magical patterns spread out in a dispersed manner, emitting a faint lunar glow. Sensing Caladman's presence, the Staff of Wisdom slightly turned, pointing towards a direction beyond the horizon. Caladman's heart skipped a beat. Could that be where the great sage was? As if responding to his question, the staff's light intensified, and an ethereal violet flower bloomed before Caladman. His expression turned serious as he seemed to grasp something. "All right, I will report this to His Majesty," Caladman murmured. Before he finished speaking, the Staff of Wisdom floated beside him, as if intending to accompany him. Caladman gazed at the Staff of Wisdom with admiration, exclaiming, "Praise the wisdom of the great sage." He then performed a ritual of light, and a complex magical teleportation array appeared beneath his feet. With one step, he traversed through layers of space to the Emperor's hall. The usually composed High Priest of Light appeared somewhat disheveled. His typically smooth golden hair was now tousled and curly, and his robes bore signs of wrinkles. He stumbled slightly as he walked, drawing amused and curious glances from those who knew him. However, when they noticed the Staff of Wisdom floating beside him, everyone fell silent. The usually unflappable pillars of humanity widened their eyes, one by one, in disbelief. Disregarding everything else, Caladman directly addressed the human emperor at the top. "Your Majesty, the Staff of Wisdom has awakened. It's the great sage. It's the great sage." And Major Lours, the human emperor, who had been smiling, instantly dropped his playful demeanor. He stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on the Staff of Wisdom, his golden eyes sharp as a blade. "Lord Caladman, please repeat what you said." Caladman responded excitedly. "Your Majesty, the Staff of Wisdom has awakened, and it has pointed us towards the direction of the great sage. The great sage is returning." Meanwhile, in another realm, Jun Lin gazed at the game interface before him, lost in thought. Had he arrived in the Star World? Or had someone uploaded his consciousness data into the game? If such technology had existed back then, he would have gladly lived forever in the Star Universe. Putting these questions aside for now, Jun Lin refocused on the panel. Perhaps this game interface would be the key to breaking the situation. Most of the interface was grayed out and unusable, with only a few options like the inventory and character cards still active. With a thought, Jun Lin clicked on the character cards. 7 cards with different images appeared before him. All but one were grayed out, labeled unsealed. The only card glowing faintly was the Great Sage Jun Lin's card, showing on unsealing progress of 1. Jun Lin exited the character interface and opened the system backpack. The equipment he had before being titled was still there, but most of it was unusable. Only a few low-level items and 2 high-grade magical tools remained functional: the magic notebook of Sage Junling and the spirit summoning flute of the Elf King, Silanmo. He quickly explored the available functions and then withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Outside, only a moment had passed, and Junlin's mental power quietly spread out. He first examined himself. Around 15 or 16 years old, with a face similar to his past life, gaunt and pale, silver hair clinging to his cheeks, and violet eyes tightly shut, resembling a frail, sickly young man fallen to the mortal world. This was a far cry from the sunny youth he remembered. His body was covered in injuries, 123 wounds of various sizes, 2 broken ribs, a dislocated kneecap, and a fractured right arm. A strange monitor was attached to his neck. His eyes and body were bound with special material restraints, and a worn-out muzzle covered his mouth. His wrists and ankles were shackled with black mineral chains, anchored to the 4 corners of the chamber. The room's corners were equipped with listening devices and cameras. The bed indicated it was a double occupancy room, with 4 other chain slots empty. On the right was a small ventilation duct, leading out to a gray, foggy expanse. Junlin's mental power cautiously slipped through the low, sealed door. Outside was a dim, narrow corridor lined with black doors on either side, totaling over 1,000, nearly each containing a life form. The number on his door was blurred, faintly showing 2036. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. Jun Lin quickly retracted his mental power, causing a severe headache, as if every nerve was on fire. He adjusted his pain system, at least alleviating the physical pain. The agony from using mental power stemmed from this body's fragility. The footsteps grew closer, finally stopping at the door. The sound of a password being entered echoed, and the heavy door slowly opened. 2 people entered the room, one breathing heavily, the other lightly. A voice, hoarse like sandpaper, spoke, which Jun Lin couldn't understand, but the system translated for him. Is this guy over here dead? If not, move a little. Should he react? Jun Lin wondered, questioning if the other party understood him. Although uncertain of the situation, Jun Lin shifted slightly to show he was still alive. This small movement seemed to intimidate the other, who refrained from approaching him. The creature circled around Jun Lin, moving to the other side, and began activating 4 empty chain slots. Jun Lin thought to himself, looks like I'm getting a new roommate. His mental energy coalesced into a purple eye above the room, observing everything below. In the cramped space, a nearly 2-meter-tall lizard-like humanoid was fiddling with the chains. It held a person, similar to Jun Lin, shackled with heavy cuffs and a detector around the neck. Upon closer inspection, Jun Lin realized this was a mixed-blood cosmic species. Soon after, another pure human was brought in. Jun Lin's gaze turned cold. This human stood nearly 1.85 meters tall. Despite the loose prison garb, his muscular build was evident, suggesting systematic training. He kept his head down, black hair obscuring his face. Jun Lin couldn't help but wonder, why are they only using chains on them, while I'm bound tightly with straps and a gag? If we're talking about threats, they seem far more dangerous. With my scrawny limbs, what threat do I pose? He pondered the unfairness of it all. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless young man with black hair moved slightly, as if sensing something. He slowly lifted his head, revealing pale purple eyes filled with desolation and confusion, reflecting darkness. Although he couldn't see Jun Lin's spiritual form, he seemed to sense its presence. After a moment, he lowered his head again, letting the lizard humanoid handle him. Just then, Jun Lin's game panel displayed a new pop-up. Short-term mission. Rescue the heavily poisoned Luoles Violet and help him regain his memory. Time limit. Unknown. Mission success reward. 5 unsealing of the staff of Sanctuary. Mission failure penalty. Unknown. Jun Lin speculated that the person in front of him might be a descendant of Violet. He decided to get Luoles out of here first and deal with other issues later. As he imagined living a leisurely life, the system seemed to catch his thoughts and immediately issued a new task. Long-term mission. Welcome to this chaotic and lawless zone, a hell shrouded in mist. Here, illusion and reality intertwine. In this place, one is neither alive nor dead, only entering with no escape. At this moment, something is being nurtured. Mission objective. Uncover the full truth of this place, rescue the imprisoned souls, and identify the mastermind behind it all. Current progress. 1. Mission success reward. Unlock a new character card of your choice. Failure penalty. Automatically unlock 3 character cards and restore part of the contact list. For Jun Lin, who longed for a peaceful life, this penalty was a nightmare. He thought with a blank expression, wonderful, just perfect. The system has completely figured me out. Unlike the young man with black hair and violet eyes, Jun Lin's gaze was deeper, like an infinite, eternal starry sky filled with mysteries and ancient history. His eyes seemed to transcend millennia, observing the young man below. They locked eyes in silence for a moment before the young man slowly lowered his gaze. Though Jun Lin didn't know him, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. The young man's face bore the shadow of a distant acquaintance, his eyes reminiscent of a lone violet blooming in the moonlight. The mission issued by the system confirmed Jun Lin's suspicion. This was a descendant of the human empire's illustrious seventh knight, Violet. Questions arose in Jun Lin's mind. Why was his descendant here? What was the current situation? And what about Samuel, once the only student of the human sage who founded the glorious Yongza Empire? Where was he now? Jun Lin silently cursed the system for not providing the exact time. After confirming Lour's identity, a part of the character relationship list finally lit up. Empire's seventh knight descendant of Violet. Name, Lour's Violet. Gender, male. Identity, heir to the Empire's Violet family, commander of the Empire's 7th Legion. Mental power level, S. Current faction, chaotic neutral. Negative status, poisoned, cursed, amnesiac. Saint Master June 0 unlocked, 2. The scene suddenly shifted, returning to the past in the glorious kingdom of humanity. Ange looked at the kneeling young boy, noticing his violet eyes, similar to his teacher's. Excitedly, Ange proposed, I already have other knights. The first is named Red Rose, the second Green Thorn. I hear your eyes are violet. How about we call you Lilac? A gentle voice, laced with laughter, interjected. Don't be silly, Ange. It was the prince's mentor, the most powerful mage of the realm, June 0. He addressed the black-haired knight. Rise, knight. No need for such formality. Look at us. The black-haired knight hesitated. Hearing the prince grumble discontentedly, What, teacher? Is that a sign of displeasure? Ultimately, he remained kneeling. June 0 approached the knight, offering a hand to help him up. The knight, not daring to truly rely on June 0's strength, quickly stood. As he lifted his head, he saw the esteemed Grand Mage. A cascade of black hair and deep, wise violet eyes gazing at him. Realizing his rudeness, the knight quickly lowered his head again. June 0 patted his shoulder, encouraging again. A fine knight, you have the right to look at us. Finally, the black-haired knight raised his head, seeing the other noble figure, the future ruler of the empire, Prince Samuel. His golden hair shone brightly, and his golden eyes exuded an untouchable nobility, like a blazing sun that naturally commanded admiration. The king and the knight exchanged a silent understanding. June 0 broke the silence with a smile. Ange is actually very pleased to meet you. He was so excited upon hearing of your excellence that he couldn't sleep all night. He's been thinking about a name for quite some time, though his naming skills are admittedly lacking. Ange was a bit embarrassed, covering his face and muttering, Don't do this, teacher. Ignoring Ange's reaction, June 0 turned to the knight and said, If you don't mind, may I bestow upon you the name Violet? The black-haired knight certainly didn't mind. He glanced at Ange, who had regained his composure, and saw the prince standing before him. The prince gently tapped his left chest where his heart was, his eyes gleaming with pride. Don't look at me like that. You are a knight recognized by both me and our mentor. You absolutely deserve the name of Violet. His voice was filled with confidence, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. The prince's spirit was as radiant as the brightest sun, illuminating everyone around him. He continued, Since it was our mentor who bestowed this name upon you, it is up to you to carry forward the glory of Violet. With that, he solemnly removed the sword from his waist and handed it to the knight before him. I believe in you, my seventh knight. The prince's words brimmed with expectation and trust. Thus, the seventh knight, the sharpest sword of the empire, Violet, was officially born. However, time passed, and the scene shifted dramatically. As a descendant of Violet, Luoles was supposed to have limitless possibilities. He could earn glory on the battlefield, serve the nation in politics, pursue poetry and art, or explore the stars. Any path could continue the legacy of Violet. But reality was harsh. At this moment, Luoles had lost his memory and become a puppet, easily manipulated and imprisoned in this dark cell. The heavy iron door slowly closed again, plunging the prison back into maddening darkness and silence. Jun Lin looked at the long list of negative conditions afflicting Luoles and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. It was as if every debuff imaginable was stacked on him. Jun Lin wondered what had happened to bring Luoles to such a low point. Upon closer inspection, Jun Lin realized that Luoles's injuries were even more severe than his own. Fortunately, Luoles had a remarkable physique and a strong healing ability, allowing his wounds to slowly mend. However, the shackles on his hands and feet clearly hindered his recovery. More concerning was the absence of any spiritual presence from Luoles. Jun Lin speculated that Luoles' spiritual core might be damaged or completely sealed off. Jun Lin focused his mental energy, forming a small, thumb-sized transparent spirit entity. This tiny avatar approached Luoles, observing his bowed head and closed eyes, occasionally trembling from unbearable pain. The spirit entity gently patted Luoles' head, silently offering comfort. Hang in there. Strangely, as if sensing this reassurance, Luoles' furrowed brow relaxed. Witnessing this, Jun Lin chuckled. I wonder if you can even perceive me. You're as easy to appease as Violet was. With this thought, Jun Lin placed his hand on Luoles' forehead, channeling his mental energy inward. Through this exploration, he identified the toxin's ethereal, mist-like substances clinging to every corner of Luoles' body, relentlessly corroding him. Jun Lin had a strategy in mind. He recognized this type of poison and guessed it would need to be burned away. In addition to the toxins, there was another challenge: a curse. Dark runes of the curse were tightly sealed outside Luoles' mental sea, attempting to invade his spiritual consciousness but were being held at bay. The two forces were in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. Jun Lin realized that to reopen Luoles' mental consciousness, he first needed to remove the curse. He wasn't sure if he had the strength to accomplish this, but he decided to try. Jun Lin's mental energy gradually manifested a silver magical spirit, directing it toward the dark curse. The cursed runes sensed the threat and violently shook, pulling Luoles' spiritual energy to resist the silver magic. To avoid harming Luoles' spiritual core, Jun Lin could only watch as the cursed rune absorbed the silver magic. Moreover, the curse retaliated, causing some backlash to Jun Lin's spirit entity. Feeling the burning pain in his spirit entity's hand, Jun Lin frowned. The curse was more troublesome than he had anticipated. The introduction of a third force disrupted the balance between the two opposing powers. Jun Lin realized that it was best not to act rashly without a solid plan to dispel the curse. The immediate priority was to address the toxins in Luoles' body. If Luoles had a health bar above his head, it would surely show green smoke representing the toxins, slowly eroding his life force. Pure flame. Jun Lin snapped his fingers twice, and a dark flame, somewhere between red and gold, appeared at his fingertips. At the same time, his already transparent mental energy became even more ethereal. In these times, I'm so weak that I can only muster a tiny flame. Jun Lin sighed softly, beginning to channel the pure flame into Luoles' body, gradually eliminating the toxins. This was undoubtedly a long and arduous task. While Jun Lin focused on healing Luoles, the outside world was in an uproar over a piece of news. The announcement of the revival of the Staff of Wisdom sent the entire human empire into a frenzy. The back offices of the empire's official departments were nearly overwhelmed by messages from citizens, all eager to learn more about this legendary artifact. Is it true or false that the revival of the Staff of Wisdom signifies the end of the sage's journey? The entire empire was in an uproar. The revival of the Staff of Wisdom and the disappearance of Major General Luoles formed a curious connection in the minds of the people. They believed this was the sage guiding them forward. The plight of Major General Luoles sparked public outrage. Some questioned whether the empire's peace-loving nature over the past century had emboldened villains. However, while the citizens of the empire cherished peace, they were by no means pushovers. Ready our mech battleships, someone shouted. With the guidance of the sage's wisdom, we must bring Major General Luoles back. The people vowed to offer everything for the glory of the Luoles and the brilliance of the sage. March forth, Your Majesty, they cried. Under the eternal wisdom of the sage, the empire's glory shall never fade. On the battlefield at the borders, Major General Luoles encountered an ambush, his fate unknown. This was undoubtedly a blatant declaration of war against humanity. The public closely monitored developments, yet no good news arrived. Now, with the revival of the Staff of Wisdom, people were convinced it was the sage's guidance. The coincidence of these events further fueled their intense excitement. Luoles' adjutant, Titan, was overwhelmed with work. The Major General had been ambushed and was missing, and it was clear the enemy was well prepared. Despite their efforts, they couldn't pinpoint Luoles' location. Only a faint life signal in the land of Luoles indicated that Luoles was still alive. Suddenly, a rapid knocking interrupted Titan's thoughts. Buried in paperwork, he called out without looking up. Come in. A sergeant burst into the office, saluted crisply, and reported excitedly, Sir, His Majesty has issued a new decree. There's news about the Major General's whereabouts. We are to deploy. What? Titan exclaimed, quickly accessing his holocomputer. Indeed, the most prominent notice was the latest decree regarding the Major General. The Staff of Wisdom has revived, and the Sage continues to guide us. For the eternal glory of Sage Jun Lin and the honor of the Empire's 7th Legion Luoles, I have decided to mobilize the entire nation. Let the Empire's brilliance illuminate the world. Under the Sage's guidance, let's bring our Luoles hero home. Tayton was overjoyed but quickly regained his composure. He stood facing the direction of the temple, solemnly performed the rite of radiance and declared, "Praise your wisdom, sage. May your brilliance be eternal." Then, he swiftly issued a series of orders, mobilizing all available forces from the Imperial Star. "Other legions may abstain, but we cannot," Tayton declared firmly. "The honor of Zilluolin will be upheld by our 7th Legion." The news of the deployment spread like a whirlwind throughout the Radiant Eternity Empire. Various factions eagerly volunteered for the mission. The Empire's 7th Legion Zilluolin, 1st Legion Red Rose, 2nd Legion Green Thorn, Yaoguang Sector's entire Radiant Special Forces, Beidou Sector, Tianji Sector, Kaiyang Sector, the 23rd graduating class of the Radiant Military Academy, the Wisdom Academy, Chongming Academy, the Empire's 1st Academy, Blue River System Patrol Fleet. The skies over the Imperial capital were soon filled with massive starships and mechs, casting a formidable shadow over the city. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's study of the Imperial Palace, 2 figures stood facing each other. One was the current Emperor of the Radiant Eternity Empire, and the other was the Empire's founder and first Radiant Emperor, Angeli Samuel, appearing as a holographic projection. Angeli, with his cascading golden hair and resplendent court attire, had eyes of golden majesty. Behind him stretched the boundless cosmos, indicating his presence in a distant star sector. The Staff of Wisdom wouldn't awaken without reason. It likely involves the teacher. Angeli spoke slowly. "I have the Staff of Radiance here, and it resonates with the Staff of Shelter. I'll reach there before you. Follow the guidance of the Staff of Wisdom." Angeli's gaze shifted to the Empire's eternal resting place, a faint smile in his eyes. "There's someone named Zilluolin who is about to awaken. This time, I can't stop him even if I wanted to, so let him accompany you." With that, Angeli's projection gradually faded, leaving behind the mysterious expanse of the starry sky. He looked in the direction of the Staff of Radiance, speaking as if in an ode. "Teacher, is this long journey of yours finally coming to an end?" Amidst the vast and boundless galaxies, a small figure strolled leisurely. This was Anger Samuel, the first emperor of the Everlasting Light Empire. Each of his steps seemed effortless, yet they covered distances beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In his calm, indifferent eyes, there was a hint of urgency because, after 5,000 long years, he finally had news of his teacher. Anger's thoughts drifted back to the day he bid farewell to Jun Lin. By then, the establishment of the Everlasting Light Empire was on the right track, and humanity was about to secure its place in the universe. Jun Lin, dressed in a robe of starry magic, with silver hair cascading down to the ground, had eyes as gentle as jade, and his gaze shimmered with profound arcane power. He said to Anger, "Anger, the Empire is in your hands now. I'm going on a very long journey." Although Anger, now a true sovereign, longed to accompany his teacher across the stars, he understood the responsibilities a king must bear. He replied with a smile, "Of course, teacher. Go without worries. When you return, I'll hand over my duties to my little nephew and join you in exploring the secrets of the universe." Jun Lin smiled, but there was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. He continued walking, saying softly, "That might not be possible, Anger. This journey is going to be very long." Anger, unfazed, placed his hands behind his head, smiling brightly. "It's all right, teacher. I can wait." In front of Jun Lin, he felt like the spirited youth he once was. Jun Lin paused, turning to look straight into Anger's eyes. "No, don't wait, Anger. This journey is so long that even I don't know when or if it will end. You might never see me return." The smile vanished from Anger's face. He quickly moved to Jun Lin's side, his expression serious. "Teacher, has something happened? Is someone troubling you? Can I help? Please, tell me. I am no longer the weak, ridiculed prince I once was." Jun Lin quietly gazed into Anger's bright eyes, filled with concern and determination. He knew Anger had grown into a great emperor who commanded the respect of all, but what he was about to face was an unavoidable demise, a chosen end. Jun Lin patted Anger's shoulder, gently reassuring him, "Don't be so serious. I'm just joking a little. But yes, I will be gone for quite some time." Though still uncertain, Anger forced a smile. "All right, teacher. I'll take your word for it." "You rascal." Jun Lin chuckled softly, continuing his stroll down the newly built street. Anger didn't insist that Jun Lin stay, instead quietly following behind. On the day Jun Lin left, he took very little with him, even leaving the Staff of Light and the Staff of Wisdom with Anger. Standing at the city gate, Anger couldn't help but sigh. "There really is so much to do in the Empire, teacher. I wish I could just leave it all behind like you." Jun Lin glanced back at him. "That probably won't work. You have promises to keep first." Anger pouted. "I need to quickly get Dell's royal lessons started, so he can manage the Empire." Beside Anger stood Violet, the Empire's 7th knight, now Dell's swordsmanship instructor. As an educator, He felt obliged to speak up for his student and curb the king's desire to shirk responsibilities. Your Majesty, Del is only 7 years old. He might not be ready to take on all that yet. So what if he's only 7? Education should start early. The sooner, the better, you know? Violet, anger argued, his tone tinged with a childish stubbornness. Hearing this defiant remark, Jun Lin turned his head and directly addressed Violet. You've seen how anger is. When I'm not around, Violet, I need you to keep an eye on him. Violet, hearing these words from the person he respected most, immediately stood up straighter, his eyes shining with determination. He nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. I pledge all the honor of my knighthood to fulfill your request. Jun Lin's lips curved into a faint smile. I have faith in your abilities, Violet. He stepped back, his body gradually becoming ethereal. His gaze swept over the two of them, remaining calm and serene. Return now. There are many matters in the Empire to attend to. Don't spend unnecessary time seeing me off. Teacher, please come back soon. Anger suddenly called out, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Jun Lin simply smiled, and before his figure completely vanished, he gave no reply. Perhaps that silence itself was a signal. The affairs of the Empire would eventually be resolved, but the wait for the teacher's return seemed endless. With the advent of human development of mental power and mastery of magic, lifespans increased dramatically, with the average person living to over 300 years. Although the life-extending capabilities of magic remain debatable, the development of mental power is rooted in the potential of the human brain. With the right methods, everyone can possess a certain degree of mental power. As mental power increases, a person's essence undergoes significant change. Like Anger, who, after breaking through to 3S mental power, almost ceased to feel time's passage on himself. It was as if he had transcended time and space, akin to a deity from legend. 5,000 years passed, with Anger waiting for his teacher, and all of humanity waiting for the return of the sage, Jun Lin. Yet, his return never came. Throughout these millennia, the Empire's development was not without challenges, but Anger never wavered. He firmly believed that the Everglow Empire would stand forever in the world of stars. After all, the most challenging times were overcome under Jun Lin's guidance, leaving humanity with the most precious gift. If humanity couldn't advance on its own, then perhaps being eliminated was inevitable. It was during the first century of waiting that Anger truly grasped what Jun Lin meant by long. From his youth to adulthood, Jun Lin had always been by his side, guiding him, and this was his first experience of such a prolonged separation. 500 years later, a devastating battle nearly destroyed the splendor created by the human realm. Anger feared neither failure nor death. He simply missed his teacher deeply. He knew that if Jun Lin were present, he would certainly do better. At the 1,000-year mark, Anger's nephew, Dale Samuel, passed the throne to the next generation. By then, Anger had already embarked on a journey through the starry sea in search of Jun Lin. 2,000 years later, Anger encountered a top-tier Zerg, Tarad, in an unknown frontier star sea. Tarad said he was also searching for someone important, a being worthy of his entire race's sacrifice and glory. Anger couldn't help but think that if Jun Lin were present, he might also be revered as a deity by all humanity. Though Jun Lin always humbly claimed he was just an ordinary person, he merely smiled and remained silent about such divine reverence, never accepting it. 3,000 years passed, and Violet, who had accompanied Anger the longest, also fell into slumber. Those once familiar, their physical forms vanished in the river of time, but their spirits slumbered in the Empire's tomb, waiting for that person's return. In his final moments, Violet looked at Anger with eyes full of apology. That gaze seemed to say, Your Majesty, you know, in such a long span of time, all the past turns to dust, let alone people. But I believe the Sir is still somewhere in the universe. To see him again, I have no choice but to choose this way. If the Empire needs me, I will awaken again and wield my sword for the Empire. If the Sir needs me, I will go without hesitation to protect him. We will wait for him, my king. I believe he will return. Thus, all 7 knights of the Empire faded into history's flow. 4,000 years later, on a certain day, Anger heard a secret from a mysterious void merchant. The king of the insect race had long perished, yet the fervent swarm refused to accept this truth. They frantically searched the universe for their king, as if their very existence depended on it. Upon hearing the news, Inch fell silent. He recalled the devout expression on Talad's face whenever he spoke of their majesty, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This sadness was not only for Talad, but also for himself. For 5,000 years, Inch had been searching for his mentor. He had tried every possible means of contact, but to no avail. A dreadful thought crept into his mind. Could his mentor have met the same fate as the insect king, gone forever? Would humanity be abandoned by their deity? Inch couldn't answer this question. Countless doubts filled his mind. Why hasn't the sage returned to see us? Where has he gone? Is the Empire's expanse not vast enough to reach where the sage resides? Would the sage be proud of humanity's achievements? Have we lived up to his expectations? Ange yearned as he recalled the tales of the sage's splendor passed down by his great-great-great-grandfather. Would he witness the sage's return in his lifetime? Had the sage forsaken them? Was he disappointed in them? Why did he remain absent? As those around him gradually passed away, even though Ange could communicate with their spirits, loneliness clung to him like a shadow. Only two individuals truly lived through those blood-soaked histories, witnessing the cycles of life and death and understanding how those honors were forged: himself and his mentor, Jun Lin. Regardless of where Jun Lin was, even if he had succumbed to eternal slumber, Ange was determined to bring him back. It had become his obsession. After another long search, Ange paused in an asteroid belt. Today marked the 5,000-year anniversary of his mentor's departure. He marveled at how time had flown and how much he had changed, wondering if his mentor would be surprised to see him now. Yet, in Ange's memory, his mentor remained the ever-strategic, composed figure. At that moment, the Staff of Light, dormant for millennia, suddenly reacted, causing Ange to display a look of surprise for the first time in years. His mentor's words seemed to echo in his ears. Ange, when the long cycle ends, fate will guide everyone back to the beginning. Ange chuckled softly. Perhaps the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Jun Lin had just finished a long night of work, nearly purging the toxins from Lour's body. He knew that the exposure of his precious staff would soon attract his student and the Empire's army. The once silent corridor echoed with footsteps again. After checking a few rooms, someone stopped at Jun Lin's door. This time, two snake-tailed humanoids and a lizard man had come. The lizard man tended to the chains on Lour's, while the two snake people approached Jun Lin. Through their conversation, Jun Lin learned how he had ended up here. He had been found on some trash planet. Despite being unconscious, his passive defense system was still active, slicing anyone who approached with invisible wind blades. Only after his energy was depleted was he captured. Even then, those who attempted to touch him would inexplicably lose their unruly hands. Eventually, they had to call in a small leader skilled in wind magic to subdue him. To prevent him from causing a massacre, they fitted Jun Lin with a current detector capable of controlling life and death. Now, the two snake people were gradually unbinding him, leaving only the heavy shackles on his wrists and ankles. They also installed a translator on his neck, so he could understand their language. One of the snake people warned, "You better behave, or else." As he spoke, he pressed a switch on the device. Instantly, a powerful current surged from Jun Lin's neck, coursing from his head to his toes, causing his entire body to convulse violently. A sharp crack, reminiscent of a bone dislocating, echoed through the silent cell. Jun Lin's knees buckled slightly as cold sweat poured down his body. Seeing this, the two serpent beings grew bolder, a contemptuous sneer curling at the corners of their mouths. Jun Lin slowly lifted his head. Despite having his eyes blindfolded and mouth shackled, his gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers, directly targeting the two serpent beings. They immediately felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being judged by a supreme deity, their roles reversed, turning them into powerless insects. One of the serpent beings snapped out of it, and with anger and humiliation, raised a claw to strike Jun Lin. Just as the claw was about to connect, a slender hand appeared out of nowhere, firmly grasping the serpent being's wrist. It was Luoles. Even with the heavy, mountain-like shackles of Tianyao stone on his wrists and ankles, he intercepted the serpent being's attack with unbelievable speed. A flash of apprehension flickered in the eyes of the three alien guards present. If Luoles decided to take them on, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance. The lizard-like guard remained calm, certain that Luoles wouldn't actually harm them. After all, even if they killed the three guards, the two humans wouldn't be able to escape this infernal prison. Luoles' eyes regained some clarity as he stood protectively in front of Jun Lin and coldly uttered a single word, "Leave." Naturally, the guards wouldn't leave. They still had to escort the two to their destined location. Luoles crouched in front of Jun Lin, softly saying, "Pardon me," before lifting him to sit on his left shoulder. Though Jun Lin was no longer a child, sitting atop the towering Luoles seemed oddly harmonious. Jun Lin tilted his head in confusion, instinctively holding onto Luoles' neck, his blindfolded face turning towards him. Having only recently regained his senses, Luoles' mind was still a haze. But upon witnessing the electric torture inflicted on Jun Lin, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. He didn't know who this silver-haired youth was, yet felt an instinctive need to protect him. As he lifted Jun Lin, Luoles was surprised by the boy's lightness. Although Jun Lin was puzzled by his actions, he didn't struggle, as if placing complete trust in him. Realizing this, a subtle joy stirred in Luoles' otherwise calm heart. He reached out protectively around Jun Lin and addressed the three alien guards. "Let's go." The serpent being hesitated, but met Jun Lin's downward gaze. An irrepressible fear welled up inside him, as if a voice whispered in his ear, "Move, and you will die." His pupils narrowed into slits, dominated by an inexplicable terror. The lizard-like guard noticed his companion's abnormality and gave him a sharp slap to snap him out of it. The three alien guards, facing these two enigmatic humans, could only feel an extreme unease. "Behave," the lizard guard warned before herding Luoles and Jun Lin out of the cell. In the narrow corridor, other prisoners, seeing this unusual pair, erupted into a cacophony of jeers. "Quiet!" A guard swung a spiked electric baton, striking the thick-skinned prisoners, the air filled with the stench of scorched flesh. "Save your energy for the arena. Don't die here." A group of people was being herded through countless gates and corridors, twisting and turning, until they finally caught a glimpse of light ahead. Luoles and Jun Lin were forced towards the only illuminated door, while the other prisoners had been diverted elsewhere along the way. As they got closer, they were met with a wave of scorching heat, the heavy scent of blood, and the terrifying growls of a monstrous beast. As soon as the door opened, Luoles was engulfed by a strange force before he could react. Instinctively, he shielded Jun Lin as they descended from dozens of meters in the air, landing steadily on a rock. All around them were small volcanic craters, erupting unpredictably. Although the rock they stood on was temporarily safe, it was being gradually eroded by the surrounding lava. High above, various cosmic species seated within protective barriers erupted into deafening cheers. They fancied themselves as arbiters of life and death, mocking these wretched slaves struggling at the brink of demise. The air was filled with curses and jeers. Jun Lin glanced around, recognizing the primitive, frenzied, and sinful scene of combat as akin to the ancient Roman Colosseum. It was a backward, vile, blood-soaked place that should have been consigned to destruction, yet here it was before his eyes. The Sage Junling Seal Release 5. The judgment shall be rendered. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today, the Flame Dragon Arena is once again open for battle. Suspended 100 meters above the audience, for massive screens vividly display the scene of the arena. A voice, deliberately theatrical, echoes, "Welcome to the Flame Dragon Arena." The voice belongs to a Tatarian from the planet Tatterton, who serves as the commentator and host of the arena. This jellyfish-like creature, round and plump, is dressed in a suit with a bow tie around its neck, its features squeezed onto its chubby head. It wobbles on a flying device, gripping a microphone with a tentacle, diligently providing commentary. "Today, we have new challengers. Let's see who they are." Tatarian's voice is filled with curiosity. Suddenly, his tone shifts. "Wait, are these humans?" Tatarian rubs his nearly invisible small eyes to confirm once more. Indeed, 2 humans stand in the arena. The audience erupts into chatter. Some of the cosmic species shift uneasily. "Are you crazy? You brought in 2 humans? If their empire finds out, we're doomed. I heard humans can be either very strong or very weak. Aren't they supposed to be peace-loving? Not fond of fighting?" Yet, many others, especially those who live on the edge, become even more excited. They care only for the fight and bloodshed at hand, indifferent to potential repercussions. Though Tatarian feels uneasy, as the representative of the organizers, he must remain composed. He quickly regains his poise and continues. "There's no need to worry. Here in the City of Sin, it's 100% safe. These are merely lowly humans, and no one will miss them if they're gone. Let their blood be the appetizer to our excitement." These words immediately ignite the audience's enthusiasm. Even the hesitant are swayed, with excitement and fervor replacing their apprehension. However, neither Tatarian nor the audience is aware that these are no ordinary lowly humans. One is the Violet General of the Empire, and the other is the revered sage of all humankind. Hearing these conversations, Jun Lin slowly lowers his head. They've picked a fight with the toughest adversary imaginable. All right, everyone. Without further ado, let's welcome another star of our show today, the champion of our Flame Dragon Arena, the Fire Dragon Desilai. As the host's voice echoed, Jun Lin's gaze shifted to the other side of the arena. Behind a heavy, specially designed door lay a presence that was unsettling. Anger surged within Jun Lin. How dare they imprison a dragon? To confine such a noble creature in such a small space, trampling on the dignity of the dragon race? If it weren't for the influence of the sage Junling right now, if it were the Dragon Lord Kaidienes here, the entire venue would have likely been consumed by real dragon fire. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps came from the other side of the arena, accompanied by piercing roars and the intense scent of flames. As the audience's cheers reached a fever pitch, the massive door began to open slowly. What appeared before Jun Lin was a creature resembling a dragon, as large as a small mountain. It crawled on the ground, its scales unevenly distributed, some as bright red as flames, others as deep as obsidian. Its back was covered with grotesque lumps that rose and fell with each breath. Its wings were even more bizarre. One side was skeletal like an undead creature, while the other was a mismatched blend of dragon wing and bird feathers. Jun Lin scoffed inwardly. What kind of dragon is this? It's nothing more than a failed attempt to create a mythical creature. Yet, even so, this duel was still utterly unfair. Both he and Luoles were already half disabled, completely unable to contend with this monstrosity. Luol's mental strength was limited, his body injured, his limbs shackled with heavy chains, making swift movement a challenge. Jun Lin's situation was even worse. Blind, mute, with useless limbs and a fragile body, he was practically a living wreck. On the surface, this was a one-sided slaughter. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Jun Lin's mind. Short-term mission. Defeat the fire dragon before you. The system seemed to hesitate for a moment, then corrected itself. Short-term mission. Defeat the crawling lizard before you and win this duel. Time limit, 1 hour. Task success reward. Unlocking 15 of the staff of sanctuary. Task failure reward. Unknown. Jun Lin gently patted Luoles on the shoulder, signaling for him to put him down. Seeing Jun Lin's bare feet, Luoles hesitated. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice directly sounded in his mind. It's okay, put me down. I'm not that fragile. Luoles hesitated for a moment, then carefully placed Jun Lin on the ground. We can't afford to talk much right now. Just respond to me in your mind. I can't hear you. Jun Lin continued using mental communication. Okay. Luoles responded briefly. Trust me. Let me be your third eye and your invincible weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful mental force surged from Jun Lin's body, forming a shield around them, isolating the scorching heat. Immediately, the details of the entire arena became clear in Luol's mind. Even the smallest cracks were visible. This lava-filled volcanic area was no longer an unfamiliar death trap, but a battlefield entirely under Luol's control. He was confident that every step he took would seize the best opportunity, turning crises into lethal strikes. The internal structure of the giant lizard was also laid bare before him, its skin, flesh, and bones, every connection, every weakness he knew intimately. Not only his vision, but Luol's other senses were also greatly enhanced. The almost intangible aura surrounding the mental power could transform into any weapon at his will, piercing through any obstacle. All of this was the miracle brought by the silver-haired boy beside him. I'm going in, Luoles said in his mind. Okay. Jun Lin nodded slightly, struggling to move back a little. This body really is useless, he sighed inwardly. Luoles crouched slightly, launching himself like a cannonball towards the hybrid giant lizard charging at them. Oh, he's moving. Let's call him number 1. The host exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe number 1 can move so fast with those heavy shackles. It seems number 2 didn't send number 1 to engage. He left him behind. Is he trying to protect number 2? Such touching brotherly love. Look at our little number 2. He can't speak, can't see, and even moving is a struggle. Tatli's sharp, mocking remarks drew unrestrained laughter from the audience. His words cut through the air like a knife aimed at Jun Lin. A complete waste of space. Maybe number 1 doesn't want him anymore. Does number 2 even realize he might be discarded as well? The malice crashed down on Jun Lin like a tidal wave. Yet he stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Tatli continued his feigned sympathy, probing with his insincere concern. I wonder if our little number 2 can hear us? Even if he can't, surely he feels the lava eroding the ground beneath his feet. Poor kid. He'll slowly perish in endless terror. The spectators seemed to foresee Jun Lin's fate, much like the wretched slaves who once struggled in this arena, doomed to end their brief lives in agony and despair. The taunts rose and fell. Look at that delicate skin. I doubt he can withstand a swipe from Dexile. Such a lowly creature, just standing there waiting to die. Even with most of his face covered, I bet he's quite the looker. Can't wait to see his pathetic struggle later. It's bound to be entertaining. However, behind the dark cloth, Jun Lin's amethyst eyes shimmered with a mysterious brilliance, as if intricate magical patterns were being etched within them, glowing faintly. The unsealing progress of Sage Jun Lin quietly climbed to 7. Jun Lin inwardly scoffed. Want a show, do you? How about some fireworks? Boom. A massive electrical explosion suddenly erupted. The 4 projection screens hanging 100 meters high were instantly filled with static, and the protective shield became a blurry mess. The audience could no longer see the magma field below, and their piercing jeers couldn't reach the arena. But the explosions didn't stop. Bang boom, the chain reaction continued, and over 100 duel arenas experienced explosions of their high-altitude screens and protective shields simultaneously. After orchestrating all this, Jun Lin felt a dampness by his ear. He raised his hand to touch it, realizing it was blood from overexerting his mental power. Staring at the blood on his hand, Jun Lin pondered whether to dig out some strengthening potions from the bottom of his backpack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lour's was like a god of war. As he charged towards the hybrid giant lizard, He spun midair to dodge its sweeping tail. Landing on a high wall, he leapt again, descending swiftly from above the lizard. With a flick of his right hand, an invisible sword materialized, slicing into the lizard's back, removing its scales as he slid down. Dexile was in agony. This was the first time it had been so humiliated. Those tiny insects usually couldn't harm it. Anger filled the lizard's small brain, and it shook violently, trying to throw Lour's off. It leapt and fell, aiming to crush him against the ground's molten surface. Lour's had anticipated its move. As the lizard plummeted, he ascended against the fall, and within a few strides, he saw the reverse scale hidden within its gruesome flesh. With a leap, his sword transformed into a longbow, and an arrow formed from pure mental energy shot towards the reverse scale with unstoppable force. Lour's eyes were cold and unforgiving, his every move precise and deadly. His assault was a textbook example of combat brilliance. In contrast, Jun Lin found himself in a moment of calm. He pulled out 2 ancient magic potions from the bottom of his system backpack, debating which to drink. Considering his current frail state, he decided to consume both. Low-grade potions shouldn't cause any issues. Resolute, Jun Lin clicked to use them. The potions turned into an invisible gas entering his body. Within seconds, a sense of fullness swept through him. His severe injuries began to heal, wounds closed, bones regenerated, and his overall condition improved. Jun Lin felt invigorated, as if he could take on 10 men at once. There's nothing like a good potion, Jun Lin mused, though it's getting a bit warm. However, the heat quickly escalated. Jun Lin's throat tickled, prompting a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Blood gushed forth, seeping through the restraints. With one hand insufficient to stem the flow, blood dripped relentlessly through his fingers. It wasn't just his ears now. Jun Lin was honored to be bleeding from all 7 orifices. Alarmed, Jun Lin thought, "Oh no, I might have overdone it, can't handle this." Despite being focused on the battle, Luoles kept a part of his attention on Jun Lin. Suddenly, he heard a barely audible cough and glanced back, shocked to see the silver-haired boy in such a sorry state. Luoles' heart tightened, and he immediately abandoned the chance to kill deity. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed across the small volcanoes towards Jun Lin, moving even faster than before. With Luoles no longer suppressing him, deity was thrown into disarray. The giant lizard flapped its wings in panic and crashed into the already fragile protective barrier. A loud bang echoed as the shield shattered, freeing deity to join the other monsters escaping from the arena. In an instant, over 100 unrestrained beasts rampaged through the area, causing chaos everywhere. Luoles quickly returned to Jun Lin's side, seeing the silver-haired youth covered in blood and in a pitiful state, unsure of what to do. He wanted to help Jun Lin up but hesitated, fearing he might make things worse. His hand reached out, then pulled back. Watching the cold sweat drip from Jun Lin's forehead, Luoles met those purple eyes, and a title slipped out in the critical moment. "Sir, are you all right?" Jun Lin forced himself to reply, "I'm fine, don't worry." But before he could finish, a violent cough overtook him, blood gushing from his throat and staining the restrainer. He weakly waved his hand to indicate he was okay, but inadvertently splattered a few drops of blood on Luoles' handsome face, making his words seem hollow and unconvincing. "Sir, how can you say you're fine?" Luoles called out again, feeling no awkwardness in the address. The determination and concern on his face were so genuine that Jun Lin couldn't help but think, if something truly happened to him, this young man might be willing to live and die alongside him. Jun Lin smiled bitterly inside, unsure how to explain. Should he tell Luoles that it was merely a case of being overwhelmed, and that he wasn't seriously hurt? Even if Jun Lin didn't care about appearances, the esteemed Master Jun Lin couldn't afford to lose face like this. Losing face in front of the younger generation was no trivial matter. The arena was in chaos, and the outside was in even greater disarray. Such a harmonious scene truly embodied the saying, "Inside and outside echo each other." "I'm really fine," Jun Lin assured, much to Lour's shock. He pounded his chest twice, expelling the last mouthful of old blood. With a snap of his fingers, white flames appeared out of thin air, instantly incinerating all traces of blood. Lour's was about to speak, but Jun Lin gestured for silence. He withdrew all his mental energy, and suddenly they were enveloped in a sweltering atmosphere. Jun Lin silently pointed upwards. 5 seconds later, a stern, indifferent voice rang out, "Silence." In an instant, everything fell silent. The rampaging creatures seemed frozen in time, and the indifferent spectators appeared as if their throats had been clamped shut. All sounds vanished, as if in a silent film. As the voice faded, the warm sky projected above the damaged shield began to peel away and crack, gradually darkening into an endless expanse of shimmering dark starlit sky. This was the true appearance of the simulator, stripped of its false imagery, a semi-magical creation of electronic machinery and writhing flesh. Suspended in the center was a massive, slowly pulsating crystal shaped like a black heart. In the silence, the mournful wail Jun Lin had heard earlier was now alarmingly close. Sound waves resonated beneath their feet, as if they were inside the belly of a giant sea creature. A whale's call triggered a chain reaction. Mechanical leviathans in the starry sea began to wail, accompanied by the grating noise of gears, as if countless whales had been enslaved into half-living, half-mechanical monstrosities. Jun Lin clenched and unclenched his fist, and the immobilized creatures began to transform. A small, crystalline white flower sprouted from their hearts, its petals thin and glowing softly, with a golden center as enchanting as the night sky. In an instant, the crystal flowers bloomed all over the creatures, their colors shifting, voraciously consuming flesh and turning into vivid red roses. These then condensed into blood crystals and exploded, sending a shower of blood crystals raining down. Several blood crystals penetrated the shattered shield, landing on the magma before Jun Lin, yet remained unscathed. "Who is it?" the stern, indifferent voice demanded again. Jun Lin's fingers trembled involuntarily. A terrifying gaze swept in from afar, and dozens of blood mists coalesced into a pair of enormous black eyes, scrutinizing the area from above. However, they found nothing unusual, and after a moment of confusion, the gaze withdrew. Jun Lin and Lour's remained motionless. 5 minutes later, the encroaching magma left only half a square meter of space, forcing them to huddle close together. The dreadful giant eyes reappeared, instantly pulverizing dozens of people into dust. Still finding nothing, the eyes hesitated briefly before disappearing once more. At the 10-minute mark, Lour's balanced on one foot, while Jun Lin perched on his left shoulder. Jun Lin, somewhat distracted, mused that Lour's sense of balance was quite impressive. This was likely the last time. As expected, the gaze returned once more. After the enormous eyes in the sky vanished completely, an endless darkness began to spread from the horizon, rapidly engulfing everything around. Above was a vast expanse of darkness, while below lay a churning sea of terrifying lava. Luoles was acutely aware of the perilous situation they were in. Although this was their first encounter in his memory, Luoles was determined to protect Jun Lin at all costs. "Do you trust me?" Jun Lin asked calmly, without giving any specific instructions. "Yes," Luoles answered firmly, his trust seemingly innate. He was aware of his physical condition. Calloused hands from years of training, a soldier's instincts, and quick reflexes. He felt more like a soldier, and Jun Lin was the one he was meant to protect. "All right, then close your eyes. When you open them again, everything will be better," Jun Lin said. Luoles nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Jun Lin was somewhat surprised by Luoles' trust in a stranger and decided to consult the system assistant. The system promptly displayed a window indicating that under the identity card of Sage Jun 0, the human faction's favor, trust, and admiration levels are unconditionally enhanced. Currently, Luoles Violet's trust level was a remarkable 85 out of 100. Jun Lin wondered if such a high trust level was appropriate, but the system reminded him it was due to having previously maxed out the faction's contribution level. Before the darkness could overtake them, Jun Lin silently summoned the Staff of Protection, only 15 unsealed. "In my name, I summon thee, from life to death, under the vast daylight, the holy light shines, the protection of the divine, awaken." An invisible golden thread connected Jun Lin and Luoles. Then, the darkness consumed everything. When Jun Lin attempted to open his eyes, he found himself once again bound tightly. The surroundings were silent, the air heavy with a musty smell, and the chains clinked softly. Jun Lin realized he had returned to the dual occupancy cell. His spirit form took on a small shape, hovering in front of Luoles to check on him. Fortunately, the toxins in Luoles' body were nearly neutralized. Jun Lin decided to finish the purification process, silently casting the flame of purity. Before long, familiar footsteps echoed. This time, Luoles was in a dazed, unresponsive state, as if he were a different person. Jun Lin realized that Luoles seemed to have two modes, a conscious one that could only be active for a limited time, and a passive, unconscious mode. Regardless of the state, Luoles instinctively protected Jun Lin, like a loyal hound. When Luoles attempted to carry Jun Lin, the latter refused with a firm gaze. Under Luoles' puzzled look and the disdainful stares of the three guards, Jun Lin decided to walk on his own. However, when he tried to move his feet, shackled by heavy chains, he struggled immensely and barely managed a small step. Jun Lin quickly abandoned the idea and resigned himself to sitting on Luoles' shoulder. He silently vowed to destroy this detestable place. "Get in!" One of the guards barked routinely, herding the two towards a height-looking door. The door slowly opened to reveal a massive communal area. It featured dining, exercise, reading, and even afternoon tea zones. Various cosmic species, all in uniform white outfits, went about their tasks, barely sparing a glance for the newcomers. Suddenly, a nearby door burst open, and several guards in black protective gear, looking highly trained, rushed out. Leading them was a doctor in a green medical coat. They quickly surrounded Jun Lin and Luoles, their eyes filled with ill intent. Luoles instantly became alert, his muscles tensing as a low, beast-like growl of warning escaped his throat. Jun Lin subtly signaled to Luoles with a calm down, don't act rashly cue, and soon, both of them were subjected to their captors' friendly hospitality. The heavy metal chains were unlocked, the muzzles and blindfolds were removed, leaving only the monitors around their necks still functioning. Finally seeing the light again, Jun Lin let out a sigh of relief. The men in black quickly separated the two, pushing them into different changing rooms. Jun Lin was tossed a set of white uniforms, identical to those worn by others in the lounge area, and a flat, "Put it on," echoed in his ear. Before the words even settled, the men in black vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. Meanwhile, more prisoners were herded into the lounge area. Faced with the intimidating presence of the men in black, a few defiant individuals were quickly subdued. Jun Lin, however, offered no resistance, calmly putting on the new clothes and even taking the time to neatly fold his old ones and place them in a laundry basket. He tugged at the soft, silky fabric and silently admired its quality, though the purple bruises on his wrists and ankles were a stark reminder of his restraints. Fortunately, the sleeves and pant legs were long enough to hide them. When Jun Lin stepped out, fully dressed, Luoles was already waiting at the door. With his striking violet features, Luoles was a sight to behold. Black hair, purple eyes, and a tall, elegant posture. His fringe was brushed back, revealing a handsome face, and the plain white uniform looked like a designer outfit on him. In comparison, Jun Lin glanced down at his own slender frame and sighed inwardly. His eyes drifted toward the exercise equipment in the lounge, resolving to change his physique. Looking around, Jun Lin thought the place was quite suitable for retirement. He smiled and said to Luoles, "Let's go have some food." Though it wasn't clear if Luoles understood, he obediently stood by Jun Lin's side, following closely behind. As they moved towards the dining area, the number of curious glances increased, yet no one approached them. Jun Lin adapted quickly, collecting a meal at the counter, with Luoles mimicking his actions. They found a well-lit spot to sit, and Jun Lin began tasting the oddly shaped dishes without a hint of wariness. To his surprise, the food was quite delicious. Jun Lin and Luoles ate quietly, and each time Jun Lin savored a tasty bite, a smile would light up his face, his violet eyes sparkling with delight like an innocent young master. Just as he was contemplating whether to learn how to make one of the dishes, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A cold, lowered voice whispered in his ear, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" The cold voice barely finished its sentence before it turned into a painful wail within seconds. "Ouch, ouch, my hand, my hand." It turned out that Luoles had swiftly twisted the person's wrist behind their back. The person, overcome with pain, was forced to kneel on the ground, pleading incessantly. Jun Lin turned to look and saw a young human with a sunny appearance kneeling on the ground, his curly brown hair messily falling over his forehead. At that moment, he was being subdued by Luoles, looking rather disheveled. His emerald green eyes were glistening with tears of pain as he looked pitifully at Jun Lin, as if seeking help. "Luoles." Jun Lin lightly patted Luoles' arm, signaling him to let go. Luoles complied immediately, then stood straight beside Jun Lin like a robot awaiting instructions. A flicker of an unreadable glint passed through Jun Lin's eyes before he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The young man seemed to be naturally outgoing. Hearing Jun Lin's inquiry, he rubbed his wrist and grimaced, "Any later, and my arm would have been done for. It hurts like hell, ouch," Jun Lin explained. "You startled both of us when you mysteriously tapped my shoulder and questioned me like that. He was worried you might attack me, so he reacted that way." "Really?" The curly-haired youth glanced cautiously at the upright Luoles and said tentatively, "Well, he's pretty skilled." "That's true," Jun Lin nodded, continuing, "The ground is cold. Why don't you stand up and we can talk?" The gentle concern in Jun Lin's amethyst eyes made the young man feel as if he was under the wise and understanding gaze of a mentor. It made him a bit bashful, even though he was the older one, yet in front of this silver-haired, violet-eyed youth, he felt like the one needing care. The young man quickly got to his feet and, noticing the curious stares around him, impatiently shouted, "What are you looking at? Mind your own business." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, signaling Luoles to sit down and continue eating, then turned his attention back to his meal. Before long, the curly-haired youth sat down on the other side of the table. After glancing around, he fiddled with the device on his wrist and then leaned in towards Jun Lin, lowering his voice, "Are you human?" Jun Lin gave him a half-smile and didn't answer. "You must be, right?" The young man muttered to himself, scrutinizing Jun Lin and Luoles. "Right? Right? I can't be wrong." Jun Lin decided to tease the naive young man. Shaking his head seriously, he said, "No, we're not human. We're a cosmic race that looks remarkably similar to humans, called cosmic humans." What? The youth almost jumped out of his seat in shock. How is that possible? I heard you call him Luosi just now, and my eyes aren't failing me. No matter how you look at him. He lowered his voice. He's definitely our Empire's Major General Luosi Violet. But when he looked again into Luosi's vacant eyes and expressionless face, he found it didn't quite match the memory of the Empire's 7th Legion commander. Deflated, he slumped over the table, doodling circles and muttering, "Could it really not be? Cosmic humans, huh?" Suddenly, he realized he might have been tricked. Cosmic humans, humans in the universe, humans. The logic was unmistakable. He looked up at Jun Lin, noticing the barely contained laughter in his violet eyes. Once he confirmed their identities, the youth regained his earlier enthusiasm and fired off a series of questions. "Do you know where this is? Why is Major General Luosi here? And why does he seem not quite himself?" Jun Lin stopped his barrage. "Can we finish eating first before we talk? All right? You guys are just eating like this. I couldn't eat a thing when I first arrived," the youth remarked, puzzled by Jun Lin's nonchalant demeanor. "Well, there's no resisting good food and love in this world. Not eating is not an option," Jun Lin said casually, taking another spoonful of food as if he had not a care in the world. The curly-haired young man, who had finally found his group, clearly wanted to engage with them. However, after hearing Jun Lin's words, he didn't dare to interrupt and could only watch eagerly as the two slowly finished their meal. Once Jun Lin returned after placing his tray in the designated spot, he took a napkin to carefully wipe his mouth before speaking. "All right, now we can have a chat," he said in a relaxed manner, as if he were at a vacation resort. Pointing to the man beside him, Jun Lin introduced, "This is my temporary cellmate, but he's not in great shape right now, so I'll be his spokesperson." "I haven't caught your name yet?" The mention of cellmate and "not in great shape" made the young man's expression turn serious. It seemed that the person he had hoped to rely on was also in a tough situation. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I'm Lania, from the Lanha system in the Kaiyang Star region." "And you?" "Me? I'm Jun Lin," Jun Lin replied calmly. "Jun Zero?" Lania's green eyes narrowed in shock, clearly showing his surprise. Jun Lin frowned slightly and corrected him. "My pronunciation is quite clear, but it seems you misheard." Lania stared at the silver-haired, purple-eyed man before him, noting the resemblance in his features to those depicted in the sage's portraits, accompanied by Major General Luoles of the Empire's 7th Legion. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Could this silver-haired boy be a hidden descendant of the sage? Seeing Lania's expression change unpredictably, Jun Lin had to interrupt his thoughts. "Whatever you're thinking, it's wrong. Please stop. My name is Jun Lin, as in rule the world, not Zero." Relieved by the clarification, Lania awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Haha, sorry, I misheard. But I think you'll achieve great things in the future." He quickly regained his composure and added approvingly, "Your name is so similar to the sage's. Surely his wisdom will guide your path." "Let's hope so," Jun Lin replied with a faint smile. The idea of his own wisdom guiding him reminded him of the Staff of Wisdom. During his last days in the human realm as the sage Jun Lin, he had sensed something was developing within the staff. However, illness had prevented him from exploring the divine artifact further. He wondered what it had become now. Jun Lin's gaze seemed to focus on something unseen as he pondered deeply. Finally, he asked the question he had been avoiding. "What year is it now? What year of the glorious new era?" This question prompted a flood of speculation in Lania's mind. Why is he asking this? Does he not know the year? Or is he testing me? Confirming my identity? Facing Jun Lin's calm gaze, Lania suddenly felt a strange connection across millennia. After a brief pause, he answered honestly, "It's the year 5010 of the glorious new era. Since the founding of the Empire, the era hasn't changed?" Jun Lin asked. "No, it hasn't. 5010, Jun Lin murmured. He recalled that when he left, it was only the 10th year of the new era, just a decade after the founding of the glorious Yongza Empire. 5,000 years might be just a blink for some long-lived cosmic beings, but for humans, even with extended lifespans, it's an unimaginably long time, enough to alter so much." Jun Lin slowly buried his face in his hands, momentarily lost for words. He had anticipated that a long time might have passed, but not this long. Despite trying not to let it affect him, he couldn't completely ignore it. It seemed that his wish had only partially come true. The fulfillment he craved was perhaps too ambitious. The ancient loneliness and sorrow emanating from Jun Lin left Lania at a loss. Unsure if he had said something wrong, he could only watch in silence as this enigmatic man suddenly fell into a somber mood. Jun Lin's sudden mood shift caught Luoles' attention. He remained silent, his deep purple eyes fixed intently on Lania, as if trying to peer into his soul. In this tense atmosphere, Lania instinctively lowered his voice, creating a quiet space for Jun Lin. After a minute of silence, Jun Lin looked up, his serene smile returning as if nothing unusual had happened. Sensing his companion's concern, he casually explained, "It's nothing, really. Just got a bit emotional thinking about the past." His light-hearted words skillfully deflected further inquiries. Turning to face Lanningjia, Jun Lin said in a serious tone, "Comrade Lanningjia." This call made Lanningjia straighten his posture and respond solemnly. "Here I am." Jun Lin continued, "You've passed my test. We're now on the same side." This acknowledgement brought a sense of relief to Lanningjia. Lanningjia's gaze then shifted to the silent Luo Ursi, and he asked with concern, "I've noticed Major General Luo Ursi since you entered, but I wasn't sure. Now, looking closely, it really is him. What's happened to the Major General?" Hearing Lanningjia openly refer to the Major General and mention the Empire so casually, Jun Lin couldn't help but ask, "In this unfamiliar environment, are we really okay talking like this?" Lanningjia waved a small device in his hand and explained, "No worries, I've had this on for a while. It blocks external sound, completely safe. It's my reward for good performance, an attendance perk." Jun Lin glanced at himself and Luo Ursi, thinking they looked more like patience than attendance, but he still smiled trustingly. "All right, I believe you." Then, returning to the main issue, Jun Lin said, "As for Luo Ursi's situation, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems he's lost his memory, possibly due to a head injury." Memory loss? Lanningjia frowned. That's no small matter. With Major General Luo Ursi's mental strength, such a condition wouldn't occur without severe trauma. Jun Lin pointed to the restraint device on his neck and said, "As for mental power, I suspect this thing is to blame. I can't feel any mental power right now, can you?" Lanningjia shook his head. "I'm not sure either. I just remember waking up here, unable to use my mental power." Quickly, he shifted the focus back to Luo Ursi. "Is there any way to help Major General Luo Ursi regain his memory and consciousness? I think the memory loss might be preventing him from accessing his mental sea." Jun Lin suggested, "Maybe stories related to him, like family heritage, could help jog his memory? The more memorable the event, the better the chance of triggering a reaction." Lanningjia's eyes lit up with excitement. "How about the Battle of the Violets? It's the beginning of the Violet Glory. In the 7th chapter of the Empire's epic Violet Glory." The Empire's epic? Jun Lin hadn't seen it, but was curious about how the epic portrayed the Battle of the Violets. So he readily agreed to Lanningjia's suggestion, unaware of the challenge ahead. Over the next 15 minutes, Jun Lin came to a clear understanding of the vast difference between a crafted epic and actual history. He truly grasped the saying that art is inspired by life, but transcends it. Lanningjia, an orphan of the glorious Yongzha Empire, spent a carefree childhood under the Empire's care. He grew up in the light, transforming from an outstanding young boy into an even more remarkable young man, especially after awakening his spiritual power. Upon reaching adulthood, Lanningjia changed his ordinary name, Lanji, to Lanningjia, symbolizing handsomeness and excellence. He firmly believed he would achieve great things. Despite lacking magical talent, Lanningjia felt no regret. He understood that truly powerful individuals could materialize objects with spiritual power, akin to divine creation. In the vast universe, potent spiritual power is the purest form of magic, requiring no wand or magical runes. Lanningjia had a deep passion for mechas, dreaming of one day using his spiritual power to manifest his own fleet of mechas. Although his awakened spiritual power was only at level E, considered average, his mechanical affinity gave him an extraordinary connection with mechanical components, providing a glimmer of hope for realizing his dream. Humans can continuously push their limits. "Our brain is the most precious asset we possess." This quote came from Lanningjia's most admired figure, Saint Master Jun Lin, revered throughout the Yongzha Empire. Saint Master Jun Lin was a legendary figure who unified scattered lands, ended wars, and led humanity to the stars, co-founding the Yongzha Empire with Emperor Ong. He studied the laws of spiritual power in the White Tower and drew magical runes in the temple. With the Staff of Protection, he cast holy light to dispel darkness. Wielding the Staff of Radiance, he struck like the sharpest sword. And with the Staff of Wisdom, he guided humanity, forging the Empire's millennium of glory. The epic tales of the initial era are the legends everyone longs for. During that time, Saint Master Jun Lin was alive. Emperor Ong was still a prince, and the Seven Knights gathered together. Their exploits became brilliant yet distant history. Among the many epics, Lanningjia favored the Battle of the Violet. This battle, crucial for humanity's survival, showcased true heroism, fearlessly advancing for the sake of countless lives and choosing humanity's fate without hesitation. It embodied all trust and eternal belief. On the day of the Seven Stars alignment, Saint Master Jun Lin left the White Tower to meet his student, the future great emperor, Prince Ong Samuel. Holding the Staff of Wisdom, Saint Master Jun Lin said to Ong Samuel, "Brave and resolute prince, future king of this realm, my dearest student, Ong Samuel, I foresee a great disaster, and I need your help." Prince Samuel shone brightly. His golden hair was more dazzling than the scorching sun, his eyes like the unreachable brilliance of the sun, and his long sword could cut down the stars in the sky. He fearlessly responded, "No matter the difficulty, I do not fear. My spirit reaches as high as the White Tower. My magic is as boundless as the ocean. My kingdom has countless warriors who fight at my will. My sword is the sun that never sets." Saint Master Jun Lin, with his usual wise and calm tone, replied, "Oh, Prince Samuel, I know you possess a spirit like a tower. I know your magic is like the sea. I know you have a kingdom full of warriors. I have taught you swordsmanship and forged the king's sword for you. It can cut down the stars in the sky. But this disaster requires a hero like no other, and that hero is the Empire's seventh knight, Violet. Violet, a name personally bestowed by Saint Master Jun Lin, destined this black-haired knight for greatness from the very beginning. He hailed from the distant icy lands, where wind and snow honed his will, and hardship strengthened his resolve. His black hair shone like obsidian, and his eyes sparkled with the same violet starlight as the Saint Master. With Samuel's consent, Saint Master Jun Lin called out, "Valiant seventh knight, Violet, come and meet me." Receiving a name and call from the Sage Master is a tremendous honor. The Sage Master Jun Lin stands atop the highest tower, unmatched in wisdom, with a brilliance that illuminates generations. His robe is adorned with the light of 7 stars, and his eyes hold a mysterious glow. Every decision he makes is beyond doubt, and the trust he bestows is unparalleled. Amidst the epic praise, a youthful voice suddenly interjects, aren't there too many adjectives? Can we skip over some of them?" "What? Certainly not." A passionate and powerful voice immediately counters. "How can we skip the part about the Sage Master? That would be disrespectful." The young voice meekly replies, "Well, actually, the Sage Master might not even know the epic is written this way." What did you say?" "Nothing. Go ahead and continue." The epic continued to exalt how the Sage Master led humanity out of dire straits. In this solemn atmosphere, Zilluin heard the call of Sage Master Jun Lin. At the break of dawn, Zilluin set out. He drank the morning dew, ate the first green apple from the tree, and bought the first sword he encountered on the road. His destination was the divine being atop the White Tower. Along the way, he met the first knight of the Empire, the dazzling Red Rose. "Seventh knight of the Empire, my youngest brother. Where are you headed?" Red Rose inquired. "Beautiful Red Rose, I am going to the White Tower to meet the one who named me." Zilluin replied. Red Rose blessed him. "May you have the courage to climb the endless tower." Zilluin felt braver and continued on his journey. Next, he encountered the second knight of the Empire, the graceful Green Thorn. Green Thorn offered a graceful bow and asked Zilluin about his journey. Upon learning of his quest, he blessed him. "May you have the wisdom to climb the endless tower." Zilluin felt wiser and continued on his journey. That untimely voice chimed in again. Why does Green Thorn's description seem more detailed? Who wrote this epic?" Of course, it was elegantly and meticulously written by the Green Thorn Knight himself, refined through true historical experience. Totally brainwashed. The young voice muttered softly, "Go on, continue." Zilluin then met other knights of the Empire, Blue Feather Cypress, Golden Iris, Green Phoenix, and Black Pearl, each offering their blessings. He became more composed, righteous, devoted, and loyal. At the base of the tower, he encountered Prince Samuel. The prince said, "My brave, wise, composed, righteous, devoted, loyal seventh knight, you shall climb this endless tower. As your king, I too bestow my blessing upon you." Zilluin accepted the emperor's benevolence, now possessing all the qualities and qualifications needed to climb the endless tower. The White Tower stands as the boundary between heaven and earth. Zilluin gazed at the stars 9,999 times, climbed 9,999 steps, and counted 9,999 heartbeats. Finally, he met the embodiment of wisdom and brilliance, the Sage Master Jun Lin. "My knight, Zilluin, whom I acknowledge, you shall here continue the glory of humanity. I have a daunting task for you," the Sage Master stated. "Listening to your guidance, where your gaze falls is where my sword shall point." Zilluin respectfully replied. The Sage Master gave Zilluin 3 treasures: an inexhaustible potion of magic, a sword capable of cutting through all bonds, and a vessel that can travel through sky, sea, and land. He instructed Zilluin to return to the extreme cold lands and lead the frost giant bird at the edge of the world back to the human kingdom. "This is your own choice, my knight. Whether you succeed in returning or not, we will hold on until the last moment." The song of humanity is a song of courage. The Sage Master's black hair turned to silver, yet he never took a step back. He said, "The night has passed, and the day is about to come." Indeed, Sage Master Jun Lin is always right. As the last rays of twilight faded from the sky, a breathtaking scene unfolded on the horizon. Standing at the forefront was the Empire's seventh knight, Luoles, with a majestic flock of frost-winged birds soaring behind him. In that moment, he both carried away humanity's last hope and brought back a new one. The legend of Luoles began to be written from this very moment. The storyteller turned to Major General Luoles, eagerly asking, "So, after hearing about the Battle of Luoles, did it evoke any memories for you?" However, Luoles remained quietly seated, expressionless, seemingly untouched by the tale. In stark contrast, Jun Lin's reaction was intense. His face showed signs of distress, as if some memory had pierced his heart deeply. Jun Lin's mind drifted back to that clear day. Jun Lin was strolling through the palace corridors when he unexpectedly encountered the Empire's second knight, Kamani Greenbrier. Looking back, Jun Lin realized that Kamani seemed to be waiting there intentionally. When Kamani saw Jun Lin, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly gave way to the composure befitting a noble. He gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and asked in an elegant tone, "Sir, have you ever considered turning all this splendor into an epic?" Jun Lin clearly hadn't thought about it and replied half-jokingly, "Why? Have you considered writing such a thing?" Kamani nodded solemnly. "Of course, sir. Would you permit me to recount all this for future generations?" Unaware of any consequences, Jun Lin readily agreed, "Of course, I had no idea you had such an interest." With permission granted, Kamani could hardly contain his excitement and offered Jun Lin a formal salute of brilliance. "Praise your wisdom, sir. You will be the most radiant star." Jun Lin waved it off with a laugh. "Ha ha ha. You all are the shining stars of humanity, not me." Kamani's eyes gleamed with fervor. "I apologize, sir. You are not a star. You are a true deity." Jun Lin was taken aback. "That's not what I meant, Kamani." He wanted to explain, but Kamani had already walked away with his head held high. Reflecting on this memory, Jun Lin deeply regretted not stopping Kamani at that moment. If he had realized the significance of that conversation, perhaps everything that followed might have been different. Ingjialan was surprised by the lack of response. He frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he was about to recount another epic tale but suddenly changed his mind. "Maybe not," he muttered to himself. "Those epics are from too long ago. It's better to talk about more recent events." Jun Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had never been one to speak in such flowery language. He couldn't help but picture Nge's self-aggrandizing demeanor in his mind, wondering if Keeman Ni's depiction of Ngu Samuel matched that image. What puzzled him even more was why Keeman and I would write such content. Did they not feel any shame? Jun Lin noticed that Keeman and I Greenbrier seemed to have slipped in a lot of personal bias, and he internally criticized, "Do you guys not realize this at all?" Ingjialan was evidently not ready to give up. He closed his eyes in concentration, as if searching his memory for a more suitable story to tell. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his tone softening a bit. "Let's save that for later. How about you tell me how you got here? Do you know where we are?" Sensing Jun Lin's reluctance, Ingjialan sighed softly and nodded in agreement. When it came to unfamiliar territory, his enthusiasm noticeably waned. I'm not sure either," Ingjialan recalled. "That day, I got up as usual, ready to see Xiaobai." "Who's Xiaobai?" Jun Lin interjected. "Xiaobai is my family," Ingjialan explained, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "A very beautiful white bird. But," his voice suddenly choked, "she died just a few days ago." Mentioning this, Ingjialan's tone became fragmented, and his gaze unfocused. But soon, a flicker of red light flashed in his eyes, and the sadness instantly dissipated, as if Xiaobai had suddenly become irrelevant. "Nothing special happened that day," Ingjialan continued. "I was about to have breakfast when I suddenly felt dizzy. Everything went black, and I ended up here. When I woke up, I found myself in an all-white room, unable to use any mental powers. The table had notes for caregivers." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "I've been trying to contact the outside world, but there's no way. No access, and I can't go anywhere else." However, Ingjialan showed a somewhat troubled expression. "There is one way to contact the outside, but I haven't tried it yet, and I'm not sure if it will work. During the day, I'm responsible for cleaning and recording the emotional states of the patients." Hearing this, Jun Lin pointed to himself. "I guess I'm one of the patients, right?" Ingjialan nodded in confirmation, explaining that although the caregivers' and patients' clothes were similar, there were subtle differences. Caregivers had some freedom of movement, while patients were mostly confined to the common area and their rooms. "A room?" Jun Lin asked. "Is it a new room assigned for patients like us?" "Yes," Ingjialan replied. "The patients' rooms are very simple, just two plain white beds for sleeping." Jun Lin was about to ask more questions when the mechanical voice of a broadcast interrupted from the ceiling of the common area. "Nightfall will arrive in 5 minutes. Please return to your rooms for sleep. Failure to comply will be at your own risk." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire white common area became restless with patience. Damn it! Why is night coming so quickly today? Ingjialon exclaimed, but he swiftly assumed his caregiver role, standing up and shouting loudly. Please quickly return to your rooms. Lie on your beds before nightfall completely descends. Your room number is inside your sleeve, numbered 0120 at the front. Quickly enter the corridor and find your room. Make sure to do this within 5 minutes. Good luck to everyone. At this moment, Ingjialon appeared exceptionally serious, like someone well-trained. Jun Lin checked his sleeve, which read the number 2036, unsurprisingly the same as Lour's. The doors numbered 1 to 20 at the edge of the white common area opened, and the patients rushed towards their respective corridors. Even the newcomers, caught up in the tense atmosphere, hesitated for a few seconds before dashing into their designated corridors. After shouting, Lanningjia urgently turned to Jun Lin and said, "You and Major Lours need to hurry back to your room. The day isn't over yet, but night is already falling. If you're not in bed before night arrives, you'll disappear." His voice was filled with urgency, and worry flickered in his eyes. "Afterward, we'll be sent to a place called the City of Sin, and we'll have to stay there for 6 hours before we can return. You must be careful and make it back alive." Lanningjia paused, lowering his voice as he added, "And if you want to contact the outside world, the City of Sin might be your only chance." Jun Lin frowned, a question flashing through his mind. Does Lanningjia, as an orderly, also have to follow this rule? Disappear? The City of Sin? This place sounds familiar. Wasn't it mentioned by that fat jellyfish back at the arena? His mind raced, pondering the proximity of the two places. Or perhaps a bold idea began to take shape in Jun Lin's mind. Lanningjia was almost pushing them along, his expression full of anxiety. Hurry up, hurry up. It won't be good if you're late." His voice carried a hint of pleading. After all, Jun Lin and Lours were the only two humans he had seen during his entire time there. And one of them was a major in the glorious Yongza Empire, so if there was any hope of escaping, it would be with them. Jun Lin said no more and nodded to Lanningjia. "You be careful too." Then he grabbed Lour's wrist and dashed towards corridor 20, searching for room 36. The endless darkness began to spread again from the white ceiling, and in the last minute, a loud countdown echoed in everyone's ears. 00:00:00:59. Just 2 or 3 minutes ago, everything seemed so calm. Now they had to lie in an unfamiliar room and bed, quietly facing the sudden darkness. The fear of the unknown surged like a tide, with no change in the pattern, leaving no time for acceptance, as if it were a method of mental torture. Jun Lin placed his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and listened to the loud countdown in the empty room. The only splash of color was Lour's dark hair, while Jun Lin's silver hair blended perfectly into the white surroundings. Although he had some information now, he needed more verification to see through the fog before him. Ultimately, it was because his current strength wasn't enough, so he had to be cautious. 00:00:00:25. In the small white space, Jun Lin spoke with Lours. To prevent Lours from opening his eyes midway, Jun Lin had cast a small spell to keep them closed. "Do you think anyone's listening to us?" "I doubt it. They must be too busy. Waiting is always the hardest part, isn't it, Lours?" Jun Lin said softly. "Who do you think brought us here? What do they want?" 00:00:00:15. "I just want to live a peaceful life, to be a healthy, ordinary person." "Why is that so hard?" Jun Lin's voice held a trace of helplessness. "Do you think we'll be able to leave here? If you go missing, do you think the Empire will find you?" 00:00:00:05. "I'd like to leave peacefully after dealing with some unsavory things," Jun Lin said calmly. "If there's no other way, then everything will have to be destroyed." 00:00:00:00:00. Jun Lin finished his last sentence with a calm tone, and once again, everything plunged into familiar darkness. Sage June 0 Unlock Progress 10. Lours awoke once more. Although he was slower in the other state, it didn't prevent him from receiving memory information. From the words of the person named Lanningjia, he learned his identity, name, and the country he came from, and the name of the young master, Jun Lin. Jun Lin, June 0. What kind of connection exists between them? Lours threw a punch straight ahead, knocking down the robot in front of him. Around him, the shattered robots reassembled and kept coming at him. According to what Lanningjia said earlier, he needed to stay in this place for 6 hours to return. If he got killed by this pile of scrap metal here, he probably wouldn't have a chance to go back. Lours sidestepped another attack from a robot, picked up a fallen blade, and swung it. He had been fighting these robots for nearly 2 hours, and his already low stamina was quickly depleting. Facing these tireless robots, he was starting to struggle. Lours had now become a slave with a price tag, and his appearance had changed. To others, he appeared as a combat robot, a blend of organic fluid and machinery. and around him were others like him, but without any rationality, just mindlessly fighting. Lour knew clearly that his body hadn't undergone any real change. If he truly falls, there will be no chance of getting back up. Lour knew all too well that in this mechanical jungle, survival was the only hope. Only by staying alive could he be bought, leave this place, and seek help. His thoughts drifted to Mr. Jun Lin, wondering how he was doing now. Just then, a short yak star being with a blue body, 3 heads, and 6 eyes bustled into view. This peculiar creature was eagerly introducing his new goods to the customers. Come, take a look at my new batch of merchandise. The yak star being's voice was filled with excitement as he pointed to the many flashing screens, beginning his introductions. Look at this, a mutant crawling dragon, a rare breed with dragon lineage, raised from a young age. Oh, this one here is also good. A cave spider from the hinterlands. Its venom is stealthy and hard to cure. Finally, the yak star being's gaze landed on the screen where Lour's was displayed. And these combat robots, they have low energy needs, long energy storage, and are sturdy and durable, not easily destroyed. This batch, oh, not easily destroyed, you say? A lazy voice interrupted the yak star being's introduction. The voice came from a figure shrouded in a silver robe, and despite its youthful, innocent tone, no one dared to underestimate it. Just an hour ago, this mysterious figure, wearing a black demon mask and draped in a silver robe, had risen to fame in this area of the Sin City. The strength and wealth he displayed made everyone re-evaluate this seemingly new and formidable villain. In a place where power was paramount, he had already proven his worth. A pale, slender hand emerged from the silver robe, pointing precisely at Lour's. This one, I'll take it. Only one? Wouldn't you like to look at the others? The yak star being attempted to continue his sales pitch, but was cut off. No. The young man's tone was full of caprice and dark humor. I only want this one. The purple eyes behind the mask were unfathomable, as if they could draw in one's soul, sending a chill down the spine. This young demon seemed utterly confident in his choice, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of those around him. In the gray areas of the City of Sin, a chaotic and disordered atmosphere prevails. Jun Lin awakens in the dark of night, adopting a new identity and appearance to blend in with the interstellar races. They are about to be taken to an unknown destination, and Jun Lin feels a slight warmth on their brow as a faint golden sun mark appears. The staff of Sanctuary is clearly uncomfortable in this place filled with filth and sinful souls. Jun Lin shifts their gaze from the decorative white flowers in the elevator to the transparent side. As the elevator ascends rapidly, the full view of the City of Sin unfolds. In the boundless starry sky, a massive mechanical star ring floats, with various space battleships and interstellar cruise ships docked in the distance. Even further, an indescribably colossal structure stretches beyond sight, making one feel insignificant. Yet, for the interstellar races born here, the vastness of this place is enough to keep them from ever leaving. As Jun Lin ponders the origins and principles of this place's existence, a barely perceptible black shadow flashes across the sky. The familiar aura prompts Jun Lin to change their original plan instantly. They gently touch the back of their neck, making the mark vanish without a trace. The other passengers in the elevator remain oblivious, as if Jun Lin does not exist. In a few strides, Jun Lin passes through the rippling waves on the side of the elevator and steps outside. They release their mental energy, enveloping themselves to chase the black shadow in the sky. However, the figure suddenly disappears. Jun Lin is certain they sense the presence of an abyssal spirit, making them realize the dire state of this place is no coincidence. As Lodikea, the Lord of the Abyss and the foremost demon king, they clench their fist, determined to mete out punishment if this place is indeed linked to those entities. Calming themselves, Jun Lin decides to first acquire an outfit and then find Luoles. Soon after, Jun Lin successfully buys Luoles, and the two walk side by side. Jun Lin's concealment magic allows them to converse freely without attracting attention. Luoles is somewhat puzzled by their memory situation, but Jun Lin reassures them that as long as they don't cause major trouble, they won't draw any attention. As they discuss Luoles' memory, Jun Lin suddenly stops and points ahead to the left. We're about to meet an old acquaintance. As they approach the source of the sound, they hear the distinctive voice of Lania. To ordinary people, it appears as if a sticky blob of jelly is clinging to a beautiful feathered person. However, Jun Lin and Luoles see a brown-haired youth clinging to the arm of a shorter black-haired feathered person, lamenting, "Woo-woo, Sister Xian, thank goodness you're here, or I'd be done for." Jun Lin and Luoles unabashedly watch the scene, finally catching Lan Yingjia's attention. Upon seeing Jun Lin's teasing gaze from a distance, Lan Yingjia quickly lets go of Sister Xian's arm, looking embarrassed. Xian Jie tilted her head in confusion, her dark eyes radiating an oddly endearing charm. She gently tugged on Lan Yingjia's sleeve, silently asking what was happening. Lan Yingjia cleared his throat, deciding to play it cool. Acting like a big brother, He wrapped an arm around Xianjie's shoulder and led her forward. Lanningjie, we've finally met, Jun Lin said with a warm smile. Yes, yes. Lanningjie nodded eagerly. I've been looking all over for you since I got here. Jun Lin's gaze settled on the black-haired, winged person who had quietly tucked away their white wings. Curious, he asked, and who might this be? Xianjie seemed a bit shy upon seeing a stranger, half hiding behind Lanningjie. She peeked out with her small dark head, curiously observing Jun Lin, resembling an adorable little creature. Lanningjie introduced her, saying, "This is Xianjie, my great benefactor. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have made it here in one piece. Every time I was in danger, she just happened to pass by and save me. Our fates are truly intertwined." He spoke with a fleeting glance, noticing Lour's eyes were no longer vacant, and blurted out, "Major Lour's?" Lour's nodded at him. Surprised to get a response, Lan Yingji's eyes widened, and he stammered with excitement. He quickly realized the situation, glancing hesitantly at Xianjie and then at Jun Lin and the others. Jun Lin, seeing Lan Yingji's concern, reassured him, "It's all right, if you trust her, so do we." Lanningjie felt touched by these words. He calmed his emotions and asked eagerly, "Major Lour's, have you regained your memory?" Lour's shook his head. "To be honest, no. I've only regained my senses, but I still have no memory of the things you mentioned." Lan Yingji's disappointment was short-lived. Although it was regrettable that Lour's hadn't fully regained his memory, regaining his senses was a significant step forward. He silently encouraged himself. "As long as we don't give up, we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. By the way, how did you two meet?" Lanningjie asked. Jun Lin recalled the unlucky guys he had educated and, with an innocent smile, said, "I was lucky. First, I wandered around the building, then I met some kind-hearted people who generously supported me." "What?" Lanningjie, clearly believing Jun Lin's words, showed a look of envy. "I didn't expect there to be such good people here. You're really lucky." Lour's and Xianjie silently watched Lanningjie seek advice from Jun Lin on how to gain support, thinking to themselves how implausible this story sounded. Jun Lin continued fabricating his adventure, "Then I kept looking and, as luck would have it, when I passed by a shop, I had a sudden intuition to go in, and that's how I found Lour's." "Amazing, amazing," Lanningjie praised repeatedly. After sharing their experiences, they faced the question of where to go next. They needed to stay for 6 hours before they could leave, so they had to find a safe place in the meantime. Jun Lin enthusiastically suggested, "How about going to the arena?" "The arena?" Lanningjie, though he had never been, found the idea exciting, imagining thrilling competitions, possibly even mecha battles. But his rational side kicked in, and he hesitated. "Is that really a good idea? It's dangerous here, and we're not familiar with the place. What if we get into trouble?" Jun Lin reassured him by patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, we have Lour's and Xianjie with us. We'll just take a quick look. Nothing will happen." He glanced at Xianjie, who was still clutching Lan Yingji's sleeve. When she noticed his gaze, she quickly lowered her dark eyes. "I just happen to have some assets to buy tickets." Jun Lin continued persuading. "The arena here must be unique, and we won't get another chance to see it." Lanningjie suddenly snapped back to reality. "But if we have money, shouldn't we be trying to contact the outside world? We should be gathering information, not wasting it on watching an arena." Jun Lin gave him a slightly surprised look. He thought he could easily persuade Lanningjie. To his surprise, the young man was sharper than expected. A glint of insight flashed in Jun Lin's eyes as he deftly shifted the conversation, distancing himself from his earlier urge to explore. He began to explain convincingly, "This isn't a waste of time. We need a clear, overt purpose to rationalize all our actions." His voice was low and persuasive as he continued, "On our way to the arena, we need to constantly learn about the local architecture and get familiar with the routes. Once we reach the arena, which is a place teeming with all sorts of people, we must secretly gather information, determine how far we are from the Empire, and see if we can really establish contact with it. Do you understand? We're not going there for fun." Jun Lin's analysis hit Lanningjie like a punch, striking a chord within him. The young man's eyes lit up as if he had found a new mission. "Yes, we're going to collect intelligence." This rationale clearly ignited Lanningjie's fighting spirit, and he was eager to carry out this secret mission. Lour was fully aligned with Jun Lin, remaining silent. Xianjie, having already decided to follow Lanningjie, also kept quiet. Jun Lin, like a precise navigator, led the group to the automatic hovercar. They quickly completed a series of operations including recharging, inputting the destination, and starting the vehicle, all under Jun Lin's orderly guidance. This organized atmosphere gave Lanningjie an unprecedented sense of ease. Yes, ease. Being with Jun Lin and Lour, he felt a strange sense of security, as if they could hold up the sky if it fell. The lingering anxiety and hidden fear within him began to fade. The hope of leaving here and returning to the Empire seemed more real. Lanningjie's gaze inadvertently fell on Xianjie. He had once asked if she had any other family, but Xianjie only shook her head, pointing to herself, indicating she was alone. A thought emerged in Lan Yingjie's mind. If possible, he wanted Xianjie to leave with him, to return to the ever-glorious human empire. He was willing to treat her like family, like a younger sister, taking care of her for life so she wouldn't have to worry about tomorrow. Xianjie didn't seem like a caregiver or a patient, more like an ordinary resident of this so-called city of sin. But to Lan Yingjie, living in such a chaotic place held no advantage. Just look at Xianjie, unable to speak, appearing like a fragile young girl who might not understand much. Lan Yingjie had never heard her speak. To Lan Yingjie, Xianjie held special significance. If she hadn't saved him from those criminals during their first encounter, he might have perished on that first dark night. Although subsequent situations weren't as perilous, having Xianjie by his side kept his spirit from collapsing, making even the dreaded nights less terrifying. Now that Jun Lin and the others were here, Lan Yingjie's hope grew stronger. He vowed to persevere. He would not die in this place before realizing his dream of commanding a mech army. The hovercar weaved through massive arenas, finally stopping in front of a building with crimson walls. Yanlong Arena? Lan Yingjie muttered the bold scarlet letters, suddenly startled. Why did he recognize these characters? The thought flashed like lightning and quickly vanished, replaced by suspicion about the arena's true nature. As they got closer, Lan Yingjie sensed the atmosphere was vastly different from the arena he imagined. From afar came the filthy, jarring shouts interspersed with the roars of some creatures. Yes, this should be it, Jun Lin said, turning to Lours. How about it, Lours? Does it feel familiar? How could it not be familiar? Lours replied, a complex expression crossing his face. It's where we were driven to fight that crawling lizard. Let's go. Jun Lin took the lead and stepped into the arena. Lan Yingjie hesitated but, seeing the calm expressions of the three around him, steeled himself, closed his eyes, and followed suit. Surprisingly, the arena, which Jun Lin had blown to pieces the day before, was now restored to its original state. As they took their seats, they were greeted by the sight of the same pink, plump jellyfish. Still in the same clothes, not very hygienic, Jun Lin commented lazily, a hint of humor in his tone. Who would have thought that just a day ago, they were prisoners on display? Now, their roles had reversed, seemingly giving them control over others' fates. Lan Yingjie sat upright beside them, feeling extremely uneasy. This arena, which had only existed in his imagination, now stood vividly before him, filling him with both excitement and nervousness. Lan Yingjie instinctively shrank back, drawing closer to Jun Lin. Although he wasn't a shapeshifter and couldn't actually alter his size, he did his best to make himself smaller. The images on the screen were disturbingly clear. Blood flowed like a river. Lives were as insignificant as grass, and there was no escape from this earthly hell. When a prisoner was devoured alive, Lan Yingjie froze, his mind unable to process the brutality before him. The air was filled with the piercing screams of agony, yet they elicited no sympathy from the onlookers. More prisoners were herded onto the rocky ground, their fate seemingly sealed. Lan Yingjie finally realized that Jun Lin had brought him to witness a one-sided massacre. Anger quickly overshadowed his fear as he surveyed the frenzied cheers of the various cosmic races around him. This was no virtual game. It was a real event unfolding. There was no order here, only primal chaos, and the choice was survival or annihilation. For Lan Yingjie, who lived in the ever-glorious Eternal Empire, such scenes were unprecedented. He was just an ordinary person who had seen videos of the Empire's conquests, but the raw reality of the battlefield was incomparable to those recordings. He loved the Empire's epic tales and myth-like stories, dreaming of one day making a significant contribution to humanity. However, reality was far heavier than he had imagined. Suddenly, Lan Yingjie understood that the Empire during the initial era was far from the powerful force it was now. The sages faced situations just like this, hopeless, with no retreat, forced to wager everything for humanity to create their empire. Those years were truly a testament to human miracles. His thoughts drifted to Jun Lin and Luoles. Remembering the heavy chains they bore when they first arrived at the White Rest area and the prisoners brought in daily, Lan Yingjie couldn't help but wonder. Did they experience such battles before reaching the rest area? Was it their victories that allowed them to be there? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, unsure of what to think. At that moment, Jun Lin's focus was not on Lan Yingjie. He was engrossed in verifying something far more crucial. When he saw the hybrid lizard, Drexy, Jun Lin sat up straighter. The scene on the screen was clear. He could see the reptile crawling. The spot where Luoles had previously wounded it was completely healed, as if the injury had never occurred. Questions swirled in Jun Lin's mind. Was the wound truly healed, or was this creature merely a mass-produced imitation? Before the enormous pupils appeared, Jun Lin withdrew his mental energy. Although he wasn't sure what was happening outside, he had gathered the information he needed. Jun Lin's purple eyes deepened instantly, like an endless vortex of darkness, consuming all light. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Simultaneously, the unsealing progress of Master Jun Lin reached 20. Jun Lin glanced at Lania beside him and noticed the fear had vanished from his eyes. Instead, a determined fire seemed to burn within those green eyes, revealing a newfound resilience. Jun Lin gently adjusted the hood of his silver robe and calmly asked, "Shall we go?" Lania paused for a moment before quietly responding, "Let's go." It must be said that this visit to the arena had indeed changed Lania. Unlike Jun Lin and the others, he appeared directly in the caretaker's room and did not experience the confinement of the dark chamber. Even in this city of sin, he had the protection of Xianjie, which left him somewhat oblivious to his surroundings. However, the bloody violence of the arena made him grow up in an instant. Jun Lin keenly sensed the change in Lan Yingjie's demeanor. Although he couldn't fully understand what Lan Yingjie was thinking, he could feel a distinct difference. Lan Yingjie walked silently with Xianjie ahead of Jun Lin and his group. "Should I not have brought someone so young to see this?" Jun Lin turned to ask Luoles, a hint of concern in his voice. Despite being only 16 himself, he felt responsible for the young Lan Yingjie's feelings. Luoles wasn't frightened by the brutal scenes, but rather disgusted by such barbaric slaughter. As a former warrior, even with his lost memories, he likely had experienced many similar horrific scenes, making his reaction naturally calmer than Lan Yingjie's. In this place, he needs to be more aware. Harsh realities help build mental resilience. At least when facing terrifying situations in the future, his mind won't collapse as quickly, Luoles analyzed coolly. "I see," Jun Lin chuckled, unsure if Luoles was training Lan Yingjie like one of his soldiers. "Let's head to another place next," Jun Lin said, quietly splitting a part of his mental energy into a silver light that soared into the sky. It traversed through layers of space, seemingly crossing countless miles in time, finally reaching the edge of the boundless galaxy. Beyond the projection of the stars, intricate machinery operated ceaselessly, constructing this illusory world. With his mental energy now unsealed to 20, Jun Lin could explore here without being easily detected. Jun Lin gently extended his hand, feeling a soft, flowing, intangible substance pass through his mental energy-formed arm. "So that's how it is," he mused to himself. "We're inside a young Linghai whale." A mysterious sonic wave, difficult to grasp, resonated around Jun Lin. As the supreme ruler of the Jiaoling royal family, Ano's voice awakened the chaotic consciousness of the giant whale. "As one of my kin, Linghai whale, how did you end up here? Even if you left the tidal lands, you, who can traverse the stars, shouldn't be captured so easily." It was a summons etched into the soul, compelling every kin to tremble in reverence before the king's might. The soul, dormant for self-preservation, was struggling to awaken. The ethereal, distant whale song echoed across the starry sky. After a long pause, the giant whale finally responded with difficulty, "King Kingit is the king." Jun Lin lowered his eyes, sensing that the Linghai whale's intelligence was nearly extinguished. The enslavement of a group of Linghai whales was no small matter. He wondered why they weren't returned to the tidal lands. Was it because they hadn't been found? Or were they simply impossible to locate? It seems unexpected events have occurred in the cosmic realm, Jun Lin pondered. The passage of time can indeed change so much. What exactly happened here? Can you tell me? Jun Lin asked softly. "Kingit's a flower, a white flower," the whale replied haltingly, as if on the verge of losing consciousness. "All right, I have an idea," Jun Lin reassured. "Don't worry, I'm back now. I'll take you all back to the tidal lands. Just rest." King, despite its exhaustion, the whale continued to call out mournfully, as if fearing this encounter was merely a fleeting dream. "King didn't leave, I found you." This Linghai whale was not born during the era of the Supreme King and had never witnessed the unparalleled majesty of the Jiaoling King. However, the memories and knowledge of its ancestors were passed down through its bloodline. Those glorious years, the trident high above the tidal lands, and the immensely powerful divine figure were all deeply imprinted in its consciousness. That was their sovereign, their king. Their obedience and reverence were etched into their very blood, enduring through the ages. The king had left. For a long, long time, the throne remained empty. Did the king abandon them, or had he fallen? This question pierced the heart of the Linghai whales like a sharp blade. Unable to find an answer, they quietly left the tides and embarked on a long journey to search for their king. In the vast sea of stars, they were caught by a force they couldn't escape. Yet, this didn't deter their resolve. They continued to wander, always holding on to hope that one day they would find a trace of their king. Today, a miracle finally occurred. One Linghai whale sensed a familiar presence and was overjoyed. It was convinced that it had found the king, and its excitement was transmitted to its companions through mental waves. Jun Lin felt the emotional waves of the whales and couldn't help but smile wryly. He gently rubbed his temples, thinking, "These simple-hearted creatures." Just then, the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. and Jun Lin knew he had to act immediately. I won't leave. Rest easy. That's an order. Jun Lin reassured the Linghai whales with a firm tone. Under his command, the whales once again entered a self-protective slumber. They emitted a resonant, distant low hum, but quickly lost their previous mystical grace. When the hidden giant eyes returned, their target had vanished. Below, a more spectacular scene was unfolding. Centered around the arena, a grand explosion of fireworks spread irresistibly in all directions. In an instant, a large, bustling section of the southern Sin City fell into endless flames and currents. This incredible chain reaction recreated the chaos from a day before, but even more severely. Time seemed to stand still once more, but the culprit was nowhere to be found. The owner of the giant eyes vaguely realized that an uncontrollable, restless element had appeared in this area. As the brilliant crystal flowers filled Sin City, darkness once again swallowed everything. The entire galaxy trembled slightly before returning to calm. Clearly, mere anger couldn't solve the problem. The mysterious gaze retreated back into the shadows, perhaps silently observing from some corner, waiting to pinpoint the source of the anomaly and strike with deadly precision. Jun Lin didn't attempt to open his eyes this time. Hello again, dear little prison, he thought. This time, he was confident he could lift the curse on Luoles' mental sea and restore Luoles' memory. Enveloped in powerful silver magic, Jun Lin once again knocked on the door of the mental sea. His forehead shone with a golden sun mark, and wielding the ethereal staff of sanctuary, he approached the black curse rune. The intertwined gold and silver magic surged toward the curse rune like thunder. Sensing the threat, the curse rune tried its old trick, attempting to pull Luoles' mental strength against Jun Lin. But Jun Lin was prepared. His purple eyes radiated a brilliant light, with mysterious magical runes floating within. Control of time, Jun Lin muttered. Instantly, the entire mental sea froze. Prison of light. He waved the staff of sanctuary, unleashing countless golden sparks that transformed into chains, binding the curse rune tightly. Jun Lin swiftly moved in front of the curse rune, and the staff in his hand transformed into a golden sword. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, striking the connection between the curse rune and Luoles' mental strength. The curse rune tried to resist, but the movement of the black mist became sluggish, trapped in the golden prison. The golden sword seemed capable of cutting through all evil. The curse rune's black mist was no match, quickly dissipating as if burned. With a decisive strike, Jun Lin not only severely damaged the curse rune, but successfully severed its connection with Luoles' mental strength. With no further hindrance, Jun Lin could unleash his full power. Countless silver magic arrows formed behind Jun Lin, relentlessly pouring onto the black curse rune. Ignoring its final struggles, Jun Lin lightly tapped the golden sword in his hand, saying, "Time to revert, staff of sanctuary. Get a grip." To better sever the connection between the black rune and Luoles' mental strength, Jun Lin had the staff of sanctuary mimic the aura and form of the staff of light. The effect was indeed impressive, but the staff of sanctuary seemed quite satisfied with its transformation into a golden sword and was reluctant to revert. This left Jun Lin a bit exasperated. You can't keep mimicking other staff's forms. We've only unlocked 15 so far. Don't be foolish. Hurry, he repeated, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. The golden sword in his hand trembled slightly, seeming somewhat reluctant, but eventually, it slowly returned to its original form. The Fusang tree encircles the lower half of the staff of sanctuary, with a golden sun hovering above it. Mysterious magical ripples ebb and flow, forming luminous rings around the golden sun, emanating an aura of sanctity and inviolability. This is the true form of the staff of sanctuary, one of the 3 divine-level staves. Jun Lin carefully examined the staff in his hand, admiring its unique design. As he scrutinized it, a continuous wave emanated from the center of his mental sea. The mental core of Luoles was gradually revealing itself, gathering strength and attempting to regain control over the mental sea. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, secretly amazed at the speed of Luoles' recovery. He quickly reached out and seized the black curse rune, now suppressed to its last breath, and held it in his palm. Then, Jun Lin decisively exited Luoles' mental sea, establishing a barrier around him to prevent any potential outburst of mental energy. With everything in place, Jun Lin turned his gaze towards the mist-filled vent. He decided to explore the outside once more, hoping that the mysterious flower had not spread everywhere, though previous retrospection suggested otherwise. Sighing, Jun Lin's transparent spirit body passed through the mist and emerged into the outside world. Before him stretched an expansive black realm, starkly different from the sky simulated by the city of Sin. The entire exterior of the prison was shrouded in swirling dark fog. Stepping back to observe, Jun Lin finally discerned the full scale of the prison he was in. It was a colossal cylindrical structure with an unfathomable diameter, reaching skyward as if supporting the heavens. As his gaze ascended, Jun Lin realized this cylinder was merely a part of numerous constructions. Countless black pillars of varying heights hid within the mist, stretching to the horizon and beyond. In the presence of these gigantic structures, Jun Lin's spirit form seemed minuscule, like a speck of dust in the cosmos. In this vast, desolate black region, mixed whispers and roars occasionally emerged, hinting at the multitude of species imprisoned in this sunless jail. Jun Lin murmured. Seems like they've expanded the space quite a bit. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly flew to the other side. In an instant, he traversed the prison complex and reached the western edge. A chasm resembling a heavenly rift stretched for thousands of miles, cleaving the desolate land in two like an unhealable scar. The abyss exuded a terrifying aura, yet Jun Lin remained unfazed. A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes as he speculated about what might be hidden within the depths of the chasm. An invisible silver stream of light plunged into the abyss, swallowed instantly. Meanwhile, in Luoles' mental sea, the mental core continued to coalesce, emitting threads of light. Countless memory fragments surfaced and reassembled. His birth, growth, learning, battles. The mission as the 20th heir of the Empire's Violet family, his encounter with Titan, his promotion to Major General and Commander of the 7th Legion, and that fateful expedition. Key moments flashed in his memory. Dark matter collisions, mech malfunction, energy depletion, mental exhaustion, wormhole jumps, and finally, the scene of his mech partner Zero sacrificing itself to save him. Luoles ended up on a garbage planet, poisoned, with his mental sea sealed, his mind in disarray, picked up by space slave traders, and eventually brought to the city of Sin, where he met Jun Lin. As memories returned, a tidal wave surged through the mental sea. Torrential mental energy erupted from Luoles' body, forming sharp mental blades that fiercely struck the barrier Jun Lin had set up. After a few breaths, the raging mental energy gradually subsided. Restored to his memories, Luoles stood in the mental sea, his gaze fixed on Jun Lin, who was bound by heavy chains. Feeling the intense gaze, Jun Lin, who had been meditating in the mental sea, had to reveal himself, hovering above his body, looking at Luoles with confusion. Sir, Mr. Jun Lin. Luoles paused for a moment and continued to call out, Holy Master, humanity has been waiting for you, Holy Master Jun Lin. It's me, Jun Lin replied tersely. Holy Master Jun Lin, unsealing progress. 30. Meanwhile, deep within the Empire's tomb, a thunderous drumming sound grew increasingly clear, as if a long-dormant heart was awakening. Countless vibrant violets bloomed in an instant, enveloping the entire cemetery in a dreamy and mysterious atmosphere. A phantom-like slender figure gradually solidified deep within the Empire's tomb. The night, dormant for 2 millennia, had awakened once more. Feeling the call from the depths of his soul, the violet slowly opened his eyes. He had traversed the river of life and death to fulfill a vow made 1,000 years ago. Sir, the violet whispered, Violet is here, ready to wield the sword in your name. The man standing before them was the one humanity had been waiting for. Lourles recognized him instantly, without any surprise. This unwavering certainty left no room for doubt in Lourles' mind. After confirming Jun Lin's identity, Lourles fell silent. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Everyone has fantasized about reuniting with the Sage, and Lourles was no exception. As one of the most active families in exploring the frontier star systems, the Violet family had a greater chance of encountering the Sage than others. This was also one of the reasons the Empire continued to open up dangerous and secluded star systems, hoping one day to extend its territory to wherever Jun Lin's journey might lead. At this moment, standing before a legendary figure from the epics, Lourles was overcome with mixed emotions. Amidst joy, excitement, and reverence, more questions surfaced. Why had the sage been absent for so long? Why appear here now? Why had his appearance changed so drastically? Why did he look like a child now? Lourles quickly regained his composure, realizing that the priority was to leave this place alive. With his memory and mental strength restored, he took on the responsibility of protecting the sage. Sensing the fluctuation in Lourles' mental state, Jun Lin, whose identity had just been uncovered, spoke. Lourles, what are you thinking? Your mental sea is still unstable. Take a moment to adjust. With that, Jun Lin's spiritual presence dissipated, returning to his own consciousness. Jun Lin gazed at the identity card, now 30 unsealed, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He hadn't expected Lourles, with his memory only just restored, to identify him so accurately. Although he could have denied it, a moment of hesitation had already revealed the truth. Jun Lin understood the potential consequences of acknowledging his identity and decided to consider them later. At present, Jun Lin wandered through the star-filled expanse of his mental sea, organizing the information he had just uncovered. He identified the force behind everything the blood crystal white rose. This seemingly beautiful yet extremely dangerous entity was something Jun Lin had thought extinct. The blood crystal white rose is a ruthless, deceitful ultimate life form. Its seeds cannot choose where they land and are extremely fragile initially. But once it forms a body, it grows tenaciously. Its petals transform into an invisible, imperceptible gas that invades objects, silently taking root within living organisms. By the time you notice, it's often too late, as you can't be sure if there's only one seed inside you, or if it has spread throughout your body. When the blood crystal white rose fully blooms, it is nearly unstoppable. In an instant, the entire body will be covered with small white flowers, draining blood and flesh to transform into vibrant red roses, eventually crystallizing into a human-shaped blood crystal. Then, the crystal shatters, turning into a beautiful blood rain that nurtures new life. More terrifyingly, the blood crystal white rose can consume time and space and manipulate dreams. When their numbers reach a certain level, they create a unique temporal barrier, causing time to flow differently inside and outside. A few seconds outside might equate to several years within the barrier. It can also draw people into a mixed world deep within their consciousness, allowing them to sleep in dreams, spared from the pain of their bodies blooming with white flowers. These abilities are challenging enough to deal with individually, but the blood crystal white rose's possession of both allows it to weave a trap between reality and dreams. Manipulating dreams, altering reality, and reversing time within the domain of the blood crystal white rose. This is akin to divine power. The system seems to always set everything to the most difficult mode, bringing Jun Lin to this sea of deadly flowers in an extraordinarily fragile form. Though the blood crystal white rose's abilities defy the natural order, its weaknesses are equally fatal. Its true form is both powerful and fragile, as easy to destroy as an ordinary flower. Yet, finding its true form among thousands of blood crystal white roses is a daunting task. The only way is to traverse the 3 layers of the lost illusion and gain the rose's recognition, prompting its true form to reveal itself. Throughout Jun Lin's long years of battles, he has encountered the blood crystal white rose only twice. The first time was during his prime when he was the Elven King, Silanmo. Guided by the Tree of Life, he set out to eliminate a blood crystal white rose in a ruin. With his extraordinary affinity and charisma with living beings, Jun Lin only needed to pass the first layer of the lost illusion before the true form, enamored by the Elven King, revealed itself. Jun Lin mercilessly cut down the beautiful flower, earning the title of the first flower destroyer. Now, the flower sea is overwhelming, and Jun Lin is but a shadow of his former self. This battle is destined to be arduous. The city of Sin, built by the mastermind, is undoubtedly a breeding ground for the rampant growth of the blood crystal white rose. Entering the body of the spirit whale and coming to the city of Sin, people are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Unbeknownst to them, they are consumed by the blood crystal white rose, gradually becoming reserve nourishment. In the city of Sin, they live in a drunken stupor, unaware they are under complete control. Everyone who enters this area can never leave this cage. Their real bodies are gradually devoured by time, and their precious souls unknowingly no longer belong to them. Once they leave the range of the blood crystal white rose's illusion, they will dissipate into the wind. This is why this place is known as the land of neither life nor death, a one-way trap. Everything inside the spirit whale, whether the pillar prison, the white rest area, or the more prosperous and gigantic city of Sin, exists between illusion and reality. Fortunately, the spirit whale has not been completely consumed. Otherwise, once the true form of the blood crystal white rose is destroyed, all illusions it created would crumble and vanish. Jun Lin sensed this during his first reversal. Therefore, he used the Staff of Sanctuary to anchor his and Lour's spiritual forms. The blood crystal white rose had already infiltrated their bodies, capable of resonating with the entire barrier space. This is why they were reversed, but not completely. Although they returned to the enclosed prison, at least their memories and physical conditions were not erased. Jun Lin does not intend to remove the blood crystal white rose hidden within them for now. With the Staff of Sanctuary, they won't completely turn into flower fertilizer. As the saying goes, to defeat your enemy, you must first understand them. Infiltrating the enemy is a good strategy. As for the monsters in the arena, they have been completely consumed and are creations of the blood crystal white rose. They may have existed and still exist, perhaps even undying, but ultimately, they are illusions of the dream. They can be killed repeatedly and reset indefinitely. Jun Lin and Luoles ended up in different places twice, a matter of probability or a whim of magical fluctuation. In the chaotic space constructed by the blood crystal white rose, distance and space cannot be measured by common sense. This is far more profound than the combination of spatial teleportation and compression magic. Upon entering the white rest area, the sudden onset of night was also an effect of the blood crystal white rose. The so-called teleportation is, in fact, an out-of-body experience. In this place, interwoven with dreams and reality, their spiritual forms arrive in the city of Sin. Surviving this so-called night is actually beneficial for strengthening the soul. As for why death in the Dream City's illusion results in actual death, Jun Lin believes the answer is simple, because here, dreams are reality. Failing to survive means not being strong enough, not valuable enough. Compared to those arena monsters that can be reset, they, as prisoners, are more like disposable consumables. Those who die before reversal cannot be resurrected. As Jun Lin made his way to the Colosseum, he could feel the harsh atmosphere enveloping the place. The night in the White Rest area cast a shadow over the entire space, like a massive sifting machine that ceaselessly weeded out the weak, selecting only the strongest. The evil, death, chaos, and disorder here nearly rivaled the unrefined abyss. Jun Lin pondered silently, realizing that the opponent's plot was not insignificant. He had disrupted things twice, and the giant eyes had twice turned back time. Whether in pursuit of perfection or maintaining some ritual, it exposed a dependency on the power of the blood crystal white rose. At the same time, it sent Jun Lin a clear message. Death had encircled him. However, Jun Lin did not believe that the giant eyes were the mastermind behind it all, considering them at most as a guard dog. He chuckled coldly, thinking that an entity like the blood crystal white rose could hardly be controlled. He wondered if the one nurturing it was aware that once the blood crystal white rose matured completely, it would go berserk, devouring everything within the boundary space. Jun Lin understood that he must sever the core of the blood crystal white rose before it fully bloomed. As for the giant eyes, the two incidents he had orchestrated were actually attempts to lure them, aiming to trace their source and pinpoint their location. He estimated that he needed them to appear once or twice more to determine their position. After all, even a guard dog stays close to its master's door. Jun Lin's thoughts drifted to the complexity of the situation. A prison akin to cultivating venom, the terrifying giant eyes that watched everything, the half-mechanical spirit whale, the presence of the abyssal spirit, the flesh and machinery of the City of Sin, the giant mech warships in the Starry Sea, the blood crystal white rose ready to bloom at any moment, the secrets beneath the abyssal cliff, and the mastermind who had yet to reveal themselves. If possible, he would rather not get involved. Sometimes, Jun Lin felt utterly exhausted. His thoughts involuntarily wandered to the past. His brother, the king of the Void clan, Liliana's unconditional support, his position as the Dragon Lord, the passing of the Sea God's trident, the loyalty of the Insect clan, the waiting abyssal throne, the reverence of the elves, and the students who awaited his return. Jun Lin shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, not even old yet, and already reminiscing about the past? His presence in the spiritual sea began to fade, reminding himself that there was work to be done. The long-term mission progress had reached 30. Jun Lin walked alongside Luoles, his mental strength somewhat restored, allowing him to discreetly carry the heavy shackles on his hands and feet without needing to sit on Luoles' shoulder. They were heading to the White Rest area, where Jun Lin knew his breakthrough point awaited. As he adjusted his sleeves, a familiar figure hurriedly approached them. It was Lania. Oh my gosh, I've been looking everywhere for you. How did you come from that direction again? Lania asked in a hushed tone, his curly brown hair maintaining its familiar wave, and his green eyes filled with concern and urgency. Surprisingly, Lania seemed to remember Jun Lin and Luoles perfectly, showing no signs of memory erasure. Jun Lin felt a surge of joy. His breakthrough point was indeed unique. This discovery brought a broad smile to his heart. Unfamiliar faces? As Jun Lin and Luoles looked on in confusion, Lania took a deep breath and began to recount the harrowing events of the previous day. His voice trembled slightly, as if reliving the catastrophe. Yesterday, the entire City of Sin suddenly exploded, and there was a massive, terrifying pair of eyes in the sky. Then, he paused, frowning deeply. I woke up to find myself in the reading area, still holding the picture book I had been looking at the day before. Lania's gaze darted between the two of them, searching for any sign of comprehension. Suddenly, a dreadful thought struck him. He murmured to himself, could it be a reset? Time reversal? After a detailed explanation and analysis, Jun Lin's expression shifted from skepticism to agreement. He earnestly said, I never would have thought something like this could happen. We have no memory of it at all. Recalling a similar experience from the previous day, Lania was now certain it was neither an illusion nor a sixth sense. Time had indeed reversed twice, and only he retained the memories. This realization made the weight on his shoulders grow significantly heavier. Faced with this situation, Lania's expression was a whirlwind of emotions, his internal struggle evident. Ultimately, his eyes became resolute, as though he had made a firm decision. It's okay. I'll protect you, Lania declared with determination. A hint of a smile appeared in Jun Lin's eyes as he gently reassured, don't worry, my luck isn't too bad. I'm sure nothing will happen. We will definitely find a way out of here. Trust me. And even if you don't trust me, you have to trust the Empire. The Empire will come to our rescue. Jun Lin's words seemed to have a calming effect, gradually easing Lan Yingjia's tense nerves. He wanted to continue discussing strategies, but Jun Lin and Luoles had already leisurely headed towards the training area. Physical fitness is the foundation of revolution, Jun Lin explained while jogging. We must strengthen our bodies before any crisis hits. To traverse the universe with our physical selves. Lan Yingjia asked in shock, can humans really walk through the universe without mental power or any auxiliary tools? Jun Lin winked mysteriously and gestured towards Luoles, who was training diligently. Perhaps you could ask him. Maybe he could. Lan Yingjia watched Luoles' focus training and decided not to disturb him. He pondered silently, realizing that despite their current inability to use mental power, they still needed to find a way to overcome the challenges ahead. Lan Yingjia murmured softly, if only I knew magic, a teleportation array could get us out of here. He repeated it twice, a look of longing in his eyes. Jun Lin glanced at him, his gaze deep and unreadable. Nice thought, but not feasible right now, Jun Lin said calmly. Until I recover at least half of my strength, breaking through the barrier of the blood crystal white rose without harm is impossible. There are ways to forcefully leave, but I'd rather not face the penalties of a failed mission. Once the various races swarm in, how would I ever find peace? Lan Yingjia paused, feeling a sudden emptiness inside. As they talked sporadically, he noticed Jun Lin's pace slowing, his face turning pale, and sweat forming on his forehead. Jun Lin, are you all right? You don't look so good, Lan Yingjia asked with concern. Jun Lin turned off the device, wiped the sweat from his brow, and explained matter-of-factly, it's nothing, just a normal reaction to exertion. My mental energy is depleted, and my body can't quite keep up. Seeing Jun Lin's almost bloodless lips and nearly translucent face, Lan Yingjia thought to himself, this doesn't look like a normal reaction to exercise at all. He feared Jun Lin might collapse at any moment. If you're not okay, don't push yourself. Don't let pride get in the way. Lan Yingjia urged, I'll protect you if it comes to that. Jun Lin, in the process of retracting his mental energy, paused and looked at Lan Yingjia, who seemed completely unaware of the problem with his words. Unsure whether to give the kid a lesson in communication, he simply flicked Lan Yingjia's forehead lightly. Lan Yingjia was about to retaliate, but was stopped by the sharp gaze of Major General Lourles. Those deep purple eyes seemed to silently warn. Make a move, and you're dead. Lan Yingjia felt as if he were being watched by a giant wolf, ready to tear out his throat at the slightest movement. He marveled at how the Major General, absorbed in his training, could so precisely detect his unacted intentions. Looking at Jun Lin, who appeared younger than himself, Lan Yingjia felt a peculiar sensation. He knew he would never raise a hand against Jun Lin. The sense of committing a sacrilege would make him want to atone with his life. On the surface, Jun Lin seemed idle, but in reality, his mental energy had been tirelessly active since the second temporal reversal. The blood crystal white rose could fully bloom at any moment, and he needed to locate its core beforehand. However, before that, he had to halt this massive starship traversing the starry sea. From the prison to the White Lounge, then to the City of Sin, the 3 points formed a straight line, sketching the final magical circuit. Let the Leviathan sink into the deep sea, machinery ceased to function. The dream would engulf everything in an instant. Then, using the spirit call flute of the Elf King Silanmo as a medium, he would enter the lost realm of the blood crystal white rose. No matter how long he spent in the lost realm, only a moment would pass outside, not affecting his plan. Once he returned, all issues should be resolved effortlessly. Initially, he could handle everything alone. However, plans often fail to keep up with changes. The system suddenly issued a short-term task. Gather 2 companions in the City of Sin to accompany him in a magical ritual. The time limit was 1 hour, with a reward of advancing the staff of Sanctuary's unsealing progress to 50 upon success, and an unknown penalty for failure. System, you just want to stir things up, don't you? Jun Lin thought to himself. This task seemed suspiciously simple. Since his return, the system rarely issued tasks, remaining mostly silent. He was powerless to unseal the staff of Sanctuary, having to rely on the system to gradually lift its seal. The system presented Jun Lin with a golden opportunity to regain freedom, leaving him with no room for refusal. Jun Lin frowned slightly, feeling a sense of caution. There must be some hidden agenda he wasn't aware of, but he wouldn't refuse it. He needed the staff of protection, that much was undeniable. Even though the system didn't explicitly mention it, the implication was too obvious to ignore. Jun Lin pressed his twitching right eyelid, envisioning the upcoming meeting with Lan Yingjia. He hesitated, thinking, bringing the 2 of us together, hopefully, won't lead to any trouble. As night fell, they returned to the City of Sin. In a peculiarly decorated room, Lan Yingjia excitedly looked around, expressing his amazement. I've never seen such a design. How strange, he exclaimed, spinning in circles, with Xian Jie quietly following him, nodding obediently. Lania enthusiastically talked about the Empire's technology exhibitions and mecha designs, his eyes shining with passion. The Empire's mechas, the First Legions, are really cool. The stunning, fiery red rose. The green thorn mecha is also impressive, he rambled on, as if it brought him closer to the Empire. Jun Lin straightened up, closed the book he was reading, and focused on Lan Ingjia's spinning in the room. The construction of the Eternal Magic Array circuit had reached 95. He asked, "You keep mentioning the Empire. Is it really that great?" Lan Ingjia's eyes lit up, and he replied excitedly, "Of course. The Empire is the home of all humans." The Eternal Magic Array circuit construction reached 96. Jun Lin continued, "But don't you think we're too fragile compared to other cosmic races?" Lan Ingjia patted his chest proudly. "What are you talking about? I'm immensely proud to be human. As for those other cosmic races, I have no interest in being one of them. Even though my mental strength is only a level. Once my Mecha Legion is built, who knows who will be stronger?" The circuit construction reached 97. Jun Lin smiled and asked, "Really? Why are you so eager to go to the battlefield?" "It's not a playground," Lan Ingjia replied firmly. "I'm not entirely sure. Ever since I was a child, I've always had this dream, one I can never forget." Saying this, he saluted formally and shouted, "For the Empire, for humanity, following the wisdom of the Holy Master, guarding the light bestowed by him." Junlin's smile froze. The circuit construction reached 98. He turned to the vigilant Lours and asked, "Is that the Empire's military salute?" Lours calmly replied, "Yes, sir, following your wisdom." Junlin interrupted, I've heard enough praise for other races. But as for humanity, I have no intention of being a king." He thought, even though Ong was supposed to be king, he couldn't escape being praised and followed. The circuit construction reached 99. Junlin looked at Lan Ingjia one last time and said earnestly, "If you're so proud of the Empire and being human, never forget it, Lan Ingjia." "Of course." Lan Ingjia replied confidently. The mark of the Staff of Protection faintly appeared on Junlin's forehead. The construction of the Eternal Magic Array circuit reached 100. Suddenly, the overlapping arrays in different spaces converged instantly, and a dazzling light shone as bright as daylight. Time seemed to pause for a moment, and all energy vanished as if swallowed. The whale world, where reality and the illusory mirror intertwined, began to tremble, with countless blood crystal white roses faintly appearing in the real world. When the distant, high-pitched whale song sounded again, the spirit sea whale, traversing the void of the starry sea, revealed its true form. A group of gigantic blue transparent whales, as large as planets, appeared in the universe. Through their flowing flesh, another world was faintly visible. The giant eye, reluctant to appear again, was completely startled. Before it could appear, Junlin's spiritual form, floating in the city of Sin, had been waiting for a long time. "Got you." Junlin stepped forward, following the captured aura, tracing the line of destiny. He intended to confront the person behind all of this and understand what was truly happening. Junlin suddenly plunged into an endless darkness, with the world turning upside down, and the surroundings continuously shifting. Strange, kaleidoscopic scenes flashed before him, as if he were traversing countless dimensions and times. Junlin's eyes suddenly narrowed, his figure moving like lightning as he sped towards the source of the silvery glow. In an instant, the suffocating feeling of weightlessness vanished, and his small, transparent form appeared in an endless silver space. The scene before him was breathtaking. Massive golden chains layered upon each other, tightly binding a colossal, faintly pulsating entity. It was half a heart, and above it, a crystalline crown shimmered in and out of view. A low, haunting chant echoed in the air, indistinct yet chilling. Countless abyssal spirits, like loyal sentinels, surrounded the heart. More astonishing was the figure within the heart, frantically absorbing power. As this figure's strength grew, the heart's pulsations weakened, as if the moment the heart ceased to beat, the figure would emerge. Junlin stared intently at the half-heart, his usually smiling or indifferent purple eyes now filled with an endless coldness. He knew this heart wellet belonged to the abyssal demonkind, the heart of the leader of the 72 demon pillars, the chief abyssal governor, Lakanali. Why is it here? Junlin's heart roared in anger. Lakanali would never break his promise to him, unless Lakanali was already dead. But who would dare strike at his chief governor? Suddenly, Junlin's demon god card trembled violently. The handsome demon god, crowned and surrounded by immense black demonic wings, seemed ready to break free from the card's black thorns. System warnings blared. Warning, warning. Demon god Lothikea's unsealing level. 0, 2, 3, 7. Junlin's spiritual form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His silver hair grew instantly longer. The ends dyed a deep, midnight black. A powerful dark golden horn sprouted from his forehead, arching back with a sleek, scale-like surface that exuded a sharp metallic aura. His eyes transformed into one red and one purple, the red eye filled with divine detachment, laced with a cold, killing intent due to his anger. Sensing this terrifying aura, the system's energy surged wildly, trying to suppress the burgeoning demon god power. Jun Lin didn't resist, allowing the system to force the power back into the card. The unsealing level gradually returned to zero. Outwardly calm, Jun Lin's heart was in turmoil. He finally understood everything. Staring at the enormous heart, the dense golden chains, and the flickering crown, he couldn't help but laugh a laugh filled with irony and rage. How laughable! He slowly lifted his face, his purple eyes exuding a lofty indifference and judgment. How dare you, despicable thief! At that moment, a distant flute sound resonated deep within Junlin's soul, a primordial call of life force. He was about to enter the third layer of the blood crystal white rose's labyrinth of illusions. Junlin knew that once he awakened from there, he would reclaim everything that was rightfully his. As Junlin's spiritual form vanished from the silver space, the half-heart and crystalline crown quivered slightly, as if trying to break free from the golden chains, but ultimately unable to move. The figure within the heart sensed the disturbance, and although still in slumber, seemed to glance in the direction where Jun Lin disappeared. In the past, the abyss, known as the pit of divine punishment, was filled with mountains of corpses and the stench of decaying blood. In this desolate place, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed, as if someone were walking over the dead. Just as we expected. They only use heaps of death and corpses to delay the inevitable decay. A deep, magnetic voice spoke with a hint of disdain. Following closely, a youthful, playful voice chimed in, accompanied by the tinkling of silver bells. King, once you burn these, I'll fill in this ridiculous pit. Beneath layers of bodies, Lakanali twitched his fingers slightly. He couldn't quite make out the voices, as they were too distant. Even if he had the strength to open his eyes, they were already blind. His nose was filled with the stench of filth and blood, and his throat felt torn, unable to produce any sound. When those cruel nobles threw him into the pit of divine punishment, Lakanali had been sentenced to death. Yet, he refused to give up. The desire for revenge burned like a flame in his ear that wanted to tear those nobles to pieces, to drag those high and mighty demons down from their so-called thrones. He longed to escape this dark domain, to witness the world beyond, to see the legendary army and their king with his own eyes. Despite his nearly crippled limbs, Lakanali struggled to swallow the rotting flesh of other slaves' corpses and drank the corrosive blood. The power of the curse was like countless sharp knives, constantly tormenting every inch of his flesh. He crawled through the sea of bodies and blood, hoping to escape this abyss of despair. Lakanali knew that compared to the demons and abyssal creatures, he was more like a terrifying monster at this moment. Yet he persisted, clinging to life in this sunless pit. However, hope gradually faded. New, mutilated, or decayed bodies were thrown into the pit every moment. From ancient times to now, no one had ever escaped the pit of divine punishment alive. Lakanali realized he might not escape this fate either. His will and body were constantly eroded, and he finally found it hard to hold on. When Lakanali regained a faint sense of consciousness, he was buried under countless corpses, submerged in the water of the dead. Even though he didn't need to breathe in the corpse water, he couldn't resist the powerful curse's corrosive force. He knew he would eventually become a pile of bones and finally disappear completely. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard that voice again. That calm, leisurely magnetic voice was more noble and grand than any aristocrat Lakanali had ever seen, truly belonging to someone of high stature. King. Lakanali's thoughts drifted to the long-standing rumor. It was said that at the far end of the east, an army had appeared, led by a true demon god reincarnated. They had come for judgment. Under the iron hooves of this invincible army, all the decadent and extravagant demon nobles were slain, and every land's pit of divine punishment was erased. It was the salvation of the gods, a gift brought by the king of that army. Lakanali wasn't sure if the rumor was true, but he noticed that his lord had begun to invest a lot of manpower and resources in building new city walls and defensive formations. More and more demon slave corpses were thrown into the once again turbulent pit of divine punishment. Such dark days seemed never-ending. Yet, Lakanali vaguely sensed that the rumor might be true. He struggled to stay alive, waiting for that army, waiting for the army's king. If possible, he even wanted to join that army. Given the chance, no matter the cost, he was willing to do his best. However, all the sounds faded away again, as if everything was just a hallucination before his death. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The overwhelming flames the young man spoke of seemed to be approaching, ready to devour all the filth and curses. Lakanali could feel the purifying aura. Don't leave. Save me. I don't want to die. Save me. I don't want to die. Lakanali silently screamed in his heart. Taking a step that covered 100 meters, Jun Lin suddenly stopped and looked back at the place they had just walked past. It was about to become a sea of fire. King? Is something wrong? The young demon, Palalang, asked in confusion. Shu, Palalang, there's a sound. Jun Lin, also known as Lodakea, put a finger to his lips, signaling the young demon to be quiet. He closed his eyes and listened intently. As a half-breed of a Vran demon and a fallen elf, Palalang had ears more keenly pointed than those of an elf. He was extremely sensitive to sounds, able even to hear the whispers of the wind. However, amidst the sea of corpses, Wang's voice was unheard. Palalang, unwilling to give up, twitched his pointed ears, focusing all his attention. Amidst the crackling of burning flames, he searched for other faint sounds. Just as he was about to give up, an extremely faint sound came from a ferret. Was a heartbeat. At that moment, Jun Lin opened his eyes as well. Palalang excitedly pointed in the direction where Lakanali was, the silver bell on his wrist ringing crisply. Sire, over there, beneath where we just passed. Before he finished speaking, Junlin's figure appeared above Lakanali in an instant. With a gentle wave of his robe, the hellfire, which could burn for millennia in the pit of divine punishment, ceased immediately. The towering flames circled him like a docile cat, replaced by a biting cold that took over the previous consuming heat. Lakanali felt his body become lighter as the corpses pressing down on him were moved by an invisible force. He slowly rose from the depths until he was embraced by a pair of warm hands. The touch was gentle, exuding a reassuring aura. Warm energy flowed steadily into his body, soothing all his pains. He heard a soft chuckle and the voice said, "You're saved now. You don't have to die." This statement, like redemption, was etched deeply into Lakanali's heart. In extreme exhaustion, he drifted into a deep sleep. Palalang watched in shock. He never expected the king to find a living demon in this land of death, let alone that a lowly abyss demon could survive in the pit of divine punishment. Seeing his revered king directly embrace the filthy abyss demon, he urgently cried out, "Sire." He quickly approached Jun Lin, glaring at Lakanali, who was held in Junlin's arms. Paralang's pointed ears trembled violently, his crimson eyes wide with displeasure. Jun Lin, however, was unfazed and said gently, "This child's body is too fragile. Direct contact with my magic would be lethal. A gentler approach is better." He smiled contentedly. "I didn't expect there to be a living demon down there. Judging by the degree of corrosion, he must have been thrown into the pit of divine punishment for some time, yet he survived. And I heard his cries from the depths of his heart. He seems to be no ordinary low-level abyss demon." Jun Lin, intrigued, said to Palalang, "What do you think? You'll have a companion your age? Aren't you happy?" Palalang quickly masked his dissatisfaction, forcing a compliant smile. "Of course, sire, I'm thrilled." Jun Lin noticed nothing amiss, feeling relieved that his child finally had a playmate. He suggested they search further, but fortunately, there were no other discoveries. Otherwise, Palalang might have exploded like a bomb. This was the encounter between Lord Lodakea, the archdemon, and Lakanali, the first demon king of the 72 pillars, marking the beginning of the rivalry between the first and second demon kings. As for the specific reasons, only those involved could tell. Lakanali not only survived but grew into a formidable presence. His strength and talent made him the chief demon king and the first governor of the abyss, with no demon daring to challenge him. Everyone believed Lakanali deserved the archdemon's favor, except for Palalang. Palalang often troubled Lakanali, their discord almost an open secret. However, the archdemon ignored it, and thus no one intervened. Fortunately, Lakanali, worthy of being the chief demon king, always skillfully handled Paralang's provocations, like a mature elder brother indulging a mischievous younger sibling. This situation became more pronounced as Palalang, due to his fallen elf bloodline, grew slowly, while Lakanali had already matured into a handsome and tall demon. Perhaps this was one reason Palalang grew increasingly resentful of Lakanali. One day, Jun Lin noticed his chief governor looking unstable, his robes disheveled, and asked, "Lakan, did Palalang come to you again?" Lakanali calmly replied, "Yes, sire, we had a little spar." Jilling knew Paralang's nature all too well. Despite having lived for so many years, he still retained a childlike innocence. It's no wonder, though. Everyone around him spoiled him excessively. As a result, not only did his height fail to increase, but his mental age also stagnated. Lakanali had the challenging task of taking care of this big child, while also managing the numerous affairs Palalang left unattended. It was indeed a tough job. Reflecting on Lakanali's outstanding performance made Juling, who usually kept his hands off such matters, feel a pang of guilt. He rose from his throne, walked over to Lakanali, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Thank you for all your hard work, Lakan." Lakanali bowed his head slightly and replied in his usual respectful tone, "What the king bestows is a blessing. Everything I have belongs to the king. Me life, my heart, Juling knew that even if Lakanali were truly exhausted, he would never complain to him. As Juling turned to leave the hall, Lakanali followed closely behind, maintaining a respectful half-step distance. Juling spoke as they walked. Tell me, Lakan, what would I do with your heart? My king, I... Lakanali began, but Juling waved his hand, and Lakanali swallowed his words. They reached the grand suspended platform outside the hall. This magnificent platform was vast enough to host a grand ball for thousands. For massive gray-white stone pillars supported the ceiling, intricately carved and adorned with countless precious gems, shimmering brilliantly. Juling walked to the edge of the platform, overlooking the entire Demon Empire's capital. The palaces and castles, built of black obsidian, stretched for miles, emitting a faint silver glow even in the night, a mysterious and tranquil sight. Lakan, Juling turned to face his chief minister. My king, I am here. Lakanali responded immediately. Juling looked directly at him and said, if you keep saying that, then I have only one request. Keep your heart safe for me. Let it remain unharmed. Do not die, just live. Lakanali knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his heart. His falcon-like eyes, as brilliant as gemstones, reflected Juling's figure. He looked up at his deity, the king who had given him life, and solemnly promised, I will follow your will, my king. Juling silently recalled those familiar names. Lakanali, Paralong. He decided that once he had dealt with the matters at hand, he would return to the Abyss. He wanted to understand why the chief minister of the Abyss had left half of his heart here. He remembered the spirit sea whale and the void sovereign S'more's crown. Indeed, the other party had taken quite a few things from him. However, Juling was puzzled as to why the void crown had ended up here. He remembered that when he left the void territory, he had intended to leave the crown with Liliana, but she refused. At that time, he had already realized his situation was precarious, so for a while afterward, he found various excuses to leave the domains of the 7 major races. As for the void sovereign S'more, Juling tried hard to recall but found he had little memory of him. It seemed there were quite a few things to investigate. Juling traversed countless folded spaces, and a door made of blood crystal white roses opened before him, the entrance to the lost illusion. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. A wave capable of splitting the soul passed through Juling's spirit body, signaling his entry into the deepest illusion of the blood crystal white rose. He awaited the sealing of his memories, expecting to be completely lost. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed, and Juling felt nothing. He slowly opened his eyes as the surroundings came into focus, and the sounds around him became discernible. Juling felt his feet firmly on the ground. He found himself standing in a massive fountain square, surrounded by bustling crowds, each face radiating happiness and joy. Above, hovering vehicles zoomed by. Before him were buildings exuding a high-tech vibe. The city perfectly blended green ecology with pristine machinery, teeming with vitality. The air was fresh, and the sun was bright, making it an ideal environment for human life. Juling recalled the snippets of conversation he had heard earlier. Praise the wisdom of the Saint Master, follow his guidance, see you at the next grand exhibition. I'm Lanningjia from the Lanha system in the Kaiyang Star Domain. I'm a regular at the Empire's technology exhibitions. Praise the wisdom of the Saint Master, follow his guidance. He slowly turned, looking at the towering building behind him, gleaming brilliantly under the artificial sunlight. Juling realized this place was unlike any he remembered. He thought expressionlessly, as expected, something has gone wrong, system. Despite this, standing in this prosperous and thriving illusion, his mood lightened slightly without him noticing. He hadn't expected to return here in such a manner. His last empire, the Human Empire. The Eternal Radiance Empire. Saint Master Jun Lin's unsealing rate, 33. Today is a day worth celebrating for Lanningjia. He stands in the Grand Exhibition Hall, surrounded by dazzling exhibits. This year's exhibition has truly opened his eyes, with various novel concepts and innovative designs continuously captivating his senses. Lanningjie's mind is already buzzing with ideas on how to integrate these inspirations into his own mech legion. He glances down at the white bird, Xiaobai, perched on his shoulder and notices it seems to have regained its usual vitality today. Lanningjia gently strokes Xiaobai's feathers, thinking that it indeed needed some fresh air. Just as he contemplates whether to stay a few more days in the capital of the Blue Star system, his communicator suddenly chimes with a new message. As Lanningjia prepares to check the message, Xiaobai suddenly takes off as if summoned, spreading its wings and flying out of the exhibition hall. Hey, Xiaobai, where are you going? Lanningjia calls out, quickly following. He weaves through the towering tech buildings and arrives at a sprawling fountain park. There, he sees Xiaobai fluttering in the sunlight, its white wings appearing almost translucent in the light. Soon, Xiaobai slows down and eventually lands on a pale hand. As Lanningjia rushes closer, he notices a young boy with his back to him gently grooming Xiaobai's feathers. The usually shy Xiaobai seems unusually compliant, as if it has taken a liking to this person. Xiaobai, Lanningjie calls out. Hearing the voice, the boy turns around. He has striking silver hair and calm, violet eyes, dressed in simple casual clothes, giving him a youthful, innocent look. Despite being in a crowd, the boy exudes a sense of solitude, as if he doesn't belong to this world. Lanningjie shakes his head, trying to dispel the odd feeling. Even though he's sure he doesn't know this boy, Lanningjie inexplicably feels as though the boy has been waiting for him. Just as he's hesitating whether to approach, the silver-haired boy steps forward. Excuse me, are you Lanningjie? The boy asks, accurately pronouncing Lanningjie's name. Lanningjie hesitates slightly. Yes, that's me. And you are? Hello, to be honest, I'm your granduncle. The silver-haired boy calmly states, a faint smile in his eyes. In simpler terms, I'm your relative. This silver-haired boy, claiming to be Lanningjie's relative, is Jun Lin. His identity is not fabricated. He deduced from the memories and identity in the illusion that Lanningjie is the lost one. In the illusion, Jun Lin's abilities are restricted, unable to be used freely. Before finding Lanningjie, Jun Lin reviewed the background information about himself in the communicator. According to these records, he is now a poor child named Jun Lin. He was abducted by space pirates as a child, forced into human slavery, endured torture, and left with a frail constitution. Despite this, Jun Lin remains optimistic, kind, and wise. After years of hiding, Jun Lin finally sent out a distress signal to the human empire. Coincidentally, the Violet Legion, resting in the border system, intercepted this message. To rescue Jun Lin, Major General Luoles Violet decided to infiltrate the enemy camp alone. During this mission, Luoles met the extraordinary Jun Lin. Seeing this pure young boy who remained untainted in darkness, Luoles resolved to protect him. Together, they successfully freed other enslaved cosmic races. Luoles kept Jun Lin safe inside a mech, while he fought through the enemy camp with his own body, showcasing the might of an Imperial Major General. Despite being lost, Lanningjie developed an obsession with flying in physical form. The story ends on a high note, with the Empire's Major General successfully rescuing citizens stranded elsewhere, creating a legendary tale. He also liberated slaves from other cosmic races, achieving great merit. After returning to the Empire, Jun Lin received medical care, but remained preoccupied with thoughts of his family, whom he had never met. He requested the authorities to help locate his blood relatives. In the genetic information database, the name Lanningjie unexpectedly appeared as his distant relative. Having long yearned for safety and familial affection, Jun Lin craved the companionship of family. With the Empire's assistance, he traversed the entire star region to reach the area where Lanningjie resided. To ensure Jun Lin's safety, the Empire only informed Lanningjie of this matter recently. Standing still, Jun Lin was deep in thought. Suddenly, a white bird landed on his outstretched hand. He asked softly, "Where is he?" The bird chirped, and a voice called from behind. "The lost one, Lanningjie, has arrived." Lanningjie was initially incredulous upon hearing Jun Lin introduce himself. He was about to advise Jun Lin against joking about such matters when Jun Lin pointed to the holographic device on his hand and said, "You should have received the message. The Empire will verify my identity." Skeptical, Lanningjie checked the information. The official certification confirmed Jun Lin's identity. He found it hard to believe that he actually had a relative. Recalling the circumstances under which he was discovered by the Empire, Lanningjie fell into deep thought. While Lanningjie hesitated, another official communication came through. With double confirmation, Lanningjie finally accepted the truth. He realized that this seemingly improbable encounter might just be a gift from fate. Lanningjie felt his heart racing as his gaze fell upon Jun Lin. Despite the lack of resemblance between them, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity, as if a long-missing piece of his heart had finally been found. "Uncle!" Lanningjie exclaimed without hesitation after confirming Jun Lin's identity, not at all deterred by the fact that Jun Lin appeared younger than him. The curly-haired young man's green eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly delighted. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had expected Lanningjie to struggle with the title, but it seemed he had underestimated the young man. After all, if he could navigate such a convoluted family relationship to come up with uncle, saying it should be no problem. "Ingjie, just call me Jun Lin. I don't care for formalities," Jun Lin said with a friendly smile, not wanting to take advantage of Lanningjie's deference. Lanningjie readily agreed, finding Jun Lin increasingly likable. In a moment of enthusiasm, he almost threw an arm around Jun Lin's shoulders like he would with a close friend, but midway through, he froze. He suddenly remembered that the person before him was his elder and quickly retracted his hand, awkwardly scratching his head instead. "Unclu, Jun Lin, this is my current family member, Xiao Bai," Lanningjie introduced, gesturing to the white bird whose dark eyes reflected Jun Lin's image with a low chirp. "I know, it's beautiful," Jun Lin remarked, observing the lively white bird and having a rough idea of the situation. Lanningjie was pleased with the compliment and suggested, Jun Lin, it's your first time here, right? I know the capital planet pretty well. Let's go explore together. Sure, Jun Lin agreed, walking alongside Lanningjie. As Lanningjie chatted excitedly, Jun Lin listened while pondering his next steps. He needed to confirm if Lourles had also entered the Lost Realm, and if so, they would need to regroup. He also needed to determine if this realm was primarily led by Lanningjie, or a combination with Lourles. More importantly, he had to identify the breakthrough point for Lanningjie and anticipate potential attacks from the realm. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Jun Lin suddenly felt short of breath, and his vision began to blur. How could he be so exhausted after only a few steps? His face turned pale, and his steps grew unsteady. Lanningjie noticed Jun Lin's condition and exclaimed, Jun Lin, are you okay? Jun Lin began, but before he could finish, he felt the world spinning and fell forward. Damn it, uncle, don't scare me. Lanningjie swiftly caught Jun Lin around the waist, preventing him from hitting the ground. In the last moment before losing consciousness, a question flashed through Jun Lin's mind. To what extent did Lanningjie understand overcoming physical limitations in the realm's interpretation? Lanningjie crouched on the ground, holding the breathless Jun Lin, momentarily at a loss. He called out repeatedly, but Jun Lin remained unresponsive. The figure lay there defenselessly, his slender, pale neck looking so fragile, as if a gentle squeeze might shatter it. Jun Lin's life was in his hands, and all he had to do was place his hands. Chirp, Xiao Bai cried sharply, pecking fiercely at Lanningjie's hand. Lanningjie snapped back to reality, realizing his hand had somehow ended up on Jun Lin's neck. He quickly withdrew, horrified by his previous thoughts. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Saving Jun Lin was the priority. Uncle, hang in there. Lanningjie shouted desperately. Meanwhile, at the abyss's end, the demon god palace stood majestically. In the grand hall filled with blood-red flowers, 2 crystal coffins were guarded by silver bells day and night. In the left coffin lay a handsome man with brown hair, holding a scepter of authority, a gaping wound in his chest with a faintly beating half-heart. In the adjacent, more elaborate crystal coffin rested an even more tragic figure, the deceased demon god Lodikea. Half flesh, half bone, even sealed within the crystal coffin, his powerful and noble form continued to fade, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. This world could not hold on to a god that had already passed. The intelligent doctor explained the precautions to Lanningjie word by word, his voice steady and professional. Mr. Jun Lin is simply suffering from some old injuries that haven't fully healed due to multiple jumps and insufficient rest. It's nothing serious, but he needs to rest well and avoid stress. He paused for a moment before continuing. The relevant precautions have been sent to your medical information panel on your light brain. If you have any questions, you can refer to my ID. Internal Medicine Room 5328. Lanningjie listened intently, thinking that he had never been this focused even during lectures at the academy. Just as his thoughts began to drift, a clear notification sound echoed through the white corridors of the hospital, sharp and attention-grabbing. A doctor in a white coat approached, a silver halo lighting up at his temple. He gave Lanningjie a slight nod, perfectly measured, and said, Mr. Jun Lin is awake. You may go in to see him now. With that, the doctor turned and walked down the corridor. Lanningjie entered the medical room just as Jun Lin was sitting up from the medical pod. A few medical monitoring lines were still attached to him, and his eyes were slightly unfocused from just waking up. In the cold light, his silver hair appeared ethereal, making him look fragile and almost unreal. As soon as Jun Lin saw Lanningjie enter, he immediately turned and asked, Ingjie, where are we going next? He showed no awareness of being a patient, already planning the next steps. Lanningjie, still shaken, asked, Are you okay now? You suddenly fainted. It scared me to death. He was secretly relieved, thinking at least he wouldn't have to eat banquet weight. What was he thinking? Jun Lin deftly pulled off the monitoring lines, the rest retracting automatically in response to his movements. He stretched his neck, propped himself on the edge of the medical pod, and hopped out, bouncing twice on the spot to demonstrate his health. I'm fine now, feeling great. I was just too tired before, don't worry. Seeing Jun Lin's visibly improved complexion, Lanningjie breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He still wasn't clear about Jun Lin's past, only feeling that crossing vast star regions to see him must not have been easy. However, he didn't overlook the old injuries mentioned by the intelligent doctor. Perhaps Jun Lin had been on some secret mission or involved in an experiment. As Lanningjie's thoughts wandered, Jun Lin was already almost fully recovered. Ingjie, Lanningjie Jun Lin called twice to get his attention back. Huh, what is it? Lanningjie snapped back to reality. Let's go, I don't like it here. With that, Jun Lin walked straight out of the medical room. They walked down the empty, pristine hospital corridor, where almost no one else was in sight. Jun Lin's footsteps echoed clearly in the silence. In this interstellar era, Medical technology had advanced to the point where many diseases were easily cured, and what technology couldn't solve, mysterious magic could. This made once busy hospitals quiet and lifeless, often unsettling. Jun Lin had always disliked hospitals, no matter the time. Naturally, he wasn't fond of medical pods either. This place, so closely tied to death and illness, held many memories he preferred not to revisit. Seeing Jun Lin about to walk out of sight, Lanningjia hurried to catch up. He carefully observed Jun Lin's expression, sensing that despite his calm demeanor, it was best not to upset him right now. Gently stroking the small white device on his wrist, he asked, "So where are we headed now?" "Wherever you want to go. I'll accompany you," Jun Lin replied, looking up at Lanningjia. "Where I'd like to go?" Lanningjia was momentarily dazed, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. But he quickly regained his excitement, pondering where to take Jun Lin for a good outing. Once they left the hospital, the heavy aura around Jun Lin dissipated. As they conversed, he became warm and courteous again, making one feel as if they were basking in a gentle breeze. "I'm not familiar with this place, so you lead the way," Jun Lin suggested. Familiar with the capital star of the Lanha system, Lanningjia eagerly took on the role of Jun Lin's full-time tour guide. He initially intended to take Jun Lin to fun places, but under Jun Lin's subtle guidance, Lanningjia completely forgot who the guest was. In the end, he and the little white device roamed everywhere, spending Jun Lin's money. Most of Lan Yingji's savings have been invested in his mech design, so his decision to visit the technology exhibition in the capital star was made after careful consideration. When Jun Lin suggested visiting other mech bases and new tech exhibits, Lanningjia was internally debating whether to grit his teeth and take Jun Lin to see them. Unexpectedly, Jun Lin bought the tickets right away. "I'm interested in these too, let's go together," he said with a tone that brooked no refusal. Lanningjia was about to say something when Jun Lin opened his optical computer. The screen displayed a long string of numbers that made Lan Yingji's eyes widen. "These are mainly compensations and subsidies from the Empire, and some from Luoles," Jun Lin explained. "Enough for us to have a good time." Even though he knew all this was just an illusion, to Lanningjia, the generosity and warmth felt real. The white bird in his arms stretched its neck curiously, like an innocent child. Lanningjia's eyes shone with gratitude and admiration. Jun Lin smiled gently, like an elder doting on a junior. "Let's go." From then on, anything Lanningjia showed interest in, Jun Lin bought without hesitation. Lanningjia reveled in the thrill of spending lavishly, as if his dreams had come true. Jun Lin quietly followed along, as if separated by an invisible barrier, yet somehow part of it all. That faint sense of disconnection lingered around him. Despite this, Lanningjia could still sense that Jun Lin was in a good mood. His calm purple eyes always held a slight smile, like a benevolent deity silently guarding his creation. Jun Lin occasionally glanced down at his optical computer, seemingly communicating with someone. He tried to look up other conditions of the Empire but found that apart from information derived from Lanningjia's memories, everything else was fabricated by the blood crystal white rose based on existing memories. This information could deceive Lanningjia, but not Jun Lin. The star system they were in was located at the center of the Kaiyang star region. A star region is vast, containing countless primary star systems, each with numerous secondary and tertiary star systems. Jun Lin estimated that Lanningjia might never leave the Kaiyang star region in his lifetime. The illusion crafted by the blood crystal white rose was enough for Lanningjia to live out his life. Even for someone like Jun Lin, a semi-lost soul, knowing everything was false, the power of the illusion continually eroded and altered his memories. When Jun Lin attempted to overstep, the previously gentle invasive force became violent, fiercely assaulting his mental defenses. Jun Lin quietly closed the query page. The world, which had momentarily become distorted, returned to normal. The sky no longer had gaping black cracks, the dilapidated buildings regained their splendor, and the devouring blood crystal white rose in the distance quietly receded. Everything returned to a peaceful and prosperous state. Not far away, Lanningjia was happily playing with Xiaobai. Jun Lin's gaze fell heavily on Lanningjia. He knew that making Lanningjia aware of the world's falseness might be cruel. For a moment, Jun Lin's purple eyes reflected the decayed flesh and bones of the white bird on Lan Yingji's shoulder. "Really not going?" Jun Lin pointed to the giant screen opposite, which was showcasing sleek red and white mechs, each type taking turns in the spotlight as the light shifted. "No, no." Lanningjia waved his hand, seeming exhausted. "Some exhibitions last a long time, and if we go to too many places, we won't be able to see them all afterwards." Xiao Bai on his shoulder also let out a low chirp, its little tuft of hair drooping. "Not even there?" Jun Lin pointed again at the screen. "This mech confrontation is global, even the whole star system is watching. But such events might not be accessible just by having money. Watching in virtual space is also nice, but nothing compares to seeing it in person on a satellite out in the universe, does it?" Jun Lin continued, mentioning the legendary Whitebird mech piloted by members of the elite team from the 6th Legion, Black Pearl. Lania paused for a moment, recalling his desire to show little by the Whitebird mech. In his mind, he conjured images of the Ace mech soaring through the cosmos, a sight that strengthened his resolve and dreams. He secretly vowed that if he ever had his own mech legion, he would name it the Little Bai Legion, in honor of the time he shared with Little Bai. However, reality soon brought Lania back to Earth. He realized that with his 11 mental power, the chances of creating his own mech legion were slim. Nonetheless, he held on to his dreams. As a student at an ordinary mech academy, without connections or resources, he understood he might never pilot a mech in space like the elites, defending the Empire and expanding its territories. Lania's emotions fluctuated, but his optimistic and determined mindset eventually stabilized him. He explained to Jun Lin that he wasn't particularly eager to see the Whitebird mech, he just looked at it a few extra times. Jun Lin was clearly unsatisfied with this response and bluntly asked, "I just want to know, do you want to go see it in person or not? Yes or no?" Lania sighed and admitted, "Uncle, it's not as if we can just decide to go and make it happen. I'm quite content to watch the virtual battlefield." Jun Lin nodded in understanding and then said, "Wait for someone. They can take us there." This statement reignited hope in Lania. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Uncle, do you know someone on the inside?" Jun Lin replied that the person did have a bit of influence. Lania speculated that Jun Lin might have been involved in some secret mission. Just then, an emergency announcement blared overhead, and the sky suddenly darkened. People looked up to see a massive black starship overshadowing half the planet. Its underside was lined with countless silver searchlights, resembling an artificial sun. Surrounding it were numerous medium and small-sized warships. The distant rumbling indicated that what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Since the alarm wasn't signaling an enemy attack, there was no significant panic among the people. The sudden appearance of a massive fleet in the starry sky sparked curiosity and speculation. Is it the sector executives on a sightseeing tour? Have any important diplomats recently visited the Empire? Could it be someone from the royal family? People craned their necks to look out the windows, witnessing the vast expanse of the sky filled with neatly arranged starships stretching to the horizon. Judging by the outlines of those ships, they appear to be from the 7 major corps, don't they? Why have they docked in the blue and star system? This isn't a place for battleships. Could it be that an Imperial officer is here for some mission handover? Jun Lin looked up at the spectacular sight and nodded in admiration. Quite impressive. Lania was so excited he was trembling. Impressive? It's absolutely awesome. Such a breathtaking scene. One might never witness again in a lifetime. He scrutinized the insignia on the ships. I've identified them. These are indeed the ships of the 7 major corps, but I can't tell which one they belong to. The crowd around them buzzed with excitement. The previously large transport and travel starships seemed tiny compared to the colossal military starships, like pebbles on the roadside. People eagerly pushed towards the observation deck or windows, their eyes filled with awe. "Don't push me. I want to see the battleships too. My goodness, this trip was worth it. I never expected to see military battleships up close. Oh my, just how massive are they? I can't see the end of it. This is the brilliance of human ingenuity. Praise the great teacher." As people chattered excitedly, a small starship slowly moved to the center of the fleet. A proud violet flower bloomed in space, catching everyone's attention. "Oh my gosh, it's the Violet. No way, this is incredible. My life is complete. It's the Violet Corps. I wonder if there's a chance to meet Major General Lours. He's so handsome, totally my type." Hey, fangirl, step aside. This is an Imperial Major General. He's mine. I want to see Major General Lours' Mech Zero. In the capital of the Blue and Star System, hovering crafts ceased operation or dispersed, creating a large open space. A faint light in the dark universe grew closer, like a bright meteor streaking across the night sky. What is that rushing towards us? Gosh, it's moving so fast. Is it going to crash? Don't worry. It's a Violet Core ship. It won't harm us. Entering the planet's atmosphere was a giant, pure white mech. Its head glowed with a faint blue light. The chest bore the emblem of the Violet family, and a sharp light sword was strapped to its back. "All right, Zero, wait here. Command receive." The enormous mech hovered in the air as a figure ejected from the cockpit in the chest, plummeting from thousands of meters high. Although the figure rapidly approached Jun Lin and Lania, it was clear they used some method to avoid drawing attention. Jun Lin and Lania saw everything clearly. Jun Lin softly said, "He's here, let's go." As Lania's eyes widened in disbelief, the mysterious figure finally landed before them. The mental veil dissipated, revealing their true identity. Underneath black hair, light purple eyes gazed at Jun Lin and Lania, the military uniform enhancing their striking presence. Who wouldn't recognize that handsome face? It was none other than Imperial Major General, commander of the Violet 7th Corps, Lour's violet. Lo, Lours. Major General. Lania stammered, eyes wide, his finger trembling as he pointed back and forth between Jun Lin and Lours. His expression was as if he'd seen a ghost, frozen in place. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow at Lania, then glanced at Lours, who was dressed in a crisp military uniform. What's the matter? Shall we go? Lania suddenly grabbed Jun Lin's sleeve, disbelief in his voice. Is this really Major General Lours? Jun Lin scrutinized Lours for a moment, then calmly replied. If you mean the one with the last name Violet, then yes, it's him. Come on, don't dawdle. Isn't the competition about to start? He led the still stunned Lania over to Lours, smiling as he said, Let's go, Lours. Lours nodded politely. All right. Apologies for being late, gentlemen. Not at all. I believe you did your best to get here, Jun Lin replied. So the situation now is, let's get going, and I'll explain on the way. Okay. Lours responded succinctly, then released his mental energy to envelop the three of them and Xiao Bai, swiftly flying them into the air. During the journey, Lours noticed Laninia's unusual reaction. The young man kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with Lours, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Puzzled, Lours turned to Jun Lin and asked, What's up with him? Jun Lin shrugged. Maybe he's just overwhelmed meeting an Imperial Major General? Lours frowned in thought. Previously, when Lania met him, he hadn't been so excited. He seemed quite normal. While there was a general respect and trust for Imperial officers, it wasn't usually accompanied by such fear. Why was his reaction so different in this illusion? Had he been too aloof? They soon entered the cockpit of Mecha Zero. A gentle, courteous voice greeted them. Welcome back, Lours. Welcome, Mr. Jun Lin and Mr. Lania. Hello, Zero. Jun Lin replied with a smile. That's a nice name. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Jun Lin. Zero explained. My name is derived from the esteemed Saint Master Jun Zero. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow at Lours, teasing. Talk about putting yourself out there. Lours pretended not to hear, focusing intently on the control panel. In truth, he felt a bit flustered. Naming the mecha after a part of the Saint Master's name was a bold move, and having that intention exposed made him feel a touch embarrassed. Although his face remained composed, the tips of his ears hidden under his dark hair turned slightly red. Seeing Lours unresponsive, Jun Lin turned his attention to resolving Lania's issue. He tried to pry Lania's hand off his sleeve, but the grip only tightened. Lania was trembling, his gaze fixed on the floor, seemingly too anxious to think clearly. You weren't like this when you met Lours before, Jun Lin remarked, puzzled. Lania instinctively replied, That's because… No, I haven't. Where did I see him? He looked up to protest but suddenly realized he was inside Mecha Zero, which made him feel dizzy again. Jun Lin immediately cupped Lania's face with both hands, his violet eyes locking onto the green ones. He spoke slowly and clearly, There's no need to be so nervous. Lours won't bite. He's just a friend of mine. He's helping us out by taking us to see the competition you wanted to watch. Ignoring him and Zero when they greeted you was quite rude. But no one here will hold it against you. It's natural to feel excited and nervous when meeting someone you admire. Now, take a deep breath, calm down and just act normal. Jun Lin's words seemed to have a calming effect, gradually soothing Lania's nerves. Lania pouted and mumbled. You're right, I understand. He blinked, and the trembling in his legs began to subside. Jun Lin nodded in satisfaction and released his hand from Lania's face. After being reassured, Lania quickly returned to his usual friendly demeanor. He turned to the mech, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Zero? Hello, I'm Lania. The mech Zero responded politely. Hello, Mr. Lania. Lania scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I was a bit nervous earlier. No need to apologize, Mr. Lania. Zero's voice was calm and gentle. This was indeed quite sudden. We hope we didn't startle you. Not at all. Lania's eyes lit up. A mech of Zero's level is already an intelligent being with its own emotions and reasoning. It's the most loyal companion of people like Luoles. He thought to himself that if he could own such a mech, he would probably laugh in his sleep. Having the chance to interact with such a top-tier mech was truly amazing. Zero moved with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were back on the main ship of the Violet Legion. Luoles retracted Zero into the spatial necklace around his neck, instinctively caressing it twice. Jun Lin watched this silently, understanding that Zero might forever exist only in illusions and Luoles' memories. Major General. The soldiers at the entrance straightened up, saluting the group as they approached. One of them was Luoles' adjutant, Titan. The synchronized action stirred Lania's emotions, and he mimicked the salute, looking quite respectable. Unexpectedly, Jun Lin also returned the salute slowly, his voice gentle yet full of strength. Thank you for your service, soldiers of the Empire. Titan and the soldiers, feeling as if they had been acknowledged by a supreme being, responded excitedly, It's our honor to fight for the Empire.
to follow the guidance of the Holy Master.
Their eyes shone with fervor, as if they had finally found something worth dedicating their lives to. Tayton suppressed his excitement as he professionally led the way, though his covert glances at Jun Lin were not unnoticed by Luoles and Jun Lin. Jun Lin merely smiled and pretended not to see, while Luoles frowned slightly, already considering how to train his adjutant further. Tayton was oblivious to the fact that his small gestures had been observed. He recalled Jun Lin's frail state when he was rescued, and now looked at the outstanding young man before him, feeling deeply moved. He understood Major General Luoles' protective instincts back then and was enveloped by a sense of mission. Linga, however, didn't notice these subtle changes in atmosphere and excitedly took in everything around him. The group arrived at the main control room of the warship. Though Linga could only stand aside, he had already decided that he would never leave this place. Jun Lin walked up to the control console, gazing at the vast sea of stars before him. Countless planets rotated slowly, and starships traversed between them, leaving trails of light. This artificial yet realistic cosmic scene was captivating. Holy Master Jun 0, Unsealing Progress, 36. Though they were in an illusion, it felt as if they had truly left the city of sin and embarked on a journey through the vast universe. When Lourles blinked, he found himself back on the Violet battle starship, seated in the command chair. Instantly alert, he scanned his surroundings, recognizing familiar people and objects. This sudden change stirred a sense of unease within him. Lourles' mental fluctuations caught the attention of his aide, Tatton. Setting aside his papers, Tatton teased, "What's wrong, Commander of the Violet? Did you have a nightmare?" Lourles slowly lifted his head, his pale violet eyes piercingly fixed on Tatton, so sharp that Tatton felt a chill run down his spine. Quickly, Tatton stifled his grin, adjusted his glasses, stood up straight, and asked seriously, "Do you have any orders, sir?" As Tatton began to report recent activities in detail, even wondering if Lourles had some specific thoughts about him, Lourles finally withdrew his gaze. The Chief of Staff of the Violet Legion breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Is something the matter, Major General?" Tatton asked cautiously. "Nothing, just a nightmare," Lourles replied hoarsely, his voice tinged with the drowsiness of someone just awakened. Tatton was secretly pleased, planning to jot this down as gossip material for later. Lourles checked his condition carefully. His mental energy was full, his mental sea calm, and his mental core intact. He touched the cool mech necklace around his neck, sensing Zero's presence. The core of the necklace flickered, and Zero's voice sounded in his ear. "Lourles, your current body temperature is low, heart rate elevated, and mental fluctuations unstable. Do you need me to—" "No need, Zero, I'm fine." Lourles clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and appeared to be resting. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but Lourles knew something was amiss. He tried to contact the Emperor, only to find himself seemingly trapped in the Kaiyang star domain, unable to communicate with the outside world. Strangely, those around him seemed oblivious to any anomaly. At that moment, a flood of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged into his mind. Deployment, vacation, receiving a signal, infiltrating enemy lines alone, rescuing Jun Lin, and triumphing over the city of sin. Zero was still by his side, and he wasn't in such dire straits. He had even successfully rescued Mr. Jun Lin. Lourles recalled Jun Lin explaining certain situations and the existence of the blood crystal white rose. If Jun Lin was also in this illusion, they needed to reunite quickly. Is the Jun Lin here the Holy Master? Lourles opened his eyes and searched for Jun Lin's contact in the computer. Upon successfully reaching Jun Lin, he immediately ordered the fleet to advance at full speed. The crew looked at Tatton in confusion, who responded innocently, "Why are you looking at me? How would I know? You might as well ask Zero." "Lourles, where are we headed?" Zero inquired. To meet the origin of Zero, Lourles answered succinctly. Meanwhile, Lania finally started the competition he had been eagerly anticipating. Lourles and Jun Lin were confirming the current situation. "So, Lania is now the master of this lost illusion?" Lourles asked. "Indeed, I'm not entirely sure where things went awry. If we had to blame something, maybe we should drag the system out and give it a beating. It might admit it was responsible," Jun Lin replied. "Sir, the things around me, Lania shouldn't be familiar with them. Yet, I interact with them just as I remember, which doesn't seem like something he could imagine or create through the illusion. To make everything more realistic, the illusion intrudes into your brain. You have the blood crystal white rose in you, so it extends these details based on your perception. If we stay in the lost illusion for too long, we might completely immerse ourselves in it. As for why it didn't create things based on my perception, partly because the blood crystal white rose finds it challenging to invade me, and partly because the people and events in my memory don't exist in this time and space. If they did appear, it would seem unreal." Jun Lin's explanation left both of them in contemplation. Laurels couldn't help but think about the Holy Master's experiences over the past 5,000 years and why he ended up in the City of Sin, his power sealed, his body so frail. No matter what, he silently vowed to bring the Holy Master back to the glorious Yongza Empire. Laurels watched Jun Lin quietly, the latter gazing at the mechanical battles unfolding in the starry sea. The brilliant lights reflected in Jun Lin's violet eyes, yet they seemed shrouded by an ancient solitude. After a brief discussion on their next strategy, Junlin's attention was completely drawn to the mech battles before him. The agile maneuvers, dazzling light swords, flying projectiles, and tangible mechanical collisions piqued his interest greatly. Yes, aim for the shoulder. Junlin critiqued internally. That shot wasn't decisive enough. And the distance control with the light sword? Needs more practice. Though outwardly calm, Junlin's heart was already racing with excitement. This is great, he thought. Should I get one to try out later? It would be so much fun. Neri, where are you going? A cool, authoritative female voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the figure about to slip into the void. The black-haired youth, Neri, froze in place, reluctantly turning to face the owner of the voice. The silver diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead glimmered faintly in the dim light, marking him as the second prince of the void. He had shed his elaborate royal attire for a more practical outfit, clearly prepared for a journey. The one who stopped him was Liliana Gushiwa, the sister of the Void Sovereign Smor and the actual ruler of the Void clan. Her face was exquisite and striking, adorned with 3 crystalline void gems between her brows. Her gentle beauty was accentuated by an aura of authority that made her seem untouchable, like a goddess above all. I'll ask again, where are you going, Neri? Liliana questioned once more as her brother remained silent. Neri replied moodily, you already know, don't you? Clearly displeased at being caught in the act. Liliana indeed knew. Her brother intended to search for the lost Void crown, to find their elder brother, the king of the Void clan. However, this was a task meant for someone else. Moreover, she knew deep down that their brother would not return. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of sorrow and longing passed through Liliana's eyes. But as the eldest princess of the Void clan, she had to remain strong, never showing a hint of weakness in front of her brother. At this moment, her primary concern was ensuring that Neri successfully completed his Kamingafage ceremony, without which his body would cease to mature, leading to dire consequences. Go back now, Neri, Liliana said sternly. Your Kamingafage ceremony cannot be compromised. She was acutely aware of the immense pain Neri endured each time he suppressed his maturation phase. These memories were etched deeply in her heart. I refuse, Neri retorted without hesitation, like a rebellious teenager. I want to wait for our brother to attend the ceremony. Mentioning their brother made Liliana's heart quiver. She admonished sharply, stop being foolish, Neri. Do you realize what you're saying? Of course I do. Neri shot back defiantly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Our brother promised me. He said he'd watch me come of age. Liliana lowered her gaze slightly, the light in her eyes dimming. Yes, he did say that. But he can no longer keep that promise. Stop waiting, Neri. You know he can't witness your ceremony. That's not true. Neri protested, like a wounded cub, eyes welling up. He always keeps his promises, always. Enough. Liliana finally broke, revealing the harsh reality. Our brother is dead. He's gone. How long will you refuse to accept it? Her voice caught with emotion. If he were here, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Feeling the sting of tears, Liliana allowed herself a bitter smile. Despite the time that had passed, she still couldn't come to terms with their brother's departure. Neri fell silent, gazing at his sister, who had borne everything with strength. They stood opposed, memories flooding back, the raw truth laid bare. After a long pause, Neri murmured, I understand. I'll go through with the ceremony this time. The stubborn youth finally relented, and a weight lifted from Liliana's heart. Neri, she called softly. Neri irritably ruffled his hair. You don't have to worry about me. Liliana understood his unspoken word she would keep his promise. What about the Void crown? Neri awkwardly changed the subject, avoiding his sister's relieved gaze. You don't need to worry about that. Uncle Seven and the others are searching for it. We'll hear if there's news. Neri nodded. I want to go to Uncle Five. At this, Liliana frowned slightly. Ideally, the Kamingafage ceremony should take place in their own territory, with her personally guiding it. However, despite Uncle Five's carefree demeanor, he was family and close to Neri. Liliana knew that Neri was never confused when it came to important matters, so it was fine to let Uncle Five handle the extradition. She massaged her temples and agreed, but advised, try not to wander around with Uncle Five too much for now, okay? I'll handle my affairs as quickly as I can and then head to Uncle Five's territory. With his sister's permission, Neri joyfully snuggled up to Liliana, wrapping his arm around hers and resting his head on her shoulder. He whispered, "Thank you, sister." Liliana gently patted his head and chuckled. "Well, I am your sister, after all. But you need to grow up, you little rascal." She thought to herself that it wouldn't matter if Nerii kept his impulsive, youthful exuberance and fearless attitude forever. She and their uncles could protect him for a lifetime. However, he had to make it through his Kamingafage transformation. That was her expectation, and their brothers as well. As she watched the massive void warship disappear from sight, Liliana's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. After a long pause, she murmured softly, "I didn't realize. Nerii has grown up too." On the top of the warship, which traversed countless spaces, a ripple suddenly appeared, and Nerii Gushio's figure emerged out of thin air. The youthful naivety had faded from his face, leaving a more reserved and mature expression. His deep, enigmatic eyes resembled the darkest night, subtly echoing the presence of the Void Monarch. "Small. Continue to Uncle Five's territory," Nerii ordered in a low voice. "Don't let my sister find out. She'll worry." Two Void warriors immediately knelt on one knee, responding respectfully, "Yes, your highness." A glint of coldness flashed in Nerii's eyes, his tone calm yet commanding. "If anyone causes my sister any distress, take care of it. Understand?" He pulled up his hood to conceal his face and continued, "I promised my sister I would return before my Kamingafage ceremony." Pausing, Nerii's royal bloodline aura suddenly surged, compelling the two Void warriors to bow involuntarily. "However, I must retrieve what belongs to our brother this time. Anyone who dares to covet the Void crown shall perish." 12 enormous, ethereal crystal wings unfurled from Nerii's back, and the Void crystal on his forehead exuded an intimidating aura. The spatial waves emanating from him alone were more intense than those of the entire Void warship. With a casual swipe, a spatial rift appeared in the cosmos. In the next instant, his figure vanished. He was heading to the legendary Hidden Abyss, the city of sin that drifted endlessly through the void. The sudden arrival of the Violet Starship led everyone to believe it was there to watch the mech tournament and encourage the competitors. This undoubtedly increased the event's prominence, and the participants were invigorated, striving with even greater vigor. The level of competition soared several times over. The Violet soldiers on leave were not to be outdone either, eagerly joining the fray after obtaining permission, elevating the atmosphere to a new high. This unexpected turn of events was a stroke of luck. The grand entrance was initially meant for Jun Lin to watch the tournament. Since they were there, making a big splash was inevitable. The elevated competition level was a bonus. Jun Lin suggested that such fanfare wasn't necessary next time, but Lours disagreed. He believed that if the Empire were to welcome a holy teacher in real life, people would clamor for the chance to attend. The grandeur of such an occasion would far surpass the present. Lours even thought the fleet was too small, and would have been more elaborate if not for the need to hurry. In his view, no amount of pomp was excessive when meeting the teacher. After watching the competition, Lania felt as though he had been transformed. Not only had he witnessed the tournament, but he also toured the Violet warship and saw their internal mech skirmishes. This trip was a windfall, all thanks to his unexpectedly arriving great-uncle. Lania was moved to tears. When Jun Lin mentioned having nowhere to go temporarily, Lania warmly invited him to stay. Upon returning to the Mylap planet, Lania promptly summoned the housekeeping robot for a thorough cleaning, ensuring the house was in perfect order and preparing a special room for Jun Lin. As for Lours, he followed Jun Lin to Lania's planet. With financial power and a touch of authority, he easily became Jun Lin's upstairs neighbor. Instead of being reluctant about their major being whisked away, Tayton and his team seemed to find amusement in watching Jun Lin and Lours interact, their eyes gleaming with interest. In the days following their return, Lania was busy with his studies. He hoped to be chosen by a professor working on a project he was interested in. Therefore, he entrusted Xiaobai to Jun Lin's care. Jun Lin and Xiaobai enjoyed a leisurely life at home, indulging in games after meals and taking evening strolls, relishing the tranquility. Major Lours, for reasons unknown, had also moved upstairs, claiming he wanted to experience ordinary life. Yet to Lania, it seemed more like he was drawn to his great-uncle. Supplies and food were delivered continuously, with Lours attentively taking care of Jun Lin, who gradually regained a healthy complexion. Even Xiaobai, who benefited from the attention, shed fewer feathers. This tranquil, fulfilling lifestyle was exactly what Jun Lin had yearned for, peaceful and uncomplicated, with leisurely afternoon teas and evening walks. It couldn't be more enjoyable. "You need to seize this opportunity. Don't let Jian Shifan get ahead of you," warned Wang Ping, Lania's classmate and friend, from the other side of the screen. Lania and Jian Shifan both chose the same mecha forging mentor, who was regarded as the most prestigious professor they could currently access. However, due to limited student slots, only one of them could stay. Jian Shifan, like Lania, is in the mecha forging department. He comes from a wealthy family and has a clever mental power. From a young age, he was exposed to mecha design. with his family hiring numerous renowned teachers to groom him into a mecha designer. Jin Shifan has participated in various competitions, earning many accolades and gaining fame. However, upon entering the academy, Jin Shifan's brilliance was overshadowed by Lan Ningjia. Although his privileged upbringing made him arrogant and capricious, Jin Shifan was not petty or envious. Instead, he was eager to compete with Lan Ningjia. Unfortunately, they were in different classes, and Lan Ningjia always disappeared quickly after class, leaving Jin Shifan with little opportunity to interact. Despite this, they frequently competed on project designs, so they did encounter each other often. Jin Shifan, with his awkward personality, always put on a cold front when he saw Lan Ningjia, expecting him to initiate a greeting. However, Lan Ningjia, usually sociable, ignored Jin Shifan. This stemmed from an incident early in their enrollment when Jin Shifan made a public comment, leading Lan Ningjia to mistakenly believe that the seemingly well-mannered young master disliked him, prompting him to keep his distance to avoid causing any annoyance. Thus, the misunderstanding deepened. Whenever Jin Shifan passed by Lan Ningjia and his friends with materials in hand, their cheerful chatter would abruptly cease, as if they were extremely averse to Jin Shifan. This was intolerable for Jin Shifan, who was used to being adored, filling him with indignation. Upon learning about Lan Ningjia's dreams, Jin Shifan scoffed. He couldn't understand why a mecha forger would not focus on design, but instead dream of forming his own mecha squad to head to the battlefield. Lan Ningjia's seemingly disdainful gaze further infuriated Jin Shifan, who believed Lan looked down on him. From then on, Jin Shifan's attitude towards Lan Ningjia worsened, constantly clashing with him. He mocked Lan Ningjia's low mental power level, doubting his ability to form a mecha squad, dismissing it as a pipe dream. Jin Shifan even sarcastically remarked, "The battlefield is so dangerous. What can someone with a level mental power like you do? Just go to your death. The Empire isn't on the brink of destruction. It doesn't need ordinary people like you to defend it. When a crisis truly arises, it will depend on those of us with higher mental power to protect it." Despite understanding others' perceptions of him and his situation, Lan Ningjia didn't give up. He knew that going to the battlefield required more than just passion. Others might see him as a madman, waiting for him to fail, but Lan Ningjia didn't care. My mental power may be low now, Lan Ningjia thought, but as the sages say, human potential is limitless. Perhaps one day my mental capacity will break through. He didn't aspire to become a powerful lone mecha warrior like Luoles, but he hoped to command a small mecha squadron, capable of defense, offense, and reconnaissance, akin to a commander's role. However, Lan Ningjia didn't aim to be a high-ranking commander, aware of his lack of strategic prowess. He was more familiar with each mecha he personally crafted, the result of his relentless creativity. The young Lan Ningjia believed that one day, he would lead his mecha squadron into battle. To that end, he continually gained experience and accumulated resources, preparing thoroughly to realize his dream. Finally, Lan Ningjia confidently declared, "I believe I can do it." Wang Ping looked at the dark circles under Lan Yingji's eyes, his concern evident. "Of course, I trust your abilities, but I'm worried about Jin Shifan pulling some tricks. You've been preparing for so long. It can't be for nothing." Lan Ningjia gave Wang Ping a thumbs up, brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, I'm confident about this mech design." Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a clear, youthful voice. "Ningjia, come and eat." The person didn't enter directly but knocked gently, adding, "Come on, you can work later." Wang Ping's attention was drawn to the doorway. There stood a young man in light blue pajamas, with a white bird perched on his shoulder. His silver hair cascaded down his cheeks, and his purple eyes appeared calm and lazy, like a beautiful youth stepping out of a painting. Wang Ping widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Lan Ningjia. "Who's this? I thought you lived alone. When did you bring home such a stunning young man?" He noticed how at ease the boy was in Lan Ningjia's home. Even the bird, Xiao Bai, nestled comfortably on his shoulder, sparking speculative thoughts. "What kind of look is that?" Lan Ningjia hastily explained, "That's my relative, staying over for a while." He glanced at Jun Lin and quickly whispered to Wang Ping, "Seriously? He's my granduncle. Show some respect." Jun Lin called out again, "Ningjia? Okay, give me a minute." "You go ahead and eat," Lan Ningjia replied, turning the screen away so Wang Ping couldn't see Jun Lin. After Jun Lin left, Wang Ping reluctantly accepted Lan Ningjia's explanation. "I never thought you'd find family. I'm happy for you. By the way, Xiaobai seems to be doing well lately. Wasn't it too sick to fly before?" Lan Ningjia immediately retorted, "Nonsense, Xiaobai's always been healthy. Besides, we got to explore the Violet's battleship that day. It was awesome." Wang Ping continued, "Didn't you put your projects on hold for Xiaobai back then? It's a relief it's all right now." Just as Lan Ningjia was about to argue, an alarm interrupted them. A strange anger welled up inside him, and he spoke with a low, firm voice, "She's fine. I'm fine too. Do you understand?" His movements slowed, and a green eye hidden in the shadows began to turn blood red. Loningjier insisted. Xiaobai is perfectly fine. She's healthy and will always be with me. We're both doing great now. Wang Ping's voice became faint, as if coming from a distance. Meanwhile, the scene outside the studio transformed dramatically. Jun Lin hovered in midair, quietly observing the twisted and decaying surroundings. The floor had collapsed into a bottomless black hole, swallowing all light. Inside, objects lay shattered, and the view outside the window blurred, as if eroded by endless time. A sofa, losing its gravitational anchor, flew towards Jun Lin. With a gentle gesture, it disintegrated into countless red rose petals, softly brushing his cheek as they floated through the chaotic space. Jun Lin tilted his head slightly, speaking softly, "Looks like time is running out. You know that too, don't you?" The response was a low, hoarse cry, like the wail of a ghost. The once white bird had transformed into a bloodied, skeletal creature, quietly perched on Jun Lin's shoulder. Loningjies stood still, gazing at the white bird before him. It seemed to have grown attached to him, unwilling to fly away. He softly murmured, "Do you want to follow me?" He carefully examined the beautiful creature, feeling a sense of kinship. "You don't have any family either, do you?" "Just like me." Loningjies sighed softly, then suddenly brightened up. "My surname is Lon. Why don't you take it too? How about Lon Xiaobai?" The white bird tilted its head, as if pondering this new name. Loningjies smiled, gently stroking its soft feathers, whispering, "Xiaobai, what would I do without you? We'll always be together, right?" Days passed, and Loningjia's life became vibrant with Xiaobai's presence. He excitedly shared his progress with Xiaobai. "Today, I awakened my mental power. It's only a level, but that won't stop me from moving forward." Before he knew it, 20 birthdays had come and gone together. Holding Xiaobai, Loningjia's eyes sparkled with determination. "I'm going to build a mecha squad, and I'll call it the Xiaobai Special Forces." However, time is relentless. One day, Loningjian noticed that Xiaobai didn't seem as lively as usual. "Why do you seem so down lately? How about I take you for a walk?" he asked with concern. The doctor's diagnosis was a knife to Loningjia's heart. But he held back his tears, gently telling Xiaobai, "It's okay. Even if all your feathers fall out, you'll still be the most beautiful to me." Life continued. Loningjian struggled to balance caring for Xiaobai with pursuing his dreams. "That exhibition is starting soon, but whether I go or not doesn't matter. I want to be with you," he said softly, though Xiaobai seemed indifferent. "I'm sorry, Xiaobai. I can't take you to see that white bird mecha." Loningjian apologized, filled with guilt. Xiaobai's condition fluctuated. "Great, Xiaobai. You look much better these past couple of days." Loningjian exclaimed joyfully, "I'm confident that this time I'll be selected by the mentor. Yet reality is often harsh. I can't believe Jin Shifan did that." Loningjian confided in Xiaobai, feeling dejected. "Am I useless? Always boasting but achieving nothing?" As time went on, Xiaobai's condition deteriorated. "Xiaobai, why are you ignoring me? Is it because I've been so engrossed in my project design that I haven't spent time with you? Are you mad?" Loningjian asked anxiously. "Please don't be upset. I'm sorry. Eventually, the dreaded moment arrived. It's possible. How can this be? Please save her." Loningjian screamed desperately. "Isn't it possible with our advanced technology? Magic? Magic? If only I knew magic. If only I knew magic." But it was all too late. "Gone. Gone. Never again." Loningjian muttered, his eyes vacant. Suddenly, the clinking of cutlery brought Loningjian back to reality. He looked up to see Jun Lin had finished eating and was watching him from across the table. "Oh, sorry. Loningjian quickly apologized, hurriedly stuffing food into his mouth. "What's been up with you lately? You seem distracted," Jun Lin asked. Chewing, Loningjian replied, "Not really. Maybe I'm just a bit nervous about the upcoming project presentation." But his green eyes wandered, clearly preoccupied. Not seeing the white bird around made Loningjian's heart skip a beat, and he quickly asked, "Where's Xiaobai?" "I don't see it." Jun Lin replied nonchalantly, "It's not here." Loningjia's hand trembled involuntarily as he stopped eating and slowly looked at Jun Lin. "What do you mean?" Jun Lin suddenly smiled, explaining, "I meant it's not here. It's upstairs with Luoles." "Why, what's wrong?" "Oh, that's what you meant." Loningjian breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his grip on the spoon. "Oh, I see. I guess I've been so busy with the mecha design lately that I've been a bit out of it." Despite being confident about the upcoming mecha presentation, Loningjian couldn't shake a sense of unease. Jin Shifan had somehow influenced the mentor, who now required them to complete a mecha disassembly, reassembly, and combat in a virtual arena. The winner would earn the spot. Wang Ping, walking with him down the academy path, complained bitterly, "Isn't this just bullying? Such a massive task drains too much mental power. They know your mental power can't sustain this long, yet they still demand it." I heard they even called in cadets from the neighboring military academy to compete against you. It's like they're setting you up to fail. Ingjia, maybe we should find another mentor. Realizing his words were discouraging, Wang Ping quickly stopped, cautiously watching Lan Ingjia. Though trying to remain calm, Lan Ingjia still looked troubled. He pursed his lips, staring ahead, and tried to speak in a relaxed tone. Ultimately, the mentor isn't really at fault. It's just that my mental power is too low. However, Jin Shifan's attempt to discourage Lan Ingjia was destined to fail. Lan Ingjia grit his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. He vowed silently that even if it cost him his last ounce of mental strength, he would complete the assembly of the mech army and prove his abilities to his mentor. This persistence was not only for his mentor's recognition, but also to fulfill a deep-seated dream. Despite the lack of faith from those around him, Lan Ingjia refused to give up easily. Yet, reality was harsh. Despite his strong will, his capabilities were limited, and sheer determination was far from sufficient. Back home, Lan Ingjia immersed himself in the virtual pod, undergoing simulation training repeatedly. Each result left him increasingly frustrated, as he was utterly defeated in the simulated battles. As time passed, he felt more and more overwhelmed, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Was failure truly inevitable? Were his previous bold claims just self-deceptive bravado? With a heavy heart, Lan Ingjia absent-mindedly walked into the kitchen to get some water. Holding his cup, he drifted past Jun Lin and Luoles like a ghost. Jun Lin, who was playing a game, noticed Lan Ingjia's unusual demeanor. He put down the controller, removed his gaming helmet, exchanged a glance with Luoles, and called out to Lan Ingjia. "Comrade Lan Ingjia, please wait a moment." Hearing the call, Lan Ingjia slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Jun Lin and Luoles. The two, one dark-skinned and one fair, wore matching casual outfits, surrounded by the latest gaming equipment. Fresh fruit and drinks were laid out on the table, and they lounged on cushions, basking in the warm light, enjoying a leisurely time. Even Lan Ingjia's pet, Staobai, wore a small flashing helmet, blending into this harmonious scene. The cozy picture sharply contrasted with Lan Ingjia's low spirits, instantly stirring his sense of grievance. Unconsciously, he moved towards Jun Lin, seeking comfort, only to be swiftly intercepted by Luoles. Luoles' hand rested on Lan Ingjia's shoulder, stopping him a step away from Jun Lin. Lan Ingjia looked at Luoles in confusion, wondering why this Imperial Major General wasn't busy with official duties or mech training, but was instead leisurely playing games and preventing him from seeking solace from his uncle. "Keep your distance," Luoles said impassively, showing no intention of letting go. Caught between the two, Jun Lin seemed oblivious to the tension. He pushed a plate of fruit towards Lan Ingjia, saying gently, "Have some fruit, take a break." Hearing Jun Lin's words, Lan Ingjia reluctantly stepped back, placed his cup on the table, and plopped down next to Jun Lin. Frustrated, he devoured several pieces of fruit, trying to calm his emotions with food. "It's quite tasty." The sweet flavor did lift Lan Ingjia's spirits slightly, but he still exuded an aura of, "I'm upset, please comfort me." However, his changing expressions seemed to go unnoticed by Jun Lin and Luoles. Jun Lin didn't resume his game but instead switched to the news channel, browsing attentively. Recently, the Lord of Kaiyang Domain decided to establish a new medical star zone in the secondary star system Duman system. Mech design master Rosamule launched a new galactic series mech. One of the four major singers, Diva Demesa, announced plans for a concert in the Blue Star system, Moon. Before he finished reading the fourth news item, Lan Ingjia couldn't help but interrupt. "Why don't you ask me what's going on?" Jun Lin looked at him with mild surprise. "I thought you didn't want us to ask," he explained, recalling how Lan Ingjia had always faced challenges alone, never seeking their help. If not for witnessing today's unusual behavior, Lan Ingjia would likely have continued to soldier on. "So, what happened? Are you ready to talk about it now?" Jun Lin asked gently. His voice always had a calming effect, as if any worries and difficulties would vanish in his presence. Lan Ingjia shared the details of his situation with Jun Lin and Luoles. After speaking, the usually passionate and optimistic brown-haired youth fell into another bout of dejection. He was once again acutely aware of the gap between himself and others. Despite his hard work, completing courses daily and either engaging in mech design or gravity training, his efforts seemed insufficient. Without considering mental strength, he could certainly hold his own against multiple mech builders. "I see," Jun Lin said softly after a long silence. Mental strength. Jun Lin had pondered this issue before. The development of mental strength inevitably created disparities, but he never believed mental strength limited one's achievements. In his view, mental strength was merely a tool derived from the brain to enhance human capabilities. It was the person who defined mental strength, not the other way around. "What's wrong?" Jun Lin asked Lan Ingjia. "Are you unhappy with your mental strength level?" Lan Ingjia wasn't self-conscious. Rather, he was determined to prove himself despite his shortcomings. Yet, This didn't mean he didn't feel regret when alone. If his mental strength were higher, would things be easier, and would others trust him more? He nodded heavily. Maybe this is all I am. Sensing Lan Ingja's thoughts, the warm smile faded from Jun Lin's face. He stood up slowly, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his violet eyes darkened as if a storm were brewing. Luoles also rose to his feet, instinctively clenching his fists at his sides. He didn't know what Mr. Junlin felt about the current situation. Would this human empire, which existed because of the Holy Master, disappoint him when it revealed this side of itself to him? Humans can continually push beyond their limits. Our brains are the most precious asset we possess. Junlin's voice resonated with the wisdom and authority of the ancient sage, Jun Lin, from 1,000 years ago. He looked down at Lanningjia with eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. Lanningjia, have you reached your limit? Are you choosing to be shackled by your mental strength? These words struck Lanningjia's soul like a sharp sword. In that moment, Jun Lin seemed no longer the young boy but the revered sage Jun Ling, who had paved the way for human mental strength centuries ago. The number 43 flashed in Lanningjia's mind, representing the level of the sage's unsealing. Faced with Jun Lin's questioning, Lanningjia opened his mouth to argue but found himself speechless. A wave of shame washed over him as he realized he had failed the teachings of the sage. The words he often repeated seemed hollow now. Seeing Lanningjia's silence, Jun Lin refrained from saying more. He walked straight to the door, leaving with the words, "I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back later." And then he left, closing the door behind him. The room's atmosphere became tense, and both Lanningjia and Luoles were cautious even with their breathing. It wasn't until a white bird flew in, gently touching Lanningjia's cheek with its wing, that he snapped out of his daze. A question arose in his mind. Was Jun Lin angry with him? He was the one who needed comfort. So how did it end up like this? Luoles quietly put away his game controller and said to Lanningjia, "Do your best. If you truly need help, don't hesitate. Asking for help from someone stronger after giving it your all isn't shameful. It's wise. But if you decide you'll lose before even starting, then there's really no hope." Lanningjia blinked. He had considered seeking help from Major Luoles. Given Luoles' attitude towards Jun Lin, if Jun Lin asked, Luoles would surely agree. But Lanningjia had his principles and was unwilling to compromise easily. If he were strong enough, all problems would naturally be solved. "Is Jun Lin angry with me?" Lanningjia cautiously asked, glancing towards the door. Luoles replied, "I don't think the gentleman is angry with you. Someone like the sage wouldn't project his anger or disappointment onto others." "All right, I'll rest for a bit and then make some adjustments," Lanningjia said, cradling the little white bird in his arms and burying his face in its soft feathers. The bird gently patted his curly head with its wings as a gesture of comfort. After a moment, Lanningjia lifted his head, patted his cheeks and said, "I think I'm ready again." The white bird nodded in agreement, its obsidian eyes sparkling with joy. "Xiaobai, will you come with me later?" Lanningjia asked hopefully. However, the bird hesitated and shook its head. It flew to its small helmet, perched on it with one claw, the 3 tufts of hair on its head swaying slightly, clearly conveying its message. "What? Xiaobai, please don't. Keep me company, won't you?" Lanningjia pleaded. Meanwhile, Jun Lin retracted his mental strength. In an instant, he found himself at the highest point on the planet, overlooking everything below. Maybe that's all I am. Is that so? Jun Lin murmured to himself. Even with the blood crystal white rose capable of creating illusions, the subconscious projection of Lanningjia, spanning an entire star field, suggested his limits were far beyond. Yet fate is often cruel. No matter how good the final outcome, it could still be false. Tomorrow, let's end it all, Jun Lin decided. What was missed, what was lost, could never be regained. The scene suddenly shifted to the past, at the White Tower. "Teacher? Teacher?" Ankh called out several times before Jun Lin withdrew his gaze from outside the tower. He smiled at Ankh and said, "You must have a lot of matters to attend to lately, so how do you have time to visit me?" As he spoke, Jun Lin gestured, causing the scattered books on the floor to fly back to the towering shelves, clearing a path for them to the study. Observing the chaotic state of the library, Ngu raised an eyebrow but remained silent, quietly following Jun Lin. The library, suspended in the vast cosmos, slowly rotated like a mysterious, radiant star. They walked along the starlit path back to the center of the White Tower. Jun Lin returned to the long desk, his gaze resting on the unfinished scroll of mental power. Ngu casually pulled out a chair made of green vines, sitting down with a composed demeanor, and spoke, "Master, you've been atop the tower for nearly a year without stepping into the world. The people are quite worried." He keenly noticed Jun Lin's distraction. "Master, is something troubling you? You didn't seem to notice my arrival earlier." Jun Lin's slender fingers lightly tapped the scroll on the table. "It's all because of this." And Ge's gaze followed, landing on the scroll. Developing mental power is undoubtedly a turning point that could change humanity's fate. If you find it unsuitable, there's nothing unsuitable about it, Jun Lin gently interrupted. Humanity deserves to possess it. But it is also an uncontrollable sword, he admitted, unable to foresee the ultimate outcome, only hoping that humanity wouldn't overly rely on mental power. The prince's eyes gleamed with resolute light. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. He straightened up, hand resting on the sword at his waist, his smile exuding a fierce aura. As long as I can wield a sword, it doesn't matter if humanity has mental power or not. They don't need it, nor do I. These words reflected the future king's pride and trust in his people. Jun Lin smiled, thinking of Luoles and others, realizing that humanity possessed other invaluable qualities: courage, passion, determination, and faith. Even without mental power, with their wisdom, humanity would carve out their own space among the stars. As the sacred mentor protecting humanity, Jun Lin cherished these mortals, willing to give everything to alleviate their suffering and guide them. He tirelessly wrote scrolls in the high tower, wanting to offer humanity a gift of hope. Ngu, this will be a gift. The only saint of humanity, Jun Lin, said to the illustrious Emperor Ngu Samuel. He decided to give them the key, believing humanity would use it to unlock countless possibilities. Jun Lin looked to the future with anticipation. The mech is quite impressive. Jun Lin nodded in approval, then turned to Luoles. Can you wield the violet sword? Luoles pondered for a moment before replying, 30%? Is that so? 30%. Jun Lin mused. Suddenly, Luoles clenched his fist over his chest, his expression solemn, and a determined glint in his black hair and violet eyes. Sir, the Violet clan will always wield the sword for you. We may not be as strong as the first generation of Violet, but our vow remains unchanged. For a brief moment, Jun Lin seemed to see the shadow of an old friend and sighed softly, very much alike. He couldn't help but wonder, did Violet ever find someone they loved? The system paused for a moment before responding. No, they all pledged everything to you, and Ngu. Where would they find a wife? Jun Lin's gaze fell on Luoles. This young major general of the empire, though aloof in nature, was strikingly handsome and likely had many admirers. As an elder, Jun Lin felt it was his responsibility to be concerned about Luoles' future, even considering proposing on his behalf. At this moment, Jun Lin and Luoles were in a virtual world platform room, offering various functions like mech assembly and combat. Today, Lania was set to have an intense competition with Jian Shifan, pitting Lania's combined mech army against Jian Shifan's single-unit mech. Jian Shifan had enlisted a military academy mech student to operate the mech, while Lania took on the task alone. In the arena, Lania was fully focused on his preparations. He had set aside his usual smile, his eyes now sharp and keen, like a sword poised to strike. This was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, and differed from his presence outside the virtual realm. Jun Lin remarked calmly, perhaps all of that is him, just not always revealed. Or maybe certain emotions and memories are stored and influenced, presenting a slightly different person. Sir, do you think he'll win? Luoles asked. I believe he can, Jun Lin replied. If those tragedies hadn't occurred, he was meant to win. Even in this virtual world, it proves his strength. For Lania, not all of this is an illusion. Just then, the sound of wings flapping echoed. Xiaobai flew into the virtual space, gradually transforming into a small humanoid figure. Jun Lin didn't turn around and simply said, I think your white bird form is prettier. The newcomer remained silent, taking a couple of steps forward. This black-haired girl, Xian Jie, with an expressionless face, focused intently on Lan Yingjier in the arena, her white wings trembling slightly with tension and concern. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the crowd. A few of Lan Yingjie's friends and classmates were cheering for him, with Wang Ping's voice being the loudest. However, the support for Jian Shifan soon drowned them out. Various taunts and doubts surfaced, but to avoid disturbing the competition, these voices were muted. Seeing Lan Yingjie at a disadvantage, Jun Lin narrowed his eyes. Isn't it just money? He has plenty, he thought to himself. If he runs out, I'll have Luoles step in. Wait, do you need special permissions to send gifts? Jun Lin looked at Luoles with a puzzled expression. Understanding immediately, Luoles shared his StarNet ID without hesitation. Thus, an ID named Lan Yingjie's great-uncle suddenly appeared. Jun Lin began showering Lan Yingjie with gifts. One after another, the projections of battleships sailed across the virtual plaza above. The massive starships cast shadows that felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Wow, who is this person? It's like they're sending those enormous starships for free. Whoa, I've never seen that kind of starship before. You're so out of the loop. Those starships aren't something you can just send. You need high-level permissions. Who is this person? Sending so many. Could it really be Lan Yingjie's great-uncle? Wang Ping, who knew a bit more, was stunned. Could the person he saw that day really have been Loningjia's great-uncle? He couldn't help but feel envious, wishing he had such a relative not for the money, but for the warmth of family. How is someone this wealthy? Why haven't we heard about them before? Darn it, there's no way we can compete with that. With all this commotion, Loningjia's dream of building a mecha army seemed within reach. The spectacle caught the attention of many idlers on Starnet, who watched as the once obscure platform channel skyrocketed to the top. In no time, the virtual plaza was packed to capacity. Jun Lin, wielding the highest permissions, began kicking out newcomers one by one and locked down the platform space, leaving only the original academy members. He didn't want the situation to spiral out of control due to an overwhelming crowd. Some might question why he acted so ostentatiously, but Jun Lin thought, even if something went wrong, so what? He was just supporting his little nephew, and he was confident he could handle any fallout. With preparations complete, Loningjie and Jian Shifan were about to begin their assessment. Countless mecha components were scattered around them. The two stood on massive platforms, manipulating mechanical arms and mecha conduits to assemble their creations. Under their skillful hands, the enormous mecha gradually took shape, standing out even amidst the vast Star Sea Plaza. Xian Jie made a few soft sounds, as if cheering for Loningjie. The worry in her dark eyes dissipated, leaving only the image of Loningjie, as if he were the center of the world. Focused and earnest, Loningjie seemed to shine, realizing his long-promised dream of a mecha army. In Bai Niao's eyes, this version of Loningjie was the best, surpassing anyone else. The intense emotion brought Xian Jie to life, a smile lighting up her face, making her more like a lively white bird rather than a lonely ghost from the city of sin. If you care about him so much, why did you do what you did? Jun Lin asked. Xian Jie's wings trembled slightly as she turned to meet Jun Lin's all-seeing gaze. She simply shook her head, her eyes pleading silently, as if crying out from the depths of a chasm. The two seemed to exchange unspoken words, and Jun Lin finally relented, saying, I understand. Look, isn't this the moment you least want to miss? With Jun Lin's assurance, Xian Jie smiled again, focusing all her attention back on Loningjie, unwilling to miss a single moment. As time passed, the mechas on both sides gradually took shape. Loningjie's mecha squad models were diverse, capable of combining into a single unit or splitting apart for individual action. Cohesion and flexibility were perfectly integrated into his creations. Jian Shifan, on the other hand, built a single, larger mecha. From the assembly process, they seemed evenly matched, but on closer inspection, Loningjie might have a slight edge. Tisk, Jian Shifan clicked his tongue in frustration. This guy, insisting on building his mecha squad. With psychic power only at level E, his mecha might move as slow as a turtle. Retreating to the backstage, Jian Shifan patted the shoulder of Yu Qian, a military academy student he had called over. The young master bit his cheek, his eyes flickering with a malicious gleam. He lowered his voice and said venomously, teach that kid a lesson. Make sure he gives up on that unrealistic dream. Jian Shifan nodded slightly, a smug smile appearing on his face. He explained, I've already discussed it with the mentor. Even if Loningjie loses this match, he will still get a spot. Once we're in the same place, there will be plenty of opportunities to clash. Let's see if he dares to ignore me then. If this match can completely crush his dream of going to the battlefield, all the better. Yu Qian emotionlessly removed Jian Shifan's hand from his shoulder and said in a flat tone, understood, before turning to head toward the competition platform. As both sides finished assembling their mechas, the functionality testing phase began. This was undoubtedly the most unfair part of the entire test. With no intermission, whether Loningjie could endure to the end remained uncertain. Jun Lin's gaze fell on the small mecha heavily guarded at the center. The wings of the mecha glowed with a soft white light, clearly the core of the entire mecha team and the white bird that needed the most protection. One by one, the mechas, trailing silver light, flew out of the foundry plaza into a more expansive space. The system's voice sounded, please select the next battle environment. 1. Yuanlan Meteorite Belt 2. Kaiyang Domains Chaotic Vortex 3. Kikier Star 4. Dylan Hong Asteroid Belt. Without hesitation, Loningjie chose the most challenging option. I choose 1. Yu Qian remained calm, and upon seeing Loningjie's choice, pressed the same button. He sent a message to Loningjie through the communication channel. Why do you insist on going to the battlefield yourself? And why choose the most difficult path as a mecha pilot? Loningjie grinned, sweat dripping from his forehead. Even in the virtual space, his condition was far from ideal. He replied, I can't help it. People always have some unrealistic dreams. Admirable courage, Yu Qian remarked briefly. The surrounding environment began to change rapidly, and the two mecha teams gradually distanced themselves. Loningjie's mental energy was nearly depleted. He still had to control multiple mechas to fight against future mecha masters, with almost no chance of winning. Yu Qian did not underestimate Loningjie due to his low mental energy. He had heard some stories about Loningjie, and found him to be someone worthy of admiration. If his mental power were stronger and his physical condition improved, he might truly become a worthy comrade. Although his opponent might not survive the first round, Yu Qian had no intention of holding back. After all, he was entrusted with this task. Sorry, Yu Qian thought to himself, but stick to being a mecha constructor. Not everyone is cut out for the battlefield. Like your classmates said, there are still plenty of mecha pilots. Sending someone with great talent in mecha construction to die on the battlefield, what are they thinking? In the unique magnetic field of the Yuanlan meteorite belt, new meteors constantly formed, hurtling through the area at high speed like missiles. A slight misstep could result in a collision, losing control of the flight path, and potentially being struck down by the countless incoming meteors. Not to mention the high-temperature debris from exploding meteors, present almost everywhere. Fighting in such an environment, merely adapting and avoiding meteors was already a daunting task. A cloaked reconnaissance drone skillfully weaved through the meteors. Soon, it discovered Yu Ping lurking behind a massive floating rock. Just as it transmitted the coordinates and image, the drone was detected by the external scanner of a black mecha. Trying to evade, it was caught off guard by the opponent's swift response. The black mecha raised its right arm and fired 3 plasma torpedoes, precisely predicting the drone's escape path. The dazzling explosion lit up the starry sea, and Lania instantly lost an eye. The black mecha's figure vanished once more. It was clear that the opponent was likely moving toward Lania's position. The next decision was critical: to attack or retreat. Engaging Hedon could lead to an immediate battle, but retreating required extreme caution, as the opponent might flank and launch a surprise attack from behind. It was an unpredictable situation. The opponent's mecha was fully offensive. Any hesitation from Lania could result in total defeat. He had to engage in a battle of attrition. So, which strategy would the opponent choose? After careful consideration, Lania decided to split his forces. He would retain most of his strength to face the direction of the approaching black mecha, leaving a portion behind as bait while setting up an ambush. Let's go, Jun Lin said calmly, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. He and Luoles quietly exited the virtual pod, leaving Lania to continue his match. Luoles, could you read me some of the epic Lania mentioned earlier? Jun Lin asked. Sure. Luoles nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the battle in the virtual world had reached a fever pitch. Lania, piloting the last Whitebird mecha, fought alongside Meteor. Together, they charged at Yu Ping's black mecha like lightning, firing the final 5 plasma cannons with precision. At that moment, the outcome was decided. Lania not only won the match, but also pushed his mental limits to the extreme in a life-or-death situation. This result exceeded everyone's expectations, including the black-haired young master, Jin Shifan. He was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Even Yu Qian showed a look of surprise. However, Yu Qian was not one to hold a grudge over a loss. As he shook hands with Lania, he sincerely said, "You're impressive." This military academy student clearly acknowledged Lania's strength. Jin Shifan, arms crossed and begrudgingly following Yu Qian, muttered, "This time you got lucky, just keep it up in the future." Wang Ping couldn't help but tease, "See, young master, maybe you'll need my buddy Jie to protect you someday." Jin Shifan, like an irritated kitten, rolled his eyes at Wang Ping and logged off. Yu Qian watched Jin Shifan's retreating figure with resignation, then explained the misunderstanding between them to Lania. Hearing this, Wang Ping whispered in surprise, "Who would have thought that young Master Jin isn't so bad after all? That's quite something." Lania laughed happily, his curls bouncing with joy. He looked around for Jun Lin. "By the way, did you see where Jun Lin, my granduncle, went?" Wang Ping eagerly replied, "Wow, he really is your granduncle. I wish I had a granduncle like that. The way he backed you up." He recounted everything that had happened to Lania. After listening, Lania felt warmth spread through him, his eyes even a little misty. Wang Ping continued, "They seem to have left just now. Maybe they're preparing a victory celebration for you. You should go check it out." "All right, let's meet up another day." Lania cheerfully patted Wang Ping's shoulder and quickly logged off the star network. Back in the real world, Lania was drenched in sweat, his legs a bit wobbly, but he was exhilarated. He sprinted out of the workshop and into the living room. Sure enough, Jun Lin and the others were there. His heart pounded wildly, and he took a couple of deep breaths to steady his breathing. I. He was so excited he couldn't form a complete sentence, his hands shaking slightly, lips pale, yet his face was flushed and warm. Jun Lin, eyes smiling, finished his sentence for him. "You won, I know." Yes. Lania worked to calm himself, and finally could speak normally. Seeing his stable state, Jun Lin then asked, "Did you accomplish everything you wanted to?" Though a bit puzzled, Lania happily replied, "Yes." To him, Jun Lin was like a lucky star. Ever since he appeared, everything had been moving in a positive direction, more wonderful than any dream. "Then let's go back," Jun Lin said. "Go back where?" Jia asked instinctively. Jun Lin looked directly at him, his eyes twinkling slightly, and softly spoke words that made Jia's heart momentarily stop. Back to reality. Jia was unable to attend the tech exhibition as he had hoped, nor did he witness the victory of the Whitebird mecha in the competition. Jun Lin paused for a moment before continuing to reveal the harsh truth. The condition of the Whitebird hasn't improved. These words pierced through the dream Jia had meticulously woven, like a sharp knife. Jun Lin stepped closer, each word exposing the truths that had been deliberately forgotten. He extended a hand to Jia, his tone firm. Since everything you've missed has been realized here, it's time to end this dream and return to reality. Jia looked at the approaching Jun Lin as if facing a monstrous flood. He involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, shaking his head desperately, trying to dispel Jun Lin's words that sounded like a demon's whisper. He had only wanted to share the joy of his efforts with Jun Lin, yet he couldn't understand why Jun Lin was pressing him with such unsettling words. Every sentence felt suffocating to Jia, as if he could feel the sadness and despair that once filled his heart. His temples throbbed painfully, especially at the mention of Xiaobai, which he found unbearable. In a state of panic, Jia began to call out for the white bird. Xiaobai! Xiaobai! The white bird appeared out of nowhere, perching on Jia's shoulder as always. This gave him a glimmer of hope, and he eagerly said to Jun Lin, "Look, Jun Lin, Xiaobai is here. She's fine. How can any of this be false?" However, Jun Lin mercilessly shattered his illusion. "She's already dead, and you said it yourself." With each word from Jun Lin, the world's distortion grew more severe. What seemed to Jia to be a few steps away was, in reality, countless chasms separating Jun Lin and Luoles from him. The world roared in agony, the sky and earth crumbling as countless stars fell. Massive thorny vines attempted to block Jun Lin's approach, but they were ruthlessly severed by the mental blades of Jun Lin and Luoles. Despite this, the distance between them and Jia continued to widen. Behind Jia, a dense sea of blood crystal white roses bloomed. These eerily beautiful flowers surrounded him, as if to drown him in an endless ocean of blossoms. Jun Lin's eyes narrowed, and with a swift gesture, he broke through the barrier space. In an instant, he was in front of Jia, reaching out to grab his collar and pull him from the floral sea. At this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The white bird, perched on Jia's shoulder and long devoid of flesh, suddenly pecked fiercely at Jun Lin's hand. His entire arm melted away as if corroded, though it quickly regenerated. Yet this brief delay cost him the chance to pull Jia back to reality. Who could have anticipated that seeing Jia's anguish would cause the white bird to waver? The blood crystal white roses seized this fleeting opportunity, immediately beguiling the white bird, turning it into a staunch defender of this false illusion. Jun Lin attempted to make Jia see the truth behind the beautiful illusion. "Don't be swayed by its deceit. You are about to offer your soul to the true devil. Can't you see? That boundless darkness is its unhidden lie." However, his words were distorted by the blood crystal white roses, becoming fragmented as they reached Jia's ears. Jia, with eyes half closed, felt his body relax, as though lying on an incredibly soft bed, wanting only to sleep deeply. In his imagination, Xiaobai was right beside him, waiting for him to awaken and reunite. Jia stood in the illusion, immersed in its beautiful deception. He had family, befriended Major General Luoles, visited the exhibition he had longed for, won an apparently impossible contest, and even surpassed his mental limits. Everything was so perfect that he was unwilling to let go. Even knowing it might be an illusion, he preferred to remain lost in it forever. A voice promised that everything would improve, and Jia chose to believe it. Although Jun Lin's words momentarily broke through the defenses of the blood crystal white rose, revealing some real images to him, Jia refused to accept them. The harsh reality frightened him, and he preferred to escape. The only thing he couldn't bear to lose was Xiaobai. The blood crystal white rose took the opportunity to entice him. "Xiaobai is right by your side. You've found family, befriended the Empire's major general, misunderstandings have been cleared, and you've gained friendship. You've succeeded, you're no longer ordinary. You can pilot a mech to achieve great things, defend the Empire, and create your own glory. I will remove all obstacles for you." Watching Jia relax and fall into the embrace of the blood crystal white rose, Jun Lin was so furious he laughed. Despite sensing the danger, he still chose to succumb, a price not easily borne by anyone. The blood crystal white rose took the chance to erode most of Jia's inner self. Once it assimilated Jun Lin and the others, it could completely control the 3 souls. At this moment, Jun Lin had merged with the character card of Saint Master Jun Lin. As a saint of humanity, he was wise and compassionate, caring for humans like a deity cherishes its people. But to think he was without temper would be a grave mistake. The usually gentle and polite person could become terrifying when angered. Jun Lin was not only a mage but also skilled in swordsmanship. His staff, the radiant staff, could cut through all darkness. A towering wave of mental energy surged toward Jun Lin. Luoles attempted to help, but Jun Lin pressed his head down. Stay put. Sensing danger, Luoles immediately fell silent. Jun Lin grabbed his collar, flung him away, and simultaneously used the glow of the radiant staff to protect him, shielding him from the blood crystal white rose's influence. Jun Lin stood against the wind, silver hair flowing and revealing his smooth forehead. His eyes, etched with intricate runes, shone brilliantly. A system prompt appeared. Predetermined task. Fulfill Lan Ingje's regrets in the Lost Realm. Time limit. None. Task success reward. Radiant staffs unsealing reaches 70. Task failure penalty. None. Predetermined task. Lead Lan Ingjia and the white bird out of the first layer of the lost illusion. Time limit. None. Task success reward. Radiant staffs unsealing reaches 80. Task failure penalty. None. Jun Lin smirked, waved his right hand, and the radiant staff appeared in his grasp. Let's simulate it once more. The power will be better this time. Although your recent tasks have been odd, I agree with you, system. They align with my intentions. I won't hold the previous task against you, Jun Lin said, as he charged forward at an incredible speed towards the endless wave of spiritual energy. Sanctuary Radiance. Jun Lin shouted, Holy Master Jun Lin, unseal level, 45 sword, come forth. With his call, the golden sun on the Fusang tree transformed instantly. The upper part became dispersed diamond-shaped crystals, while the lower part morphed into a long sword, with a red gem embedded in the hilt, resembling the Eye of Judgment. Jun Lin decisively drew the sword. At the same time, a formidable silver-haired apparition appeared behind him. The figure donned a white robe and light armor, with long silver hair tied high, and a face both handsome and aloof. In its right hand, it wielded the Sword of Radiance. In its left, a more ethereal magical tome floated. Its entire presence was akin to a deity descending. The apparition swung its sword upward, casually uttering a single word, sever. The endless wave of spiritual energy was immediately cleaved in two, its flowing ripples halting. Then, like a breached dam, the wave collapsed, disintegrating into foam and vanishing. In the distance, Luoles watched this unfold, his heart pounding like a drum, his body trembling slightly, unable to utter a word. That was the Holy Master of Humanity, the sole deity of human faith. After 5,000 years, its original form had finally reappeared before humankind. Beneath the apparition, Jun Lin, still in his youthful guise, surged towards the end of the blood crystal white rose with unstoppable momentum. Holy Master Jun Lin, unseal level, 47. Countless white and red crystal petals intertwined, and a grotesquely twisted mechanical beast emerged in the dim, shattered space. These were the monsters derived from Lan Yingji's mech legion. Though massive, they moved with no delay, each cannon blast capable of obliterating half a small asteroid. Simultaneously, the pervasive spiritual energy tracked Jun Lin's aura like a relentless shadow, ready to engulf him at any moment. Jun Lin swung his sword with lightning speed, and a dense web of sword marks appeared in an instant. The mech, tough enough to traverse the universe, was as fragile as tofu before him, repeatedly sliced into pieces. Despite their constant reformation, they could not halt Jun Lin's advance. In the end, he crushed them into powder with sheer spiritual force. Holy Master Jun Lin, unseal level, 48. Jun Lin's unstoppable might, capable of defeating any foe, rendered the now exposed illusion perilously unstable. Deep within the sea of flowers, the cocoon enveloping Lan Ingjia accelerated its weaving and devouring pace. Holy Master Jun Lin, unseal level, 49. After passing through the mech legion, Jun Lin's presence suddenly vanished from the illusion. A vivid blood-red flower phantom gently bloomed atop Lan Ingjia's cocoon, seemingly gazing towards where Jun Lin had disappeared. Just as countless blood crystal white roses were about to consume him, a pair of deep, mystical purple eyes reflected the outline of the blood-red rose. Jun Lin, with a calm demeanor, extended his slender hand through the phantom of the blood crystal white rose, piercing through numerous layers, and directly touched Lan Yingji's forehead. In that instant, the falling petals scattered, the illusion shattered. The deity descended once more. Holy Master Jun Lin, unseal level, 50. The human god divine consciousness awakening, incomplete. As the seal on Shangshi Jun Ling is partially lifted, marking the awakening of the incomplete divinity of the human god, an inexplicable resonance seems to ripple through every human being across the vast cosmos. A mysterious tremor courses through their bodies, prompting them to instinctively look up. Piercing through numerous barriers, an image both ethereal and real appears in everyone's vision. Amidst the boundless sea of stars, on the endless tides, stands a towering figure. This figure is clad in a robe shimmering with starlight, silver hair flowing in the breeze, eyes radiating wisdom and compassion. It is the legendary Shangshi, holding a staff of protection, casting a merciful light upon humanity lost in darkness. This scene, reminiscent of ancient myths, stirs a deep resonance in everyone's hearts. Reactions vary. Some exclaim in surprise, others express doubt, but most are overwhelmed by an uncontrollable excitement and reverence. This can't be just an ordinary image. Someone shouts, "Did you feel the ripple in your spiritual sea?" "Wait, is that Shangshi?" Another voice asks, trembling. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupts among the crowd. "Shangshi above, bless me to pass my mech exam. How dare you desecrate the sanctity of Shangshi? He hasn't abandoned us. He's returning. Praise be to your wisdom and mercy. Humanity will forever follow your guidance." Emotions swell like a tide. Some weep with joy, others kneel in prayer, while some futilely attempt to record this sacred moment with their devices. The news spreads rapidly, sparking widespread speculation about the significance of Shangshi's return. Some are eager to join the departing armies, yet are forbidden by the Empire's decree from leaving. The internet is awash with lamentation, though some urge the Stabhines to focus on building the Empire. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, the young sovereign Besa Samuel is intently browsing discussions on the holographic screen. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts him, prompting him to quickly close the screen and pick up a history book, feigning interest. "Come in," he says steadily. In walks T. Xiang Black Pearl, his tall, brown-haired secretary, exuding a sharp and commanding presence. "Your Majesty, there's been an anomaly at the Imperial Tomb and the Hall of Heroes. Should we send someone to investigate?" she inquires calmly. Besa Samuel maintains a solemn demeanor, exuding a distinct aura. "The affairs of the eldest ancestors are not for us to meddle in. Our duty now is to prepare for Shangshi's return." T. Xiangqing provided a detailed report to His Majesty Besa Samuel regarding the upcoming tasks, mentioning that the list had been sent to his affairs inbox for a prompt decision. Besa expressed gratitude for her efforts, but was left speechless when she quipped, "If your Majesty could spend a little less time surfing, it would make my job easier." "What is this surfing you speak of?" Besa asked, maintaining a calm demeanor despite a slight unease. Xiang responded nonchalantly, "I wouldn't know. Perhaps it's more intriguing than the 36 ways to make chocolate cookies." With that, she left the room. Besa, taken aback, quickly glanced at the book in his hands. The cover clearly read, "A Record of Modern History of the Radiant Empire," indicating it was not a cookbook. Relieved, he set the book aside and cheerfully opened his digital device to continue monitoring public affairs. However, a red warning message appeared. "This chat thread has been sealed by the inspector of the 36 ways to make chocolate cookies. Your account has been deleted." Meanwhile, deep within the Hall of Spirits, several spirits were in discussion. They sensed the return of the Master, and Violet couldn't wait to leave. Although others were somewhat displeased, they understood Violet's devotion to the Master. Emily Black Pearl, the Empire's 6th knight and a divine-level mage, showed her disappointment at not seeing the Master. Red-haired Debbie Red Rose tried to console her, but it backfired. Blonde Duda Gold Iris and the beautiful Karen Blue Phoenix also joined in comforting her. When Blue Phoenix gently suggested accompanying Emily to find the Master, Emily's mood visibly improved. However, Gold Iris discreetly gestured to prevent his wife from leaving with Emily. Emily noticed Gold Iris's subtle gesture, and her face fell, her blue eyes welling with tears, ready to spill at any moment. Debbie Red Rose whipped around, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Jean Yanwei had just finished her dance, quickly feigning nonchalance as she whistled with her hands behind her back, her eyes darting around. Red Rose squinted, already zeroing in on the culprit in her mind. Karen, her call carried a hint of menace. Qing Fenghuang immediately grasped the situation. The gentle demeanor she had developed under Master Jun Lin's influence vanished, replaced by a chilling calmness. "Wait, darling, let me explain." Jean Yanwei and Qing Fenghuang's voices overlapped but were cut off by Red Rose's icy interruption. "These two won't do.
Pass.
Her gaze shifted to Ret Lan Yu Bai. The third-ranked member looked like a teenager, his long blue hair almost covering his eyes, and he was only slightly taller than Emily. Shy and quiet, he simply shook his head, indicating he was of no help. "What about Kimini?" Red Rose inquired. Ret pointed toward the corner. Kimini was crouched there, seemingly wallowing in self-pity. As a fervent fan of the Master, he was upset for not being the first to greet the Master's return. Yet, he struggled to maintain his noble composure, experiencing an intense inner conflict. Emily still needed comfort, Duda and Karen were playfully bickering. Ret was lost in thought, and Kimini was in the corner biting his handkerchief in distress. Having just awoken from a millennia-long slumber, Red Rose felt a suffocating headache once more. She was never good at handling such situations, and the most reliable member of the team, Violet, had already departed. Red Rose sighed, realizing that no matter how much time passed, some things would never change. Meanwhile, humans in distant galaxies began behaving bizarrely. They stood still, gazing into the distance with wide eyes, as if witnessing something awe-inspiring. Then, they burst into tears and laughter, tears and snot mingling. Some howled and ran wildly, kissing the sky and earth as if reverting to primitive instincts. Some even started booking spaceship tickets, as if they couldn't stand to stay any longer. Other galactic species were baffled. The sky seemed slightly brighter than before, but was it really worth all this excitement? Yet, the humans couldn't contain their overwhelming joy. Even two previously feuding men embraced each other, weeping. The alien species looked on in disbelief, wondering if humanity had collectively lost its mind. On an unknown oceanic planet, a black-haired man furiously smashed his equipment on the ground, stomping on it with frustration. He cursed, "What a piece of junk! Can't capture anything." Then muttered to himself, "Of course, how could you dare taint the master's image?" In his swaying silhouette, an earring occasionally glinted, a gold and green gemstone intricately carved in the shape of thorns. Poole kicked aside the shattered remains of the device, sending fragments scattering in all directions. He exhaled deeply, elegantly sweeping his long hair back over his shoulder and casually smoothing the wrinkles in his robe. In an instant, his face was once again graced with the elegant smile befitting his noble demeanor. "My apologies for the outburst earlier. I hope I didn't disturb anyone." Poole's tone was gentle, as if the enraged person moments before had not been him. The others were still caught in the shock of the sudden change, only managing to nod blankly. Only one other traveler seemed unfazed. She had short, light golden hair, her features delicate yet spirited, and her pointed ears revealed her elven heritage. "Poole, are you all right? What happened?" the elf woman asked with concern. "I'm fine, Siayani," Poole replied, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "Something incredible has happened. I'm afraid I must leave immediately. We'll be in touch." With that, Poole didn't hesitate. He nodded to his companions, then unleashed his mental energy, launching himself from the island like a cannonball, streaking over the boundless ocean. In no time, Siayani appeared behind Poole. Ethereal, beautiful wings had formed at her back, matching Poole's speed effortlessly. "Poole, are you really leaving? So suddenly?" "Indeed, Siayani," Poole smiled. Siayani was a cherished friend, as elegant and beautiful as he was. Who wouldn't be fond of her? "You know, I've mentioned it to you before, only that one thing." Siayani pondered briefly, quickly understanding Poole's intent. The return of the human sage. Her emerald eyes flickered with surprise, then genuine joy. This is truly wonderful for you." Poole had left his empire, wandering the starry universe for so long in search of their sage. Just like Siayani. Siayani gazed into the sky, a hint of longing in her eyes. "My king, where might you be now? Are you, too, like the human sage, about to return? The elves and the mother goddess have awaited you for so long." Poole discerned Siayani's thoughts and gently reassured her, "Siayani, keep moving forward. You will see him again. Of course, I've always believed the king will return." Siayani quickly composed herself, speaking with determination. "All right, Siayani, you should head back. I'll take a small shuttle. Once I'm back in the Empire, we'll reconnect." "Very well. Safe travels, Poole." The beautiful elf halted, waving to send her friend off with sincere blessings. Poole's mind was awash with thoughts. The Empire has set forth. "I thought of finding Lours before, but they have enough people. Now that I've sensed the sage, there's nothing more important. I won't return to the Empire. I'll set out directly. Ike, chart the course. I need to join the Imperial fleet, following the guidance of the Staff of Wisdom. I must be among the first to welcome the sage." "Understood, Poole." Calculating the shortest route now, the necklace on Poole's chest flashed joyfully. Evidently, the mech Ike was equally exhilarated. Suddenly, Ike's voice turned serious. Route calculation paused. "Poole, detecting unknown fluctuations in the asteroid belt 50 light-years ahead." "Ike, we don't have time for unknown fluctuations," Poole replied impatiently. "No, wait. This frequency is barely detectable, but it's strange. We might not be able to just leave. I need a moment, Poole." Poole sighed. "Since you're asking, I can't refuse." He knew his mech's personality, often meddlesome. But what could he do? He could only indulge it. Poole maneuvered the controls, quickly approaching the area. 5 minutes later, Ike's voice rose in urgency. "Poole, it's a distress signal, sent by Zero." Before the words were fully spoken, a massive mech appeared beside the small shuttle, heading toward the signal. This mech had sleek lines, exuding understated luxury. Compared to Zero, it had some new components, making it even more refined. The two ribbons on its shoulders fluttered in the starry sea, carrying a unique elegance. The mech streaked through the starry expanse like a shooting star. It seems we'll be delayed in joining the Imperial fleet. Ike, prepare for a jump, Poole commanded. Received, Major General Poole Greenbrier, Ike responded. Meanwhile, within the first layer of the lost illusion, a flamboyant blood-red flower met those deep eyes for just a moment before swiftly disintegrating. It swayed as if it had heard a distant flute melody. The feeling of drowsiness washed over him once again, tempting him into a deeper slumber. The blood crystal white rose vanished like a ghost, retreating into a deeper layer of the illusionary realm. The petals that had enveloped Lania fell like shards of ice, rustling softly. Beneath those withering white flowers, Lania lay surrounded by circles of white bones. These were remnants of wings transformed into skeletal remains, steadfastly protecting their master even in fragments. Surprisingly, within the blood crystal white rose that could devour soul and flesh, Lania remained almost unscathed. The white light in the sky continued to expand, engulfing all the dim and shattered space, returning everything to its original blankness. A new, more resilient illusion was taking shape. They were about to enter the second layer of the lost illusion. Jun Lin sensed Xiao Bai's weakening presence. He knew that if it continued to fade, nothing would remain. At this moment, Jun Lin's divinity far surpassed his humanity, and he spoke with a detached tone. I have promised to bring him back. If you continue like this, I am powerless to save him. Hand him over to me. Yet, the white bones embraced Lania even tighter, silently resisting. Jun Lin understood the white bird's reluctance and did not become angry at its refusal. He simply waved his hand lightly, and a piece of bone fell into his palm and disappeared. Retracting his gaze, Jun Lin calmly stated, "Let this be the first and last time." This was his brief warning to the white bird's defiance. Jun Lin raised his hand, and a spatial rift quietly opened in the distance, revealing the figure of Luoles. Upon seeing Jun Lin, the usually calm and silent Luoles' eyes flickered with a hint of excitement, which quickly subsided. For the Jun Lin before him was both familiar and unfamiliar. He was as vast and powerful as Luoles had imagined, standing there as the center of the universe. The heavens crowned him, stars accompanied him, transforming into light that dispelled all darkness. Yet, his gaze was so indifferent, as if nothing in the world was worth a second glance. There was no smile in the eyes of this deity, no compassion as he looked down upon the world. Perhaps this was what a true god was: ethereal, aloof, unmoved by anything, lingering for nothing. In the presence of such a Jun Lin, such a saint master, Luoles restrained all outward emotions, returning to his silent and reserved demeanor. Jun Lin did not speak further, merely retrieving the staff of protection that had reverted to its original form and remained unusually obedient. He looked up at the initial white light above, and with a surge of spiritual energy, enveloped everyone, transforming into a stream of light that merged into the ultimate whiteness. In a daze, Lania felt as if he had dreamed a long and beautiful dream. In that blurred scene, he felt immense joy. However, the dream gradually faded, and people and objects became indistinct. The joy dissipated, and everything returned to calm. He was forgetting certain things, memories that once surged like a tide receding into the depths. It's time to wake up, a voice resonated in his heart. Lania suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a massive ancient tree towering into the clouds, its canopy stretching for miles, consuming all external light. Yet, in this tranquil space, a phosphorescent glow from an unknown source allowed him to see everything around him clearly. Where am I? Lania was puzzled. He remembered being in a room in the city of Sin just moments ago, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was in this place? He pinched his thigh hard. The pain was unmistakable, clearly not a dream. He looked down at his orderly uniform, but the device on his wrist was nowhere to be seen. Had he left the city of Sin? Or was he still in that chaotic place? Quickly surveying his surroundings, Lania noticed that the trees and rocks were astonishingly large. Even the mushrooms on the rocks reached up to his knees. The light seemed to come from behind him. Turning around, Lania was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. 100 meters away, Jun Lin hovered in midair, his silver hair flowing with the wind, with a radiant golden sun suspended behind him. The light illuminating the dense forest emanated entirely from him, with countless specks of light orbiting him like a king's retinue, mysterious and sacred. That light contained immense power, enough to dispel all darkness. In the vast forest, beams of light pierced through the dense canopy. Lania, with a dry throat, called out a few times but received no reply. His gaze was fixed on a figure about 300 to 400 meters away, beyond 4 or 5 massive boulders. The person seemed to be in a deep sleep, and Lania realized he had to reach them. The boulders were roughly 20 meters apart, and Lania thought he should be able to leap across. However, an inexplicable fear and hesitation suddenly gripped him, causing him to pause. This conflicting feeling puzzled him, as if he had forgotten something important. At that moment, a startling realization dawned on him: his mental strength had returned. With this newfound support, he regained confidence and began to run. His mental power propelled him forward, allowing him to land steadily on the second boulder. Seizing the momentum, Lania quickly reached Jun Lin's side. A gentle light enveloped them, dispelling the forest's chill and dampness. Lania carefully observed the sleeping Jun Lin, noting the golden patterns on his cheeks and the sacred sun mark on his forehead. Not daring to touch him rashly, Lania softly called Jun Lin's name. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, pondering the whereabouts of Major General Lours and Xianjier. To be safe, Lania cautiously released his mental power, setting up a simple alert. Before long, the glow around Jun Lin began to fade, and the hovering radiant sun disappeared. He gradually descended to a height within Lania's reach. The golden patterns on his face also started to fade, seemingly returning to normal. Just as Lania breathed a sigh of relief, a faint tremor emanated from the ground. Pressing his body against the boulder, he felt the vibrations intensifying and heard a distant rumbling, as if a massive creature was charging towards them. Driven by a sense of urgency, Lania acted swiftly. He scooped up the floating Jun Lin and dashed in the opposite direction of the tremors. The noise behind them grew louder. The sound of trees being destroyed was deafening. Lania ran with all his might, but he felt his strength waning. He couldn't resist glancing back, only to see a colossal blood-red maw devouring everything in its path, with several bloodshot, giant eyes glimmering inside. Countless tentacle-like vines lashed at the ground. Enormous trees were crushed like fragile chocolate sticks, and the stench was overwhelming, making Lania dizzy. This scene stirred some vague memories in Lania, but he had no time to ponder them and could only keep running. Despite being utterly exhausted, he held Jun Lin tightly, using his remaining mental strength to calculate each step's landing. The shadow of death loomed over Lania, but a vague thought ignited in his mind seemed to have an unfulfilled promise, a need to return to the Empire. Someone was waiting for him. It was Xiao Bai. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Xianjier, her black hair flowing, her face expressionless, and white wings unfurled behind her. She scooped up the exhausted Lania and burst out of the forest. The scene was rather surreal. Lania cradled Jun Lin in his arms, while Xianjier carried Lania, with the blood-red maw and menacing tentacles in hot pursuit. Lania couldn't help but think how bizarre the situation was. Xianjier moved with incredible speed, even while carrying two people, gradually distancing herself from the terrifying creature. The monstrous sounds of the gigantic beast rampaging across the land were sharp and piercing, echoing through the dense forest. The trio burst out of the woods, soaring higher and higher until they were detected by the monitoring spaceship stationed outside the planet. Report, Lieutenant Colonel. The Pioneer Vines have awakened prematurely. We've detected 3 life forms in the airspace of planet D21, including 2 humans and 1 half-blooded winged creature. The Imperial Lieutenant Colonel, aboard the main command starship, quickly assessed the situation. Understood. Although Jun Lin and his companions are small targets, they cannot resist the attraction they hold for those creatures. The unsealed divine power emanates an aura that drives these twisted monsters insane. The writhing creature on the ground seemed to sense that what initially drew it was moving away. The red eyes within its massive maw rolled, exposed amidst the flesh, turning upwards to gaze at the retreating figures. From the depths of its chaotic mind, an intense fervor and obsession arose. It was unwilling to let the source of its trembling awe slip away and desired to keep it close. The writhing vines suddenly slowed, and then, countless massive black tendrils shot up from the planet's surface. They twisted and struggled, advancing rapidly toward Jun Lin and his companions. The sudden frenzy of the Pioneer Vines caught everyone off guard. In an instant, its tendrils were on the verge of engulfing the 3. Though the red eyes on the writhing tendrils moved with ferocity, there was an unusual gentleness and sincerity in their gaze. Gently, gently whole. Stand down. A voice, majestic and godlike, resonated in the mind of the Pioneer Vines. Upon hearing it, the formidable tendrils halted abruptly, as if chastised, unsure of what to do. Immediately, a barrage of artillery beams rained down on the vines, blasting the twisted branches into pieces. The air was filled with the acrid stench of burning wood and flesh. Under the onslaught of firepower, the glowing figure with white wings moved further and further away. There, go back now. The voice spoke again, this time more soothing, leaving the Pioneer Vines bewildered, as if it had received approval. The massive tendrils writhed, eager to continue their pursuit, unwilling to lose the presence they craved. Yet, the earlier command held it in check. Like a reluctant child, the remaining tendrils slowly retracted, and the colossal creature sank back into the ground. The gaping hole it left behind was quickly filled by the surrounding soil, and the previously ravaged area began to show signs of life once more. In an unnoticed corner, a small vine drifted toward Jun Lin's fingertips. It tried to land but was blocked by a thin layer of golden light. The little vine attempted to push through, but was unable to penetrate the invisible barrier, recoiling as if burned. Its head drooped in defeat.
Behave, don't cause trouble.
In his mental sea, Jun Lin watched the scene unfold with amusement, ultimately allowing the vine's small gesture. The spirit within the staff of sanctuary, now 80 unsealed, was almost fully awakened. Though it had been carried by its master for years, it had fallen into a deep slumber due to the master's absence. Unlike the staff of wisdom and the staff of radiance, it could not unseal itself and relied on its master for restoration. Upon seeing the persistent Pioneer vine trying to follow Jun Lin, the staff of sanctuary became immediately vigilant. However, it had no choice but to heed its master's words, eventually withdrawing its protective light. The staff of sanctuary lamented internally, "QAQ, I really am the most useless. Wisdom radiance, where are you? I miss you so much." Once the faint glow disappeared, the small vine tentatively extended a tip, finally touching Jun Lin. It became ecstatic, wrapping lovingly around Jun Lin's pinky finger like an exquisite ring. What exactly was happening? To understand that, we must trace back to the awakening of the divine essence. They were supposed to smoothly enter the second layer of the lost illusion. However, at this critical moment, Jun Lin encountered an unexpected event. The divine realm, which should have appeared alongside the awakening of his divinity, seemed to have finally finished buffering and was now attempting to manifest directly in the lost illusion. Jun Lin, whose divine nature had previously overshadowed his human side, suddenly became alert, furrowing his brows. Something was clearly off. It was obvious someone was trying to stir up trouble. System? Jun Lin called out softly, while having to fully concentrate on suppressing the surging divinity within him and the restless divine realm. Jun Lin let out a cold laugh. Divinity? Divine realm? When he became king, he rejected becoming a god for all 6 races, except for Laodicea, who was initially a demon god and couldn't be altered. Not only that, but he also destroyed all the so-called divinity granted by the system and sealed off every divine realm. He hadn't expected that after just a year away, upon returning, he still couldn't escape the fate of inheriting the position of a deity. Being a king was challenging enough, let alone becoming one of those aloof gods beyond life and death. Jun Lin shook his head. This was not what he wanted. The occasional emergence of divine nature was something he could never appreciate. System, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Jun Lin stared at the invisible system interface in the void, his tone carrying a hint of threat. We've been partners for so long. Didn't I destroy the divinity long ago? Why am I being pushed to ascend to a deity's position now? Speak up with your mechanical voice. I have many questions I need you to answer. Faced with Jun Lin's questioning, the system interface, which had been unresponsive, seemed to twitch slightly before bravely continuing to play dead. Jun Lin squinted his eyes, his tone turning even colder. Not answering me? Aren't you afraid that once I fully return, I'll tear you apart? I feel like I could do it. Jun Lin's threats grew more blatant, and he was known for following through on his words. This time, the actions taken behind his back were indeed excessive. The system, seemingly concerned that Jun Lin might actually destroy it in the future, finally popped up 2 lines of explanation. Divinity cannot be destroyed, only sealed. To eliminate the zero seal effect, the power of divinity is needed during the unsealing process. This explanation made some sense. While Jun Lin had already made some calculations in his mind, he wore a friendly smile on his face. Oh, so that's how it is. From then on, no matter what Jun Lin said, the system remained silent as if it were dead. All right, that's fine. We have plenty of time, Jun Lin said as he absorbed the fragments of divinity while looking up at the top of the divine realm where the 3 great authorities of wisdom, radiance, and protection were represented. At this moment, the spiritual imprints belonging to his disciples, Ngu and Zilulin, were frantically trembling around them, resonating with the staff of wisdom and the staff of radiance, keeping the divine realm in a state of unrest. Jun Lin knew they were determined to see him. Otherwise, the divine realm would never settle down. 5,000 years. Although it was only a year in his reality, for those who lived in the epic era, the wait had been unbearably long. Nearing home, even someone as detached as Jun Lin felt a twinge of nervousness. He took a deep breath, preparing to face the imminent reunion. Meanwhile, after awakening, Zilulin quickly reunited with the staff of wisdom. A combination of bloodline and contractual senses made Jun Lin's current location even clearer. Master, master, Zilulin called out in his heart. He had finally waited for his master. He was determined to bring his master back to the Empire, and no one could stop him. Previously, Zilulin had been patiently coordinating with the Imperial forces. However, Jun Lin's location kept changing rapidly, sometimes even disappearing into the void. making it impossible for them to track down. Twice, the Empire's ships had come up empty, proving how elusive the sinister starship capable of traversing the star seas and hiding in the void was. If not for their faint connection to the Holy Master, they might never have found the place. Neither alive nor dead, only entering and never exiting. This was a rumor circulating in the star seas, but this so-called inescapable prison, a city of chaos and sin, indeed existed. However, it never approached the colossal entities in the star universe, such as the Abyss, the Voidlands, or the human empire. When it occasionally revealed itself, it was only in the unregulated, backward, and barren chaotic star regions. This situation was untenable. The distance between them was already unknown, and now it was growing even further apart. How could they possibly find the Holy Master? The Staff of Wisdom, possessing its own sentience, had a more intimate connection with Jun Lin. Upon awakening, it naturally sensed Jun Lin's predicament, as if he were caught in some kind of crisis. The Staff of Wisdom was unwilling to delay any longer. Originally, they thought they could quickly reunite with their master, but reality proved to be harsh. The oppressive aura surrounding the Empire's first Violet and the Staff of Wisdom was almost palpable, and even the most oblivious could sense their anxiety and unease. The frustration of two failed attempts left everyone with a burning sense of indignation. Although they firmly believed they would eventually catch up to Jun Lin, what they needed at that moment was not a distant hope but the immediate joy of seeing their master. Violet could no longer remain calm, every nerve on edge at the thought that their master might be in danger. Remember the vow of the Violet, my descendant, Lour's Violet. You must not allow any harm to befall our master. This promise was etched into his very soul. Without further hesitation, the Staff of Wisdom and Violet decided to leave the main group behind, choosing to locate Jun Lin themselves. In the annals of human epics, Violet was already a legendary hero, having become one of humanity's most powerful guardians after his death. For him, tearing through space was almost effortless. With a gentle swing of the Oath of Glory sword, Violet cleaved a space rift more terrifying than the main cannon of a Legion warship. They stepped into the void passage without hesitation, disappearing instantly. As all of humanity witnessed the figure traversing the stars, Violet unsurprisingly located their target. He halted, and at the same time, the powers of wisdom and radiance, embodied by the two, pulled their spirits into the divine realm without resistance. This vast, sacred, and solemn realm was a true miracle of divine creation. Two towering figures appeared simultaneously in this space. Violet immediately recognized the golden-haired figure beside him and stepped forward without hesitation to perform the knight's salute to the long-unseen ruler of the Empire. Even as a mythic figure and the first guardian spirit of humanity, in front of Anchor Samuel, he was forever the seventh knight, granted the Oath of Glory sword and fighting for Anchor. Anchor Samuel watched Violet salute silently, not stopping him. "Rise, my knight," he said, trying to keep his tone relaxed. "You know I never cared much for these formalities." Violet stood straight and solemnly replied, "My king, some rights cannot be forsaken." "Of course, I know that," Anchor shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "But I'm not like those old folks, and neither was our teacher." On the surface, Anchor appeared at ease, as if meeting his long-lost knight was a trivial matter. Yet, Violet keenly sensed the king's tension. Anchor's attire and hairstyle had changed, deliberately reminiscent of the youthful monarch's image from when their master was alive, hoping to present a familiar student to the teacher. If the king was this tense, how could Violet remain calm? If not for being present only in spirit, his palms might have been sweaty, his hands trembling, struggling to hold the Oath of Glory sword steady. This place was suffused with their master's presence, as if they were within their master's mind. Their master was undoubtedly aware of their presence, but whether he would choose to reveal himself was uncertain. The Staff of Wisdom and the Staff of Radiance resonated, causing the entire divine realm to tremble. They insisted that if Jun Lin did not come to see them, they would not leave. These two figures, who could shake the entire human empire and even the cosmic stars with a mere stomp, now leaned against each other nervously, trying to calm their inner turmoil, like students anxiously awaiting their teacher's critique. Finally, the mist before them began to gather, slowly forming a figure. Silver hair like the snow-capped peaks, violet eyes holding the deepest of stars. This was the face unseen for a millennium, carrying a gentle smile that moved them profoundly. The long-awaited greeting across the ages finally resounded, as the figure softly said, "Anchor, Violet, it's been a long time." Sage Master Jun Lin, Unseal Rate, 55. The figure formed from the mist bore some differences from the one in their memories, but perhaps this was proof of his return to this world after a millennium. Jun Lin did not appear before his two old friends in the guise of the holy teacher, but in his truest form. To Angeli and Zilluin, this made no difference. Even if the face had changed, the soul was still the one they recognized. A millennium of waiting condensed into a simple greeting. Teacher, it's been a long time. Sir, it's been a long time, Angeli and Zillualin said in unison. Angeli squinted, glancing at the serene Zillualin beside him. That was what he had intended to say first. My knight, you should know the concept of first come, first served, right? Faced with the king's question, the Empire's seventh knight responded calmly. My king, I was merely expressing my longing for the sir, and there's no order in that. No, you knew I wanted to say it first. The human emperor's gaze was sharp, as if trying to see through the knight's heart. I possess no mind-reading abilities, my king. Please don't overthink it. Despite the monarch's unreasonable behavior, the mature and composed seventh knight maintained a forgiving attitude. And so, they argued, as if transported back to a time 1,000 years ago, as if nothing had changed. Jun Lin watched them with a kind-hearted smile, left momentarily unattended. Seizing the moment while Angeli and Zillualin debated, the Staff of Wisdom and the Staff of Radiance floated to Jun Lin's side, hovering with magical stones embedded in them gleaming with joy. Though not human, they too had spirits and had waited for their master for millennia. As the bond of their covenant reconnected, the divine staffs were filled with excitement. Wisdom, Radiance, Jun Lin extended his hands, one for each staff. The two divine artifacts ecstatically flew into his grasp. Yes, I've missed you too. How could I forget you? Sorry to keep you waiting so long. At this moment, the hidden staff of sanctuary revealed itself from Jun Lin's brow. The three divine staffs, like long-lost friends reunited, circled together and turned toward Jun Lin, eager to be close. I only have two hands, Jun Lin said with a helpless yet indulgent smile, spreading his arms. All right, come here for a hug. The three staffs, symbols of divine authority, flew into the embrace of the 15-year-old boy. Jun Lin, unable to fully wrap his arms around them, laughed joyfully. Hearing the laughter, the two childish men realized they had been left out. Their teacher was embracing the three staffs, laughing heartily, with no attention left for them. Teacher, Angeli called out with a hint of grievance. Jun Lin paused his interaction with the staffs, asking in confusion, What's wrong, Angeli? The human emperor was momentarily speechless. How he longed to have a heartfelt reunion hug with his teacher, to express his longing. But he was no longer the boy he once was. If it had been him right after the teacher left, he would have requested it without hesitation. But time had passed, and he had changed with it. Now that they were reunited, perhaps it was time to let go of those regrets? Angeli Samuel composed himself. Nothing, teacher. Where are you now? Humanity has long awaited the return of the holy teacher. Could you tell us your location so Zillualin and I can come to you? So many words left unsaid. After such a long search, and with longing that never ceased. At this moment, he wished to discard all titles, to speak with his teacher as Angeli, Jun Lin's student, rather than as Emperor Angeli Samuel conversing with the holy teacher Jun Lin. Yet, Angeli found he could not voice it. Their conversation seemed to consist of nothing more than a simple long time no see. Jun Lin and Ngu stood facing each other, with a subtle sense of unfamiliarity hanging in the air. What was once an eager reunion quickly turned into a perfunctory exchange of pleasantries. The smile on Jun Lin's face gradually faded as he released his grip on the three staffs, his gaze settling on the human emperor before him. Nge's transformation was undeniable. His golden hair had grown down to his waist, uncannily resembling the master Jun Lin of the past. The youthful exuberance he once possessed had vanished, replaced by a calm and detached demeanor. This encounter was far from what Jun Lin had envisioned. Ngu, Jun Lin spoke, a hint of unnoticeable disappointment in his voice. We've been apart for so long. Don't you have anything else you'd like to say to your teacher? Ngu lowered his head slightly, his tone so composed it bordered on coldness. I have many things to say. Perhaps we can talk when you return to the Empire. Really?
Yes.
The Emperor's response was so formal it stung. Jun Lin quietly observed the student, who now seemed completely unfamiliar. Violet glanced worriedly at her king. They both understood that after thousands of years traversing the stars, Ngu Samuel was no longer the radiant youth he once was. He had become reserved, silent, even cold. Although he tried to act as he once had, he found himself unable to do so. After a long pause, Jun Lin sighed as if in resignation. Ngu, come here. Yes, teacher. Ngu approached steadily. A little closer, Jun Lin said expressionlessly. Ngu took another step forward. The scene felt like a reenactment of the past, only with roles reversed once. A young Ngu looked up to Jun Lin, and now it was Jun Lin looking up at the towering Ngu. Realizing this, Ngu gently knelt on one knee, aligning his gaze with Jun Lin's. He continued to look up to his most revered teacher, as if trying to pull time back to the past. Jun Lin slowly raised his hand and, to Nge's surprise, pulled him into an embrace. There was no reproach, no questioning, just a tight hug for his student. Speak to me. Do you really think I would blame you? Jun Lin's voice was warm and firm. After all these thousands of years, where did your honesty go? Are you planning to be all business with me? I don't recall ever teaching you that. He paused, his voice filled with deep longing. I've missed you, Ngu. No matter what, I'm always your teacher. You will forever be my disciple, my student. These words were like a key, unlocking the tightly shut door in Ngi's heart. Memories surged like a tide. Jun Lin saving him from darkness, nurturing a timid and insecure boy into a great emperor who founded the human empire. Jun Lin was his most respected teacher and his only family. Ngu was filled with guilt and regret. Why didn't he leave with the teacher that day? Why didn't he realize the teacher's words weren't a joke? Why didn't he insist that the teacher take all the staffs? Over the years, he had traveled across the stars, witnessing countless planets' destruction and rebirth. Yet he never managed to find any trace of his teacher. He had berated himself countless times, fearing that the teacher had perished in some unknown corner. But he dared not truly face that possibility, repeatedly telling himself that the teacher was merely traveling far away and would return one day. Ngu looked around, his gaze sweeping over the towering white tower, the solemn temple, and the epic poems passed down through the ages. These were all things he had done to commemorate his teacher, yet they paled in comparison to all that his teacher had done for him. In his memory, Jun Lin's voice echoed again. You must be Prince Ngu. Nice to meet you. From today on, I will be your teacher. My name is Jun Lin. I can teach you anything you wish to learn. As long as you desire it, there's nothing I can't teach. Ngu, how about this outfit? Or would you prefer that one? Or should we just buy them all? As your teacher, how could I not prepare a gift for your birthday? A sword born for either protection or destruction often makes no difference. The difference lies in the one who wields it. I teach you swordsmanship, but what kind of sword you ultimately wield is up to you. Apologies, Your Majesty. For now, Ngu is my student first, and then the prince, your son. These words resonated in Ngi's mind, each one making him more acutely aware of Jun Lin's importance to him. He held Jun Lin tightly, finally reconnecting with the person he once was. Jun Lin stood before the throne, his gaze piercing and his voice resolute. I'm taking him with me now, and no one can stop me. His words carried an undeniable threat, as if even the crown atop the king's head trembled. Even if he weren't my student, he would still surpass any of you. As Jun Lin looked around, each word struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. None of you have the right to look down on him. His future will be one of unprecedented greatness, standing atop the pinnacle, looking down on you ridiculous people. Besides, he is my student now, and his future is promising. Turning to Ong, Jun Lin's tone softened. Ong, you must learn to balance work and rest. Don't treat yourself like a machine. Pay no mind to those people. With a smile, he asked, your Kamingafage ceremony is just a few days away. Is there anything you want to do? Even if you wish for the stars in the sky, your teacher will consider fetching them for you. Admiring Aang's upright posture, Jun Lin praised, you now have the bearing of a true crown prince. As expected of my student, you're exceptional. Looking up at the now taller Aang with a teasing tone, he added, you're growing so tall, soon I'll have to look up to you. When Aang expressed his reluctance to ascend the throne, Jun Lin laughed. Are you worried that I will leave once you wear the crown? Seeing Aang's expression, he quickly clarified, all right, Aang, I didn't mean to make fun of you. If that's your wish, of course, my prince. Regarding Aang's ambition to establish a knight order, Jun Lin gave his full support. You want to form a knight order? Of course, I support your decision. A title? If you don't mind an outsider like me. Noticing Aang's reaction, he quickly amended. All right, I'm kidding. I won't use the word outsider again. Jun Lin made a request. Aang, this time I need to borrow someone from your 7th knight, Violet. He gently touched his silver hair. Actually, black turning to silver isn't so bad. At least you'll see what I'll look like when I'm older. Handing Aang a gift, Jun Lin spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Aang, this is a gift. With the combination of technology, magic, and mental strength, humanity can create their own miracles. Never forget the suffering you've witnessed, nor the promises you've made. Consider your compassionate heart and go forth boldly. Your teacher will always support you. For the empire Aang was establishing, Jun Lin proposed, let's call it the Eternal Radiance Empire, a realm for humanity. You are the greatest king of humanity, Aang, and I am proud of you. Jun Lin announced a decision. Aang, this time I'm embarking on a long journey. Despite Aang's plea for him to stay, he insisted, that won't be possible, Aang. This journey will take a long time. Don't wait, Aang. You might never see me return. Seeing Aang's serious expression, he added, don't be too serious, it's just a joke. But I will indeed be gone for a while. Go back now. Aang firmly replied, it's okay, teacher, I can wait. Time flew by, and the solitary human emperor of 1,000 years, the sole witness to history, the student longing for his teacher's return, continued his search day after day, pursuing what seemed an endless journey without direction. Every moment he remained vigilant, never considering giving up. Finally, after a long wait, Ong once again met his teacher. He carefully embraced Jun Lin, as if returning to the stubborn boy who always sought comfort from his teacher. Ong gently rested his head on Jun Lin's shoulder, his voice trembling. "Yes, teacher. I've missed you too, missed you very much." Ong muttered in confusion, his brow slightly furrowed. His arms were still tightly wrapped around Junlin's small frame, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. "Sorry." Ong released his grip awkwardly. "I've never seen such a small teacher before. It's quite different from what I'm used to." He turned to look at Zilulin, who stood nearby, seeking some sort of explanation or confirmation. Surprisingly, the usually upright Zilulin knight blushed slightly. Clearing his throat, Zilulin averted his gaze from Jun Lin and murmured, "The current teacher is indeed quite adorable." Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "What's going on? How did you two suddenly become so bold after all this time?" In truth, Ong and Zilulin's reactions were not without reason. In their minds, Jun Lin had always been a wise, powerful, and composed figure, almost godlike in his awe-inspiring presence. Seeing Jun Lin suddenly appear in a youthful form stirred strange emotions within them. For Ong, this feeling was particularly strong. In the past, it was always the teacher who protected him, and now, seeing the teacher seemingly fragile, a protective instinct welled up in him. Though his rational mind told him that Jun Lin would never be weak because of his appearance, he couldn't help but want to embrace this seemingly delicate young man. Aang's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, when Jun Lin, taking advantage of his height, would often lift him up high. While being close to Jun Lin delighted him, it also made him feel a bit shy. Now with the roles reversed, he had the chance to lift his teacher high. This thought lingered in Aang's mind, causing an internal struggle. Sensing his student's thoughts, Jun Lin decided not to indulge him further. With a gentle wave, he used divine power to pull the clingy golden retriever-like Ong away. He then turned to Zilulin, spreading his arms and asking, "Would you like a hug?" Zilulin was evidently more composed than Ong. He walked slowly to stand before Jun Lin, placed a fist over his heart, and bowed respectfully. The ancient vow seemed to find its chance to be fulfilled at this moment, as he solemnly declared his willingness to wield his sword for the holy teacher Jun Lin. Jun Lin responded warmly, "I am aware, Zilulin. It's been hard on you all this time. Supporting Ong is no easy task. He's always been quite lively." "It's no trouble at all, sir. I'm used to it," Zilulin replied with a hint of mischief, neither denying Aang's shortcomings nor failing to highlight his own perseverance. His words undoubtedly drew more of Junlin's attention. "Thank you, Zilulin," Jun Lin said with a smile. Whether it was the person before him or his descendants, they had always defended their vow with their lives, continuing the glory they once created. "My apologies, sir," Zilulin said softly, bending down to gently embrace Jun Lin. "I've missed you too, Zilulin." Jun Lin ruffled the black hair of the violet-eyed knight, feeling the stiffness of his body. "I have too, Zilulin." These simple words were enough to make the Empire's sharpest sword, the one resembling a silver wolf, bow down gently, exposing his most vulnerable side to Jun Lin without reservation. Witnessing this, Ong couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Zilulin, you weren't like this just now." The golden-haired emperor's eyes flashed with protest. He only performed such a grand gesture for him. The teacher doesn't like it, so he doesn't do it. Acting all pitiful and getting the teacher's attention by exposing his own flaws. How unbearable. Ong was certain that the expression on Zilulin's face was not the same determined, lonely one from before. He must be secretly pleased. Why couldn't the teacher see that the seemingly calm and composed Zilulin was actually the most cunning among them when it came to vying for Junlin's favor? The human emperor immediately squeezed forward, his tone carrying a hint of petulance. "Teacher, it's been so long. I've been looking for you. It's lonely being alone. Teacher, teacher." After Junlin explained what had happened, he mentioned that he had to leave first due to disturbances outside the divine realm. He reassured them, ending the three-layer illusion of the blood crystal white rose will only take an instant, so there's no need to worry too much. By then, I might be able to handle it myself, but I appreciate you both making this trip. Before Junlin could finish his sentence, the entire divine realm began to tremble violently and quickly started to disintegrate. The sudden external events forced him to hastily seal off the realm. Although Ong and Zilulin couldn't hear the rest of Junlin's words, they understood his intention was telling them not to worry. However, it was far from a simple matter of worry or not. With Junlin's figure vanishing, their eyes turned icy cold, exuding a chilling aura of danger. Just before leaving the divine realm, they exchanged a glance, silently communicating with each other. The fate of the city of Sin was destined to be obliterated. The mastermind lurking in the shadows would find it hard to quench their hatred, even if they died 1,000 deaths. Anyone daring to harm Jun Lin was doomed to perish. Those who dared to threaten humanity's holy teacher should be ready to face the wrath of all humankind. After handling all matters, Jun Lin returned to his spiritual sea to observe the outside world. What he saw surprised him. Xianjie was holding Lan Yingjie, who in turn was holding him, the three stacked together, with a twisted creature, drawn out by him, relentlessly pursuing them. This rare sight left Jun Lin quite taken aback. He couldn't help but reflect, Lan Yingjie, you never cease to amaze. Jun Lin allowed a tendril of pannier vine to coil around his fingertip, and the previously invisible shuttlecraft revealed itself. In the distant sky, massive Legion warships began to appear one after another, their imposing presence dwarfing the planet below. These steel behemoths, capable of traversing the universe, were among the greatest creations of the human empire, and anyone who saw them would be awestruck. The trio boarded the small shuttlecraft, where several soldiers in Violet Legion combat uniforms stood ready. Jun Lin, Lan Yingjie, and Xianjie, just awoken, were immediately held at gunpoint with advanced laser rifles and fitted with control devices. Without immediate verification of their identities, they had to be treated with the utmost caution. Even royal members or high-ranking officers would receive the same treatment if they appeared on the frontier battlefield in this manner. Any abnormality in the frontier battlefield had to be handled with the highest rigor. The person installing the devices was a seemingly indifferent female officer. Jun Lin felt the constraints on his neck and wrists again, but this treatment was much better than in the City of Sin. At least it wouldn't chafe his skin. He softly said to the officer, "Sorry for the trouble." The officer maintained a businesslike demeanor, but gave him a slight smile. "It's our duty. You don't need to worry. Nothing will happen." Lan Yingjie had already guessed their location. Being suddenly transported from the City of Sin to the Empire's frontier battlefield, and now being treated as suspicious personnel excited and unnerved him. His dream was partially realized in an unexpected way. He tried to control his excitement and said as calmly as possible, "Officer, this?" But the officer shot him a glare and coldly interrupted, "Don't be cheeky and smooth talking." Lan Yingjie was thrown into deep self-doubt. He wondered why she treated Jun Lin differently. Was it because good-looking people had privileges? But he considered himself not bad-looking either. During the subsequent interrogation, no matter how many times he was asked, Jun Lin maintained the same response. "I can only say we mean no harm." Meanwhile, Lan Yingjie sulked in the corner, drawing circles in frustration. Reality was starkly different from his imagination. Although he didn't understand why they left the City of Sin, now that they were back in the Empire, Lan Yingjie was confident that everything would improve. He eagerly awaited the Empire to verify their identities and send them back. He even fantasized that Major General Luoles might have also arrived here and would be discovered by the Violet Legion, perhaps even coming to meet them. Lan Yingjie found himself lost in a pleasant daydream. He imagined forming a friendship with Major General Luo and envisioned the possibility of staying longer with the Violet Legion. Scenes of returning to the Empire played out in his mind. Arranging the adoption of Xianjie, taking her on delightful outings, enrolling her in school to learn about the Empire, and talking to her like a sister. He even imagined having opportunities to frequently visit Jun Lin. Just as Lan Yingjie was about to break into a silly smile, Jun Lin's mental message hit him like a bucket of cold water, shattering his beautiful fantasy. It turned out they had not left the City of Sin at all, but were trapped in Major General Luoles' illusion. Returning to the Empire was impossible, as in this illusion, they might be seen as unidentified intruders. If they couldn't quickly gain recognition or awaken Major General Luo, they would be consumed by the illusion of the blood crystal white rose and remain trapped forever. Lan Yingjie thought in disbelief. How could this happen? This was nothing like what he imagined. The tests showed they were pure humans, yet there was no record of them in the Empire's database, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Given their unusual circumstances, they might even be regarded as spies or agents from outside the Empire. If they hadn't shown such cooperation and carried no suspicious communication devices, they might have been executed on the spot. Lan Yingjie understood that arguing now would only backfire. Compared to the mild treatment Jun Lin received, he felt like a neglected, unfortunate soul. Only the gentle touch of Xianjie's feather on his head provided a hint of warmth. He wondered in confusion, how could Major General Luo treat them this way? The general had regained his position as a Legion commander in the illusion, while they were reduced to prisoners facing imminent danger. Even if Lan Yingjie was insignificant, how could Jun Lin receive such treatment? Thinking back to Major General Luoles' previous protective stance towards Jun Lin, it all seemed irrational. Military personnel continued to investigate their identities and origins, while also verifying their mention of the City of Sin. At this moment, Jun Lin spoke to Lan Yingjie through their mental link. "Actually, I have a way to meet Luo directly." Lan Yingjie was astonished that Jun Lin could use such advanced mental techniques, further affirming Jun Lin's extraordinary nature. He eagerly responded, "What method?" Jun Lin hesitated. "But there's some risk involved." and I'm not sure if we should try it. Lania exclaimed excitedly. Of course we should. How could things get any worse than they are now? As time passed, they were being gradually dragged into a distorted world. Lania had just witnessed the top of the battleship suddenly collapse, with tentacles that seemed ready to devour them. Jun Lin tentatively asked, "Are you sure? Maybe being swallowed would mean we could live happily in this illusion forever. Wouldn't you want that?" Lania flatly refused. Only a fool would want that. Fake is always fake, and those disgusting tentacles being swallowed would be the end. Jun Lin's tone carried approval. Good, you're clear-headed. Then I'll go ahead and use that method. Yes, opportunities come with risks. Go for it. I can handle it. Lania said resolutely. Jun Lin slowly stood up, approached the monitoring equipment watching them, and with a smile said, I have something to say. Actually, I'm a descendant of Shangshi Junling. Lania's mind went blank, struggling to process the immense information packed into that brief sentence. Amidst the chaos, one vague thought slowly emerged. As expected, Jun Lin is not an ordinary person. Boom! A massive collapse echoed throughout the space. Jun Lin slightly turned his body, and a path made of blood crystal white roses instantly unfurled beside him, piercing through the monitoring chamber and extending into the depths of the starry sea. The once pristine white walls shattered like tofu, crumbling with a rustling sound. A bone-chilling cold mixed with a violent gale rushed forward. Xianjie, quick on her feet, grabbed Lania by the collar and pulled him away from the ground. If not for her swift action, Lania might have been flung into the vast universe. Jun Lin, however, remained unmoved, standing effortlessly on a piece of the remaining floor, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. Lania's heart pounded like a drum, silently grateful for another narrow escape from death. He stammered, Jun Lin. If this happens a few more times, my heart really won't be able to take it. The silver-haired boy turned back with a smile. His tone relaxed. What's the matter? Didn't you say you could handle it? Don't worry. Lour's mental strength and resilience are strong enough. He just needs a moment to react. Sure enough, within 5 seconds, the collapsing world began to restore itself. The blood crystal white roses gradually faded, and peace returned. Lania's feet once again touched the ground, and the cold white prison now seemed so safe and familiar in his eyes. Jun Lin, Lania asked in confusion, didn't you say we shouldn't do anything to make the illusion collapse? Why did you say that just now? Jun Lin explained. While it might be a bit shocking, I believe Lour can stabilize it. After all, the Violet clan has spent their lives following in the footsteps of the human sage. Even in an illusion, Lour won't miss any chance. We are an unexpected variable, but he will find a way to protect us and let everything continue. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless weapons were precisely aimed at the three of them. Lania was startled, but quickly fell into thought. He scrutinized Jun Lin's silver hair, purple eyes, similar features, mysterious identity, extraordinary demeanor, surname Jun, first name Lin. A bold hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Could Jun Lin really be a descendant of the sage? This thought thrilled Lania, and his heart raced once more. He felt he might have touched upon the truth, more exciting than meeting Major Lour himself. However, Jun Lin seemed to sense his thoughts and denied it again. Lania, whatever you're thinking, let me say it again, it's unrealistic. But Lania was lost in his own fantasies, replying distractedly, I know, I won't think about it. Yet, his irregular mental fluctuations betrayed his inner excitement. Jun Lin sighed helplessly, deciding not to say more for the time being. He realized that the second layer of the lost illusion belonged to Lour, which matched his earlier predictions. The system's accompanying task had already made him cautious. Nevertheless, the current situation was not without its benefits. Some clues buried in Lour's subconscious were surfacing in another form. Jun Lin recalled his previous conversations with Lour. Even after such events, Lour still harbored no doubts about his comrades. This trust made Jun Lin ponder deeply, contemplating who the real manipulator behind the scenes might be. The sudden onslaught of the beast tide from the rear led to an unimaginable energy drain on Zero. Lour's recalled that harrowing battle vividly. The energy indicator on Mecha Zero was flashing erratically, alarms blaring incessantly. This was followed by a series of dark matter collisions, as if the universe itself was conspiring against them. Taking a deep breath, Lour's continued, then I survived, but I lost my memory, got poisoned, cursed, and was then mindlessly sold into the Sin City. Everything that happened felt like it was orchestrated by an unseen hand. His voice was low, a hint of confusion in his gaze. I'm sorry, sir, but I truly have no clues at this moment. Who could it be? When did it happen? And what is their purpose? I don't know. Lour's paused, as if pondering something, then went on. But it doesn't feel like something caused by human contact. It's more like a mysterious magical force. I can sense it. I'm sure you felt it too when you were helping me remove the toxins and curses. His fingers unconsciously rubbed his arm, as if he could still feel the remnants of the poison and curse. The poison weakened my body, suppressing my abilities, while the curse increased the likelihood of chaotic events and clouded my mental strength. This manipulation of fate certainly affected me. Lours furrowed his brow, reflecting on his past. But I've been exposed to magic since I was young, and I've always honed my swordsmanship. Normally, most curses like this wouldn't affect me. Once they touch me, they would naturally be cut down by my own sword aura. His tone turned serious. For the curse to affect me, the one who cast it must have faced some backlash as well. After all, I am Lours. Lours Zillulan. But I'm not just Lours Zillulan. Standing tall, as if proclaiming his identity, Lours declared, I am a major general of the human empire of eternal light, the heir of the current Zillulan family. I am under the protection of my ancestors from the Zillulan family, along with the other 6 great families and the royal family. The countless humanswa are all one. To harm me is to challenge the protective power of the entire empire. His gaze sharpened. If the adversary is organized and premeditated, they might have someone to share and withstand the backlash. But if they acted alone, the backlash would be significant. A hint of doubt crept into Lour's voice, yet I feel the adversary held back. It seems they didn't intend to kill me outright. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived to reach Sin City and meet you, who has been missing for a millennium. At this point, Lours fell silent. His eyes became deep, as if contemplating something. What's wrong, Lours? Why did you stop? Jun Lin noticed Lour's silence and asked. He recalled the cursed rune. That cursed rune, I hadn't seen it before either. It's still stored in my system space. I've studied it, but couldn't determine its origin. Yet it gives me a faint sense of familiarity. I just can't pinpoint to whom it belongs. Jun Lin continued. Did something come to mind suddenly? Inside, Lours was wrestling with complex emotions. If using his misfortune as bait could bring back the human saint, he was willing. But Zero had to suffer alongside him. He felt he owed Zero. Since regaining his memory, he hadn't shown his inner sadness. Some in the Empire said he was too cold, like an emotionless war machine, tirelessly upholding the glory of Zillulan on blood-stained battlefields. Even when ordering the destruction of troops infected by misfortune, he did so without hesitation, with ruthless decisiveness. But ultimately, no matter how silent and cold he appeared, he was still human, with emotions and a heart. Every time he ordered guns and cannons against the Empire's soldiers, his heart endured unimaginable anguish and pain. They were the Empire's citizens, his soldiers, his legion. How could he not care? Moreover, mechas weren't just machines. They were alive. Lours never treated Zero as a mere machine. Zero was his partner in battle, his close friend. When he saw Zero again in Lan Ingje's illusion, he couldn't deny his feelings. He was glad to see Zero once more. This also revealed the depth of his unfulfilled desires and regrets. In the second layer of the lost illusion, Lours inevitably fell into confusion. The pain and sorrow he endured at that time far exceeded what he showed. In the first layer of Lan Ingje's lost illusion, just as the conversation between Jun Lin and Lours was drawing to a close, Lours suddenly mentioned something. It was the sound of silver bells. I think I heard the sound of silver bells twice. Jun Lin fell silent for a moment. He then softly asked, as if in a daze, really? Are you sure you heard something like a silver bell? I'm not certain, sir. I can't even tell if it's my imagination. Jun Lin's voice trembled slightly, and his gaze wavered. He looked up towards the end of the mechanical corridor, where a few figures were approaching. One of them, a man in a white coat, caught his attention. The man had a youthful, cherubic face, with naturally smiling eyes that reminded Jun Lin of an old acquaintance. The sound of the silver bells echoed in Jun Lin's memory. He couldn't help but wonder if the sound Lours heard came from that person, the one belonging to the 72 demon lords, the second pillar demon lord, the second region of the abyss, the child who never grew up. Paralang. Jun Lin's thoughts drifted to the 8 silver bells he gave Paralang and the half-heart of Likanari. He lowered his eyes, feeling a complex wave of emotions. If both he and Likanari left Paralang, what would become of that child who longed to grow up yet refused to mature? Jun Lin knew that Paralang might revert to how he was when they first met, a little madman who cared for nothing but destruction and slaughter. This realization made Jun Lin painfully aware of his own cruelty. He had made promises he could never fulfill, leaving them waiting for someone who would never return. Jun Lin recalled the eruption of demonic power when he saw Likanari's heart, a sensation entirely different from merging with the card of Master Jun Lin. He began to doubt whether the spirit and body of the demon god Talokea were truly sealed within the system's card. Jun Lin's thoughts continued to delve deeper, connecting to the void crown. He speculated that only the deepest despair and irrevocable death could separate a king from his crown. After losing its master, the void crown sealed itself, drifting in the void until it was taken and endowed with the power of the whale of the spirit sea, hidden in the void. These thoughts gave Jun Lin a splitting headache. He started to question the whereabouts of his demonic body. Was it truly sealed in the system's card, or had it dissipated somewhere in the universe? If the body of the demon god Laodicea wasn't reclaimed by the card, it would eventually shatter, leaving no trace in this world. Jun Lin suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. What if, before he could be titled, his hiding place was discovered by those from the abyss? This thought almost suffocated the usually composed Jun Lin. The scene abruptly shifted to the abyss, within the demon god's main hall. Accompanied by the gentle sound of silver bells, a figure appeared beside two massive crystal coffins. It was Paralang, shrouded in a black robe, with vacant, hollow crimson eyes and short white hair stained with blood. He sat curled up beside the crystal coffin, his exposed hands covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds. In a light-hearted tone, Paralang began to talk to himself, recounting his search and experiences. He mentioned completing the last task foretold in the prophecy, claiming he had been obedient and hadn't let anyone die. But as he continued, his voice grew fainter, almost unable to proceed. After a long silence, Paralang softly asked, "King, when will you wake up? Paralang misses you so much. And that Likanari guy, I really hate him the most." With that, Paralang slowly closed his crimson eyes, falling into slumber between the two crystal coffins. In the vast palace, only the gentle sway of silver bells answered him, with nothing else. What kind of situation is this? Jun Lin sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness as he recalled the choices he made that led to such hidden dangers. The system had already gone silent, leaving him without its support. Moreover, the problem was now an undeniable reality. Jun Lin's thoughts drifted to the abyss. What could it possibly look like now? Had it also experienced the passage of 5,000 years, or perhaps even more? His gaze turned to the other races. Besides humans, most were long-lived species. Judging by the time he had been absent, some of these races might have been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Reflecting on the development timelines of these races, some were similar while others were vastly different. If these timelines were to merge, the resulting chaos could be suffocating. Jun Lin realized that even after solving the current mission in the celestial world, his path to a peaceful life would still be fraught with countless obstacles. These were challenges he could not ignore. Jun Lin secretly resolved to address these historical issues. However, it would be best to do so without revealing his other identities. Otherwise, if all his identities were exposed, he would face the overwhelming attention of the 7 great races. How would he handle that? This wasn't a matter of deceit or personal safety. Jun Lin knew that once any race confirmed his identity as their king, they would protect him zealously. In their eyes, no matter what form he took, he would always be their one and only king. Thinking of this, Jun Lin pondered. If that time truly came, which identity should he choose to remain in his own race's domain? He could confidently predict that the various factions would fiercely compete for his allegiance. While they might present a facade of harmony in his presence, the battles behind the scenes would likely be intense. This wasn't mere speculation or overconfidence. It was based on his understanding of each race, and Jun Lin knew this scenario was highly probable. Even after 5,000, or even tens of thousands of years, those long-lived races might still be waiting and searching for him. Images of each race flashed through Jun Lin's mind. The dragon race that regarded him as their most precious treasure, the insect race with a collective consciousness linked to him, the abyssal race comprised of his fervent followers. These races would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward. However, Jun Lin did not overlook the 4 seemingly gentle races. The void race, hidden in the void, rarely intervened in the affairs of the celestial world, displaying a cold and indifferent demeanor. But if they learned of the king's return, his siblings who idolized him, and especially the direct descendants of the void monarch, Small Guxiuo, his 7 uncles, would never let him disappear again. The Jiao spirit and elf races, renowned for their unparalleled beauty in the celestial world, appeared to only sing and nurture flowers. Yet, underestimating their capabilities would be a grave mistake. As some of the top races in the interstellar universe, their depth far exceeded common expectations. As for humans, whose development time might be the shortest, their combat power was not to be underestimated. Enk and Violet, along with their generation, had developed the glorious Yongza into an empire rivaling any other race, proving their strength. Though they appeared normal in the divine realm, Jun Lin understood their inner tension, excitement, and fear of his departure. Jun Lin foresaw that when they finally met in the City of Sin, they would do everything in their power to keep him. Although they wouldn't resort to threats, they would likely resort to pleading, persuasion, and constant companionship. Even if they couldn't keep him in the glorious Yongza Empire, they would surely follow him closely. At this thought, Jun Lin couldn't help but hope that the other races would produce a new king. After all, with the passage of time, perhaps more talented and capable individuals had emerged who could take his place as the long-lost king. However, for now, it was clear that at least the human empire and the abyss were still holding onto the memory of this ancient figure. Jun Lin sighed softly, mentally preparing himself for the complex situation that awaited him. Other races might have already forgotten him as their king. Jun Lin felt his heart racing, the twitching of his right eyelid incessant. He pressed it again, filled with hesitation. Perhaps they should have forgotten by now? Yes, that's it. To protect his remaining identities, Jun Lin tried to deceive himself. Right now, his primary task was to resolve the lost illusion of Lourles and investigate whether it was connected to Palarin. Though a myriad of thoughts raced through Jun Lin's mind, all happened in an instant from an outsider's perspective. Several officers of the Violet Legion finally approached him, and Jun Lin waited silently for them to speak. Suddenly, Jun Lin's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. He looked down at his little finger, where the parnial vine seemed dormant but was actually stagnant. Without further hesitation, Jun Lin unleashed his mental power, tightly binding Xianjie and Lanningjie, and rushed towards the exit of the White Prison. Behind them, things that had just recovered began to collapse and disappear again. Lanningjie was dumbfounded, watching them pass effortlessly through layers of seemingly impenetrable walls. The wide mechanical passage was continuously compressed and vanished. The once vibrant people began to decay and rot, their skin revealing not flesh and blood, but endless blood crystal white roses. A white dot, as if capable of devouring everything, appeared where Jun Lin and the others had just been, engulfing the collapsing illusion in a void of whiteness. The terrifying scene of collapse no longer stirred any waves, as everything was consumed by that void. Lanningjie was terrified. What's going on? We didn't say anything earth-shattering just now, did we? Could there be a second aftershock from this impact? How did the illusion collapse on its own? The situation is even worse now. This isn't how things should fall apart. Jun Lin, with both of them in tow, burst out from one of the Violet's main starships into the endless starry sea. The speed of the Void's white consumption was fast, but it still lagged behind Jun Lin and the others, a testament to their incredible speed. The smile faded from Jun Lin's face, replaced by an expressionless calm. He explained to Lanningjie, "It's Lourles. He's breaking free from the second layer of the lost illusion. It seems we've been tricked." They underestimated Lourles, underestimated the heir of the Violet clan, and now they must pay the price. But Lourles has done well. With this thought, Jun Lin's lips curved slightly again. The Violet clan had never let him down, and it was no different this time. Jun Lin initially thought he would need to meet Lourles to find a breakthrough point. But after the blood crystal white rose was cracked once, it would certainly be on guard and make changes. This time, the second layer of the lost illusion completely isolated Jun Lin and his group from Lourles, potentially altering the time flow and timeline of their experiences. The blood crystal white rose aimed to trap Lourles first, then silently numb Jun Lin and his group, hoping to ultimately ensure their inevitable erosion. No matter how calm and composed Lourles usually was, he couldn't be as flawless as a cold machine. He was human, and humans are inherently emotional beings. Having emotions means having vulnerabilities. Lourles had experienced countless separations and pains through years of warfare, making it impossible for him to be without regrets and desires. The blood crystal white rose seized upon this emotional fluctuation, invading Lourles' heart. Facing such a top-tier manipulative devil, it was indeed difficult to escape the world it created. It focused everything on the battlefield, the most heart-shaking place, attempting to completely control this layer of the lost illusion. Things might have gone smoothly, but Lourles Violet was a major general of the glorious, everlasting empire and the commander of the entire Violet Legion. The pains he experienced on the battlefield were weaknesses, but they also served as his most unbreakable armor. Those accumulated endurance and guilt would ultimately transform into his driving force, into his determination to protect all that was beautiful with all his might. No matter how beautiful the illusion, if Lourles succumbed, it would betray the countless warriors who sacrificed themselves. He couldn't indulge in a false, beautiful illusion but had to return to the battlefield once more, continuing to protect the peace and prosperity of the empire, bought with the lives of countless others. There, in that place, is where those heroic souls truly rest. Lourci knew well that even true death is far more difficult to relinquish than a false existence. That statement from Jun Lin was the final straw, shattering the fragile balance within him. After a brief moment of calm, Lourci's emotions erupted like a storm, determined to break free from this false world. Zero could feel the intense fluctuations in Lourci's spirit and realized his own end was near. As a loyal partner and dear friend, he continued to comfort his major general in those final moments. "Goodbye, Zero," Lourci said with difficulty, his voice full of reluctance and pain. Zero's voice echoed in Lourci's mind. "Believe that every choice you've made is worthwhile, Lourci. You need not blame yourself." The mech shattered, ultimately finding its resting place among the vast stars. Perhaps this was their best destiny. As Zero disappeared, Lourci felt a sharp pain, but he knew this was the right decision they had made together. With a wave of his hand, Jun Lin dispelled the space distorted by the blood crystal white roses. They had finally reached the end of this long yet fleeting lost illusion. Lour was there, enveloped by the massive mech's phantom. The blood crystal white roses swirling in the air couldn't corrode him. Instead, they withered quickly upon touching Zero's body. Lour was on the verge of fully awakening. Jun Lin knew that once he awoke, they would instantly plunge into a deeper third layer of the lost illusion. Time was of the essence, so Jun Lin quickly gave a few instructions to Lan Ingjier and then, without hesitation, plunged into the collapsing fragments of Lour's chaotic memories intertwined with the blood crystal white roses. In this twisted, broken space, the gravely injured Lour was barely conscious. Yet amidst the chaos, a voice like a silver bell rang clearly, resonating in his heart. Although Lour couldn't recognize it at that moment, through his eyes, Jun Lin saw the figure he both longed and feared to see. The white hair falling casually, the hollow crimson eyes, the familiar yet unfamiliar face Balalong. The ageless elven demon, no longer the seemingly reckless youth of the past. His features were more relaxed, his stature taller than Junlin's now. Junlin's heart clenched. The Palalong before him, though more mature, seemed to have returned to the form when they first met, a half-blood demon boy carrying the deepest, most solitary despair. Memories surged like a tide. It was during a grand sacrificial ceremony that was supposed to be magnificent. Who could have imagined that in an instant, the roles of prey and predator would completely reverse? The once lofty demon nobles were now in disarray, becoming the laughingstock of this bloody feast. The young Palalong was drenched in blood, some his own, most from other abyssal nobles. His expression appeared calm but was entirely driven by slaughter and madness. His laughter echoed through the vast hall. Kill. Keep killing. It's not enough. Ha ha ha. Didn't you want to make me a sacrifice? How dare you foolish swine think you're worthy? Not enough. You all deserve to die. If I die, I'll take you with me. Amidst the chaos, the demon god Lodikea appeared, wading through the blood, yet his robe remained spotless. He should not have been moved by anyone, even death bowed before him. But he surpassed death, choosing that half-blood boy. Lodikea gazed into those beast-like, crimson, frenzied eyes and asked only one question. Do you want to live? Palalong panted, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, and finally, with difficulty, uttered a single word. Yes. What should have been a certain death was altered by his presence. Death could not take away those he chose to keep. The most frenzied little madman had met someone willing to pause time and stay by his side forever. His king, his sole deity. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on Laninggia. He felt the warmth's gentle touch, prompting a desire to shift comfortably. Yet, his body remained immobile. A fresh scent of grass wafted into his nostrils, so enticing that he felt an urge to taste it. This sudden thought startled him awake. How could a human want to eat grass? Laninggia abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself in an unfamiliar setting. The sun shone brightly, the forest was lush, flowers bloomed, butterflies danced, and birds sang merrily on the branches. Although this place seemed much more normal than the shadowy woods of the second layer of the lost illusion, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Recalling Junlin's instructions, Laninggia realized he must act immediately. He tried to stand, only to discover he could only hop. Looking down, he saw two furry little paws, and below them, a pair of rabbit legs that seemed quite chewy. He attempted to touch his head, but his short front paws couldn't reach. However, this movement made him acutely aware of the long, alert ears atop his head. In shock, Laninggia realized he had turned into a rabbit. No wonder everything around him appeared so enormous. He had shrunk. This unexpected situation left him in a predicament. How could he find Jun Lin in this state? Even leaving the forest seemed daunting. Although he couldn't speak, his mental strength remained intact. Laninggia comforted himself, knowing he could still communicate with Jun Lin when they met. He decided to explore his surroundings, but suddenly heard rustling behind him, accompanied by a low growl from a beast's throat. An instinctual fear swept over him, and Laninggia instinctively leaped backward. But the other creature was faster. A white figure gracefully leapt out, blocking his path like a towering wall. The oppressive presence of a top predator made Laninggia tremble uncontrollably. Trembling, he looked up to see a giant white wolf with gleaming silver fur gazing down at him. The wolf slowly lowered its head, and a pair of pale purple eyes reflected Laninggia's small form. At that moment, a familiar white bird landed lightly on the giant wolf's shoulder. Laninggia instantly recognized the bird, and a storm of emotions surged within him. On the other side of the continent, at the ocean's end, lies the place of his arrival. He traversed the fissures of the earth, journeying from the east to the farthest west. There, a human kingdom named Radiance once thrived in power and prosperity. However, the decay of the royal family, the corruption of the nobility, and the harsh laws and rigid order are driving this kingdom to the brink of ruin. Thus, he descended, bringing wisdom, bestowing protection, and reshaping radiance. He is the sage master, Jun Lin. Prologue to the Imperial mythical epic. A mechanical voice from the system announced, Player 0 has logged into the Star World. Current identity, Sage Master Jun Lin. Magic level, Demigod Peak Mage. Mental power level, SS. Possessions, Staff of Wisdom Demigod level, Staff of Radiance Demigod level, Staff of Protection Demigod level. Current reputation value. Achievement record. Good morning, dear Player 0. We hope you have a pleasant time. Jun Lin slowly opened his eyes, softly responding, Hello, system. He had just returned from a hospital checkup where the doctor was pleased with his condition, which lifted his spirits and prompted him to log into the game. However, as he tried to recall his previous quest progress, his mind was a blur, as if a long time had passed. At that moment, the system conveniently stepped in, helping him piece together previous events. Not long ago, Ngu and his knights went to the Bay of the Black Sea to hunt down beasts infected by mutated magic. In that vast sea region, they waged a battle of epic proportions, with countless massive beast corpses floating like mountains on the water, staining the deep Black Sea a blood-red hue. This was originally a quest designed by the game officials for players to train. Players needed to clear the beasts and purify the polluted sea area, with the reward being a mysterious chest potentially containing a god-level item. Even for a top player like Jun Lin, completely clearing the sea would require significant time and effort. Jun Lin intended to complete this task alone, not wanting Ngu and the others to risk encountering such dangerous mutations. However, his frequent travels between locations made his fatigue apparent to Ngu and his team. When Jun Lin revealed the mission details, they disregarded his warnings and decided to help relieve his burden. Taking advantage of Jun Lin's sporadic game appearances due to his fluctuating health, Ngu led 6 knights, along with the naive staff of protection, quietly to the Bay of the Black Sea. They left the 6th knight, Emily Black Pearl, to stand guard outside the White Tower, ready to report back promptly. Young Emily felt anxious and uneasy, never having done anything behind her mentor's back before. Clutching her spellbook, she kept vigil outside the White Tower day and night, worried that Sage Master Jun Lin might emerge prematurely. Despite her internal conflict, she persisted with the task to ensure her mentor could rest more. Just as everything was nearing a perfect resolution, Jun Lin logged in earlier than expected. The system immediately displayed the Black Water Bay quest completion at 99. Jun Lin had already suspected what was happening, and without hesitation, he stepped out of the White Tower. Emily, also known as the Black Pearl, was caught red-handed while secretly communicating through magic with Ong and his group. On the other side of the magical realm, Ong and several knights, despite their disheveled and exhausted appearance, had a peculiar gleam in their eyes. Behind them lay a seemingly endless pile of exotic beast corpses, stacked high like mountains. That's wonderful, Emily exclaimed, her bright blue eyes sparkling with joy. My king, finish the final purification quickly and come back. She referred to Ong as king rather than prince, a title that had become widely accepted across the human realm. Although Ong Samuel had not officially ascended to the throne, the vast lands and its people had already acknowledged him as the de facto king. The delay in his coronation was rumored to be connected to a promise made to the sage Jun Lin. Ong had once stated that he would only crown himself when his teacher was truly satisfied. However, it was an open secret that this was merely an excuse to keep his mentor around a little longer. Suddenly, everyone's expressions froze. Emily blinked in confusion, wondering if the magical communication mirror was glitching. Then, a possibility dawned on her. She cautiously turned her head and, as expected, saw Jun Lin, who wasn't supposed to be there, smiling at them. Jun Lin's slightly narrowed, deep purple eyes were the calm before the storm. The mountain of beast corpses was impossible to hide. Emily couldn't bring herself to lie in front of Jun Lin and obediently confessed everything. Oh, so you were worried about me being overworked? Jun Lin spoke in a calm tone. But didn't you consider the risk of getting yourselves contaminated? Did you forget what I told you before? Now, immediately, all of you must return without leaving anyone behind. After a thorough check to ensure they hadn't sustained any substantial harm or contamination, Jun Lin's initially worried expression turned stern. What were you all thinking? Losing even one of you would be an immense loss to humanity. No one can replace you, understand? And yet, you didn't take anyone else with you? Are you that confident in yourselves? Perhaps a good training session in the Forbidden Valley is in order. The Human King and his 7 knights stood with their heads bowed, enduring Jun Lin's reprimand. Jun Lin continued, I know you did it for me, but why don't you think about yourselves for a change? Even if I were contaminated or died, without me, humanity, teacher, master, they interrupted in unison, their eyes fixed on him, fearing he might utter more ominous words. They all knew that the one person humanity could not afford to lose was the sage Jun Lin, though he never seemed to care about this fact. Despite successfully clearing the Blackwater Bay quest and obtaining the fusion material needed to upgrade the Staff of Wisdom to a god-level staff, Jun Lin was still upset. After punishing them, he remained cold and uncommunicative with Ong and the others for several days. Later, due to his health, he stayed offline for an extended period, secluded in the White Tower. Jun Lin had been absent from the Star World for almost 2 months. With the system's prompts and assistance, he gradually recalled the events before he logged off last time. Although not much time had passed in the real world, his memories were somewhat hazy. Jun Lin chuckled lightly, not dwelling on this minor incident. He organized the scrolls before him, planning to take a walk outside the White Tower later. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding, today is World Happiness Day. The game officials have sent you a special holiday gift pack. Please check your inventory. World Happiness Day? How come I've never heard of this holiday? And there's even a special gift pack for it? Jun Lin mused to himself with a touch of skepticism and curiosity in his voice. His eyes gleamed with intrigue as his fingers absent-mindedly tapped the air, contemplating whether this unexpected surprise was worth believing. Has the stingy official suddenly had a change of heart? Well, let's open it. As Jun Lin finished speaking, a crisp ding echoed, as if some mysterious force had been activated. You have opened the official package and received a Parnier vine. It is now being delivered. A subtle ripple passed through the air, and a small vine slowly materialized before Jun Lin. Its leaves were a unique shade of emerald green, and the stem bore intricate patterns. Jun Lin reached out and gently touched the mysterious plant. To his surprise, the Parnier vine seemed alive, immediately wrapping affectionately around his fingertip. The warm and soft sensation made Jun Lin chuckle softly. Parnier vine? I've never heard of this plant either. Jun Lin's eyes flashed with surprise, then with a hint of mischief. And don't you think you're being a bit too proactive today, system? Usually you're quite aloof. What's with all the strange happenings today? As he spoke, Jun Lin carefully placed the Parnier vine down. Go find a spot below. The Parnier vine seemed to understand, reluctantly brushing his fingertip before obediently settling into the vast forest behind the White Tower. Astonishingly, the once small vine expanded rapidly, with countless tendril-like branches burrowing into the ground. Noticing this sudden change, Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Seems like this isn't just a little guy. All right, it's time for me to get out and about. Jun Lin stretched, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. He glanced at his elaborate magical robe and his waterfall-like long hair, feeling something was off. Wouldn't something more comfortable and simple be better to wear? And this long black hair, it would be nicer if it were shorter. After pondering for a moment, Jun Lin decided to follow his instincts. With a snap of his fingers, the intricate magical robe transformed into a simple white garment, and his long black hair shortened to shoulder length. Unaware of the shock this transformation might cause his students and knights, Jun Lin cheerfully left the White Tower. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the Imperial Star, Lania was riding on the back of a massive white-silver wolf, which was none other than Major General Lourles. So it really is you, Major General Lourles? Lania sighed in relief. Xinjier, you guys really scared me just now. I almost thought I'd meet my end before even beginning my journey. Luoles' light purple beast eyes held a hint of confusion. Why hadn't Lan Ingjie recognized Xinjier's new form? Was it genuine ignorance or deliberate pretense? Let's go. We need to find the teacher first, Luoles murmured. Right, Jun Lin is still who knows where. We need to find him quickly, Lan Ingjie agreed. Major General, what do you think Jun Lin's lost illusion might be like? Where are we exactly? On the Imperial Star. The Imperial Star? Lan Ingjie exclaimed. Oh my gosh. That's the original planet humans set foot on. The initial mother planet. The origin of all humanity. Luoles shook his head, emitting a few low growls. No, it might be quite challenging because we might actually be on the Imperial Star over 5,000 years ago. Simultaneously, in another time and place, Jun Lin was about to greet the young witch Emily. Morning, Emily, Jun Lin said with a smile. However, Emily's reaction was unexpected. She widened her eyes as if witnessing something deeply sorrowful. Before Jun Lin could approach, her lips quivered, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Emily turned and ran toward the main hall, stumbling as she went, completely forgetting she had magic. Sob, sob, your majesty. What do we do? Sob, sob. I never want to hide anything from the teacher again. Teacher, come quickly. Look at the teacher. The teacher seems to be sick. Sob, sob. Your majesty, where are you? Teacher, teacher. Don't die. Left behind in the distance, Jun Lin slowly formed a question mark in his mind. He wasn't wearing anything particularly strange, just going for a minimalist look today. Why was Emily reacting so dramatically? And thanks to Emily Blackpearl's commotion, a terrifying storm of rumors began to brew. Master Jun Lin, something's happened. In her violet eyes lay the noblest of stars, and her long hair, as dark as the night, eternally at rest, transformed into the silvery brightness of daylight through the blessing of violets. Wisdom eternally suspended above the endless white tower, its radiance cast upon the rose cathedral at twilight, bestowing grace and protection upon humanity. Praise be to your name, the teacher of mankind, the supreme deity. You bestow the glory of violets. From the Imperial mythological epic, Violet. Emily Blackpearl was an extraordinary girl. Her light brown curls shimmered with a gentle glow under the sunlight, and her adorable face was adorned with eyes that sparkled like sapphires, exuding an enchanting charm. She was born in a remote, backward village in the Empire, destined for an ordinary life. However, the wheels of fate began to turn when the Holy Master introduced a new method of magical training. This method completely transformed the existing magic circuits, creating an entirely new magical system. With the White Tower as the pinnacle, gray towers and magical academies sprouted across the empire like mushrooms after the rain. This revolution opened the doors of learning to all with magical talent, noble or commoner alike. The most gifted were given the chance to further their studies at the gray towers, with academies providing financial support to students from impoverished backgrounds. Even Emily's secluded village was visited by a magic talent scout. When the crystal ball that detected magical fluctuations shattered before Emily, the scout's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this blue-eyed girl was destined for greatness. Emily exhibited remarkable talent in her magical studies. Basic, intermediate, advanced magical seemed as natural as breathing to her. Everyone who met her could not help but marvel at her abilities. Yet, Emily's journey from an ordinary girl to a holy knight of the human empire was not without challenges. The evil magic cultists, rejected by the Holy Master, were lurking, waiting for their chance. They meticulously planned to abduct Emily and a group of talented magic students to one of their remaining strongholds. The cultists intended to conduct a vile chaos ritual, sacrificing these prodigies to their so-called dark deity in hopes of its descent. After being exiled by the Holy Master, these cultists became even more radical and terrifying. Like rats hiding in the sewers, they waited in the shadows for the right moment. Despite the Holy Master's great contributions to humanity, some ignorant and stubborn individuals were easily swayed, falling into darkness and madness. It was the existence of such people that made it difficult to completely eradicate the evil magicians. In the sinister den, Emily and the other gifted magic students were horrified to discover that they were not the only captives. There were many civilians from massacred villages. Among the dense crowd, every person bore a hollow gaze, their emaciated figures striking terror. The dark magicians used despicable means to evade the Empire's detection, creating a false facade of peace. They acted more cautiously than ever, making it difficult for the Empire, busy with large-scale construction, to detect anything amiss. Faced with these innocent civilians, Emily and her companions resolved to help. Unexpectedly, Emily quickly unraveled the forbidden spells cast by the dark magicians. A fierce confrontation ensued. Trying to protect the civilians while fighting the dark magicians, the young and inexperienced group soon found themselves overwhelmed and wounded. In a critical moment, Emily astonishingly created a domain-level magic spell, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The dawn of victory seemed near, but the evil dark magicians resorted to extreme measures. They collectively committed suicide, sacrificing their souls to their so-called dark deity. Chaos, distortion, madness, greed, evil, corruption, blood, these negative energies coalesced in the air. The place where Emily and the others were imprisoned was the most likely site for the dark deity's descent. Now, with the mass sacrifice of followers, a vague, grotesque monstrosity finally appeared, its target the radiant Emily. When this dreadful dark deity manifested, everyone was struck by terrifying mental contamination. Emily felt her thoughts seize like rusty gears, her magical abilities vanished, and an endless void and despair consumed her consciousness. At that moment, a calm and melodious voice resonated. "So, this is where you were hiding. A god? Just a second-rate monster. I'll kill it as easily as that." As the voice spoke, the endless darkness receded like the tide. Warm light spread, and all fatigue and pain vanished instantly. The staff of wisdom held high, the magic cast by the most powerful sorcerer, and the pure fire that consumed everything were so sacred and beautiful. Emily Blackpearl's eyes widened, and her heart raced. She had never witnessed such a magnificent display of magic, as if the entire world had been illuminated in that moment. Despite her extraordinary talent, Emily never underestimated magic. On the contrary, she was always in search of the kind of magic that would make her heart race. At this moment, she had finally found it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she silently vowed to learn magic from that person. In Emily's hometown, there is a unique custom. People only cut their carefully maintained long hair and wear plain white clothes when they are seriously ill or nearing death. This is to dispel sickness and death, with the white garments meant to hide the soul from the eyes of death. In this state, people rarely go out, and if they do, they must not be seen, as it is considered an ominous sign that could disrupt their aura. The master had been staying alone in the White Tower for a long time, refusing to come out, and even they couldn't enter. The king and others had already devised a plan to appease the master's anger. However, what Emily had just witnessed left her stunned. The master's enviable long black hair was gone, replaced by short hair. The sacred and mysterious magical robe was also gone, substituted by a simple white gown. Emily's mind immediately recalled the customs she had heard since childhood, and a wave of fear swept over her. She suddenly realized she couldn't look at Jun Lin any longer, nor dare to approach. Emily turned and ran, her only thought being to find the king. Her mind was in turmoil, as the beliefs instilled in her since childhood clashed violently with her respect for the master. Emily feared she might unintentionally disrupt the master's aura, potentially harming him. Why had the master changed like this? The fact that they hadn't seen him for so long due to his anger was already distressing, but seeing him now was even more heartbreaking. Was the master ill? Or? Emily dared not think further. Overwhelmed by sadness and regret, Emily, the sixth knight of the Empire, could no longer hold back her tears. She felt remorseful, wondering if things would have been different if they had just listened to the master from the start. Emily found herself alone at the White Tower, realizing for the first time how far it was from the glorious palace at the peak of Cheong Mountain. Despite running a long distance, she hadn't even left the innermost circle of the White Tower when she suddenly remembered she could use magic. A silver-blue magic circle appeared beneath Emily's feet, forming faster than before. In an instant, she appeared in the grand hall, only to find it empty. She hurried to the training grounds but found no one there either. Panic and fear completely overwhelmed Emily. Unable to control herself any longer, she cried out in a voice that echoed throughout the palace complex, "King, where are you? Please come and see the master. He's sick." The call of the blue-eyed girl resonated for hundreds of kilometers. "Wait, did I just imagine that?" Lours exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He turned to his companion, urgently asking, "Did you hear that?" It was Lady Emily's voice. Lours's voice trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting fear and confusion. "She said the master is ill." "No, it's more than just an illness." He shook his head, straining to recall every word he had heard. "Didn't you catch it? The master might." His companion sighed heavily and explained slowly, "The master has been sick for a long time. This time, he might be returning to the divine realm." Lours's eyes widened as he murmured to himself, "Is it because the master's mission in the mortal world is complete? Is that why he has to leave us?" Suddenly, he recalled a more terrifying rumor. "No, I heard it's because the master fought against the abyss alone for our sake. As a result," his voice trailed off, as if afraid to utter the dreadful conclusion. "The master defied fate for us, and now he has to bear the consequences." Tears welled up in Lours's eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "No, it can't be. How could anything happen to the master? We can't lose him. Without the master, what will become of humanity?" He looked around, seemingly searching for something. "Where's the king? Does the king know about this?" Lours suddenly became agitated. "No, I don't believe it. The master is so powerful. How could anything happen to him?" Yet a dreadful thought crept into his mind. But the master hasn't left the White Tower in a long time. Could it be due to his health? His companion tried to console him. Maybe the king and the knights upset the master, and that's why he's ignoring them? Lours shook his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "No, the master knows he doesn't have much time left, so he's upset with the king and the others." He suddenly realized something. The king and the others must have gone to find medicine for the master's health. At that moment, Lours noticed the small boat beneath him. "So, we're taking this little boat to find Jun Lin, the master?" He helped the delirious Lanningjia onto the boat. Ever since Lours revealed Jun Lin's true identity to him, Lanningjia had been in a daze. Now, a white wolf, a rabbit, and a white bird were about to embark on a long and arduous journey to find someone. The forest around them was silent and deserted, and they would have to cross the sea to reach a human settlement. Thus, the three animals set sail on their homemade boat, venturing into the unknown. Meanwhile, in the distant Imperial capital, a commotion caused by a misunderstanding was unfolding. "The wise stop rumors." This ancient saying seemed particularly apt at this moment. However, when rumors involved Jun Lin, only the phrase "concern breeds confusion" remained. Emily. Late Lanyu rushed over, finding his little sister in tears. The young man, who was about the same age as Emily, was clearly anxious. His usually blue hair-covered eyes were now fully exposed, revealing worry and urgency. "Emily, stop crying and tell me clearly. What's wrong with the master?" Late spoke rapidly. "The king and the others have gone to the land of violets. They're not in the capital. If something's wrong with the master, we're the only ones who can help. Late's words seemed to calm Emily a bit. Just as she was about to explain, another tall figure hurriedly approached them. Emily Black Pearl. What's going on? What's wrong with the master? The newcomer was the Empire's second knight, Kermani Greenthorn. His usually well-groomed hair was slightly disheveled, and his attire, normally a testament to noble etiquette, was somewhat wrinkled as he slightly panted. Seeing Kermani's intense demeanor, Late quickly said, "The master is fine." This statement immediately had a calming effect. Hearing it, Kermani's anxious aura gradually subsided. Though his voice remained low, what exactly happened? Late detailed the entire sequence of events to Kermani, finally bringing the Empire's second knight to a state of complete calm. Kermani adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and turned to Emily, saying, "Emily, don't overreact. Saying such things is extremely irresponsible towards the master." Emily had regained much of her composure by now, realizing she had indeed overreacted. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she lowered her head, tugging at her clothes, feeling very apologetic. Yet deep down, she was quietly relieved that the master was safe and sound. Though the message had been miscommunicated, the master's well-being was the most important thing. Those present did not intend to blame her. However, Emily felt a twinge of regret, thinking that leaving the master like that was truly impolite. Kemeny Greenbrier leisurely adjusted his sleeves and subtly suggested, "Emily, your recent actions were quite rash. You need to go see the gentleman and apologize." Though his tone was calm, it left no room for objection, and his gaze held a touch of the typical aristocratic reserve. Despite his own eagerness to see Jun Lin immediately, Kemeny insisted on pushing Emily forward, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to noble etiquette. Emily Blackburl nodded heavily, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. The three knights, relieved to hear that Jun Lin was unharmed, turned their worry into joy and hurried towards the White Tower. As they walked, Kemeny Greenbrier called out loudly, "The gentleman is fine. No need to panic." His words were meant to be reassuring, yet amidst the escalating rumors, they seemed rather weak. Most people remained skeptical. Meanwhile, King Anger Samuel, who had been left out of the loop, misunderstood the situation. His golden eyes darkened, exuding a suffocating pressure. "Teacher, what on earth is going on?" His voice was low and dangerous, silencing everyone in the hall. Anger couldn't wait any longer. He had to return to the capital immediately to uncover the truth. "Teacher, please be safe." His voice was full of concern. Before the Chancellor could finish saying, "The Violet Knight is already on his way back." Anger's figure had vanished. Once the king departed, the people in the room finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Though they were among the strongest of humans, they felt powerless in Anger's presence. The king's wisdom and strength, which surpassed all others, and his commanding aura that inspired willing submission, all underscored his prowess as the ruler of humanity. "What should we do now, Lord Corrin?" a domain-level mage inquired. Corrin, the Chancellor, responded steadily, "Continue with our current duties. The king and the Violet Knight are not here for an inspection, but to find treasures for the Holy Master. We should just follow the previous instructions and pray for the Holy Master's safety. Beyond that, there's little else we can do." He added, "Fortunately, the information has been somewhat contained. Otherwise, the entire human radiance empire might descend into chaos." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Jun Lin was on his way to the Rose Chapel for a divination. The system had informed him that the results could significantly impact the upcoming game events. Assuming that Anger and the others might feel awkward without him, he went straight to the Dusk Rose Chapel without saying a word. Jun Lin anticipated that the divination wouldn't take long, and Anger and the others wouldn't be anxious to find him. He was fully absorbed in the divination, temporarily disconnected from the outside world. However, when the three arrived at the White Tower only to find it empty, they panicked again. Unable to contact Jun Lin, their faces turned pale. Could something have really happened to the gentleman? The same dreadful thought crossed all their minds simultaneously. The sun that never sets, the eternal radiance suspended high above. Ong Samuel, the ruler of past, present, and future, whose sword can strike down the stars. His brilliance is unmatched. Humanity kneels at his feet, hands trembling, tears held back, kissing his toes, witnessing the birth of the King of Humans. This ode is etched like a monument, unchanging for eternity. However, this mythical epic was abruptly interrupted by a violent cough. Jun Lin fell to the ground, gasping in pain. He beheld something truly dreadful, a looming disaster destined for humanity, an unavoidable fate. As a prophet, Jun Lin couldn't stand idly by. Yet, the intense backlash from glimpsing the future and meddling with destiny left him in agony. The staff of wisdom slipped from his trembling hand, and an oppressive force beyond this world bent his once proud spine. Suddenly, Jun Lin's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. His back writhed with flesh and blood, tearing through his white robe. A massive bone wing and a silver-blue butterfly wing sprouted from his back. His hair grew wildly, spreading like seaweed across the floor. His purple eyes turned pitch black, and tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. Metallic scales resembling fish scales emerged on his neck, and his right hand transformed into a phantom-like tentacle. Even though Jun Lin had dialed down his body's pain sensitivity, the agony from deep within his soul was inescapable. The staff of wisdom hovered beside him, its embedded magical stones flickering as if something was anxiously waiting. A minute later, the transformation began to recede. The wings vanished, the scales withdrew, and the black hair fell away, turning into silver strands. Jun Lin panted, disgusted by the autorial backlash. He refused to treat this as a game because everything in the world of stars felt too real to him. Jun Lin questioned whether the system's algorithmic predictions were accurate, wondering why every race faced such catastrophic doom. But he had no time to ponder. He needed to immediately discuss the upcoming war with Ong, the disaster from the transversal rift, an endless threat from terrifying interdimensional beings threatening all of humanity. Just as Jun Lin was about to rise, the doors of the Rose Chapel were suddenly forced open. Aang's anxious voice echoed, "Teacher, are you here?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the king of humans saw the disheveled Jun Lin, blood tears still wet on his face, his back clothed in tatters, holding a robe dragging on the floor, surrounded by scattered silver strands. Jun Lin froze, unsure how to explain the bizarre scene. He worried Aang might misunderstand, thinking he was performing some strange ritual. Seeing Aang's stunned expression, Jun Lin realized that his esteemed, wise, and composed image as a teacher was likely shattered. Meanwhile, Aang had rushed back in a frenzy. It was a relief to find out that Emily's message was just a misunderstanding, but then it turned out the teacher really was missing, and it felt like everything was falling apart. Angst welled up inside Ngu as he desperately tried every possible way to contact his teacher, but there was no response. He forced himself to stay calm, repeating over and over in his mind, "The teacher will be fine. Nothing will happen to him." Ngu attempted to reassure himself, guessing that perhaps the teacher was busy with something, or in a place where magical communication was blocked. Suddenly, a thought struck him: could the teacher have gone for a divination? If not at the White Tower or the temple, then the most likely place would be the Rose Chapel. With this in mind, Ngu set off immediately, racing towards the Rose Chapel in the northern part of the empire. Along the way, he found it hard to believe Emily's claim about the teacher cutting his hair and donning a white robe. But such unusual behavior from the teacher surely meant something significant had happened. When Ngu arrived at the Rose Chapel, the sight before him left him stunned. He saw a version of his teacher he had never witnessed before. The usually strong and composed figure he deeply respected was now in a heart-wrenching state. Jun Lin was kneeling on the ground, blood tears running down his pale cheeks, looking utterly disheveled as if he had just endured some unimaginable pain. He struggled to get up, but seemed so powerless. This scene hit Ngu like a sledgehammer, leaving him dazed. It felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, making it hard to breathe. Is the teacher really sick? This terrifying thought hovered in his mind. Before Ngu could collect his thoughts, his body reacted before his mind could. He instantly appeared before Jun Lin, kneeling in front of him under the latter's confused and startled gaze. Ngu reached out to steady Jun Lin's shoulders, his eyes slightly red, voice trembling as he called out, "Teacher, teacher." Without hesitation, Ngu began to unleash his magic. Every healing spell, protection spell, and purification spell he knew was poured unreservedly onto Jun Lin. During this period, the young emperor found it impossible to remain calm in the face of his teacher's condition. Caught off guard by the sudden magic enveloping him, Jun Lin was momentarily disoriented. He sat up, about to explain, when the second person arrived on the scene. Violet burst in, closely followed by Kamani Greenthorn. Seeing the worry, fear, guilt, and urgency in their eyes, Jun Lin realized they might have misunderstood something. The two quickly gathered around him, almost simultaneously dropping to their knees before Jun Lin with a thud. They bowed their heads, placing their right hands over their hearts, and spoke in unison. "Violet is guilty. Please punish us, sir." "Greenthorn is guilty. Please punish us, sir." Clearly, Emily Black Pearl's rumors had affected them to some extent. Despite their efforts to remain composed, their inner anxiety and worry grew with each passing moment. If the teacher had indeed come to harm because of their previous unauthorized actions, they would never forgive themselves and had even contemplated making amends with their lives. Just then, the fourth and fifth individuals rushed into the chapel. One of them was the instigator of this whole commotion, Emily Black Pearl. Her hair was disheveled, eyes slightly swollen, and her face was filled with overwhelming remorse and sadness. She shouted, "Sir, are you okay?" Rhett Blue Cedar followed closely behind. Seeing Jun Lin in such a poor state, this usually silent young man, of a similar age, couldn't help but bite his lip, holding back his sadness, as if everything Emily had said was becoming true for Jun Lin. He quietly said, "Sir, I'm sorry, please punish us." Hearing even the usually calm blue-haired youth speak in such a hoarse voice, Jun Lin realized things had truly gotten out of hand. Apart from Red Rose, Golden Iris, and Azure Phoenix, who were on the other side of the initial home planet and couldn't return immediately from the Tantlin Empire's border, everyone else had gathered. The Human King, the Empire's second knight, third knight, sixth knight, and seventh knight surrounded Jun Lin, forming a protective circle, as if he had become so fragile he might break at the slightest touch. Although unsure of what exactly had transpired, Jun Lin felt that if he didn't clarify things now, it might become very troublesome later. He struggled to say, "Ngu, I'm fine. Nothing is wrong." However, his explanation seemed weak and unconvincing. The young people simply didn't believe Jun Lin's words. Seeing the unwavering determination in Nge's eyes and the knights kneeling around him, waiting for punishment, Jun Lin couldn't help but internally shout, "What on earth is happening here?" He repeatedly emphasized that he was not angry and there was nothing wrong, but these words seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Jun Lin thought helplessly that he really had just changed his style, taken a divination, and accidentally fallen. However, the situation at hand was far more complicated than he had imagined. "Please, stop looking like he's about to drop dead any second." Jun Lin sighed, reaching up to rub his temples, but paused midway. Instantly, several pairs of eyes anxiously tracked his every move, as if any hint of discomfort on his part would spell disaster. His hand hovered in the air, caught in an awkward limbo. He glanced around. The pillars of the Empire all bore worried expressions, gazing at him with a pleading look. What was going on? Could someone please explain what had happened? Eventually, the baseless rumors were dispelled. This incident, neither trivial nor grave, served as a stark reminder to everyone of the dangers of spreading misinformation. Although the human sage remained unharmed, the calm was merely the lull before the storm. A war that threatened the survival of humanity was on the horizon. The Battle of Violet. In the Empire's borderlands, within the vast Elmet Forest, stood a colossal wall, towering 10,000 meters high and stretching for thousands of miles. Constructed from the incredibly durable Mamagang stone, this wall was a monument to human civilization, like a giant sentinel keeping the rampaging beasts at bay. Aaron Bernard, the captain of an Imperial scouting team, hailed from a humble farming family. His childhood was spent in a region not yet annexed by the glorious empire, where the exploitation of peasants by the nobility was rampant. He witnessed his neighbor and playmate, Mona girl with braids who loved planting flowers and often gifted him with them being forcibly taken by nobles, never to return. When Aaron saw a neighbor being beaten to death by supposedly righteous knights, his illusions shattered completely. At 10 years old, he charged forward in anger, only to be kicked unconscious. When he awoke, only the cold body of his neighbor remained. From that moment, he understood that noble promises meant nothing here. Aaron secretly studied swordsmanship, biding his time. Alone, he eventually took up a not-so-sharp sword for a girl who resembled Mona. He killed one, wounded two, and finally fell. In his last moments, he desperately prayed for divine mercy. Just then, the earth began to tremble. The thunderous sound of hooves approached from afar. It was the army of Anger Samuel, under the protection of Sage Jun Lin, bringing the light of the human glorious empire. Their banners flew high, bringing hope to this desolate land. Fate turned at that moment, and darkness was dispelled. On this once barren land, new flowers of life began to bloom. Oh, beautiful and mighty black pearl! The shattered crystal ball marks the beginning of all myths. Atop the gray tower, beneath the white tower, you are the most dazzling sapphire of brilliance. Following the footsteps of the Holy Master, you walk among the stars. Eternal magic, wielded with a mere gesture. Standing at the forefront of the cliff, your long chant brings down protection, showing compassion for all. Forever we praise you, the Empire's one and only pearl. Aaron Bernard will never forget that day. The blue-haired youth, Lania, the third knight of the human empire, moved as swiftly as lightning. Arrows whistled through the air, pinning down knights and mages who seemed invincible to ordinary people. The kingdom of radiance from the far west, once fallen, rose like a golden sun with the arrival of the Holy Master. The war it brought swept through the human world, cutting down darkness and ushering in light. Aaron Bernard's life changed forever. Under the guidance of a true knight, this man, nearing 30, wept like rain. Wicked nobles, hypocritical knights, and evil mages were all brought to justice. People embraced a new life, with quality of living improved 1,000-fold. When the walls stretching for miles rose from the ground, people witnessed a miracle. Though lacking natural talent, Aaron broke through his limitations with sheer will and faith. He started martial arts later in life but became an intermediate knight, a testament to his dedication. He was chosen as the leader of a reconnaissance team, determined to devote everything to the Empire, the Holy Master, and the Emperor. On this day, Eren had just finished training newcomers when a team member rushed in with orders from the capital. The new recruit, Dick, eagerly asked to join, but Eren sternly refused. He ruffled Dick's hair and led the team out. The reconnaissance team stood atop a 100-meter turtle giant tree, witnessing the grim scene below. Corpses of strange beasts piled up like mountains, emitting a blood-black mist with maggots crawling over them. There were no signs of battle, as if the beasts had been lured there and killed instantly. Similar occurrences were reported across the entire Elmet forest, suspected to be the work of a person or a creature. Eren decisively ordered a retreat, as unease and fear mingled in his heart. They fled on fast horses infused with the bloodlines of these beasts. Just as they were about to escape the forest, black mist suddenly appeared behind them. From it came howls and cries, distant murmurs that disturbed their minds. Within the exploration team, some members began to slow down, their gazes unfocused, as if entranced by some mysterious force. Eren Bernard decisively drew his long sword from his waist and swung it backward, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The energy collided with the surrounding trees, producing a slicing sound that snapped the dazed members back to attention. "Don't look back, don't fight, just run," Eren shouted, slowing his pace to let the others run ahead while he covered the rear. He knew that this creature was far beyond their ability to handle, and their mission was only reconnaissance. They were not equipped with powerful weapons. A reckless attack would be unwise. The creature in the black mist seemed to realize its enchantment had failed, its low growl turning into a shrill, piercing screech. The sound alone caused the intermediate knights, despite their superior physical prowess, to suffer from splitting headaches and relentless ringing in their ears. The exotic beasts they rode reacted even more violently, each one emitting pained cries, rolling their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and helplessly collapsing to the ground. Still intent on toying with them, the creature's lapse allowed several team members to leverage the fallen mounts, using their skills to dash out of the edge of Elmet Forest and into the protective range of the city walls of Ael. The team followed orders with precision, well-trained and focused, without any mishaps. As soon as they stepped onto the expansive plain between the forest and the city walls, the suffocating pressure vanished instantly. They had entered a magically protected safe zone. Realizing its prey had escaped, the hidden creature finally erupted in rage. Massive black pincers emerged from the mist, covered in writhing hair-like worms. The leading members of the team quickly reacted, launching a series of attacks aimed at delaying the creature, which, though minimally effective, did slow the pincer's advance. However, more despairing developments followed. Dense clouds of black mist suddenly appeared from all directions, each concealing terrifying, bizarre creatures. The mist rapidly consumed the giant trees of Elmet Forest, plunging the surroundings into darkness. An overwhelming sense of dread descended upon the last few members, like mountains blocking their path. Countless large, blood-red eyes stared at them, encircling them with no escape, no resistance possible, as the shadow of death loomed overhead. "Ah, help, help!" The last few members lost all composure, terror-stricken by the immense threat of death, unable to form coherent sentences. These terrifying creatures inspired a fear far greater than any exotic beasts, leaving them devoid of courage to fight back. They felt like ants, powerless and unable even to stand or breathe under such pressure, let alone wield a sword. But Eren Bernard knew that giving up was not an option until the very end. With eyes red and voice hoarse, he shouted, struggling to stand on trembling legs and mustering his remaining strength to swing his sword. Astonishingly, the faint sword energy seemed to carry immense power, burning the creatures within the black mist. The creatures howled in pain, their massive pincers shattering into pieces and falling away. Stunned, Eren stared at his seemingly ordinary hands, unable to believe the sword energy had come from him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound, the unmistakable whoosh of an arrow slicing through the air. Looking up sharply, Eren saw a figure, timeless and powerful, hovering in the air at Lania, with an air of calm, lowering his spirit seeker bow. In that fleeting moment, Ret Lanyabur had annihilated the creatures surrounding Eren and his team. They vanished like bubbles in the air, leaving no trace behind. Ret glanced down at them, his words concise and commanding. "Go back, leave this to me." Although the black mist around them had dissipated, it seemed more creatures were lurking deeper in the forest, waiting to strike. A few individuals, not daring to hesitate any longer, expressed their gratitude to the Empire's third knight with feelings of excitement and reverence. They quickly composed themselves and headed towards the edge of the forest. As they were about to step into the light, Eren Bernard couldn't resist glancing back one last time. The silhouette of Ret Bluefeather gradually faded, standing at the boundary between light and darkness, slowly moving into the shadows. His figure seemed both insignificant and extraordinarily grand. The swirling black mist appeared hesitant, unsure if it could engulf this legendary figure who stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Aaron Bernard took one final look before the knight's figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, those around him gasped in surprise. Look above the forest. Above the vast forest, countless fissures resembling eyes tore through the sky, densely ripping it apart. These eyes varied in size, with the largest spanning hundreds of meters and the smallest about 10 meters across. A faint black mist lingered above them, suggesting that the monsters they had just encountered might have emerged from these openings. My God, may the Holy Master protect us, Aaron Bernard muttered, overwhelmed by the existence beyond imagination. The depths of the forest were completely shrouded in black mist. Rhett Bluefeather drew his longbow, his expression emotionless, and said, I'm in a hurry, let's get started. Countless beams of light gathered on the bow, and arrows with formidable momentum were released one after another. Similar occurrences were reported across various regions of the Empire. People near the borders could already feel the impending storm's pressure. Troops were being mobilized, weapons manufactured, medical supplies prepared, and food stored. The city suddenly saw an influx of mages, reportedly elite humans from the Grey Tower. In a coastal village, an elderly man with white hair invited a black-haired boy inside to shelter from the rain. The boy, named Luoles, was encountered by the old man while fishing at sea. Luoles had only a white rabbit and a white bird for company, appearing as though he had been adrift at sea for a long time. Luoles politely declined the old man's offer, explaining that they needed to continue their journey. When the old man urged him to stay out of the rain, Luoles firmly stated, I am not a child. I am a swordsman. He pointed to the imaginary sword at his waist. The old man sensed the powerful aura suddenly emanating from Luoles, realizing that this child was not as simple as he appeared. He sighed, waved Luoles off, and expressed his concerns about the impending disaster. In response to the old man's pessimism, Luoles resolutely declared, humanity fears no hardship. With that, he bowed to the old man and quickly departed. Luoles transformed into a white wolf, carrying Lania, now a rabbit, swiftly forward. Although Lania became slower after turning into a rabbit, he too sensed something was amiss. When he clearly saw the eye-like fissures on the horizon, he gasped in shock. This can't be, Lania asked, uncertainty in his voice. You're right. Luoles confirmed Lania's suspicions. Lania's round eyes widened even more, and his drooping ears perked up instantly, reflecting his inner shock and unease. A natural fissure resembling an eye, shrouded in black mist, marks the beginning of disaster. Lan Yingji's eyes glimmered with fervor, his voice quivering with excitement. The violet glory. Inception, the violet battle is indeed the violet battle. He could hardly believe that he was about to relive this legendary conflict. Deep within, an uncontrollable thrill surged, as visions of war, chaos, sin, blood, and death flashed through his mind, stirring his emotions. However, Lania quickly suppressed his exhilaration, feigning a worried demeanor as he said, we must find Jun Lin as soon as possible. We can't let the war actually happen. Despite his words, one of his originally emerald eyes subtly shifted back to the crimson hue typical of a rabbit, giving off an eerie vibe. The white bird's dark eyes flickered slightly above the white rabbit, and the running white wolf hesitated almost imperceptibly. Meanwhile, atop the White Tower, Qing Fenghuang Karen, having just dealt with the affairs of the Tantalin border, was summoned by the sage Jun Lin. Draped in a long blue gown, she exuded elegance and beauty despite the fatigue etched across her brow. Karen softly inquired, Sir, are you all right? Jun Lin brushed away the black mist from his hand, clasping his left hand behind his back, and replied with a smile, I'm fine, Karen. It's just Emily's little jest. You all have been working hard. Karen shook her head. It's our duty, sir. As Jun Lin ascended to the higher levels of the White Tower, he asked, and where is Duda? Karen blushed slightly and answered softly, he is waiting outside the White Tower. Jun Lin seemed puzzled. Why doesn't he come in? I've never said you can't enter the White Tower, yet you always wait for my permission. Before he could finish, they reached their destination. Jun Lin stepped aside to reveal something behind him. Karen, this is for you. Upon seeing it, Karen's face lit up with astonishment. Sir, this is... Following this scene, the author briefly introduces the hierarchy of power among wizards and knights, ranging from apprentice to god level, with a total of 11 levels. Finally, the author expresses a desire to comment on this classification. The violet that blooms in radiant glory hails from the most distant frigid lands. The legendary seventh knight, the sharpest sword of the empire. The wind and snow hone your spirit, forge your body. With the sword of oath and honor in hand, sworn in blood, you traverse thousands of miles. You carry away humanity's last hope, and bring back humanity's last hope. The eternal glory of the violet begins to be written from this moment. Human mythical epic, the violet. Suspended behind Jun Lin is a semi-transparent necklace, with a moonstone at its center radiating a gentle glow. Karen immediately recognizes it as being forged from the shards of the Heart of Wisdom. The powerful aura emanating from the necklace causes Karen to hold her breath. When Jun Lin offers to give her the necklace, Karen's eyes widen in surprise. "This is too precious, sir," Karen says softly, her eyes glinting with hesitation. Jun Lin chuckles lightly, and with a wave of his hand, the moonlit necklace floats in front of Karen. "It's not that precious. I intended to give it to you. I even researched how to make it look better," he remarks casually, as if it were a trivial matter. "You must accept it." Jun Lin's tone turns serious. "We have a tough battle ahead, and I fear you won't have much downtime." Karen Qingfeng, the Empire's fifth knight, is now a half-step legendary mage. Unlike Emily Black Pearl, who excels in forbidden attack magic, Karen specializes in healing and protective magic. Despite Emily's delicate appearance, her terrifyingly powerful forbidden spells make her a force to be reckoned with. Karen reaches out to take the necklace, feeling the immense power within. She recalls the sky's rift she saw on the way back to the capital, realizing that disaster is imminent. As one of the Empire's guardians, she is acutely aware of the responsibility she bears. "I understand, sir," Karen replies firmly. "I'll do my best." Jun Lin nods in satisfaction, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "I hope Duda won't mind my gift to you." Karen smiles gently. "I don't think he will, sir. He might even wonder why he didn't receive one." Jun Lin muses with a thoughtful hum, then adds, "Another little one will join you." Karen tilts her head in confusion. The next moment, with a wave of Jun Lin's right hand, the staff of sanctuary materializes. The golden sun of the Fusang hangs above, its protective light forming sacred halos. Seeing the staff of sanctuary, Karen instantly grasps the gravity of the impending disaster. She takes a deep breath, determination shining in her eyes. "I understand, sir. You can count on me." Jun Lin smiles, his purple eyes sparkling with confidence. "I trust each and every one of you. You are the pride of humanity, and my pride as well." Duda Golden Iris idly counts the drifting clouds. By the time he reaches the 100th, Karen finally emerges from the White Tower. Duda immediately straightens up, tidies his hair, and strides forward. "Ahem," Duda asks, feigning calmness. "So, is the sir all right? Nothing serious called you over?" Karen keeps walking, gently touching her brow where the staff of sanctuary rests in slumber. She gazes at the distracted blonde man before her, amusement flickering in her eyes though her expression remains serene. "The sir is fine," Karen replies calmly. "He just discussed some matters and gave me a necklace. Nothing major." Oh, as long as it's nothing serious." Duda nods, then suddenly reacts. "What necklace? The sir gave you a necklace?" He sneaks a glance at Karen's neck, relieved to see the silver necklace he gifted her still in place. Karen notices Duda's every move, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Although Duda claims to understand the sir and supports their relationship, a man in love is always more impulsive and emotional. "Oh, is it some kind of magical artifact?" Duda quickly caught on, guessing what the gentleman might be giving to Karen. Karen smirked, turning to look at the blonde man, and pointed to the center of her forehead. The hidden golden sun mark appeared, shimmering with light. Duda's pupils contracted sharply, and he forgot his manners, gripping Karen's shoulders tightly. The playful expression vanished from his face as he asked seriously, "Did he really give it to you?" Karen gently replied, "I believe so. There shouldn't be any other artifact that creates such a mark." Duda stared at the golden sun on Karen's forehead, as if trying to erase it. After a long pause, he let go of her and ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Ah, it's those giant eye cracks, isn't it? They never give us a moment's peace." He held no resentment towards the gentleman, just a growing distaste for the impending disaster and enemies. The gentleman granting Karen the staff of protection meant that in the coming war, Karen might be out of his sight. Even if he wanted to help, he might be powerless. Karen looked at the serious, conflicted blonde man before her, the Empire's fourth knight, and the one she admired. She stepped forward lightly, helping Duda tidy his tousled hair, and said softly, "It's okay. With the staff of protection, I'll be really safe. I might actually have the easiest time of all. But you all need to be extra careful, so really, don't worry about me, okay?" Duda gazed at her intently, then suddenly pulled Karen into his arms, burying his face in her neck like a big, affectionate dog, muttering, "I won't see you for a long time. I hate it." Karen smiled gently, patting Duda's shoulder. "I understand. You take care too." The two of them stood close outside the White Tower, their affection for each other drawing envious looks from others. Little did they know, many had already witnessed this scene from the shadows. In the distance, Debbie Red Rose was being held back by Rhett Blue Feather and Emily Black Pearl. Emily clutched Red Rose's hand tightly, preventing her from disrupting the couple's sweet moment. Rhett also stood in front of Red Rose, his blue hair partially covering his eyes, agreeing, now really isn't the time to interrupt. Debbie Red Rose, the most beautiful rose of the Empire, was striking and graceful. Unfortunately, she was obsessed with martial arts and clueless about social interactions and romance, still inexperienced in love. Watching her siblings and then looking at the unbreakable bond between Karen and Duda, Debbie seemed to realize something. She broke into a knowing smile. I get it now. So Karen and Duda like each other. No wonder I felt something was off between them back at the Tantalin border. They've been together since then, haven't they? Emily sighed. No, they've been together for a while. Rose, don't look so smug like you know everything. Carmine Greenthorn stood by with his arms crossed, his green eyes carrying a hint of disapproval, seemingly displeased with their public display of affection. His so-called noble restraint seemed to forbid him from such acts in public. Emily's exasperation deepened. She thought to herself, you're one of their biggest supporters in love, always shipping them harder than anyone. When Duda was unsure about what style of necklace to give Karen, you were full of suggestions, not caring about noble etiquette then. Above the White Tower, Anchor, Violet, and Jun Lin quietly observed the scene. That move of retreating to advance, Duda played it well, Jun Lin commented softly. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. He too seemed to be caught up in the sweet atmosphere of love. Who taught him that? Ange? He suddenly asked, his gaze sweeping over those present. Ange quickly shook his head and shrugged as his teacher looked at him inquisitively. I don't even have a queen, so how could I teach him that? Violet merely offered a faint smile, appearing calm and composed. Jun Lin immediately crossed him off the list of suspects and continued to enjoy the scene unfolding beneath the White Tower. Well, if no one taught him, then Duda must have quite the talent, learning all on his own, Jun Lin mused. Ah, youth. Despite the skeptical glance from Mr. Wong, the real mentor behind Duda's romantic endeavors, Violet remained unflustered. He smiled serenely, content to keep his secret. At that moment, the sky above the White Tower remained a beautiful shade of blue, and everything seemed so peaceful and perfect, as if this moment could last forever. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Disaster! Disaster!
Disaster.
War! 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 Terrified cries pierced the sky. Enormous cracks appeared across various regions of the original mother planet, spewing forth black mist and alien beasts. Although the first wave of invaders was swiftly dealt with by agile warriors like Rhett Bluefeather, more enemies were on the horizon. These black mist star beasts seemed to know only slaughter and conquest, leaving no room for negotiation. They were humanity's sworn enemies. From this brief encounter and the seemingly endless fissures, humans realized they were facing an incredibly formidable foe. At the far edges of the borderlands, several massive cracks, nearly 10,000 meters high, emerged, destined to become the main battlegrounds of the war. The entire original mother planet, especially the border regions of the Empire, was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. The mages of the Grey Tower cast layer upon layer of magical formations, and even those who had been reclusive for years emerged to aid in the border defense. The iron-blooded army that once conquered the entire original mother planet was rapidly assembling, preparing to head to various battlefields. The sky was overcast, barely letting any light through. High above, the giant eyes of the cracks, glowing red and shrouded in black mist, stared greedily at the land below. In the Lauren's borderlands, Debbie Redrose hovered in midair, backed by massive defensive walls and countless Imperial troops. Her red hair was tied up high, and clad in armor, she exuded an impressive aura. Wielding a heavy sword in each hand with ease, she faced the black mist surging from the rift, a defiant smile playing on her lips. Come on, monsters, she taunted, pointing her right-hand sword forward. In the Suburmu borderlands, Kermani Greenbrier wore light armor and held a silver lightsword. Faced with the emerging giant beasts, he calmly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding elegance with every move. This is not your place, he declared. Such hideous creatures should return to where you belong. Pointing his sword at the grotesque monsters, he shouted, Imperial soldiers, to battle! Fight! 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 The resounding reply echoed through the sky. In the Elmert forest, Rhett Bluefeather swept his hair aside, holding a longbow with a serene expression. Even when confronted with what seemed like the largest number of enemies, he showed no fear. His sharp gaze scanned the foes ahead, seeing them merely as prey for his bow. The master said you're not allowed to cross the boundary, understood? Rhett calmly stated, drawing his bow. A luminous arrow shot forth, carving a path through the endless black mist army. Otherwise, leave or die, he added matter-of-factly. In the Sevilla's borderlands, Duda Goldiris swung his spear with unstoppable momentum. Oh, it's you guys, he sneered. Do you know how much precious time you're wasting for me with Karen? The usually carefree fourth knight of the Empire now had eyes filled with chilling intent and an aura of lethal determination. To make things easier for her, I won't hold back. With that, he charged into the boundless black mist like a thunderbolt, unstoppable. His strength alone rivaled that of 1,000 soldiers. Atop the White Tower, Karen Green Phoenix stood with the moonlight necklace hovering above her head and a radiant staff of protection in her hand. Powerful magic surged from her, ready to face the impending battle. Surrounded by countless teleportation arrays, Emily Black Pearl stood at the forefront, marking the last line of defense. Her healing power and protection extended over the entire original home planet. Emily's usual gentle and sweet demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of determination. In one hand, she held a magical crystal ball, and in the other, a legendary magic staff. Behind her stood thousands of mages, wielding their staffs, forming one of humanity's strongest forces. Emily's blue eyes no longer appeared innocent and cute. They now glowed with a cold light. She spoke icily. "You're the ones who've troubled the master, aren't you? Well then, Emily can't allow you to continue existing. All things that displease the master must disappear." As she spoke, countless forbidden spells gathered in her staff, twisting the surrounding space. In the far north of the Phyllis frontier, Violet withdrew his gaze from the sky, where the master's figure was obscured by dark mist. Holding the Oath of Glory sword, Violet's eyes were resolute, his presence akin to a great silver-white wolf king on the icy plains. He declared in a deep voice, "My name is Violet, bestowed by the master. This sword, the Oath of Glory, is a gift from my king. All who enter this land shall be vanquished." In the southern star sea of the original home planet, Anger Samuel wielded the Staff of Radiance, now transformed into a longsword. His golden hair shone brilliantly, and his eyes glimmered with an intimidating authority. Facing creatures from the universe even larger than the original home planet, his aura did not waver but grew even stronger. This was the emperor praised by humanity, the true king of mankind. With a cold smile, Anger said, "You've already reached our doorstep. It would be rather impolite if I didn't come out to greet you, wouldn't it? My teacher might scold me. You know, as a king, I've always been quite merciful to guests from afar. So, let all of you atone with your deaths." In the north of the original home planet, there were no massive eyes or rifts, only 9 figures slowly emerging from the darkness. Shrouded in black mist, they stood merely 5 to 6 meters tall, but exuded an aura more terrifying than the colossal creatures, sending chills down one's spine. As they approached the original home planet, a figure stepped forward to block their path. Jun Lin, holding the Staff of Wisdom, let his black hair fall, while mysterious patterns flowed in his purple eyes. A gentle smile remained on his face as he calmly said, "Apologies, my 9 friends from another dimension." His tone was serene, yet carried the majesty of a deity. "The divine decree is clear. Passage here is forbidden." In the pre-common era year 108, the Violet campaign commenced, presenting humanity with its most formidable challenge. This battle would be eternally inscribed in the mythic epics of humanity, becoming the legendary Violet campaign passed down through generations. With this body, I dedicate myself to the Empire, forever soaring like an arrow, a perpetual streak of light for humanity. Upon the longbow lies brilliance that pierces the sky. Beneath the feathered arrow is a wing that traverses the earth. Late Lania, the master of the radiant arrow, has his name etched upon the epic monument. He symbolizes hope for humanity, akin to a victory torch held high, illuminating the Empire's future. As the endless sky crumbles and stars plunge into the deep sea, humanity faces an unprecedented threat. A sinister black mist creeps in, more terrifying than any natural disaster or calamity, spawning relentless monsters that know only slaughter. Their numbers are vast enough to cover 10 original home planets, potentially engulfing an entire small galaxy. These creatures surge forth from fissures, attempting to seize humanity's most cherished homeland, the original home planet. This colossal vessel, suspended in the cosmic sea, is the cradle of life and the origin of human history. In the face of such threats, humanity vowed, "Not an inch shall be yielded." Wise, brave, and resolute, humans believe that given time, they will become one of the universe's brightest races. The most esteemed mentors endowed them with wisdom, bestowed protection, and reshaped brilliance. All of this is, in fact, an innate human ability. On the battlefield, the horrific scenes are gut-wrenching. The terrifying roar of explosions, the screams of the monsters, and the cries of humanity intertwine. Severed limbs and bodies litter the ground, the earth stained with blood and flesh. Dispersed black mist monsters pile up like hills inside and outside the city walls. Aaron Bernard stands in the midst of the battlefield, blood and grime on his forehead blurring his vision. The monsters seem endless, launching wave after wave of suicidal attacks. Even the towering 10,000-meter high walls, lined with fearsome magical obliteration arrays, struggle to withstand this overwhelming onslaught. The warriors and mages atop the walls exert every last ounce of strength and magic, yet they cannot halt the advance of the black mist creatures. They become the first sacrificial heroes. Since the day the monsters arrived, Eren has not seen Lania. This human legend led the holy knights and mages deep into the Elmet forest. There, a massive fissure tens of thousands of meters wide signals an even greater threat. From the depths of the forest, heart-stopping rumbles continuously echo, shaking both sky and earth. Yet, the colossal black mist creatures capable of scaling the towering walls have not appeared. Eren knows this is because the Empire's third knights, those extraordinary warriors, are tirelessly battling on the most perilous front line, forming humanity's last line of defense. Ensure that those monstrous beings capable of easily destroying humanity cannot come any closer. On the eve of impending disaster, Eren Bernard patrolled along the city walls, his gaze inadvertently falling upon a familiar figure perched atop the wall. Lania, the Empire's third knight, a living legend among humans and a symbol of unbridled freedom. At this moment, Rhett was not wielding his famous spirit chaser bow, nor was he releasing arrows that shone like shooting stars. He appeared as an ordinary young man, sitting quietly on the wall, his legs gently swinging in a carefree manner. The gentle breeze tousled his blue hair, and his eyes were fixed on the distant horizon. People passing by on the city walls could not help but glance at him out of the corner of their eyes. Even the normally aloof and reclusive mages from the Grey Tower couldn't resist stealing glances. As for those less restrained, they nudged each other from a distance, eager to approach but hesitant to disturb Lania. Their eyes gleamed with fervor and admiration, their faces reflecting longing and reverence, an earnest and sincere expression of gratitude toward their protector. Eren Bernard recalled his first encounter with Lania years ago. Back then, the Empire's cavalry had just crushed his decaying homeland, and Rhett Lania descended like a savior from the heavens, becoming the person Eren most aspired to emulate. Later, Eren was appointed as a temporary leader and had several brief encounters with Lania, often witnessing him in such contemplative states. Now, Eren quietly observed the Empire's third knight, and suddenly, as if compelled by some force, he began to walk toward Lania, drawing astonished looks from those around him. "Sir Lania," Eren called softly. Rhett turned his head, not speaking, but tilting it slightly, his eyes beneath the fringes of his hair showing a hint of curiosity, silently inquiring what Eren wanted. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, Eren asked, "Do you think we can win this war?" The fear of the unknown loomed over them. The monsters of mysterious origin and the potential disasters they could unleash instilled terror in all. Yet, there was no doubt in the guidance of the sage and the king's orders. The sage was always right. Without the sage, humanity would not exist today. They were the king's subjects, and fighting for the king was the highest honor. In response to Eren's question, Lania looked at the weathered, yet resolute face of the middle-aged man before him and answered softly, "We can.
Because the king and the sage are with us."
As he spoke, he gestured toward the sky. His words were like a powerful tonic, and the previously silent surroundings erupted with excitement. The sage. The king. People murmured, unable to contain their emotions. With the sage and the king, they feared nothing. They believed firmly that victory would ultimately belong to humanity. However, Lania continued, his gaze shifting to the brilliantly lit and bustling capital, adding, "But most importantly, because you are here." That's what the sage said. "It's the existence of countless humans that will secure our victory." His words brought silence once more. It turned out that the sage had always held such high expectations for humanity. The sage, whom they revered as a deity, had unwavering faith in them. Hearing this, Eren Bernard stood frozen, unsure how to respond, until Rhett's next words drew him back to reality. "I know you. Your name is Eren Bernard." Eren was taken aback that Rhett remembered his name, his eyes widening in surprise and awkwardness. This normally composed squad leader, a man nearing 50, suddenly felt awkward in front of a youth who seemed much younger. His calloused hands, accustomed to wielding a sword, fidgeted uncertainly, wanting to scratch his head but feeling it would be inappropriate. Ultimately, he simply shifted awkwardly, saying, Oh, yes, that's me. I'm Eren Bernard." Rhett silently regarded the man before him. His memory had always been sharp. He recalled seeing Eren for the first time, blood pouring from the man's body. By all rights, Eren Bernard should have been dead by the time Rhett and the army arrived. What had kept him alive? Was it the sound of iron hooves on the earth? Rhett Lania did not know. Death gripped the throat of the man whose face was covered in blood and bruises, yet his eyes remained resolute. Those light brown eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if defying fate itself. Rhett Bluefeather slowly lowered his spirit bow, gazing down at Eren Bernard from atop his horse. He dismounted and knelt beside Eren. The man looked at the fallen arrow, his eyes gradually dimming, pupils beginning to dilate. He should have died long ago, yet sheer willpower kept him alive. Rhett gently wiped away the blood from Aaron's face, silently hoping. He was betting on this man's will to bring him back from the brink, to restart his still heart, to set his cold blood flowing once more. You can do it. Live, Rhett murmured. Haven't you always wanted to truly live? I'm here now, so live on. He wasn't sure if Aaron heard him, or even remembered, but it didn't matter. In the end, Aaron Bernard survived. While stationed at camp, Rhett learned his name. As Aaron's wounds were nearly healed by the magicians, Rhett sensed that same determination and resilience in his conversations with the other knights. Alive, that's good, Rhett thought. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Time flew by, and Aaron fulfilled his dream of becoming a knight. Years later, Rhett saw him again and calmly remarked, "You've aged." The once frail and battered man was now strong and seasoned, his face lined with experience and maturity, with strands of white in his hair. Aaron quickly composed himself, flashing a cheerful yet determined smile. "Yes, I've aged, haha. That's how life is, growing old. But you're just as I remember, Sir Bluefeather." Rhett didn't pursue the topic further but solemnly said, "Keep living, just like before." The words stirred some faint memories in Aaron. Rhett leapt down from the wall, stood tall, and scanned the crowd of humans around him, repeating, "Keep living. Continue to live. Live." The memory abruptly ended as Aaron Bernard was pulled back to reality by Dick Weiss's shout. They were still on the dangerous front lines as a reserve patrol. Aaron scolded, "Why are you still here? Don't you know it's extremely dangerous now?" Dick stubbornly replied, "I'm a knight. I can't retreat." He revealed a little girl hidden behind him. "I found this child in the basement." Aaron was startled and immediately commanded, "Let's go." He quickly mapped out a viable route among the shattered buildings and massive corpses of the dark mist creatures. However, as they were halfway through, the ground shook violently. Web-like cracks spread rapidly, and a 5 to 6 meter long tentacle covered in sharp barbs burst from the mist. Aaron's pupils constricted as he realized another monster had breached the wall defenses. He knew the underground passage was likely carved out by the piled corpses of countless dark mist creatures, and those guarding outside the walls might have already met their fate. "Take the child and go. Go." Aaron unhesitatingly stayed behind, turning to face the enemy with his sword. Despite the war offering better weapons, he insisted on using his old companion of over a decade. The sword, pitted and stained with blood, seemed on the verge of breaking but remained his most trusted weapon. The writhing tendrils of black mist had discovered them, indicating that a massive creature lay beneath, needing just a bit more time to emerge. A gigantic, spiked tendril extended out, threatening to keep them there forever. Aaron Bernard crouched low, his long sword gleaming with a cold light. He charged at the thick tendril, and just as they were about to collide, he leaped, twisting in midair. He descended rapidly, his sword slicing through the air like a silver streak, delivering a flurry of strikes in an instant. The sluggish tendril was no match for the seasoned Aaron, and he managed to hold it back for the moment. A flicker of relief crossed Aaron's eyes as he thought they might just escape safely. However, his ears twitched, and he suddenly turned to look behind him. Unbeknownst to him, another tendril of black mist had silently crept up on Dick and the girl, poised to pierce them through. Aaron's mind went blank, yet everything seemed clear. The words of Lania echoed in his ears, rooting him to the spot. But when he saw the tendril raised high, like the most venomous snakehead, with spikes reminiscent of the swords of deceitful knights from his memories, his body reacted faster than his mind. The world turned upside down again, as if reliving the past. Aaron's sword, his old companion, finally shattered. He lay amidst the ruins, his lower body gone, as the black mist continued to erode his remaining flesh. Yet this time, the pain seemed to lessen. In his fading consciousness, Aaron heard Dick Weiss calling out and the chants of other mages. He realized that Dick and the girl were safe. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw Dick's young, grief-stricken face. Seeing Aaron open his eyes, Dick was overjoyed, stammering, "Uncle Bernard, you're still conscious. I'll get a healer." Aaron wanted to explain to this foolish young man what a fleeting moment of clarity was, but he could only move his lips, whispering out a few breathy words. "No, need, Dick, live. What, Captain? What are you trying to say?" Dick wiped his tearful and snot-covered face, leaning closer to Aaron's lips. "Live," Aaron managed to say, his voice faltering, conveying the one message he wished to pass on to the young man. The sensation of death was all too familiar. He had faced it years ago, but he survived back then, gaining more time. Now, his eyelids grew heavy, impossible to lift again. Since the war began, day and night were indistinguishable. Yet Aaron seemed to see that perfectly clear sky, the blue-haired boy standing against the light, urging him to live. He finally remembered, feeling a wave of comfort. He felt he had not let down Sir Lanyu Bei's expectations and had lived well enough. In retrospect, that day's sky was truly beautiful. Meanwhile, deep in the Elmet forest, Ret Lanyu Bei seemed to sense something, pausing briefly as he drew his bow. He could only glance longingly in the direction he'd come from, unable to spare another thought. In his hand, an arrow adorned with silver light fell like a shooting star. In his hand, an arrow surrounded by brilliant radiance rose like the dawn. Life and death, mere moments apart. And humanity's war was far from over. A person steeped in the timeless depths of history, a figure immortalized in the epic tales sung by bards. Kermani Greenbriar, the second knight of the Empire, and heir to the most illustrious family in the realm of radiance. His ancestors were the trusted aides of the kingdom's founders, laying the groundwork for an enduring empire. The Greenbriar family stood apart from other nobility. They disdained the company of those so-called aristocrats who indulged in debauchery and wealth, holding steadfast to their own principles: elegance, courtesy, intellect, and wisdom. Within the Greenbriar domain, the people praised their benevolence. Yet, some were puzzled. Why did the powerful Greenbriar family not seize the throne from the incompetent emperor? The answer lay in their family's faith and loyalty. The ancestors of the Greenbriar family were as close as brothers with the founding monarch, pledging eternal allegiance to the Samuel's lineage. Through generations, the Greenbriars have etched this loyalty into their hearts, standing by the throne even as the royal family grew corrupt. Kermani's emergence disrupted this tradition. Although he possessed the decorum and poise expected of a noble, adeptly navigating social circles, he harbored unique ideas. He believed that the Greenbriar family should serve a ruler as exceptional as the founding monarch, rather than the current hedonistic ruler. To Kermani, true glory came from conquest and achievement, not from a life of opulence. He privately mocked those nobles who merely pretended to be cultured, convinced they would eventually fall victim to their own decadence. Kermani yearned for a ruler who could restore the realm of radiance to its former glory, a sovereign worthy of his allegiance. To this end, the young Kermani began implementing reforms. He demanded that all noble families extending from the Greenbriar lineage foster loyal and powerful knights, forming a genuine army rather than indulging in luxury or black magic. This decision naturally met with opposition, especially considering Kermani was not yet 20. However, Kermani paid no heed to these doubts. The knights he secretly trained became his sword, sweeping away those subordinate families that resisted. After a bloody crackdown, the young Kermani stood before the blazing fires, calmly wiping the blood from his face, his eyes shining with determination. In that moment, everyone understood a new era was about to dawn. The elegant and dignified smile appeared as terrifying as a demon to the survivors of the Green Thorn family. Who could have imagined that this young man, barely an adult, could act with such decisiveness and resolve? Kermani's swift actions not only silenced dissent, but also elevated the already positive reputation of the Green Thorn family among the common people. However, Kermani's actions unnerved the other nobles. They began to worry. What if this seemingly smiling madman turned against them? If others followed his example, wouldn't their comfortable lives be at risk? The powerful figures within the glorious kingdom began to secretly conspire, intending to take action against Kermani. Some even whispered in the king's ear, accusing Kermani and the Green Thorn family of disloyalty and ambition. Cultivating a personal knight order and establishing a private army weren't these signs of treachery? Young Kermani certainly anticipated the consequences of his actions. Yet, in his youthful pride, he seemed convinced he was the most clear-sighted person in the kingdom. Just as he resolved to stand against the entire realm and its decaying nobility, Jun Lin appeared. Jun Lin brought new ideas and knowledge, introducing revolutionary reforms. He praised Kermani's actions while deterring the other nobles who watched with greedy eyes. This man, who had traveled from the ends of the sea, left a profound impact on the proud young Kermani. Jun Lin's wisdom was like an unscalable mountain, his strength like the boundless ocean, and his inclusiveness like the most brilliant sky. Following this, Wang emerged. The once obscure and unregarded prince, Ong Samuel, hidden deep within the palace, had, under Jun Lin's guidance, become the uncrowned king of the realm. Kermani Greenthorn finally understood whom he should wield his sword for and realized that the glory of the Greenthorn family was about to be completely reshaped. Amidst this great transformation, the territory of Berdera faced another crisis in the shadows of night. A woman in a black mage's robe, with hair as white as snow, stood silently on the path behind the estate. She was High Ruer, an archmage nearly 2 centuries old. Her hand tightly gripped her magic staff, maintaining the defensive spell that enveloped the entire estate. Initially, the massive fissures appeared only at the borders. However, now they seemed to have expanded, creating more pathways. Despite the capital's orders being well executed and people preparing for the worst, the endless cracks and dark mist creatures could not be fully repelled. They seemed to have only one purpose: to annihilate humanity. As the fissures multiplied, more monsters broke through the defenses of the Imperial Knight Corps and the Grey Tower mages, appearing in this once peaceful and harmonious capital. The estate of nobleman Keeble Greenthorn was one such place. Keeble, a distant relative of young Kamani, had been a well-regarded and benevolent lord long before Kamani's family purge. After Kamani reorganized the subordinate families, Keeble became one of his staunchest supporters. In the face of this disaster, Keeble did not hesitate to step forward. He dispatched his guard troops and family mages to protect the civilians, and opened his estate to shelter those who had lost their homes. Archmage Hyrule, Keeble's daughter Yali's magic teacher, was highly skilled in magical prophecy. She seemed to glimpse certain visions of the future, and chose not to join the other mages of the Grey Tower on the front lines. Saving lives can happen anywhere, she said. This seemingly kind old woman, her face lined with the marks of time, had eyes as clear as ever, as if able to perceive the mysteries of the future. Keeble was naturally overjoyed to have an archmage stay behind. Harrow not only held a prestigious position as a prophetic mage of the Grey Tower, but was also the esteemed mentor of Yali. Her presence undeniably offered hope and a sense of security to those around her. Keeble's judgment was spot on. Harrow indeed saved many lives that would have otherwise been lost. Whenever the dark mist creatures attacked, Harrow would raise her staff high and chant incantations. Her tall, commanding figure and the resonant sound of her spells greatly inspired the people. Yali Greenbriar, Keeble's daughter and Harrow's prize student, often expressed her heartfelt admiration, saying, "Teacher, without you here, we wouldn't know what to do." Despite glimpsing a dark future, Yali did not shy away. This young girl possessed an extraordinary gift for magical prophecy, and her falcon-colored eyes often perceived things even Harrow could not see. Whenever Yali looked at her with eyes full of admiration, Harrow would respond with a bittersweet, resigned smile and gently shake her head. In solitude, Harrow repeatedly took out her crystal ball to prophesy and peer into the future. Yet all she saw was an endless darkness, surging towards her like a tide. No matter how many times she tried, the result was always the Samino light. No hope, and a bleak future for humanity. Harrow was uncertain whether this was due to the limitations of her own abilities, or if the boundless darkness would eventually swallow everything. Never in her life had she conducted such a despairing prophecy. As a prophetic mage, she understood the inexorable force of fate. However, each time she saw the optimistic Yali, the benevolent and resolute Lord Keeble, and the people who looked at her with trust and gratitude, Harrow persevered. Even though she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of fate, she still chose to move forward. Harrow knew well that the revered Master Jun Lin, known as the mentor of all mages, was undoubtedly the finest seer. Whatever she could foresee, Jun Lin surely could as well. Faced with the inescapable darkness, Master Jun Lin not only foresaw the future but also chose to intervene, preparing humanity in advance. Without such intervention, humanity might have faced extinction at a much faster pace. This is truly the mentor of all humanity, Harrow marveled to herself. He silently bears everything, carrying the fate of all mankind. Although Harrow was only a domain-level mage, her prowess in prophecy was not inferior to that of a grand mage. She could roughly imagine the dreadful backlash that came from peering into and intervening in such a profound destiny. Yet, since Master Jun Lin had not retreated, how could someone like her even consider it? Despite her body nearing its limits, Harrow knew she could not fall. If she did, the people in the manor might not survive. The entire empire was in crisis, with no spare forces to come to their aid. Looking at her aged hands, Harrow thought, "I've lived so many years, it wouldn't matter if I perished in this disaster." Her exploration of the magical realm, though not without regrets, was sufficient. She had no remorse for giving everything for the future of young, vibrant humans like Yali. The key to the future, the legacy of humanity, always lies in the hands of those youthful, vibrant lives, Harrow mused as she looked at Yali. This extraordinary child, despite seeing many things, did not fear fate. Unlike Harrow, she had the courage and determination to challenge destiny. Her beautiful falcon-colored eyes were filled with hope and resolve. Perhaps, Harrow pondered, can humanity ultimately prevail? She could not say for sure. That was until Yali brought back a persona black-haired boy named Luoles, someone who had traversed vast distances through time, enduring countless ages, and who should not have appeared in this era. In Harrow's once clear blue eyes, at the boundary between life and death, she finally saw through the heavy mist of despair and glimpsed a ray of light. It was a light from the future, a magnificent and grand achievement belonging to countless humans, to their flourishing empire. That light shone like an everlasting sun, suspended high in the starry sea. The Chronicles of Magical Prophecy. The Arrival of the Hope of the Future. By Yali Greenbriar. Teacher, do you think the future seen in prophecies is unchangeable? 14-year-old Aliul Jijing clutched her magical books tightly as she approached High Rower. Her kite-colored eyes flickered with a fiery light as she looked directly at her teacher, as if seeking a reassuring denial. Behind her softly spoken question lay a weight of immense significance. High Rower did not answer directly, but calmly said, "You'll understand in time." Her tone carried a deep understanding of the inescapable nature of fate. Every mage who has inherited the gift of prophecy has pondered this question, High Rower continued. In the end, they all found themselves worn down by the inescapable nature of destiny. While small probabilities may be altered, those truly fated events cannot be touched, changed, or controlled. Ollie lowered her head in silence for a moment, then looked up, speaking deliberately. "No, teacher, it can be changed." High Rower did not scold the imaginative girl, but instead looked at her with eyes tinged with sadness. This courage to defy fate reminded High Rower of her younger self. She knew Ollie had great potential, and that the visions she would see would be even more distant and profound than her own. Perhaps, when Ollie witnessed more sorrow and misfortune, she would understand humanity's helplessness in the face of fate. In the hills behind the Magic Academy lived a small exotic creature known as the blue pearl bird. Their feathers were a mix of white and blue, their eyes as bright as pearls, and their long blue tail feathers resembled small fans. High Rower chose a family of 3 blue pearl birds as the subject for teaching Ollie the art of magical prophecy. The prophecy revealed that in 2 weeks, none of these birds would survive. "Teacher, can't I just stay with them all the time? Or take them away so they won't die?" Ollie asked persistently, even though her prophecy matched her teacher's. High Rower gently shook her head. "Ollie, I'm not stopping you from protecting them. It's just that their deaths are already fated. At most, you can only delay it but not truly change anything. If we can't change it, why do we learn magical prophecy at all?" Ollie stubbornly questioned. "If knowing can't change anything, I'd rather not know in the first place." High Rower explained. "Magical prophecy, when it comes to life and death, cannot change fate. It can only warn us of impending danger, helping us to avoid or prepare for it. If you directly interfere with their fate, you could face severe backlash." A week later, Ollie continued to visit the blue pearl bird's nest every day, sharing new stories with them. The teacher and student repeatedly used various methods of magical prophecy, but the outcome remained unchanged. Although High Rower lamented the impermanence of life, she did not stop Ollie's actions. On the night before the blue pearl bird family's predicted demise, an exhausted yet excited Ollie rushed to High Rower. "Teacher, teacher, I saw it. Hope, a little, just a little. But there is a chance of life. The thread of fate. It is changed." High Rower, surprised, conducted the magical prophecy again, but the result remained the same. Ollie eagerly explained. No, teacher, there's a faint glimmer on that little blue pearl bird. It's not because of me. I didn't interfere with its fate thread, just a tiny strand, which doesn't affect me. The light? It's itself." It turned out that the stories Ollie shared under the tree were about birds soaring across the sky. Though the blue pearl birds couldn't understand her words, these stories stirred a small change in fate that Ollie was able to perceive. On that stormy night when fate intervened, High Rower saw Ali approaching with the only surviving blue pearl bird in her hands, and she immediately sensed that something had changed. "Teacher, look at it. It survived." Ali's voice was filled with excitement. The tiny blue pearl bird lay nestled in her palm, shivering slightly from injury and cold. Its breathing was faint, but its heart was still beating. High Rower gazed at the miraculously surviving bird, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. It had endured against what seemed like an endless dark fate. This little miracle was Ali's creation. "We can do it, teacher, we can," Ali whispered, determination shining in her eyes. High Rower realized that from this moment on, this girl would become a defier of fate. Prophecies were no longer an excuse to escape but a motivation to face challenges courageously. Just then, sounds came from the path behind the manor. In the darkness, some indistinct figures gradually became clear. High Rower gripped her staff cautiously, but soon relaxed at it was the search and rescue team returning. Among the group were the manor's master, Kyber Greenbrier, and his daughter, Ali Greenbrier. This time, they had brought back more survivors. Kyber had stocked ample food in the manor, which, if distributed wisely, would last for a long time. Despite the dangers of venturing out, Kyber and Ali never gave up on seeking and rescuing those in distress. They lived up to the name Greenbrier. "Teacher, we're back safe." Ali was covered in dust, with small scratches on her face, but her high spirits were undiminished. Saving more people and bringing them back to the manor filled Ali with immense satisfaction. "Teacher, please rest. I can handle it. I can." Ali knew her teacher needed to use magic to protect the entire manor, which was a significant drain on her energy. High Rower gently brushed the sand and dust from Ali's hair, like a kind grandmother. "It's all right, I can still manage," she said softly, then turned her gaze aside. "And who might that be?"
Introduce him to me.
Before Ali could respond, someone stepped out from the shadows. It was a handsome young man with a sword at his waist, his black hair flowing, and his light purple eyes calm and steady. Curiously, a white rabbit perched on one shoulder and a white bird on the other. Hello, esteemed magician. The young man greeted High Rower, his tone sincere and respectful, clearly holding her in high regard. Teacher, this is Luoles, Ali hurriedly introduced. If it weren't for him, we might not have made it back. She briefly explained how they had been ambushed on their return journey and that Luoles' timely intervention had prevented heavy casualties. High Rower studied the young man before her with her gentle yet piercing blue eyes, as if trying to see beyond his exterior to his true essence. She noticed some surface traits but found much that was elusive. Hello, Luoles the Knight. Thank you for your help. High Rower addressed him with equal respect, despite his apparent youth. She said little more, though a thoughtful look flickered in her eyes. At that moment, she could sense a subtle dissonance emanating from the dark-haired boy, a feeling of not belonging, an aura of freedom. High Rower squinted slightly, trying to capture this elusive quality she longed to understand and pursue. Upon hearing High Rower's thanks, Luoles responded calmly, "It's nothing, just what I ought to do." He paused, then asked, "So, are you planning to rest here again, or set off immediately?" Yali looked at her teacher in surprise, not quite understanding the reason for her question. Luoles was also taken aback, but as he gazed into High Rower's blue eyes that gleamed with an unusual light, he seemed to grasp something. This mage likely saw things invisible to others. "Yes, I will be leaving soon," Luoles nodded, clearly showing no intention of staying. Yali wanted to say something, hoping to persuade Luoles to stay. After all, being together meant they could look out for one another, as traversing the mist alone was fraught with danger. However, High Rower stopped Yali with a gentle hand. "Yali, we cannot make him stay," she said, turning to Luoles. "This man before us will not remain here. He is resolute, searching for something. Let's not make it difficult for this knight." High Rower then turned to Yali, asking, "Or have you seen something? Have you glimpsed a spark of hope, or touched a turning point of fate?" "No, nothing." Yali shook her head after a moment of silence. In this dark-haired boy, she still saw only darkness, only emptiness. Without reason to force Luoles to stay, she refrained. As night fell, High Rower and Yali stood atop the manor's watchtower, quietly watching Luoles' graceful figure disappear into the darkness. Such encounters and farewells were fleeting. In this disaster that blurred the lines between life and death, they might never meet again. Even after Luoles' figure vanished, Yali's gaze lingered. Noticing her student's unusual behavior, High Rower asked softly, "What's wrong, Yali? Do you?" She left the question unfinished, but Yali understood her teacher's implication. "No, it's not that, teacher. I'm just grateful to him," Yali denied, then spoke more firmly, "and I know my life has gained more weight. I must persevere." Even if she couldn't create a miracle, she hoped to witness one. However, disaster struck soon after Luoles left. What they thought would be a peaceful night turned into a nightmare as High Rower and Yali saw the all-consuming black mist. Within towering clouds of mist, monstrous beasts lurked, treating the manor as their hunting ground. Mages unleashed dazzling spells and techniques, but their attacks had little effect on the mist. Among them, only High Rower could hold her own against a few beasts. Yet, as time passed, her exhaustion became evident. Her face grew pale, sweat dripped steadily, and her chanting slowed. She was nearing her limit. "Yali, what are you doing here? Get back." Cable Greenbrier felt the healing magic upon him, the familiar footsteps revealing his daughter's presence. Though he led a privileged life, under the influence of Keeman and I, his skills as a senior knight were no less than others. "What are you saying, father?" Yali, having reassured the manor's occupants, quickly joined the outer defense line. She declared resolutely, "How could I not come?" She had resolved to stand with her father and teacher, to face life and death together. Faced with no retreat, they chose to fight rather than await their fate. With a staff in one hand and her mother's sword at her waist, Yali was determined to fight on even after her magic was exhausted. High Rower stood at the forefront of the defense, her raised staff casting the soul light in the endless darkness. "Teacher, I'm here to help you." Though young, Yali had just turned 18 and reached the threshold of an advanced mage, making her a formidable force. Her extraordinary magical talent promised a bright future in magical mastery. Yet, without a miracle, her young life might end here. They are all destined to perish here. Herer felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and heartache as her gaze settled on Yali. This kind and gifted child should not fall victim to this disaster. However, Herer knew she couldn't persuade Yali to leave. Her only option was to endure until the bitter end. On the battlefield, warriors fell one after another, unable even to utter a cry. Before Yali's eyes, Xiang Moli Tissi, the mage her family had long supported, collapsed. This mentor, who had once guided Yali into the wondrous and mysterious world of magic, had now reached the end of her life. Yali's attention was drawn to a severed arm, the armor engraved with a pattern she instantly recognized as belonging to Captain Laobois of the family knights. Not long ago, he had proudly shown Yali the good luck charm his wife had carved for him. Now, that symbol marked his final legacy. Yali searched desperately for her father's figure but could no longer find him. Her eyes burned, yet her exhausted body couldn't shed a single tear. Pain was everywhere, her voice hoarse and unable to produce sound. Blood continued to pour from her body, and it felt as though death's scythe was poised at her neck. Despite the bloodshot state of Yali's beautiful amber eyes, the resolve and faith within them shone brightly. It wasn't until a merciless spike pierced through her teacher Hera's body that her seemingly tireless sword-wielding ceased. Yali's mind buzzed, her thoughts momentarily frozen. All she could see was blood, endless blood. She couldn't help but wonder how a person could bleed so much. Hera fell heavily to the ground, her usually smooth white hair stained with blood, and her staff broken in two, flung far away. Death seemed inevitable, and bitterness filled Hera's heart. She could no longer hold on. As the raised spike was about to cleave Hera in two, Yali let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Teacher!" She dashed forward with incredible speed, raising her sword to block the fatal blow. With a loud bang, the immense force shattered Yali's cherished sword, but it successfully deflected the spike. Yali quickly rolled, dragging Hera to safety. The hard stone ground exacerbated her pain, her hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to rise. Yet, Yali persisted in shielding Hera, her eyes burning with unyielding determination. She had never faced such hardship, but having witnessed a miracle once, she could hold on. Perhaps, this was truly the end. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Yali widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't need to turn around to feel the growing number of people surrounding them, forming a protective circle. These were the ordinary people she had once helped. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. A dense crowd formed wall after wall of human shields. In front of the 100 turtle monster, they were as insignificant as ants, yet their backs to Yali appeared as towering giants. They stood silently, gripping makeshift weapons, their legs trembling, but not one retreated. Most of these people had never encountered beasts before, and previously, they didn't even have the courage to face the dark mist creatures. Now, they stood resolutely before Yali, determined to protect them. Yali's eyes were clouded by something. It was light, the same light she had once seen on the blue pearl bird. In this endless darkness, scattered points of light gathered, appearing once more before her. Would hope appear? Would a miracle descend? Could fate be altered? Could humanity triumph? It will. Yali sobbed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the distant starry sea, 9 towering and terrifying creatures, the leaders of the dark mist monsters, were bound by silver chains extending from the void, trapped in an exquisitely crafted magic circle. The chains, constantly breaking and reforming, revealed the immense difficulty of controlling these 9 dreadful creatures. One of the creatures seemed capable of telepathic communication, sending messages to the person binding them, urging him to give up. The upright figure responded with a light laugh. "It seems you have faith in your kin. But there's no need to say more. My faith in humanity far exceeds yours." Standing against the catastrophe was the human sage Jun Lin. Now with half of his black hair turned silver. Unfazed, he was burning his life force, yet never retreating. "I said, humanity will prevail." Jun Lin's violet eyes shone brightly, reflecting his unwavering trust in humanity. He raised the semi-divine staff, the staff of wisdom, once more, unleashing countless forbidden spells like meteors, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the starry sea. "I have always believed they would." His task was merely to guide, to hand over the key to change everything to humanity. Then, to alter destiny. Jun Lin's unsealing reached 80, and the divine core within him began to tremble violently. Blood crystal white roses surrounding the divine core constantly vanished and rebirthed. The vast third layer of the lost illusion began to shake intensely. At that moment, the gears of fate started to turn. Illusion intertwined with reality, past intertwined with future. A miracle descended. Year 108 of the pre-human era. Year 5010 of the new era of human glory. Past and future intertwined. The false became real. A sharp sword aura pierced the sky, shattering the dark mist creature into countless fragments. The long-gone Luoles reappeared. He turned back, traversing the illusory realm, through endless years, bringing the unspeakable miracle of the future, of the glorious empire, of humanity, to that epic era. His presence declared to the world the final outcome of this battle. Victory belonged to humanity. In the beginning, they were inseparable companions. Upon the sharp silver spear bloomed the green phoenix of the empire. Their union was celebrated in song and blessed by all. A match made in heaven, eternal in its glory. Beneath the moonlight, the green phoenix healed the world. Upon the spear, the golden iris severed calamity. Through endless ages, their unwavering hearts remained true. They offered themselves to each other and to the Empire. A testament beyond humanity, a true epic of splendor. Human mythical epic, the golden iris and the green phoenix. Jun Lin, the revered sage of humanity, once again sent his avatar quietly into the world. Like a gentle breeze, he went unnoticed, silently guarding the people of the earth. The terrifying black mist creatures halted before the eyes of the people, then vanished swiftly like bubbles. Shattered walls rose anew, piercing pain was soothed, and weak hearts rekindled with life. Countless avatars traversed the mountains and lands, bringing hope and light. Though unseen, the people whispered his name in their hearts. Suddenly, he appeared atop the white tower. Karen, take a break. Let me assist you. Shelter, come to me. The human sage, who had departed to the stars at the start of the war, once again stood before Karen, the green phoenix of the 5th Imperial Knights. Karen, recognizing the figure before her, felt her heart clench. Sir Yu Hao. She tried to speak, but exhaustion stole her voice. Her pale hand gripped the staff of shelter, unwilling to let go. The staff of shelter trembled slightly, sensing something, yet it did not return to Jun Lin's hand. Jun Ling sighed softly and summoned the staff back with a wave. Powerless to stop him, Karen could only watch as Jun Ling took the staff of shelter, extricating her from the magical array of the White Tower, taking her place as the protective barrier of the original home planet. Jun Ling gently eased Karen's weariness, and an overwhelming drowsiness overcame her. Karen knew this avatar would take her place, bestowing healing upon the wounded land. She struggled to stay awake, sorrowfully and earnestly looking at Jun Ling, wanting to tell him she could endure, that he needn't sacrifice so much. However, her feeble resistance was in vain. Jun Ling spoke kindly. Why look at me like that? I'm really all right, Karen. Don't worry, rest for a while, and when you wake up, I'll still need your help with other tasks. Karen knew Jun Ling was lying. His head full of silver hair was glaringly obvious, a testament to the cost he paid to save the world. Burning his life force and creating countless avatars had inflicted irreversible damage on him. Karen understood Jun Ling's nature. He wouldn't want anyone to worry. But the undeniable white hair showed that Jun Ling could no longer maintain his former illusions. Jun Ling sighed inwardly, uncertain of the reactions others would have upon seeing him like this. To Jun Ling, it was merely the price of burning his life, turning black hair to silver. Protecting those he cared for and all of humanity at such a cost seemed perfect to him. Even if it ultimately required sacrificing himself to save humanity, he would not hesitate for a moment. To Jun Lin, death is merely an illusion. He may feel regret, but he never experiences remorse. However, his current expression is one that must remain unseen by others. Upon witnessing Karen's reaction, Jun Lin grasped the gravity of the situation. He resolved to conceal the truth, at least until the war concluded. Ideally, he would keep this secret from Ankh and others forever. Having discerned the turning point of the war, Jun Lin dispatched a spirit projection towards the far northern borders of Felis. There, the hope of humanity, symbolized by Violet, awaited. Jun Lin reminisced about the earliest times, an era devoid of morning dew, the first green apple on trees, the first sword by the roadside. No one had ever gazed at the stars 9,999 times, climbed 9,999 steps, or counted 9,999 heartbeats. There were no inexhaustible magic potions, no swords that could sever all ties, no ships that could traverse sky, sea, and land. In that era, everything was yet to begin. Oh, the eternal and immortal epics. The engraved mythological history was so splendid and wondrous, like stars that never fall from the sky. Yet the real history was heavier and more distant. To witness firsthand the interwoven blood and tears, the figures eternally praised by humanity, the price they paid for the survival of mankind was immense. When the Empire's 7th Knight, Violet, departed, he carried only the Sword of Oath and Glory in his hand, and a key to open the portal. He did not know where his journey would end, or what he would face. Whether he would return to the human empire or be forever buried in foreign lands, neither Violet nor Jun Lin could be certain. Violet hailed from the harsh, frigid north, and as fate would have it, he was returning to that infernal place. Yet he felt no fear, or rather, he had never known fear. He emerged from the wind and frost because he had never known the warmth of the sun. Even now, as he ventured to more distant lands, he firmly believed he would return to the human empire. For he had people he wished to protect with his sword, to return to the king and the gentleman, to fulfill his promises and vows. In the final moments, Jun Lin felt regret. He thought he should not have sought out Violet. Despite his unwavering belief that humanity could change its destiny and forge their future with the key he had given them, and his faith that Ankh and Violet would create an unprecedented human empire, he realized all hardships were necessary for their journey. They would overcome all trials. The miracles of mankind should be crafted by their own hands. If they were forever under his protection, how could humanity ever grow? But when the moment truly arrived, Jun Lin found himself softening. He was reluctant. If Violet were to perish in the interdimensional rift and never return, it would no longer be cold data or a ludicrous game. Standing before him was Violet, the black-haired, violet-eyed young man he had personally named, unchanged from the past to the present. He was the seventh knight of the king, the sharpest sword of the humans' radiant kingdom. Violet perceived Jun Lin's hesitation and said, "Sir, please trust me. You've entrusted us with the key to destiny, and we will bring about miracles." And so, he left. This destined legend, named Violet, set off on his journey to the far north. There, he would open the rift to another world, seek the colossal birds capable of sealing the rift, guide them to this world, and ultimately drive away the dark mist creatures to reclaim humanity's homeland. The vacant border defenses were filled by the Empire's fourth knight, Golden Iris, and fifth knight, Azure Phoenix. Despite the need to battle creatures on two border fronts, Golden Iris only grew more valiant in combat. The Empire's silver lance would forever protect his beloved Azure Phoenix. This legendary pair, inseparable and devoted, wrote an immortal chapter together. The wait was long, and nothing could be glossed over. But as the person from the future once said, the night has passed, and the day is about to dawn. His passionate voice when recounting the epic was a symbol of humanity's endless vitality. The hymn of humanity is a hymn of courage. Regardless of the final outcome, humanity will persevere until the very last moment. As the last rays of twilight faded from the sky, at the edge of the horizon, behind the Empire's seventh knight, Zillualin, soared the frost giant bird. This colossal creature both took away humanity's last hope and brought back new life. From this moment, Zillualin's legend began to unfold. No one knows how Zillualin achieved what he did, nor what he went through. But when he set foot on human soil, the miracles he created became undeniable facts. The giant bird from the interdimensional rift engaged in fierce combat with the monsters hidden in the black mist. The frost it spewed from its beak froze all the fissures of the black mist, sealing countless rifts back to their origins. The black mist began to dissipate, and once again, day and night were distinguishable. The threat of death was held at bay by humanity's indomitable will, and the light of life shone upon the land once more. Humanity finally grasped the fruits of victory. This should have been a happy ending for everyone, but not for Ngu, for he would not see Jun Lin again. As soon as the war ended, Jun Lin met with no one and returned directly to the White Tower. The battle had drained him completely, and he needed to rest. He sealed the White Tower once more, barring even Ngu from entering, and forbade anyone from coming inside. Although Jun Lin briefly explained before entering the White Tower that he needed to meditate due to a sudden insight, Ngu and the others were deeply skeptical of this reason. Jun Lin had intercepted 9 monstrous creatures alone in the north of the original home planet, then transformed countless times to walk the world, repeatedly divining and prophesying, crafting a key for Zillualin to traverse the walls of worlds. Such feats would exhaust even a true deity. How could he emerge unscathed? But with the White Tower sealed, they dared not force their way in, fearing they might disturb their teacher's recuperation. Trusting in Jun Lin, Ngu and the others waited a grueling week. Among the 8, only Karen Qingfeng knew Jun Lin's true condition. Understanding Jun Lin's good intentions, she chose to remain silent. She knew that if Wang, Zillualin, and Kamani saw their teacher's state, they would be devastated. Rate and Amelie would surely be moved to tears. Karen held the image of Jun Lin's usual strong and composed demeanor deeply in her heart. Out of profound trust, she kept silent for 7 whole days. Yet on the 8th day, with still no sign of movement, Karen couldn't help but feel anxious. If he truly was. Karen's slightly unusual emotion was immediately noticed by Duda Jinyui, who had been watching her closely. Subsequently, the towering, magnificent White Tower was forcibly breached. The King of Humanity and the Empire's 7 knights rushed into the tower, only to find Jun Lin lying at the center of a magical array, his once silver hair now turned white. No matter how loud the surroundings were, he remained unresponsive, as if in a perpetual slumber. The radiant and passionate red rose, you are the foremost of the 7 wonders, the flower of creation. The Empire's knights first bear your name. At the dawn of everything, the forging of glory. When the twin swords are raised high, the weight of 1,000 forces is felt. When the red hair gently falls, it is the light and noble rose. Under the stars, we sing this moment. May you forever remain beautiful, radiant, and passionate. Luoles, Lania, and their companions finally set foot on the land of the Imperial capital. They had regained their human forms, no longer the animals of the illusion. In the distance, amidst the misty mountains, stood the towering White Tower, like a beacon of hope for humanity, mysterious and sacred, quietly poised at the boundary between the earth and the heavens. Luoles recalled the experiences at the Yali Green Thorn Manor, the vibrations and resonance of time and space still vivid. The interweaving of illusion and reality, they traversed time, altering history. Though it seemed unbelievable, Luoles was certain that a miracle indeed occurred at that moment. They saved those who were destined to die, changing the course of fate. In the end, High Ruer passed away, but she saw the hope from the future, a light that dispelled the shadow of death. She departed for the resting place of souls without regrets, filled with anticipation for the future. After Luoles slew the dark mist creature, he only had a chance to see the wounded Yali thanking him from afar. He read the words, "Future people, thank you," from her lips. Then, the clock of destiny reset, separating past and future. This brief convergence of time and space sowed the seeds of light. When they returned to the illusion, Yali and her companions had vanished, and the trio found themselves relocated. Yet Luoles knew that everything that had just happened was real. All of this must be related to the Master. Although unaware of the Master's exact circumstances, the turbulence in the illusion and their return to human form indicated that the Master was about to awaken. During the Battle of Violet, they fought against the dark mist creatures while aiding those in the illusion, steadily approaching the White Tower. After the war, they cautiously reached the Imperial capital, relying on the teleportation abilities of wizards multiple times. Standing at the foot of the White Tower, Lonningjia felt his heart pounding with excitement. He pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath to calm himself. The young king is the holy master Jun Lin, the sole teacher of humanity, the star traveler, the pioneer of human spiritual strength, and their deity of faith. The moment that countless generations of humans have longed for was finally arriving. Lonningjia recalled the shock upon learning Jun Lin's true identity, grateful he didn't faint on the spot. Having experienced the Battle of Violet, he gained a deeper understanding of the epic history and the immense greatness of the honor passed down through generations. Even within the illusion, he would witness those legendary figures from history. The holy master Jun Lin who created miracles and myths, Emperor Ong Samuel who founded the glorious Yongza Empire, and the 7 knights who protected humanity. In contrast, Luoles remained more composed. Although they had reached the Imperial capital, meeting the master was still a challenge. How could they approach the holy master Jun Lin, who was protected by the Emperor and the 7 knights? They couldn't simply tell the master that everything was fake and wake him up, could they? That was clearly not feasible. Luoles realized that they had a long journey ahead before they could meet the master. They had already been pulverized to dust by Emperor Ong and his forces. This group of schemers was destined to meet a grim fate. Lan Yingji's thoughts drifted towards the ancestor of the Violet family, pondering if that subtle bloodline connection still existed in the illusion. Had Violet sensed his presence? Just as Lan Yingjia was lost in thought, Major General Lour's voice snapped him back to reality. "Oh my god, is that the White Tower?" Lan Yingjia looked up and was instantly rendered speechless by the sight before him. Amidst the swirling mists stood a magnificent, radiant tower, the magical tower crafted by the human emperor for sage Jun Lin. Even amidst the starry seas, it shone brightly, the center of all gray towers in the world. Since sage Jun Lin departed from the human empire, the White Tower had hidden away in the endless cosmos, no longer appearing in the world. Yet, it remained one of humanity's greatest mythical creations. The White Tower, built on light and accompanied by stars, floated at the planet's center, towering above the Imperial Palace. It was like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens and earth, rendering any words of praise inadequate before such a marvelous mythic creation. "This truly is a mythical creation, so grand and sacred," Lan Yingjia murmured, his eyes filled with awe and reverence. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the horizon, continuous and overwhelming. Lan Yingjia watched in shock as a terrifying crack appeared on the pristine White Tower, only to instantly heal. Before he could react, a powerful force emanated from the tower, forcing him to the ground. Lan Yingjia lay prostrate, unable to move. Lours and Xianjier were in no better condition, both forced to kneel, though not completely prone. The oppressive force was so terrifying that it extinguished any thought of resistance, as if the wrath of an emperor had descended. "What's happening? Is this an attack?" Lan Yingjia asked with difficulty, his voice filled with confusion and fear. Meanwhile, inside the White Tower, a heartbreaking scene was unfolding. "Teacher, sir," came the urgent cries. Jun Lin lay within the magical array of the starry sea, his silver hair like frost, face pale, and breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. He seemed to be in an eternal slumber, never to awaken again. This scene deeply shook the 8 present, even the most composed among them unable to suppress their grief. The energy wave they had unleashed earlier had caused the massive crack on the White Tower. The previous blunder had already left them exhausted, and now witnessing the lifeless Jun Lin left them on the brink of collapse. Karen Qingfeng, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears. Overwhelming sorrow and guilt engulfed her as she clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. Duda, though equally shocked and saddened, held back his tears to support the faltering Karen, the usually dashing fourth knight of the Empire. His eyes red-rimmed, trembled as he comforted. Karen, calm down, calm down. It's okay, sir, we'll be all right. Ong, Violet, and Kermani had already rushed to Jun Lin's side. They crossed the brilliant starry sea, trying to reach Jun Lin, but were blocked by the glow of the magical array. Ong gritted his teeth, his golden eyes bloodshot, completely losing the composure expected of an emperor. He exerted all his strength to break through the magical array, desperately calling, "Teacher, teacher, can you hear me? Wake up." Violet remained silent, but a terrifying storm brewed in his pale purple eyes. He had long lost his rationality, his oath of glory sword swinging countless times, yet unable to breach the invisible barrier. Kermani Greenbrier, wielding a light sword, cast aside all noble restraint, repeatedly striking the magical barrier. His voice hoarse, he shouted, "Sir, sir, please wake up. Can you hear us?" In this critical moment, they all had only one thought. They must awaken Jun Lin, or they would stop at nothing, even if it meant storming the lairs of those dark mist creatures, to find a way to save him. Emily's eyes instantly filled with tears as her magical aura surged violently, the twisted power of forbidden magic coalescing around her. Ret Lanyabai's hands trembled uncontrollably. The hands that once effortlessly slew countless monsters now struggled to hold an arrow steady. He hung his head low, murmuring as if trapped in a dreadful loop, "Sir, sir, sir, sir." In the midst of this chaos, only Red Rose maintained her composure, analyzing the situation. As the foremost of the Empire's 7 legends, she stood like an unwavering pillar, stabilizing the scene. Jun Ling's choice of allies truly was extraordinary. "My liege, please calm down. Stop swinging your sword," Red Rose called out loudly. "Violet, Kermani, Emily, put away your forbidden magic. Red, don't panic, it's okay." However, no matter how Red Rose called out, those present seemed ensnared in a nightmare, deaf to the world outside. Seeing this, Debbie Red Rose took a deep breath, gathered her energy, and unleashed a series of deafening roars. "Everyone calm the hell down. You bunch of reckless fools. What are you doing to awaken, sir? Have you forgotten all of his teachings? Damn it, stop losing your minds. Would it kill you to come to your senses?" Red Rose's aggressive outburst finally pulled them back to reality. The system lurking in the depths nodded repeatedly, secretly grateful. "Yes, yes, please remain calm." It had no desire to face the wrath of these terrifying individuals again, which stirred unpleasant memories. Last time, when Jun Ling logged off, they barged in, forcibly breaking the protective shield and magic circle the system provided for players. Now, in this illusion, the system was eager to avoid a repeat. "Lord Jun Ling, please wake up soon." The system cried out in its heart, "Don't leave me." A weak and helpless system panel. As if responding to the system's faint plea, the previously halted unsealing process began to tremble again. In Jun Ling's dormant spiritual sea, a storm of energy waves began to form. Saint Jun Ling unsealing progress. Night. This energy not only surged within Jun Ling but was also felt by those around him. Their hearts eased slightly, though they remained vigilant, stepping back a few paces and keeping a close watch on Jun Ling within the magic circle, ready to handle any surprises. Jun Ling's silver hair moved as if blown by an invisible breeze, as he slowly awakened from his long slumber. His appearance shifted continuously, from the original Saint Jun Ling back to his youthful form. When he opened his eyes, time seemed to stand still. The young Jun Ling emerged from the magic circle, his purple eyes gleaming with divine light. He quietly gazed at these familiar faces and offered a faint, resigned smile. "This scene is all too familiar," he thought, "but I don't wish to experience it again. Causing them worry was never my intention. Depart, everyone." Jun Ling spoke. "We shall meet again in reality, very soon. It will be a reunion after 5,000 years." With a gesture forward, the deepest third layer of the blood crystal white rose's confinement shattered instantly. Space began to collapse, revealing the true form of the blood crystal white rose, one bloom after another. Only a sea of crystal clear roses remained, and at its end, a single blood-red blossom swayed gently, both bewitching and beautiful, the true essence of the blood crystal white rose. Jun Ling stepped forward to the core. Just as he was about to touch the blood crystal white rose, an unexpected change occurred. Black vines intertwined with twisted flesh erupted from the ground, their hanging spikes like the scythes of death, barring Jun Ling's hand. A stranger's hand emerged, seizing the essence of the blood crystal white rose. Jun Ling paused imperceptibly, then looked up. Standing before him was Lanningjia. The curly-haired young man who had seized the core of the blood crystal white rose wore a familiar bright smile, but his once emerald-clear eyes had transformed entirely into deep, eerie blood-red pupils, absorbing all light, unfathomable in their depths. Short-term objective: break through the third layer of the blood crystal white rose's lost illusion. Time limit unknown. No reward for success, punishment for failure unknown. Current task progress. The seal of the Staff of Sanctuary is at 95. Jun Lin maintained a calm demeanor, his purple eyes flickering with light. He extended his hand towards the curly-haired young man in front of him and said, Lanningjia, give me the flower. Upon hearing this, Lan Ingjia's face broke into a wide grin, but it was no longer bright and sunny. Instead, it was filled with madness and malevolence. His crimson eyes were full of malice, his voice laced with provocation. That might not be possible, master. Junlin's tone grew colder, as if he was struggling to suppress something. He continued, that doesn't belong to you. What are you talking about? Lan Ingjia retorted with a mischievous smile, this flower is mine. He claimed to be the nurturer and owner of the blood crystal white rose, asserting that both the flower itself and its power belonged to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the third layer of the lost illusion collapsed with a roar. The false scenes dissipated, restoring the spirits of those who had entered. Countless blood crystal white roses soared into the air, their crystalline petals scattering like fragile items in sunlight. The sound of the spirit summoning flute gradually faded, and the long dream returned to reality in an instant. The massive magic circle vanished, and time resumed its flow. The enormous whale slowly submerged back into the void, and the endless sins were once again buried. Meanwhile, in the starry sea, Ong and Violet sensed the scenes related to them within the illusion. Ong Samuel's golden eyes shone brightly like the sun, exuding an impressive aura. Holding the sword of radiance within his staff, he crossed the galaxy to meet his mentor. Violet, gripping the sword of oath and glory, had a peculiar glint in his light purple eyes. He pressed the signal transmission device and then plunged into the void rift, crossing the boundary of life and death to see the one he served. In the depths of the Imperial City's Hall of Heroes, several powerful spirits ceased their chatter. These legendary figures and Imperial knights stood solemnly, clutching their fists to their left chests, gazing in the same direction, silently chanting the word, Sir, in their hearts. Aboard the Violet 7th Legion's battleship, Chief of Staff Tayden rubbed his temples, recalling fragments of the dream. Before he could think further, an alert sounded the message from the Violet Knights. Tayden rushed excitedly to the control panel, ordering all starships to initiate signal tracking. It wasn't just the Violet Legion. The Royal top-tier battleships and the starships of the 7 main legions were also mobilizing. A vast array of cosmic warships filled the skies, their presence overwhelming, all with a single target: the direction of the City of Sin. They were determined to bring back the bearer of Violet's glory, their Imperial Major General, home. We must reclaim the Empire's faith and welcome back the only teacher of humanity, the Holy Master Jun Lin. 1,000 years ago, in the first Magic Academy, the revered seer of holy magic, Ali Lutchen, paused momentarily. She gently closed her eyes, as if sensing something profound. When she reopened her deep yet beautiful hazel eyes, the students eagerly inquired about what she had seen. The renowned prophetic sorceress offered a faint smile and murmured, It seems I've glimpsed that future person once more. Everything is about to return to its destined path. The scene shifts to the Millie planet in the Lanha star system of the Kaiyang star domain. Wang Ping stood in the rain, gently shaking his head to dispel the momentary daze. He felt a surge of bitterness as fragmented images flashed before him. Slightly tilting his umbrella, he let the raindrops fall on his face, hoping to clear his mind. I think I just had a beautiful dream, Wang Ping whispered to himself. Perhaps that's what you wished for. If only reality could unfold that way. If only you could have waited a little longer, instead of leaving with Xiaobai. You irresponsible fool. Wang Ping glanced around and realized he was standing in a cemetery. Surrounding him were close friends, with Jin Shifan and Yu Qin not far off, holding umbrellas. Everyone was dressed in black suits, with a white funeral flower pinned to their chests, their faces marked by grief and solemnity. His gaze fell on 2 adjacent tombstones, one freshly engraved, the tomb of Lan Ingjia. Suddenly, their spirits returned, not to the City of Sin, but directly to their bodies in the white resting area. Jun Lin opened his eyes abruptly, swiftly casting Lours into a semi-sealed divine realm and instantly crossing space to stand before Lan Ingjia. He formed a sword gesture with one hand, pointing at Lan Ingjia's brow, while the other reached for the blood crystal white rose beside him. Just as he was about to make contact, 3 pairs of red eyes suddenly appeared on Lan Ingjia's face. This terrifying sight granted him immense power, allowing him to protect the illusion of the blood crystal white rose while striking at Jun Lin with a clenched fist. The collision of their space-staring forces instantly shattered the surroundings, revealing countless blood crystal white roses. A massive crater, kilometers wide, appeared beside them. Jun Lin's eyes narrowed as his right hand transformed into ethereal light, plunging into Lan Ingje's chest, seemingly trying to extract something. Simultaneously, a pure fire capable of burning everything appeared around the blood crystal white rose, making it more ethereal, as if ready to vanish into an illusion. Lan Ingje's expression shifted, with two more pairs of crimson eyes appearing on his neck. His entire form became blurred, retreating 100 meters in an instant. Countless twisted black vines surged skyward, attempting to pierce Jun Lin. A golden sun flickered at Jun Lin's brow, casting a protective light that halted the black vines. He withdrew his empty hand, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Lan Ingje chuckled. What are you trying to do? Capture my soul? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. I am Lan Ingje, and Lan Ingje is me. Jun Lin interrupted him, fixing a steady gaze on the curly-haired youth in the distance. His tone was calm yet compelling. You are not him. You are unworthy. Raising his hand, the fully realized staff of sanctuary appeared in his grasp. Radiant arcs of solar light floated above the golden sun, exuding power far beyond that of a divine artifact, nearly embodying the divine authority of protection. Golden chains sealed all of Lan Ingje's escape routes, and a supremely holy force enveloped the area, seemingly capable of purifying all darkness and corruption. Lan Ingje gazed at the dense golden chains before him, fully aware that his sinful soul would be scorched to ashes upon contact. Yet, his eyes showed not a hint of fear. Instead, they sparkled with boundless malice. My dear sage, Lan Ingje mocked, aren't you afraid of killing me? You were indeed radiant and powerful in the epics, but how did you end up in the city of sin? Does this mean you are not as mighty as you once were? Before his words had even faded, terrifying red eyes suddenly appeared all over Lan Ingje's body, and his power surged dramatically. With a swift motion, he unleashed the power of the blood crystal white rose towards Jun Lin. The blood crystal white rose, lurking within Jun Lin, instantly erupted in a frenzy, releasing an overwhelming force of spatial distortion. The sage Jun Lin's unsealing degree and divinity simultaneously soared, exploding to 93 unsealing and 88 divinity in an instant. The golden chains pierced through Lan Ingje's body like lightning, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. It was then revealed that Lan Ingje's body had long been devoid of real flesh. The wound showed only the illusory, transparent crystal petals of the blood crystal white rose, with red-black mist emerging to corrode the golden chains. Meanwhile, much of Jun Lin's body exploded, countless blood crystal white roses clinging to his flesh, rapidly solidifying into blood crystals that fell to the ground with a rustling sound. His divinity continued to climb, reaching from 90 to 93. Jun Lin's movements paused imperceptibly, a minuscule gap that Lan Ingje seized upon. His body began to rapidly dissolve, no longer appearing elsewhere, but preparing to return to his true form, along with the blood crystal white rose's essence. Lan Ingje's soul seemed to vanish completely, like foam returning to the sea, never to be found again. A voice echoed softly, "What a pity, you won't retrieve that guy." But what a surprise, I only reclaimed a mediocre avatar and encountered the only sage of humanity. Seems he wasn't so useless after all. Sage, for an insignificant human, you've made a grave mistake. As the voice faded, a massive void appeared where Lan Ingje once stood, a vortex of darkness devouring everything around it. Towering white structures, thousands of meters high, were swallowed one after another. The black vortex appeared not only in the white resting area, but also spread through folded space, reaching the black prison and the city of sin. The gray earth trembled violently, the sky tore apart, and illusory stars fell incessantly. Cries of anguish erupted all around. What's happening? Save us. I don't want to die. Oh God, what is that thing? Neither the interstellar races nor the massive buildings could resist the engulfing darkness. This backward, grotesque, and bloody place of sin seemed to be undergoing judgment and punishment, constantly being destroyed by the one who created it all. It was as if they were destined to be sacrificial offerings. Now was the time to offer their lives and souls. Jun Lin looked down at everything below with indifferent purple eyes, seemingly unmoved by the scene before him. His divinity gradually declined, 90, 89, 88. His gaze flickered slightly, then he slowly tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, once again unleashing the power of protection. A holy, pure light descended from above, standing against the devouring black vortex. Only the souls recognized by the staff of protection were enveloped by this light, then flew towards Jun Lin. He cast one last indifferent glance at Lan Ingje, who had completely vanished into the black vortex, before withdrawing his gaze. Jun Lin purged all the blood crystal white rose from his body, took a step forward, and broke through the space-time barrier created by the blood crystal white rose. The universe, hiding all its brilliant stars, gathered all its mystery and splendor, leaving one in awe of this vast and beautiful starry sea. Since his return, only now did he truly appear in the cosmos of the stars. Holding the staff of protection, Jun Lin gazed through the void with an indifferent expression. Before him, a vile thief and a god of sin were being born. Sage Jun Lin's unsealing degree, 95, divinity, 95. A group of exiles, a band of thieves, a tribe of inherently wicked beings, a collection of incurable lunatics. This is the Mattis, a sinful race banished to the dark side of the star world. In this chaotic and desolate shadow of a world, the concepts of time and space have diminished to nothingness, more void than the void itself. This land of sin serves as the universe's punishment for them. The essence of the Mattis is etched deeply into their bones. Chaos, evil, slaughter, darkness, and consumption saturate their minds and flow through their veins. It seems their destiny is to destroy beauty and annihilate all things. Once, light did grace this race. However, they cruelly plucked it away themselves. They once had a powerful and benevolent king who sat upon a lofty throne. The Mattis sang his praises. "O king, we laud your name. We are grateful for all the radiance you bestow.
We shall never forget your benevolence."
They humbly pleaded, "Let us offer everything to the tribe without regret, life, flesh, and soul." Yet this race, incapable of gratitude, was ultimately hypocritical to the extreme. In the end, they devoured their own king. That powerful and benevolent ruler was mercilessly consumed upon his throne. The Mattis showed no remorse. They were not even worthy of salvation. The mark of sin was forever imprinted on their bodies and souls. In the endless darkness, they were destined to atone, attempting to lessen sins that could never be washed away. In this dark world, he was born. Like his grotesque and twisted siblings, he was a lowly creature produced by the brood, destined to be a reserve meal for others. In this world devoid of any order, the law of the jungle is an eternal truth. However, the mother who bore them seemed different from other Mattis. She appeared to harbor an emotion called love for her offspring. Without her protection, he might have perished in his weakest moments. But in the Mattis, such emotion seemed ridiculous. When sharp spikes tore open the mother's abdomen, he and his siblings showed no hesitation. They ruthlessly devoured their mother as if it were the most ordinary thing. Yi's body began to mutate. Where once there was only a single eye on his head, another suddenly emerged. He seemed to discover a unique trait within himself, a cursed, twisted ability to grow stronger through consuming flesh. When he first ventured beyond the barren land he had never left since birth, his 5 pairs of hideous scarlet compound eyes whirled unceasingly. He looked up at the sky, impenetrable to any light, dead and oppressive, like a reflection of hell. He had heard whispers about the other side of the world, a vast and colorful realm with endless seas of stars, so profound they could drown a person, shimmering with the deepest brilliance and mystery. A mad notion ignited within E, to go there and bring bloodshed and death to that world. Surely, that world would be more fascinating than this one. As time passed, he grew ever stronger. While other Mattis cowered at his feet, he felt an unprecedented weariness. His kin were so foolish and grotesque. Millennia of exile had shrunk their brain capacities significantly. Only the most primal slaughter and madness remained deeply embedded in their blood. Given any opportunity, they would swarm and devour each other, just as he had always done. But now, he no longer cared about these things. He wanted to go outside, to that legendary beautiful world. Yet no matter what methods he tried, he could not escape this hopeless, dark place. It seemed that those abandoned by the universe were destined never to return to the vast sea of stars. Just as he was about to give up hope, the arrival of a group of strangers changed everything. They tore a rift in the shadow of the world and intruded into this forgotten corner. Leading them was a demon with white hair, red eyes, and long pointed ears. He looked at this powerful demon with malicious curiosity. What could such a formidable being not obtain? Why come to such a desolate, ruined place? Truly a strange and pitiable bunch. The white-haired demon looked down at E from above, telling them he could lead them away from here, like a god descending. Perhaps for other races, someone who could save them from despair and death would be the one they would willingly give everything to. But for the Mattis, such a thing would never happen. They would feign submission, masking all fervor and loyalty, always living for themselves. Yet the white-haired demon seemed indifferent to these matters. So, he finally witnessed that extraordinarily beautiful world. The enormity and beauty of the starry universe far surpassed his barren imagination, and those 7 colossal entities standing in the cosmos made him feel so small. But this sense of insignificance did not frighten E. It made him even more frenzied and excited. He wanted to make real all the things he had always wanted to do. The white-haired demon who had brought them out gave him a mission and a blood crystal white rose swaying in the wind. He wanted Yi to create a place filled with sin and chaos, existing between illusion and reality, to nurture that half-heart. The white-haired demon told Yi that aside from completing this task, he could do whatever he pleased. Evil, disorder, bloodshed, madness, that was exactly what he wanted to do, yet it was not solely his ambition. In this vast universe, Yi's aspirations began to swell, and his plans extended far beyond that. He harbored a grand ambition to turn the entire world of stars into its dark side. However, 7 colossal entities stood in his way. These terrifying presences towered within the starry realm, forcing him to avoid them and lie in wait within the depths of the star sea. When the city of Sin was merely a massive starship drifting through the star sea, he followed the guidance of the blood crystal white rose to an unnamed chaotic star region. There, he discovered a seemingly insignificant planet. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable, but the surrounding space was extremely unstable, and a faint temporal fluctuation enveloped the planet, creating a subtle resonance with the blood crystal white rose. Yi's heart began to race wildly. He sensed that this ordinary planet concealed unknown secrets. He conducted a thorough search, examining every inch of land, yet found no extraordinary treasures or phenomena. Still, this did not shake his resolve. He was convinced that something capable of altering his fate lay here. Driven by ambition and madness, he was willing to sacrifice everything for this elusive possibility. Thus, he decided to wait. He remained on this planet for 50 years. During this time, he began to harness the power of the blood crystal white rose. As time passed, a myriad of devouring flowers started to engulf the entire planet, and the unique temporal barrier of the blood crystal white rose gradually formed. This barrier enveloped the space around the planet, creating an illusory realm that made it difficult for outsiders to discover this hidden place. Though the cost of this was that the blood crystal white rose's essence might sink forever into a deep illusion, never to be retrieved, he did not care. As long as he could utilize its power, it was enough. In the 50th year, a miracle occurred. The spatial fluctuations around the planet suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation, and a powerful force descended upon the eroded planet. A tiny companion planet manifested from the void, half of it as dark as the deepest night, the other half the purest white void. This blackened white planet appeared briefly in the void before vanishing again. Countless red eyes of Yi opened, his large pupils spinning with excitement. He immediately split into multiple selves, descending upon the mysterious planet to search for the secret that allowed a planet to hide within the void. On a broken throne, he discovered a majestic crown forged from void crystals. Although it was completely sealed, it still emitted a faint glow, containing enough power to conceal an entire companion planet. He was ecstatic. He had finally found something that could change his destiny. Recklessly, he used the power of the blood crystal white rose to steal this ownerless crown. Later, he learned about the crown's origins. It belonged to the Void clan, a race once cursed to wander in the desolate void. But their king broke the curse, allowing the Void clan to become a powerful race that could freely traverse the void. Although he envied the Void clan's abilities, when he held this supreme crown, all envy turned into a sardonic smile. He had claimed their most precious treasure for himself. Afterward, he captured a group of juvenile spirit sea whales. These massive transparent whales could roam the star sea like ceaseless starships. He knew he was one step closer to his goal. He created a city of sin truly hidden within the void, nestled inside a giant whale that ceaselessly roams. This city harbors an abyss, exuding an unsettling aura. Here, the other cities of Mata are imprisoned beneath the massive fissure at the end of the gray prison, enduring relentless torment. Their suffering transforms into a dense miasma of hatred and resentment, permeating every corner of the city. A colossal Mata has completely submitted to his will, becoming the guardian and enforcer of this city of sin. Its enormous form hovers above the city, its icy gaze sweeping across every corner. However, his ambitions reach far beyond this. He yearns to break free from the control of that white-haired, reedy demon. He cleverly deceived that arrogant creature, turning half a heart into a special vessel. He uses the chaos and malevolence generated by the city of sin to nourish it, allowing the half-heart to continually breed abyssal spirits, ultimately feeding back into himself. Confident in the flawlessness of his plan, he successfully deceived that demon who never truly acknowledged him. He mocks the demon's foolishness, still believing he follows the rules laid down. He knows all too well that trusting Amada is the most laughable thing in the world. For millennia, he wore the crown of the void, using the heart of a demon as an instrument, the blood crystal white rose as the soul, and the entire city of sin as a sacrifice. His goal is singular to ascend to godhood and become a true deity. In this place, neither living nor dead, where entry is without exit, a false god is being conceived. Most who enter this city of sin are already tainted with evil, their malevolence and ugliness becoming the best nourishment and offerings. Once one steps onto his altar, there is no escape, and everyone becomes his puppet. The City of Sin continually engages in a brutal process of cultivation and selection, choosing stronger individuals to nourish his flesh and spirit. In the space folded by the blood crystal white rose, countless unconsumed flesh and bones pile up, exuding a scent of decay. Moreover, he scatters fragments of his soul, merging with the bloodlines of other races, creating various avatars of different races. When these avatars die and return to the original body, they enhance his power, making it more complete. Lania is one such fragment. He was fortunate not only to survive, but also to become a member of the radiant eternal empire, living as a human. During a time when Lania was on the brink of death, the devouring ability belonging to him awakened in his bloodline, unconsciously siphoning the life force of the white bird that always accompanied him. The white bird ultimately died before Lania, and Lania's spirit, carrying the white bird's soul fragment, returned to the City of Sin. In truth, both Lania and the white bird had already died. What exists in the City of Sin is merely a body created by the blood crystal white rose for him. As part of him, Lania's memories were preserved when the body was restored. His strong human emotions and obsessions led him to self-protection, choosing to ignore and forget the departure of the white bird. However, Lania could not completely let go of the white bird. In moments of danger, he unconsciously used the power of the blood crystal white rose to create Xianjier. Not equating Xianjier with the white bird became his final line of forgetting. The not entirely vanished spirit of the white bird existed beside Lania in this way. Her obsession and reluctance were no less than Lania's. When Lania did not need her, she would sleep deep within his soul, ready to emerge whenever he called. This existence consumed the white bird greatly. Once her flesh decayed, even her soul would dissipate, yet she remained by Lania's side. Originally, Lania was destined to slowly lose himself in the City of Sin, eventually fully returning to the original body. But a twist of fate occurred. Two genuine humans intruded into the City of Sin. He sensed that extraordinary aura. The silver-haired, purple-eyed human boy was clearly not ordinary. He knew how to enter the three-layered illusion of the blood crystal white rose, and finally, his identity was revealed before him. Jun Lin was actually the Saint Master of humans. Lania, together with them, broke through the illusion, and the true form of the blood crystal white rose finally reappeared. He descended upon Lania, seizing the blood crystal white rose. The true form that had been hidden among countless blood crystal white roses finally returned to his grasp. The human Saint Master, a compassionate fool, made a foolish choice for a being that was never human. Lania, this so-called human, was nothing but a false existence from beginning to end. Now, he is about to merge with the true form of the blood crystal white rose, completing the final step to become a god. At this critical juncture, Jun Lin stands amidst the sea of stars, slowly raising his hand. A colossal golden magic circle forms before him, emitting a dazzling light. The whale of the spirit sea, once hidden by the crown of the void, was forcibly dragged out by Jun Lin. Its massive, semi-transparent body slowly passed through a golden magic circle, revealing itself in the starry world. This colossal entity was several times larger than a planet, emitting a haunting whale song that echoed like the universe's most ancient call. Under Jun Lin's power, portions of the whale belonging to the blood crystal white rose began to fall away, separating from the black vortex poised to consume them. Tiny spirit sea whales, as small as specks of dust, broke away from the original body, streaking like meteors towards Jun Lin. They landed in his hand and were cast without hesitation into the divine realm. The black vortex rapidly expanded, resembling a bottomless black hole devouring everything. The entire star region trembled, affecting the movement of the stars. Suddenly, countless blood crystal white roses erupted from the vortex, spreading like a tidal wave across the starry sea. A gigantic red flower appeared majestically in the vast cosmos. Each petal was carved from exquisite, dazzling red crystal, as if it were the primordial blood flower blooming at the edge of the universe. As the blood crystal white rose fully bloomed, a space-time barrier extended for countless light years, enveloping the desolate galaxy. An illusory divine realm, rooted in the blood crystal white rose, was forming. The bloom unleashed immense power, but the backlash also impacted those attempting to merge with it. An endless sea of flowers intertwined with the black vortex, the two terrifying forces clashing relentlessly. If this continued, what emerged might not be a deity, but a twisted, chaotic monster. Amidst the distortion and tearing, a massive star wheel emerged from the black vortex, followed by gigantic mechanical starships, intermingled with flesh and transparent crystals. They were reshaped into forms tens of thousands of times more magnificent than before, densely filling the star region. Hideous, enormous monsters rolled out, their spiked tentacles writhing, continually crawling from the red-black vortex. Countless terrifying, Grotesque giant eyes slowly opened, chaos, ugliness, and madness descending like a natural disaster. The endless city of Sin had become the ruler of this star region. Fantastical and real intertwined, these immortal, tireless, regenerating monsters rampaged. If left unchecked, death and madness would start from here, sweeping across the starry world, turning everything into the dark, desolate side of the universe. Jun Lin watched the chaotic scene before him calmly, his purple eyes carrying a divine indifference and judgment. He stood aloof, as if nothing in the world was worthy of his attention. It's a mess system, Jun Lin remarked coolly. Holy Master Jun Lin's unseal level, 98, divinity, 95. He slowly released the staff of protection in his hand, stepping forward into the void. Holy Master Jun Lin's unseal level, 99, divinity, 97. Yet, he could not turn a blind eye. A vile thief, unworthy of divinity, Jun Lin declared, but rather, deserving of annihilation. The judgment of a true god descended at that moment. Holy Master Jun Lin's unseal level, 100, divinity, 99. Divine nature fully unsealed. Domain of light unsealed. In an instant, a radiant celestial domain descended upon the dim and chaotic star sea. Centered around Jun Lin, a sacred and powerful vast realm materialized from the most ancient myths. With light as its foundation and stars as its companions, the white tower suspended in the center of the divine domain stood above the Imperial palace, like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens and earth, a magnificent creation of the supreme deity. The supreme sun will slowly rose from behind the white tower, an unprecedented brilliant light, the sacred light of humanity's sole faith. Wisdom, protection, and radiance transformed into three powers, causing the entire universe to tremble. The god of humanity Jun Lin, more exalted than the stars, more enduring than myths. He descended here. It walked along a seemingly endless road, surrounded by a void of nothingness. There was no color, no direction, only an instinct to keep moving forward. Its body gradually grew heavy, as if some invisible force was slowly consuming it. In this void, it suddenly became aware of the concept of death. This feeling was strangely familiar, as if it was experiencing a second death. Oddly, it felt no fear, just a vague sense that it shouldn't continue walking endlessly like this. Its pace slowed as it began to hear faint conversations from afar. Fragmented words drifted into its ears. Such a lovely child. We'll protect you. Grow healthy. Soar among the stars. God admitted. We'll always be together. Right? It paused to listen, and more voices surged around. The results of the psychic test, gifted in forging, we're like brothers now. Mech crafting isn't just a casual thing. 20th birthday. I want to build a mech squad. If you get sick, you'll get better. It's my fault. These voices felt like fragments of memories, leaving it confused yet familiar. It stopped moving, unwilling to go on, yet unable to turn back. At that moment, a clear adolescent voice rang out, like a beacon in the darkness. Hey, are you okay? The ground is cold. Get up and talk. The voice grew clearer. My name is... What year is it in the glorious era now? With this voice, more conversations flooded into its consciousness. Imperial epic. I've been pretty lucky. Is the Empire really that good? Why always think about going to the battlefield? Have you reached your limit? Humans can always push beyond their limits. Suddenly, it seemed to see a pair of deep purple eyes filled with expectation and acceptance. The voice spoke again. If you're so proud of the Empire, and proud of being human, never forget Loning. No, he responded. Of course. A hand grabbed his, small but firm. He finally turned around to see a figure with long flowing hair and dark eyes, with white wings gently flapping. In that moment, countless memories surged like a tide, filling the void around him. He remembered. He remembered everything. He was Loningjia, a human from the glorious Yungza Empire. All the deaths and rebirths, everything that had happened, was real. He wasn't part of someone else. He was himself, with his own memories, emotions, and determination. However, as his memories returned, the world around him began to change dramatically. The illusion of calm vanished, replaced by the true nature of this world. Loningjia realized he shouldn't linger here, but the harshness of reality was starting to show. On the desolate and dark land, the blood-red sky opened with countless enormous, terrifying eyes. They quietly stared at the two pure white figures on the ground, as if spying on prey. The air was filled with the sound of wailing whispers, piercing and unbearable, threatening to drive anyone to madness. I am you. You are me. We will become one. The eerie murmurs repeated endlessly. Loningjia gently clasped Staubai's hand, holding her tenderly in his embrace. He struggled to suppress his sorrow. His voice choked and hoarse as he said, I know everything now. I know. I'm sorry. Xiaobai. The black-haired girl in his arms was fading, her pristine wings no longer able to soar beneath the blue sky. The soul and life of the white bird had reached their end, but to awaken Lan Ingjia, she did so without regret. Hearing Lan Ingjia's apology, Xiaobai merely shook her head softly, returning his embrace. She would never blame him, never had. Leave this place. Take her back to the Empire. Take her home. The black-haired girl was utterly exhausted, reluctant to part from the person before her. But she was so tired, she just wanted to rest for a moment. After a nap, we'll be home. Before she could finish, the white bird's body disintegrated into countless points of light. Xiaobai! Don't! Don't! Lan Ingjia cried out in anguish, tears filling his bloodshot eyes. His heart was torn to shreds as he desperately tried to grasp the light particles, but they slipped through his fingers like sand. No amount of pleading or begging could bring her back. Please, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't leave me. The young man, overwhelmed by immense pain, could only let out broken sobs. His back bent deeply, and he sank into a pit of endless sorrow and self-reproach. The surrounding monsters continued to close in, and Lan Ingjia's figure seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, about to be swallowed by the endless darkness. Having lost someone dear, the young man appeared to have lost his will to fight once more, seemingly ready to succumb to fate. Just as the boundless darkness was about to engulf Lan Ingjia, he slowly lifted his head. His arms were empty, save for a tightly held white feather. In his blood-stained eyes, there was no fear or evasion, only a sharp and unwavering gaze. His hoarse voice carried an inherent gentleness, like a promise made long ago. All right, we'll go back to the Empire. We'll go home, together. A powerful surge of mental energy poured out, shattering the approaching black monsters into pieces. Amidst the flickering silver light, the clear, melodious song of a bird could almost be heard. His mental energy materialized into a massive, pristine mechanical beast, enveloping Lan Ingjia protectively. Majestic mechanical beasts, like white birds spreading their wings, appeared in the chaotic darkness. They were symbols of humanity's breakthrough, creations of hope and promise, ultimate guardians. In this blood-red world, the white mechs collided thunderously with countless monstrous eyes, causing the chaotic realm to tremble violently. Amidst the sin, the battle of the human Lan Ingjia had commenced. Outside, countless grotesque and fearsome monstrous eyes, black flesh mechs, and hideous twisted starships filled the illusory divine realm of blood crystal white roses. A gigantic black-red vortex continuously spawned these sinful creations. Those who had died but become puppets of extreme evil felt an urge to tear and destroy everything, along with the power granted by the darkest god. They abandoned their sense of self, transforming into monsters, lost in ultimate madness and chaos. Their minds held only one thought: to spread sin and bloodshed to every corner, turning the world into their arena, relishing the struggle and death of the lowly slaves. They will become the rulers of this interstellar realm. Amidst maniacal laughter, Yi's figure twisted and contorted above the black and red vortex, exuding boundless ferocity and madness. He saw himself as a god, craving to devour everything in the universe. Yi's gaze fell upon the realm of supreme radiance, with envy and greed once again filling his heart. He desperately desired that sacred power, convinced that he was the true master of the cosmos. In stark contrast, Jun Lin stood alone, isolated and without support. He issued a merciless command to his creations. God, tear him apart. In an instant, countless sinners lost in chaos and frenzy, twisted creatures, and interstellar fleets surged towards Jun Lin like a tide, determined to utterly destroy him. However, at this critical moment, two immensely powerful forces suddenly descended between the galaxies. Two sword auras capable of cutting down stars fell like judgment, instantly reducing the invincible monsters and fleets to ashes. As the sword light faded, two imposing figures appeared beside Jun Lin. One was the greatest emperor of humankind, the illustrious Emperor and Samuel who established a legacy for the ages. The other was the Empire's sharpest sword, the creator of legendary glory, Violet. They stood like loyal guardians, wielding long swords at Jun Lin's sides. Following them, an even more awe-inspiring scene unfolded across the universe. Massive starships and mechs emerged from the wormholes of space jumps, like mechanical behemoths bowing in submission. These were the crowning achievements of human ingenuity, creations they proudly called their own. Main fleet starships appeared one after another, each as colossal as a giant planet, so numerous they stretched beyond sight. Surrounding them were starships of various sizes, making even the stars seem insignificant in comparison. This fleet was so vast it could eclipse the entire universe, its splendor beyond words. In the face of this immense legion, the creations of the black and red vortex seemed utterly primitive. This was the human legion from the glorious Eternal Empire, one of the most powerful races reigning over the stars and the universe. Though they were a peace-loving civilization, these terrifying mechanical beasts had not appeared in the starry cosmos for a long time. But when they did go to war, all would witness the indomitable, star-shattering force that was unstoppable and irresistible. They were like an ever-shining sun, representing unparalleled greatness and glory. At this moment, humanity had mobilized in full force, all for one person, their sole mentor, their eternal deity, the Saint Master Jun Lin. Humanity had come to welcome his return. The magnificent interstellar fleet spanned the entire universe, seemingly infinite. The densely packed warships were arrayed in space, each one glinting with a cold metallic sheen. This awe-inspiring sight intimidated even the fearless madmen and monsters, causing their chaos-filled minds, brimming with a desire for destruction, to hesitate. Although these creatures existed between illusion and reality, capable of endless regeneration, the overwhelming presence of such a colossal fleet made them waver. The massive stellar cannons, if fired simultaneously, would be difficult for even them to survive. Even if they could absorb power, they might explode from the sheer force. The situation reversed in an instant. The monsters, who had thought they could easily overwhelm their foes, suddenly found themselves at a disadvantage. Both sides were at a stalemate, fully aware that once the battle began, it would be a fight to the death. This starfield would become a graveyard for one side. Ange and Zilluolin stood to the left and right of Jun Lin, their eyes filled with excitement and longing. After ages of waiting, the reunion had finally arrived, making all their efforts worthwhile. Their hearts were full of apology. One softly said, "Teacher, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." The other whispered, "Forgive me, sir, for arriving late." Jun Lin glanced at the two, his deep purple eyes showing no joy, merely responding with a detached hum, as if it were an insignificant matter. To him, having achieved 99 divinity, their presence or absence made no difference. He had the power to vanquish these false gods stealing divine might. Jun Lin paid no further attention to the two beside him, nor to the vast fleet behind him. He raised the staff of light towards the black and red vortex, a divine mark of light appearing on his brow. In the divine realm, massive suns began to fall like meteors towards the illusory domain. Ange and Zilluolin immediately sensed something was amiss. In perfect sync, they each grabbed one of Jun Lin's wrists, one pulling him back, the other pressing down his raised staff, forcibly interrupting his action. Jun Lin could feel their reverence, knowing they meant no harm. As the god of humanity, he compliantly stepped back a few paces. After all, a deity must heed the prayers of their followers. In the radiant divine realm, the supreme sun slowly descended, and the terrifying divine power dissipated with it. Ange felt a bit more at ease seeing Jun Lin allow their intervention. Zilluolin quietly blocked Jun Lin's view of the vortex, while Ange leaned in front of him, calling out in a familiar tone, "Oh, teach it." Jun Lin looked at Ange, puzzled as to why he was being stopped, but still indulgently asked, "What is it?" Ange eagerly responded, "Teacher, there's no need for you to act personally. We're all here. How could we let you toil? If there's anything that needs doing, it should be us, your students. I've been searching for you just to bring you back to the Empire. Would you deny me even this chance? You will agree, won't you?" Those eyes, bright as sunshine, gazed intently at Jun Lin, filled with genuine emotion, as if refusing would be a grave offense. Jun Lin tacitly accepted this request as reasonable. Seeing this, Zilluolin immediately added, his light purple eyes gleaming with sincerity, "Sir, please allow us to fight for you. This is our only wish." The Violet Knight knelt before him, his voice resonating with conviction. "Sir, please grant me the honor of wielding the sword for you. The Violet fights for you. No evil shall remain unchallenged under your name." His eyes shone with unwavering determination as he continued, "So, my liege, there is no need for you to be troubled. I beseech you to give humanity a chance. If humanity still requires your protection, then perhaps it is not worthy of existence in this world." With a sudden burst of energy, the knight rose, raising his sword high and declaring loudly, "Humanity, fight for our Lord. Otherwise, you deserve condemnation, and I shall take my own life in penance." Listening to these fervent words, the usually serene eyes of the deity, Jun Lin, showed a flicker of emotion. Jun Lin's gaze swept over the kneeling Violet Knight, thoughts swirling within. He felt pride in his human followers and in Violet, both him and his descendants. They should not need to sacrifice themselves over this matter. Jun Lin's divine essence began to waver. 94, 92, 90. Meanwhile, Ange and Violet were exerting all their efforts to suppress Jun Lin's divine essence. On the other side, the Imperial Legion had entered a state of a very different kind of frenzy. Upon leaping into this star domain, the sight before them left everyone in awe. On one side was a grotesque black-red swirling vortex, and on the other, a realm radiating supreme brilliance. Within that realm of light stood a sacred white tower that reached the clouds, topped by a radiant golden sun. Bathed in this holy light, the soldiers of the Imperial Legion felt a cleansing of body and soul, their fatigue vanishing instantly. Although they could not see him with their eyes, they felt the presence of the eternal figure humanity had always followed, their one true deity. It's the Holy Master. The Holy Master, someone whispered excitedly. For 5,000 years, humanity had been searching through the vast cosmos for their one true faith. Today, this generation had finally found their deity. The warriors of the Legion had eyes glistening with emotion, their hands trembling as they controlled their mechs with precision. Some of the more emotional female officers could no longer hold back their tears. Tayton, as the chief strategist, forced himself to remain calm. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the black-red vortex, the monstrous beasts, and the twisted starships on the other side of the universe. His eyes held no fear, only absolute confidence in humanity's strength. Activate all attack modes, initiate stellar-level main cannon charging and targeting. Tayton commanded. Violet's mech combat core, deploy. As his words echoed, the massive black barrel slowly extended from the colossal starship. The cold metal surface amassed an intense energy, a fearsome power capable of tearing through space and obliterating planets. A massive legion of mechanized warriors burst forth from the starships, resembling a shower of metallic meteors cascading across the cosmos. These colossal mechs, towering hundreds of meters tall, might seem insignificant in the vastness of space. Yet when the mechs of the 7 great legions converge, they form the most formidable single-unit combat machines in the galaxy, akin to true angels of destruction. Jun Lin closed his eyes, his divine energy reaching 85. When he opened them again, he had transformed into Jun Lin. The indifference in his violet eyes vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. The radiant mark on the forehead of the handsome silver-haired youth gradually faded away. Jun Lin, the god of humanity, smiled at Ngu and Zilluolin, saying, "All right, as you wish." Seeing Jun Lin's familiar expression, the two immediately realized he had returned to normal and exclaimed with joy, "Teacher, sir." Jun Lin nodded in acknowledgement and simply said, "Let's go." Holding the staff of light, he moved past them to the forefront. With a single step, he instantly arrived at the front line of the divine realm. Glancing back at the massive human fleet that spanned the sky, Jun Lin waved his hand to dispel the fog that enveloped them. At this moment, the benevolent deity allowed his followers to gaze upon his glory. When the starships and mech sensors captured the 3 figures at the forefront of the divine realm, the silver-haired figure in the center, brimming with divinity, sent the entire human civilization into a frenzy. He was the creator of all myths, the initiator of every miracle, the sole guiding light of humanity, the architect of a millennium of undying glory. To fight for the Holy Master is our honor. Holy Master, humanity has finally awaited your return. All who stand in the Holy Master's way are enemies. Even gods must fall. Sir, let my bow fight for you once more. Sir, we have always awaited you. These cries resonated across the star domains, emanating from the depths of the Empire, the eternal hall of heroes that forever sheltered humanity. It was his earliest comrades, the first architects of legend, calling out to him. Jun Lin's violet eyes shone brightly as the staff of light flew from his hand, transforming into the 3 divine authorities of wisdom, radiance, and protection. "In that case, let it begin," he murmured. The sword of judgment, formed from the authority of radiance, could even slay deities. Ngu Samuel grasped the sword in his hand, this greatest emperor of humanity, once taught by Jun Lin to strike down stars with his sword, now poised to slay false gods for his mentor. With daylight bright and holy light vast, wherever it reaches, the protection of the divine. Activate. With the incantation, all starships and mechs became enveloped in a protective light. Those under this divine shield were immune to all harm, pain, and fatigue. Jun Lin slowly formed seals, and a massive summoning circle emerged in the divine realm, instantly connecting across countless star domains and ages to the souls of heroes. Step out of the Hall of Heroes and once more deliver victory and glory. In my name, I summon your spirits, legends among legends, heroes among heroes. Answer the call of the divine. As the summoning spell was chanted, 6 figures appeared beside Jun Lin. Debbie Red Rose, the Empire's first knight, raised her brilliant red hair with a dazzling smile. Hermione Greenthorn, the Empire's second knight, held a light sword, eyes still filled with reverence for Jun Lin. Rhett Blue Cypress, the Empire's third knight, with a longbow ready to shoot arrows that never fall for the first one again. Duda Golden Iris and Karen Green Phoenix, the Empire's fourth and fifth knights, arrived together as a perfect pair. Emily Black Pearl, the Empire's sixth knight, with blue eyes reflecting only Jun Lin's figure. Lastly, Zilluolin, as the Empire's seventh knight appeared in her true form. The seven knights formed a line before Jun Lin and Ngu, their gaze fixed solely on Jun Lin. They clenched their right fists over their hearts and knelt on one knee, performing the highest rite of radiance. All present humans witnessed this epic scene. The original glory was about to be rewritten, a miracle crafted solely by the holy master Jun Zero. They gazed upon the sole deity in the sea of stars, as humanity's eternal vow once again echoed through the stellar world. We wield our swords to fight for the holy master. In the past, you have dispelled endless darkness for humanity. You handed them the key to change their destiny. You have always guided them towards creating a future filled with possibilities. We sing praises of your wisdom and compassion. Now, the glorious empire, the eternal galaxy, the ultimate victory, all are offered to the one and only God. Oath of the Radiant Empire Prologue. We fight for the Holy Master with our swords. The original legends of humanity, the six knights stood there, their eyes fixed on the figure they hadn't seen for a millennium. Their holy master, Jun Lin, was bathed in divine light, his handsome and exquisite face both familiar and strange. His violet eyes sparkled with wisdom, and a faint smile played at his lips. Yet, despite the solemnity of the moment, a thought unexpectedly popped into the minds of the six knights. The master looks so small now. Memories flooded back like a tide. When Jun Lin became the holy master of humanity, Ngu and the others were still youthful and inexperienced. Even though they were more mature than their peers, in front of Jun Lin, they were always the ones being cared for and protected. The master had always appeared as a figure of authority, ensuring everything was safe whenever he was present. Jun Lin was their spiritual pillar, the person they unwaveringly followed. But now, Jun Lin appeared much younger, even shorter than them. This sudden change left each knight in varying degrees of shock and confusion. Emily, the Black Pearl, had stars twinkling in her beautiful blue eyes. To her, the radiant Jun Lin resembled a youthful deity descended to earth, so breathtaking that she couldn't look away. Rhett, the Blue Feather Pine, blinked in disbelief. As the Empire's third knight, his vision was always sharp and precise. He resolved that no matter what the master became, he would protect him with all his might. Unconsciously, Rhett's fingers gently brushed aside the strands of hair on Jun Lin's forehead, revealing a smooth brow, which made him appear a bit more mature. Karine, the Green Phoenix, looked on with gentle concern. She was already planning how to take care of the seemingly fragile Jun Lin once they returned. Duda, the Golden Iris, was still reeling from disbelief, but he tightened his grip on his spear, silently vowing to protect the seemingly delicate master. Kermani, the Green Thorn, had eyes gleaming with enthusiasm through his gold-rimmed glasses. His mind was already racing with plans to fulfill all of young Jun Lin's needs, whatever they might be. Debbie, the Red Rose, blinked her eyes, her thoughts perhaps the most straightforward. The master now only reached her shoulder height, and she felt she could easily lift him with one hand. Despite sensing the knight's intense gazes, Jun Lin didn't overthink it. He assumed it was simply an outpouring of emotion after their long separation. Smiling, he nodded in greeting to each of them. It's been a long time. Debbie, Kermani, Rhett, Duda, Karine, Emily. Emily could no longer contain her excitement. Her witch's hat quivered in anticipation as she took a swift step forward, arms wide open, ready to embrace Jun Lin. In her memory, the master had always indulged her affectionate gestures like this. However, Emily had clearly forgotten about the two mountainous guardians beside Jun Lin. One on each side, they were masters of cunning and unparalleled in strength, yet always feigned innocence in Jun Lin's presence. One was their king, while the other was the ever-trust Violet, praised by their mentor. Just as Emily was about to reach the mentor, Violet grabbed her by the collar, immobilizing her. Emily Black Pearl, the sixth knight of the Empire, could only watch helplessly as Jun Lin remained just out of reach. Anger spoke with a gentle yet threatening tone. Emily Black Pearl, my sixth knight. Look at the enemies behind you first. Wield your wand for your king. Let's not disturb the mentor for now, all right? Emily's delicate nose twitched slightly as she glanced at the perplexed Jun Lin, her heart sinking with frustration. Her mentor was right there, yet she could do nothing but watch. Her joyful magic hat drooped, and she nodded reluctantly. Violet turned Emily towards the black and red vortex. As she gazed at the twisted, grotesque realm, fury ignited within her. She roared internally. You insolent creature! You've been keeping us from meeting our mentor, denying me a long-awaited embrace. Emily vowed to destroy anything that displeased her mentor, just as she always had. The sixth knight of the Empire, a guardian spirit beyond legend, and the ruler of the Grey Tower, Emily Black Pearl charged forward. The others realized they needed to eliminate the threat behind them before reuniting with their mentor. Mentor, we will deliver victory to you. We'll resolve this quickly, mentor. Trust us. Please wait for us. Jun Lin smiled, sensing their anxiety about his possible departure. He spoke warmly. Go, knights. I'll be here waiting for your triumphant return. With Jun Lin's assurance, the knights nodded to him and flew into the starry expanse without hesitation. Their only thought was to swiftly deal with these hideous creatures to spend more time with their mentor. Emily Black Pearl appeared at the boundary between the two realms, shattering the brief silence. This was the signal for battle. Hidden deep within the black and red vortex, he unleashed boundless malice towards the brown-haired figure. When the human army appeared behind Jun Lin, he realized that the plan to devour Jun Lin, replace him as the sacred teacher, and control humanity might fail. The Grand Fleet starkly contrasted with Yi's twisted army, making Yi's creations seem like lowly creatures lurking in the shadows. He seethed with rage. Again, that aloof, dismissive, superior attitude. Just like that white-haired demon. Never once did he acknowledge me. As if I were always a despised exile in the world's dark side, forever struggling in death and destruction, never escaping the shadow of sin. No, he refused to accept this. After years of scheming, how could it all end here? The universe would ultimately belong to Yi. Yi's form grew more grotesque, red eyes covered by blood crystal white roses, the power of the void crown surging, and the demon heart pounding fiercely. It seemed like a final desperate struggle. Kill me creations, tear everything apart chaos, sin, disorder, blood, slaughter. Offer it all to May shall grant you eternal life. Under Yi's command, those sinful creations descended into madness again. They laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, look at them making such a show, only to send a little girl out. It's just bluster. Watch me tear her apart. For my master, offer all sin and blood. Kill, kill, kill. After a brief moment of fear, driven by instincts of slaughter and chaos, these creatures swarmed again. Only endless blood and chaos could satisfy their twisted desires. Emily Black Pearl gazed at the enormous creatures, comparable to small satellites, and the barrage of firepower capable of evaporating planets in an instant. She felt no fear, raising her magic staff high, her blue eyes filled with icy determination. Anyone who underestimates this seemingly gentle young girl will pay a heavy price. The divine-level forbidden magic she unleashes is far more terrifying than one could ever imagine. Suddenly, an enormous magic circle appeared out of thin air above the monster's head. The forbidden power capable of warping time and space, tearing the universe apart, descended like a natural disaster. In an instant, endless violet lightning poured down, leaving the starships and monsters without a chance to escape into the void, instantly obliterated by the electrical storm. The rumble of explosions was incessant, blinding artillery fire, bright enough to illuminate the entire star field, intertwined between the Imperial starships and mechas, resembling the grandest fireworks display in the universe. Countless grotesque giant creatures were blown to pieces by the relentless barrage. Although they continued to regenerate, the speed of their reformation was noticeably slowing. Two mecha legions engaged in fierce combat in the Sea of Stars. The flesh and blood mechas displayed astonishing combat prowess, piloted by deranged individuals who knew only slaughter, with every move they made being deadly. These twisted machines felt no pain, no fatigue, drifting between illusion and reality, becoming the most terrifying weapons in the cosmic battlefield. However, there were moments when the flesh and blood mechas were fully present in reality. Humans, with their incredibly precise psychic abilities, captured these fleeting moments, mercilessly concentrating their firepower on them. Human psychic power was practically a cheat code. Even more despairing was the fact that, despite focusing their fire, they could not break through the faint protective glow surrounding the opponents. This battle was a one-sided massacre, with the human side achieving genuine zero casualties. Even if the flesh and blood mechas hid in the void, an even more terrifying adversary awaited them there, the seemingly gentle brown-haired girl. She and her companions displayed unimaginable destructive power, seamlessly traversing between the void and reality, and confronting the chaotic temporal currents hidden without the protection of a void crown, annihilating their enemies completely. No matter where they hid, they couldn't escape their relentless pursuit. The chaotic creatures' frenzied minds finally recognized the terrifying might of one of the universe's top species. Meanwhile, more fleet and mecha legions continuously poured out from the teleportation wormholes. The radiant and holy army steadily advanced, gradually consuming the enemy's territory. This peace-loving human empire possessed such profound strength and vast territory. Their legions and fleets were capable of crushing any obstacle. They rarely grew angry, but once enraged, the entire cosmic universe trembled. This is one of the top species in the universe, humans. Excuse me, sir, I'm going too, Jun Lin called out to Violet, who was about to leave. Violet, I think there's someone you should meet. The staff of light emitted a faint glow, and Lour, who had been unceremoniously thrown into the divine realm by Jun Lin, slowly appeared before them. Having stayed in the divine realm all this time, Lour finally saw Jun Lin safe and sound, and his eyes, filled with worry and urgency, were forcibly calmed down. Sir, are you all right? Jun Lin appeared friendly towards Lours, reassuring him. I'm fine, Lours. Perhaps you and Violet could have a chat. Lours had already noticed the two individuals beside Jun Lin and immediately guessed their identities. He offered a standard military salute to Ong and Violet, commander of the 7th Violet Legion. Lours Violet, at your service, Violet Knight Commander, His Majesty Emperor Ah. Violet observed this younger counterpart, whose features bore a resemblance to his own yet were more stern and reserved, and showed a smile of elder-like care, approvingly saying, well done, my junior. He gave Lours a firm pat on the shoulder, so strong that it made Lours' shoulder involuntarily sag. Lours faced the questioning of his ancestors with a calm demeanor. He replied steadily, this is what a Zilluolin should dodo protect the master, no matter the cost. Zilluolin narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through Lours. You call him master quite fluently, don't you? Lours Zilluolin, tell me, do you think you've done your best? Lours did not flinch, meeting his ancestor's eyes. For once, this usually cold young man showed a hint of guilt. It's my shortcoming, I let the master. All right, it's okay, Lours, you've done well. Jun Lin interrupted gently, unwilling to see Lours blame himself. He turned to Zilluolin, speaking in a relaxed tone. Zilluolin, don't be too harsh. Lours is still young. I understand you want him to improve, but you need to give him some space. You both make me proud. Zilluolin seemed ready to argue, but swallowed his words. His gaze lingered on Lours, clearly not ready to let this junior off easily. Watching this scene, Inge couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, he thought, only Zilluolin can balance Zilluolin. Is this the legendary clash of the cold facade and the schemer? However, Ange's smile quickly froze as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. If there were two Zilluolins, wouldn't that mean the master's attention would be even more divided? His golden eyes instantly turned wary and dangerous. Thus, a silent contest unfolded among the three ardent followers of the master. Meanwhile, light years away, the radiant Yongza Empire was engulfed in a sea of celebration. The live feed from the main fleet and the news of the master's return hit the human empire's star domain like a bombshell, causing a massive upheaval. Physical Transcendence 2.0, comrades, the master has truly returned. The cheers echoed across the galaxies, with waves of celebration sweeping through every planet. Today seemed like an ordinary day, and yet it was anything but. Mori had just started surfing the internet when the post was suddenly taken down. This unexpected event felt like an ominous sign, making him even more anxious about the upcoming mech exam. Mori lay on the sofa, silently praying to the sage, repeating his promise over and over. After this exam, he would work hard and stop slacking off. Yet, despite his vow, he soon drifted off to sleep on the sofa, his cheek resting against the soft cushion as he let out gentle snores. It wasn't long before a burst of noise jolted Mori from his light slumber. Even the soundproof door couldn't entirely block out the excited cheers from his fellow citizens outside. The incessant notifications popping up on his neural network only added to his agitation. Mori sat up abruptly, anger rising within him. What on earth is going on? Is it really that exciting? Bunch of sheltered fools. Mori muttered, angrily opening his neural network. The flood of messages quickly overwhelmed his screen. As the content of the messages became clear, Mori's expression shifted from anger to shock and then to sheer joy. Like a whirlwind, he dashed to the balcony, joining the chorus of cheers from the street below. It's really the sage. A Wu Mori's howl echoed into the night sky. On his neural network, messages continued to pour in. Physics Transcendence 2.0. Comrades, did you watch the Battlefield livestream? We're definitely passing the mech exam this year. Justice Enforcer. I saw it. I saw it. I practically catapulted off the sofa. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I love fish. I feel like I've seen your ID before, but that's not important. The important thing is, that's really the sage. Meow meow meow. And there's the Emperor of Light, and the 7 Imperial Knights. Am I witnessing legends today? Turns out the epics were all true. Praise the sage's beauty. Sage. 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 I want to be the sage's dog. I want to be the sage's dog. Physics Transcendence 2.0. Another one gone mad. Someone, get him out of here. System message. Praise the sage's beauty and I want to be the sage's dog have been removed from the chat by the administrator. Physics Transcendence 2.0. Married Violet yet today. Aw, did you see? 2 Imperial Violets were right beside the sage. What an earth-shattering scene. I'm fulfilled. Concerned citizen, it's the sage. Without a doubt, I'll forever follow your wise guidance. But I have a question. Why does the sage look so small now? Such a beautiful young boy. Sage on high. Maybe it's magic or something else. The sage is the sage no matter the form. Praise the sage's wisdom. But this sage is just so adorable. I just want a screenshot forever. Sage, forgive me, enforcement team. Please don't assassinate me. Only one sage's dog. Aw, please, bring the sage back to the Empire. I can't wait another moment. I'm really afraid someone will covet the young sage. Sage belongs to the Empire. 1. How to get closer to the sage. 2. Steal the sage, S 1001 Nights. 10,086. Physics Transcendence 2.0. Alright, I know everyone's excited, but as I said before, the opportunity to present the best empire to the sage is here. Let's all strive together. System message. Physics Transcendence 2.0 has received likes, becoming today's chat star. Meanwhile, those Imperial citizens who couldn't be there in person were both entranced by the sage's return and beauty and fiercely criticizing the Black-Red Vortex faction. Cutest in the universe. Who are those ugly things on the other side, daring to show their faces in front of the sage? Imperial soldiers charge. Black-Red Vortex loses next life. Fight. Yes, hit them hard. Make them unrecognizable. Look at their warships and mechs. Even the Empire's garbage crushers are better by millions. Enemy ultimate failed to penetrate shield. With their pathetic looks, how can they defeat us under the sage's protection? Not to brag, but I could beat them with my eyes closed. The Empire's keyboard warriors mercilessly mocked the creations of the Sin City from every angle. If their words could turn into combat power, E and his illusory domain would likely have been shattered long ago. However, amidst the clamor, Ong and Violet's expressions were unusually grim. Resolving not to let Jun Lin see that they intended to trouble the youth, they silently picked up their swords and left, leaving the jubilant crowd to continue celebrating the sage's return. Lours, are you planning to return to the starship? As soon as Jun Lin finished speaking, Lours shook his head. Though his body had mostly recovered, as a major general of the Empire and the commander of the Violet Legion, how could he completely retreat to the rear? Even without a mech, he was still capable of leading the Legion in battle. Jun Lin keenly noticed a fleeting hint of melancholy in Lour's eyes. His violet eyes shimmered with a silver light as the scepter of wisdom was once again activated. His divine nature surged to 89, and countless threads of fate extending from Lour's intertwined before Jun Lin's eyes. Focusing intently on the void, he reached out along the river of destiny. In an instant, a mech leaping through distant space-time materialized in the divine realm. This mech boasted sleek lines, with components on its wings adding to its refined appearance. 2 streamers floated in the starry sea, adorned with intricate gold and green bramble patterns, understated yet luxurious. The sudden change left the mech's AI, ire, in a panic. Ah, purr. What's happening? Its data became chaotic in an instant. Per Greenbrier comforted it with resignation. Ire, calm down. Isn't this exactly where we've been trying to get to? Another steady voice came from the space necklace on Per's right hand. I believe so. We've reached the place where the sage and Lours are. This was the voice belonging to Lour's mech, 0. Ire's tone instantly turned excited. Oh, it's really true. Great. Let's go see the sage. Per quickly composed himself, picking up 0's space necklace while teasing. Can't you be more like 0, Ire? At times like these, I always envy Lours. The massive mech vanished, and a figure swiftly descended before Jun Lin and Lours. Per Greenbrier executed a flawless knight's pledge without hesitation. His features were handsome and noble, with eyes full of admiration and reverence. Former commander of the 2nd Greenbrier Legion, now the glorious everlasting Empire's ambassador, Per Greenbrier, at your service, sage. Praise your wisdom. Per's voice was filled with passion, his divine nature rising to 88. Jun Lin smiled, gently lifting Per with a soft power. Hello, Per. Thank you for your efforts to get here. The silver-haired youth was sacred and beautiful, his robe outlining his slightly frail body, yet his innate noble aura was unparalleled. In this divine realm, he was the sole light humanity aspired to. Per gazed deeply at the sage before him, his heart filled with excitement. It's all my duty, and it's for the Empire's Major General Lours. He turned his gaze to Lours, standing beside Jun Lin. 2 long-lost friends reunited in the divine realm, as if destined. Lour's attention was fully fixed on the space necklace in Per's right hand, sensing the familiar energy. Per slightly raised his chin, a smile playing on his lips, as he offered the space necklace, blessed by the sage. This time, it was not a false farewell, but a true and clear reunion. 0's gentle and gentlemanly voice resonated. Welcome back, sage. Jun Lin's violet eyes were as deep as the night sky, yet carried a unique gentleness. I know, 0, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. 0's voice paused for a moment, then responded with composure. To have my name known by you is an honor. Lours spoke, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes, breaking his usual stoic demeanor. This slight change brought him to life, no longer resembling a cold machine. It's me, Major General Lours. It's a pleasure to fight alongside you once again, Lours declared, gripping the spatial necklace firmly, his tone resolute. Likewise, always, Zero replied. Let's have a grand battle. Before the words fully left his lips, two glass mechas belonging to the Empire's major generals materialized in the starry expanse, shining brilliantly. Zero's voice echoed once more. It's been too long since I stretched my muscles, Lours. Let's see if you've lost your edge this time. Lours responded succinctly. The two mechas, like sharp swords, carved out a space of their own on the chaotic battlefield. Their speed was astonishing, their coordination seamless, making them stand out even amidst the starships and mecha legions. Meanwhile, Jun Lin's purple eyes glimmered softly as he gazed into the depths of the black-red vortex, as if peering through time and space. Now, he murmured, go and reclaim what is rightfully his. Suddenly, Jun Lin sensed something. His divine essence surged. 89, 90? After a long pause, a sigh-like whisper escaped the mouth of the human god, Paralang. He seemed to comprehend something, poised to speak, yet abruptly halted. Simultaneously, Yi's situation grew increasingly perilous. Struggling to create fleshly constructs while resisting the encroachment of the blood crystal white rose, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The heart, once a vessel, was undergoing changes beyond Yi's control. He felt his power and consciousness being rapidly eroded. The once docile spirit of the abyss, like a lurking monster, began to turn against him. More terrifyingly, there was no escape. An indescribable suffocation enveloped Yi's twisted, grotesque form. He tried to detach from the half-heart, but was tightly bound by the abyssal spirit and blood crystal white rose. Trapped like a turtle in a jar, he sank deeper into the dark quagmire, unable to resist. A sense of unprecedented panic and coldness filled Yi's soul, steeped in slaughter and evil. The external threats were frightening enough, but more terrifying was the internal crisis. The half-heart was usurping the power he had schemed for millennia, threatening to strip him of everything. He recalled the gaze of that white-haired, reedy demon, the seemingly homeless specter, the foolish one who entrusted everything to him. Yet now, he couldn't help but wonder. Did that white-haired hybrid demon truly know nothing? Beneath those hollow red eyes, perhaps there lay a madness deeper than Yi's own. After all, he was the second consul of the abyss. With the demon god gone and the chief consul in slumber, he might be the most powerful entity in the entire abyss. The deranged figure, having lost the only divine salvation and the brother-like chief ruler, once shook the entire abyss to its core. Who could confidently claim to deceive him? He is the true essence of a malevolent spirit, the demon Paralankaya. At this moment, within the depths of the abyss, a massive, layered, blood-red magic circle looms over the hall of deification. Countless streams of energy continuously flow through the circle, and the distant chime of silver bells echoes throughout the main hall. The deafening sound of a heartbeat intertwines with the bells, accompanied by a low hum that doesn't belong to this place, as if playing the most sorrowful requiem. If one listens closely, another faint heartbeat can be discerned. Paralang stands beside two crystal sarcophagi, his crimson eyes filled with fervor and endless yearning, a madness accumulated over an eternity of waiting. His fists are clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping steadily, yet he seems oblivious to the pain. His entire focus is on the two figures within the sarcophagi. In one sarcophagus lies a handsome man with brown hair, clutching the scepter symbolizing the first ruler of the abyss. Half of his heart is continuously regenerating, its beat growing stronger, bursting with life and vitality, as if he might awaken from his slumber at any moment. In the main sarcophagus, the long-deceased individual has ceased to fade away. Flesh and bone are regenerating, and an extremely faint heartbeat emanates from that graceful, noble body, causing the entire abyss to tremble. Countless slumbering demon lords seem to be summoned from the depths of their souls, their whispers rising and falling. King, your majesty, demon god, king. Paralang murmurs to himself, his voice filled with anticipation and certainty. It can be done. It can be done. The king will surely succeed. In the past, the abyss was just like this, your majesty. Beside Jun Lin stood a chubby young boy, crying his heart out. He had an adorable face, with a pair of white cat ears drooping down and a long tail listlessly swaying behind him. This tearful youth was none other than Delari, the 16th demon king of the abyss. Delari's original form was a gold-devouring beast, resembling a long-haired Burmese cat with a pair of devilish wings on its back. As the mascot of the abyss, he was not only skilled in treasure hunting and commerce, but also beloved for his charming plump cat appearance. However, at this moment, the usually money-loving and treasure-adoring fat cat demon king was pitifully complaining to his revered Lord Jun Lin. All right, I understand, Paralong Jun Lin was about to comfort his 16th demon king when he caught sight of a figure rapidly approaching from afar. Hmm? He's here. Why don't you tell him? Before he could finish, a white-haired elven demon landed gracefully. With a beaming smile, he called out, "My Lour." Upon seeing the newcomer, Dalari's fur stood on end, and he quickly hid behind Jun Lin. The white-haired demon boy was Paralong, whose crimson eyes looked at the hiding fat cat with a seemingly friendly yet subtly threatening tone. "Dalari, when did you get here? Why didn't you tell me?" The last note of his voice carried a threat that made Dalari's belly fat quiver in fear. Junlin's eyes sparkled with interest, and a slight smile played on his lips, clearly intrigued by the impending catfight. Without hesitation, he nudged Dalari toward Paralong and said, "Don't worry, Dalari, Paralong is easy to talk to. Go on, explain it to him." As tensions rose, a sudden spatial ripple appeared beside them. A handsome man with long brown hair emerged, dressed in a well-tailored official's attire that accentuated his tall, slender figure, exuding an aura of restraint. "My lord, I have something to discuss with you," said Lakanali, the chief officer of the Abyss. Junlin knew well that the officer's sudden appearance was no coincidence. Although he was slightly disappointed not to witness the catfight firsthand, he was content to listen in. He casually smirked and nodded, indicating, "All right, Lakan, let's talk as we walk." Once Junlin and Lakanali had walked some distance away, Paralong revealed his true nature. He grabbed Dalari's fluffy tail and harshly questioned, "Did you just report me to the Lord?" No, I absolutely didn't." Dalari shook his head vehemently, his expression now far more sincere than the pitiful one he had shown Junlin earlier. Paralong was relentless, tugging at Dalari's demon wings. "Humph. Don't think I don't know. You, with your eyes only for gold coins. You'd better not let me catch you next time." All right, I know. You haven't taken anything from me. Nothing at all." With no chance of matching Paralong's strength, Dalari could only concede. Without Junlin's protection, the poor fat demon cat was utterly dejected. Meanwhile, Junlin and Lakanali strolled leisurely, with Lakanali systematically reporting affairs while Junlin responded in a relaxed, casual manner. Suddenly, Dalari's tearful voice reached them. "My lord, please, just glance back at me." Lakanali finally spoke. "My lord, shouldn't we intervene?" Junlin slightly turned his head, a noble and relaxed eyebrow raised, and with a smile in his voice, he retorted, "I thought you were the one who advised me not to get involved, Lakan." Upon hearing this, the chief officer of the Abyss fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly said, "If that's the case, when will Paralong ever grow up?" After speaking, Lakanali fell silent once more. Junlin chuckled softly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, they're just messing around." Even though it looks like Paralong is bullying Dalari badly, in reality, Dalari is the one who benefits. Paralong sometimes exhibits a childlike nature, taking whatever catches his eye from Delhi without hesitation. However, once he tires of these items, he always returns them, often with additional treasures of his own. Paralong has little interest in shiny things, and during such times, Delhi can freely choose from Paralong's palace and domain. Yet, this plump cat always acts as if he's the victim, despite benefiting from the situation. Junlin added, "Besides, isn't Paralong's behavior something both you and I have indulged?" Just now, as soon as Paralong arrived, Lakanali followed right behind. "Isn't that just to protect Paralong?" The demon lord seemed indifferent to these trivial matters. As long as he and Lakanali were present, Paralong could do as he pleased. The two of them would always shield this white-haired young demon, allowing him to act freely and remain youthful. As long as one of them remained, it didn't matter if Paralong never grew up. But if both were absent, the extent of what Paralong could achieve was beyond anyone's imagination and impossible to stop. At this moment, the god could sense something unusual deep within the black and red vortex. The abyssal spirits were raging, supporting their true master, the heart of the chief ruler of the abyss, the heart to which Lakanali had sworn allegiance. Divinity. 92. He lowered his long eyelashes slightly, hiding the glimmer in his eyes. Those memories he thought were blurred now appeared vividly in his mind. Those things he believed he could remain indifferent to had influenced him all along. The god of humanity took a step forward, then another. He raised his eyes again, looking at the endless black and red vortex, at the human followers fighting for him, at their king and the 7 knights. The guilt he also had to bear. For he was not only Jun Lin, he was also the demon god Lodikea. Divinity. 93. Finally, the god of humanity stepped out of the realm of the god of light. With a single step, unnoticed by anyone, he arrived at the depths of the black and red vortex. There, he had been devoured to extreme weakness by the abyssal spirits and the snow crystal white rose. The god of humanity reached out, attempting to grasp the half-heart within the twisted monster. However, he failed. The power accumulated in that half-heart had been completely depleted, its needed strength already transmitted to the distant abyss. As soon as his hand touched the half-heart, it vanished like a bubble, returning to its master's side. The one who sleeps shall eventually awaken. This is a mistake, the god of humanity said indifferently, quietly watching the heart disappear completely. Then, he bypassed the layers of blood crystal white roses, seizing the golden chains that bound the crown of the void. With a gentle pull, the crown, imprisoned for millennia, was finally freed once more. As the crown of the king of the void, its power caused the sea of void to tremble slightly, even though it remained sealed and seemed uncontrollable, ready to vanish into the void again. The silver-haired youth before it gave off a familiar aura. Thus, the crown of the void, emitting a faint silver light, slowly descended into the hands of the god of humanity. Deprived of both heart and crown, he was left powerless to resist, unable even to reach the supreme radiance he yearned to devour. His madness, delusions, and the greed and slaughter in countless red eyes ultimately faded into death. Thief, exile, what he had stolen would eventually be returned. Those who slumbered in the galaxy would ultimately return to their rightful owner. Everything he possessed and desired was insignificant in the face of absolute power, in the presence of true deities. Countless blood crystal white roses frantically devoured consuming his life, soul, and everything, along with his race Thamata. They even lost the chance to return to the shadow side of the world, becoming eternal puppets of the blood crystal white rose, their sins continuing in another form. Falling from heaven to hell takes but an instant. The rumors circulating in the galaxy, of the ceaseless deep-sea whale concealing itself in the void, nurturing the abyss's city of sin, would finally be declared null and void today. Clutching the crown of the void tightly, the deity descended with divine revelation to meet Metavinity, 94. In an instant, countless crystal-clear white petals began to swirl and dance gently across the deity's handsome face. Deep within the illusion, the blood crystal white rose was unable to resist the deity's call or deny the person who had broken through the third layer of the lost illusion. This bewitchingly beautiful flower, the original source of sin, once again appeared before the god of humanity. This seemingly fragile red blossom had spawned countless evils, devouring lives indiscriminately with dreams both real and illusory. Now, this ruthless executioner swayed gently before the deity, fervently longing for compassion. The petals of the blood crystal white rose slowly unfurled, a glimmer of white light emerging from the myriad crystal petals that was the soul of Lania, not yet consumed. He had completely separated from becoming an independent entity. In the endless darkness and chaos, this small yet brilliant human spirit continued to shimmer among the stars. Curled into a ball, the curly-haired young man kept his eyes shut, clutching a white bird feather. In the illusion, the deity had revealed the truth, tearing away the false veil to expose a harsh reality. Now, in reality, they intended to rewrite a beautiful dream in a different way. The deity would not show mercy to evil but consistently loved those who refused to abandon hope and ignited the light of destiny. This love remains eternal. A piece of white bone appeared beside the god of humanity, the remains of the white bird's spirit taken from the illusion. The deity softly uttered, "Never again," and the bone transformed into a small white bird, its black eyes round and glossy, its wings soft and pure. It flitted around the deity before dissolving into points of light and settling into Lania's embrace. Both were weary and in need of rest. The deity hoped for a more beautiful dream this time. This long and fantastical journey was nearing its end, with only one final step remaining: the wilting of the flower. The first time, the elf king had unhesitatingly cut down a flower. Now, as the god of humanity, they had no reservations about cutting down a second. Although the blood crystal white rose was infatuated with the deity, there was no guarantee it wouldn't consume the true god. He had nurtured it for years, yet when it fully bloomed, it unhesitatingly devoured its original master. Such a malevolent entity should not exist in the world. Divinity, 95. The deity once again severed the flower of sin. The entire black and red vortex trembled violently, its twisted creations collapsing and disappearing, while the blood crystal white roses scattered throughout the starfield withered and fell rapidly. A long-term task panel appeared, declaring the task complete. As the deity was about to check the rewards, a strong void fluctuation caught their attention. A figure appeared before them, causing the deity to pause slightly and gaze ahead. "That does not belong to you. Return the crown of the void to me." Another familiar figure arrived, Divinity, 89. "Wait for me, brother of the void lands." The void lord, Smolton, halted at the sound and turned around. A hint of warmth touched his usually cool eyes as he saw his younger brother, Nerii Guxiuo, the second prince of the Void clan, hurrying towards him. Trailing leisurely behind Nerii was their seventh uncle, Kalier Guxiuo, with an amused expression on his face. Smolton met Kalier's gaze. The carefree, purple-haired man shrugged innocently. I tried to stop him, but this little guy is just too energetic. I couldn't hold him back, my lord. Smolton knew better. Their playful uncle had likely not even made an attempt to intervene. With a slight gesture, Smolton closed the massive void rift he had just opened. He hovered in midair, waiting for the black-haired youth running towards him. Floating quietly in the void, Smolton appeared majestic and radiant, while Nerii approached him with admiration for his most revered brother. Nerii felt a secret joy, knowing that if he or his sister called, their brother would always stop and wait for them, answering their call. No matter where or how far, he could always find his brother. The void crown rested upon the Void Lord's head, symbolizing his role as the leader who guided the void to break the curse and descend upon the starry seas. He was the ruler of the void and the person Nerii aspired to become. Brother, take me with you. Nerii, not yet of age, was like an unpolished gem, full of youthful enthusiasm and energy. His amber eyes shone brightly as he looked at his brother, his black hair slightly tousled, clearly not well-groomed, but he didn't care. The Void Lord lowered his gaze slightly, smoothing Nerii's unruly black hair. His voice was as clear and cold as a fine jade being struck. Not this time. Let's wait until after your commingaphage ceremony. Though he had expected the refusal, Nerii was not disheartened. He understood that his current abilities were insufficient, and attempting to open a void passage might result in injury. He silently counted the days until his commingaphage ceremony. Nerii was not afraid of getting hurt, nor did he fear the violent temporal storms. He just wanted to grow up quickly to ease the burdens on his brother and sister. He wanted to protect them too. Nerii keenly noticed the occasional fleeting weariness in his brother's eyes. He knew his brother bore many burdens yet never spoke of them. The figure of the Void King always stood tall and proud, as if never to fall, like the brightest star in the sea of stars, always leading the Void clan through the endless void. All right, brother. You'll be there to see me come of age, won't you? Nerii asked expectantly. Yes, a touch of a smile graced Smolton's eyes. I will be there to see you come of age, Nerii. Grow up quickly. This was a promise his brother had made, and Nerii had been waiting for that day to come. He thought that as long as he hadn't yet reached his commingaphage ceremony, his brother would surely return. But over the long years, his brother's presence vanished forever. Before setting out to find the Void Crown this time, Nerii promised his sister he would undergo the commingaphage ceremony. This also meant he finally had to accept the reality that his brother was gone. No matter how he searched through the void and the starry seas, his brother would not be waiting for them somewhere. Yet, Seventh Uncle and the others continued their relentless search, with no return in sight. Nerii thought, if his brother could return, he could tell him that he no longer needed to work so hard, that he had grown enough to protect him and their sister. Suddenly, Nerii saw a silver-haired youth holding the Void Crown, and his emotions surged intensely. That's not yours. Give the Void Crown back to me, he blurted out, then realized how inappropriate his words were. This hadn't happened in a long time. Though he still acted carefree in front of his sister, he had matured significantly. However, when he saw that silver-haired figure and the Void Crown held in his hand, Nerii felt as if he was seeing a shadow of his brother. Brother? How long had it been since he last saw his brother? In that void more desolate than eternity, his brother's presence was gone. The ruler of the Void clan had fallen, and even the revered crown was lost, trapped in sin. Yet, why did the silver-haired youth before him make him feel as if he had returned to the past, as if his brother in his youth stood before him holding the Void Crown? Nerii's heart surged with complex emotions, his gaze fixed on the familiar yet unfamiliar crown, unable to look away. The revelation shook Nerii's understanding to its core. He was eager to refute the idea, but the words that came out were even more stiff and aloof. How could a human possibly be his brother, the leader of the Void clan? Such a thought was disrespectful to his brother. Yet, as he met those hollow purple eyes, the face that bore a slight resemblance to his brother caused Nerii's resolve to waver. Neri retracted his 12 massive, ethereal crystal wings, his amber eyes betraying no hint of inner turmoil. Though his face still held a touch of youthful innocence, it exuded an innate nobility and the aura of an authority figure. He paused, his tone unintentionally softening. I am Neri Guxiuo, the second prince of the Void clan. My human friend, please return the crown in your possession. It is a treasure of the Void clan. In return, you shall gain the friendship of the Void. Jun Lin's divine essence abruptly dropped to 87, a testament to the impact Nerii's presence had on him. His deep purple eyes remained fixed on the black-haired youth before him, whose forehead bore the diamond-shaped void crystal. Nerii's appearance still seemed like that of the free-spirited, high-spirited second prince of old. Yet his current commanding presence and the unfathomable coldness in his eyes indicated he was no longer the person Jun Lin once knew. Jun Lin noticed that the void crystal on Nerii's forehead, which should have been ethereal and pristine, now bore tiny cracks, tinged with an unhealthy purplish-black hue. Repressing adulthood? Jun Lin pondered. Why hasn't he undergone the commingafage ritual? How could Liliana and the prince uncles allow this to happen? Did something unexpected occur? Or is it a suspicion arose? Have you waited all this time for a promise? Jun Lin slowly approached Nyeri, seeing his own unfamiliar yet familiar reflection in the other's amber eyes. He understood that his current self was a fusion of the human Jun Lin and the god Jun Ling, likely making him unrecognizable to Nyeri. In a gentle voice, Jun Lin said, "Take it." He offered the void crown to Nyeri. Even without the commingafage ritual, Nyeri had become immensely powerful. The 12 void wings and the powerful void traversal waves were evidence that the second prince of the void had grown to an astonishing level. The void crown seemed to sense the stronger regal aura emanating from Nyeri. It wavered slightly in Jun Lin's hand before finally settling atop Nyeri's head. His black hair fell gracefully over his shoulders, and with the void crown, his stern features bore a resemblance to the void monarch, Seymour, as if the ruler of the void had returned to the starry sea. However, finding the void crown did not bring Nyeri the joy he had imagined. Instead, he felt an overwhelming emptiness and loss. If reincarnation truly exists, would my brother take the form of the person before me? Nyeri gazed at the silver-haired youth with a serene expression, suddenly reluctant to leave quickly, feeling an inexplicable connection. I. Nyeri stammered. The second prince, who had long since risen to become the chief of the Void Clan's legion, now seemed as flustered as he once did before his brother. Not long from now is my commingafage ceremony. He paused, realizing he hadn't yet asked for the other's name. I haven't asked your name. Call me Jun Lin. Upon learning the name, Nyeri felt a flicker of joy. Jun Lin, would you be willing to attend in the Void territory? I know it's a bit presumptuous, but the Void Clan simply wishes to thank you. However, before Jun Lin could respond, a voice interrupted their conversation. It's not convenient, there's no time. Enk, sensing the unusual void fluctuations and the trace of aura his teacher had just emitted, had directly found his way to the depths of the black-red vortex. He placed a protective hand on Jun Lin's shoulder, shielding his teacher behind him, politely declining Nyeri's invitation with apparent warmth. Clearly, he was more sensitive to non-human entities. Enk, Jun Lin softly inquired from behind him. The divine presence of Jun Lin, which was once at 80, began to waver. He recalled the promise he made long ago and felt a deep sense of guilt. Nyeri had suppressed his coming of age for years, and Jun Lin knew that he was largely responsible. Even though he had not reclaimed his identity as the Void Monarch Small, Jun Lin longed to witness Nyeri's commingafage ceremony. He resolved to personally ensure that Nyeri successfully passes this pivotal moment, fulfilling his past promise. A hint of worry flickered in Jun Lin's eyes. He knew that delaying maturity could leave lasting damage on the body, and he quietly pondered how he might secretly assist Nyeri once more. At that moment, his inadvertent expression of doubt caught the attention of Anjali. Anjali's keen instincts picked up on Jun Lin's intentions, immediately putting him on high alert. His mentor, who had just re-established contact with them, was considering venturing into the Void territory? That was out of the question. Before Anjali could think of how to dissuade him, the figures of Luoles and others appeared around him. Anjali quickly communicated with the other knights, briefly explaining the situation. The 7 knights reached a consensus in an instant, deciding to join forces to prevent this from happening. They could not accept their recently returned mentor being whisked away by outsiders. Several knights, far more powerful than Jun Lin, immediately surrounded him, cutting off any chance of eye contact between Jun Lin and Nyeri. Emily Black Pearl was the first to speak. Her voice as soft as a plea. Sir, everything's almost taken care of. Let's return to the Empire together. Her watery blue eyes brimmed with entreaty, making it hard to refuse. Rhett Blue Feather followed suit, his cowlick and bangs drooping as he wore a crestfallen expression. Sir, aren't you coming back to the Empire with us? Karen Blue Phoenix asked with a smile, her tone gentle yet hinting at hidden meaning. Sir, you wouldn't be thinking of leaving just after returning, would you? Her expression seemed to suggest that if Jun Lin refused, the consequences might be less than pleasant. Even the usually straightforward Debbie Red Rose firmly stated, Sir, no matter what, I think you should return to the Empire with us at least once. When it came to their mentor's allegiance, she was unequivocal. Faced with the knight's barrage of attacks, Jun Lin's divine presence dropped to 77. He felt a strange sense of guilt, as if caught in an affair by his spouse. Though he hadn't said or done anything, that very human feeling of guilt suppressed his divine presence. Meanwhile, Anjali and the others surrounded Nyeri. Anjali was the first to speak, his tone resolute. I know you're a royal of the Void race, but regrettably, I don't think my teacher has time to attend your commingafage ceremony. Luoles, Green Thorn, and Golden Iris stood behind him, nodding in unison, their expressions stern and their gazes sharp, leaving no room for negotiation. Nyeri found himself blocked off, unable to see Jun Lin. A feeling of having something important taken from him surged in his heart. Just moments ago, he and Jun Lin had gotten along well, but these humans had appeared and separated them, even rejecting the invitation on Jun Lin's behalf. Rationally, he understood it was normal. After all, it was their first meeting, and human distrust was understandable. Besides, they had helped find the Void Crown, so by all accounts, the humans were justified. But seeing Anjali and the others so close to Jun Lin, while he was left out, Neri suddenly felt as if his elder brother had found other siblings. Wearing the Void Crown, his aura was more imposing, and he faced off against the human emperor and the three knights without flinching. Neri narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. I don't think you have the right to reject me on his behalf, do you? If he's your teacher, then as a student, it's basic that you don't distort his will, isn't it? These words hit the mark, leaving Anjali and the others speechless. Jun Lin worried about whether Neri might be attacked. If Neri were indeed attacked, should he step in to defend his brother? Would it backfire? Jun Lin was deep in thought. At this moment, Jun Lin's divine presence dropped again to 75. Anjali, maintaining a facade of calm, retorted, Your Highness of the Void Race, what are you talking about? How could our teacher abandon us to attend the commingifage ceremony of a mere acquaintance? Despite his outward firmness, Anjali was uncertain. He turned and called out, Right, teacher? You will return to the Empire with us, won't you? Seeing this, Neri called out without hesitation, Jun Lin, would you like to attend my commingifage ceremony? Suddenly, all eyes were on Jun Lin, and the air was thick with tension. A single misstep could lead the human king and knights to clash with the second prince of the void, possibly sparking a war between two of the universe's top races. At this moment, Jun Lin, despite only having unlocked the identity of a human saint, felt unprecedented pressure. He silently vowed to keep his other identities hidden, lest things spiral out of control. Jun Lin remained silent, weighing whether he should speak. Just then, the fearless system reappeared, with a flashing interface displaying new options. Task completed. Please choose the identity card you wish to unlock. Next one. Demon God, Lodakaya 2. Void Lord, Smol. Divinity, 75. Jun Lin sighed inwardly. His current temperament was indeed more gentle and tolerant, making it unlikely he would actually tear the system apart. However, if he were to unlock those two powerful entities, the system might face an even graver fate. Two images flashed in his mind. The dignified and lazy demon god Lodakaya, who usually couldn't be bothered with affairs but would make anyone regret provoking divine wrath, and the cold, assertive Void Lord Smol, who could hurl nuisances into a temporal storm without a word. With these thoughts, a flash of coldness appeared in Jun Lin's heterochromatic eyes, and a smile that didn't reach his eyes curled at his lips. System, doing well, are you? How would you like to meet your end? The system seemed to sense the danger, as the game panel trembled imperceptibly before disappearing with a swish. Jun Lin pressed his lips together, contemplating his next move. He would certainly attend Neriai's commingifage ceremony, but he wouldn't agree just yet. Something unexpected had evidently occurred in the abyss, and he needed to visit to see what Parlon was up to. It surely had something to do with his demon god body that wasn't in the system space. This thought irritated him. Clearly, all 7 accounts should have been securely locked within the system, so how could a body be wandering outside? Worse still, it wasn't just the demon god. Other identities were likely compromised too. How could the Void Lord's crown end up in the mortal realm? What about the kings of the Zerg, Dragon, Elf, and Jiaoling tribes? Was the Saint Master identity the only one intact? System. Jun Lin called out softly, but there was no response. It seemed the situation was even worse than he imagined. Just then, another wave rippled through the void. Ong and Violet, along with others, watched warily beside Neriai. A familiar figure appeared. It was Jun Lin and Neriai's 7th uncle, Kalier Guxiuo. Behind him followed a throng of Void clansmen. Neriai, what's going on here? The atmosphere seems a bit off, Kalier drawled, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally landing on Ong. Oh, it's the king of humans. Didn't expect to see you here. This must be something serious, huh? Although Kalier's expression was unseen, Jun Lin could imagine his uncle's demeanor. Superficially smiling yet not genuinely, seemingly easygoing but actually sharp-edged. Despite his playful nature, once serious, he was undoubtedly the most perceptive among them. After all, you can't underestimate anyone with slanted eyes, right? If Khalil saw him, he would probably recognize him immediately, or at least become suspicious. Neriai hadn't expected Khalil to arrive here, so he briefly explained the situation to the 7th prince. Upon hearing this, Khalil smiled, his gaze deep and thoughtful. He attempted to bypass the barriers set by Ong and others to catch a glimpse of the silver-haired youth Neriai had mentioned. However, the human king and the 7 knights stood firm, protecting Jun Lin with unwavering resolve. Ong took a step forward. He had dealt with this old fox from the Void clan a few times before. Now, he was a far cry from the impetuous youth who had just been at odds with Nerii. His golden eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light, and the aura of the human king radiated from him unmistakably. Khalil, things are as he said, but our teacher cannot go to the void territory, and we do not need your reciprocation. I hope you understand. Humanity has awaited our teacher for a long time. I believe you can comprehend that feeling, the feeling of finding a god who was once lost. Khalil raised an eyebrow. All right, Emperor Samuel, you have a point. So the one surrounded is the person humanity has been seeking. His curiosity was piqued, eager to meet this revered human mentor, the teacher of Ong Samuel, the sole teacher of humanity. Khalil had long heard of this deity who guided humanity, pointing the way forward and helping them become one of the pinnacle races in the cosmic realm. Yet his desire to meet this figure was not solely for that reason. Few in this universe could provoke such an emotional response from Nerii. Nerii might not have realized his change, but Khalil, having watched him grow up, could not miss it. Since Smol's departure, Nerii had transformed from a sunny, outgoing boy into the calm, cold second prince and chief of the Legion. His decisiveness and ruthlessness in handling matters were evident to Khalil, making him wonder if it was time for the old guard to retire. Nerii had indeed matured to a level fit for kingship. However, even with the joy and gratitude of finding the Void Crown, Nerii should not revert to being the naive boy he was when Smol was around. Khalil's mind was awash with thoughts, guessing that if he, too, saw the elusive human mentor, he might struggle to control his emotions. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts, Khalil maintained a polite smile. He continued, and this time, you've helped us find the Void Crown. We would never do anything against our principles. With these words, the Void Clan could no longer insist on inviting Jun Lin. But Khalil didn't give up easily. Like an elder apologizing for a child's mischief, he addressed Jun Lin, who was surrounded. We apologize, human mentor, for our earlier rudeness. Rest assured, the Void Clan will always be your friend. Whether or not you wish to attend Nerii's Comingafage ceremony, the Void territory will always be open to you. Apart from the increasingly icy and intimidating aura of the Human King and the 7 Primal Knights, Khalil received no other response. Jun Lin remained silent, not even offering pleasantries, silently conveying the finality of the situation. Khalil shrugged, feigning understanding. We're truly sorry for the disturbance, human mentor. We'll take our leave now. Thank you for your assistance. As I said, you've gained the friendship of the Void, and our territory will always welcome you. They clearly had no chance of breaking through by force. The priority now was to safely return the Void Crown and see if it could help trace back to what happened, to find out Smol's current whereabouts. Even if Smol was truly gone, they had to bring him back to the Void territory. Nerii also realized his unusual emotions, but as Uncle Khalil had analyzed, they couldn't force the issue. Finally, he took a deep look at the completely surrounded Jun Lin, the image of the silver-haired youth fresh in his mind, and with suppressed, inexpressible sorrow, stepped into the void. An unrecognized old friend had departed. Now, he was only Jun Lin, merely the human mentor Jun Lin. The world created by the blood crystal white rose had crumbled almost entirely. The infinite splendor of the starry sea once again unfolded slowly before them. The shadows of disaster and sin had dissipated. Yet the cosmos continued to gleam with beautiful, tranquil stars. It was a testament to the grace of the divine. The Empire's knights instinctively withdrew behind the human king, their eyes fixed intently on the silver-haired youth standing at the heart of the starry sea. The youth exuded an extraordinary aura, as if he were one with the vast universe. Behind them, the Imperial fleet stood in perfect formation, blocking out the sky. These ships, having just obliterated all evil, now gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, like a host of subservient beasts awaiting the command of their deity. With a single directive, humanity would traverse the stars, clearing all obstacles in their path. Anger gazed at the sovereign before him, at the teacher who had finally reached the end of a long journey. The human king could finally utter the words he had waited a millennium to say, "Teacher, I have waited for you. Humanity has waited for you. Let's return to the Empire." The silver-haired deity looked lovingly at his followers, at the humans he took pride in. He answered the promise made 1,000 years ago. All right, this was undoubtedly the grandest homecoming ceremony in thousands of years for humanity. The entire glorious Yongza Empire was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation and vitality. The Holy Master has returned. The deity has returned. This news filled the human race with excitement, their joy unmistakable. Those who had stayed behind in the empire, following the suggestion of the current Emperor Basa Samuel, meticulously prepared to present the best version of the glorious Yongza Empire to their sovereign. This fervent atmosphere also greatly affected and astonished other cosmic races. Countless humans traversed millions of star regions just to return to the glorious Yongza Empire. Although such actions seemed mad to other interstellar species, for those pursuing the light, it was perfectly normal. Do the devout followers need any reason to meet their deity? Just as the stars eternally chase the sun, humanity's pursuit of Holy Master Jun Lin was relentless. The legend passed down among humans had finally come true. The deity atop the White Tower, the one in the depths of the temple, the one existing in epic tales, had once again favored his people. The White Tower, silent for a millennium, the celestial pillar accompanied by stars and founded in radiance, once again appeared at the heart of the original mother planet, hovering above the endless royal palaces. God Jun Lin inscribed the laws of mental power on the White Tower, depicted magical runes in the temple. He wielded the staff of protection, holy light illuminating all, dispelling darkness, raised the staff of radiance, the sharpest sword in existence, held the staff of wisdom, guiding humanity's path, forging a millennium of glory. He is humanity's only deity, and the faithful softly chant his name. Holy Master Jun Lin. When you ask about the glory of humanity, about their origins, they will tell you of the greatest emperor, of the 7 legendary knights of the beginning. When you ask who is worthy of such eternal allegiance from a great king and knights, humanity will proudly and devoutly tell you, that is our deity. When you inquire where he is, humanity is no longer anxious or afraid. They will point towards where the sun rises and sets, towards the pillar at the world's edge. In their eyes, a light as dazzling as the starry sea shines, and they proudly declare, their holy master he is atop the empire's White Tower. The deity has finally returned to his divine kingdom. The progress of the self-sealing of the human gods was at 33, and the awakening of the demon god Laodicea was at 33 as well. Beside them stood the incomplete form of Luoles, calm and composed. Suddenly, the human emperor, Anger Samuel, furiously challenged the 7th knight. Your king now demands a duel with you. Luoles, unfazed, calmly replied, Your Majesty, this is against protocol. Against? Against what protocol? Anger fumed, Let me tell you today, only one of us will walk away alive. The emperor glared at the innocent-looking 7th knight, his anger having no outlet. His mood was at its worst. To him, the Luoles family were all cunning and shrewd, pretending to be both composed and fragile, deceiving not only the citizens of the empire but even their teacher. Anger contemplated bitterly. Luoles and Lours, how much of the teacher's time have these two occupied since their return? The teacher barely stayed at the White Tower or the royal palace, instead visiting Luoles' fief and touring other knights' territories. His time here was the shortest. He lamented that the royal descendants could never compete with Luoles in the art of acting. Current Emperor Basa Samuel, though skilled in governance and imposing, always stammered and blushed like a teapot in front of the teacher. Anger was unwilling to acknowledge such an inept person as his descendant, feeling that the Samuel family's reputation had been completely tarnished. Faced with the steadfast Luoles, Anger was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Emily Black Pearl, dragged to the battle zone, yawned with boredom. Watching the king and Luoles is so dull. I want to find the teacher. Debbie Red Rose, on the other hand, was enthusiastic. Ha ha ha, I think this is great. After sleeping for so long, I need to stretch my muscles. Emily lazily turned her gaze to Duda Golden Iris. His usually radiant golden hair was now dull, and the handsome face seemed to have dark circles. She curiously asked, Hey, why are you the only one here? Where's Sister Karine? Duda, in a daze, responded with some difficulty, Lour. He recalled recent events and spoke wearily. Ever since the teacher returned to the empire, Karine had been busy preparing various supplements for them. One day, she brewed a bizarre potion and invited the teacher to taste it. The sticky concoction, bubbling with colorful foam, looked terrifying, but the teacher, seeing Karine's hopeful expression, did not refuse and took a small bowl, appearing calm yet as if facing his doom. To support his wife, Duda took a large bowl himself. The teacher tried to dissuade him. Duda, you can sip it slowly, there's no rush, right? But Duda didn't listen. Under Karine's expectant yet threatening smile, both drank the potion. Duda found the taste indescribable and vowed never to taste it again in his life. He immediately turned into his spiritual form, while the teacher smiled and collapsed. Though Karine was a master chef, her potion brewing skills clearly needed improvement. She stopped using the teacher as a test subject but turned Duda into one. For the past few days, Karine had been at the magic tower working on potions, with Duda as her guinea pig. Duda fought back his nausea, his face turning pale as he said, For my wife's happiness, this little bit of discomfort is nothing. Ugh, I'm fine. As he recalled the bizarre potions he had consumed over the past few days, his expression grew even more pained. Seeing this, Emily refrained from pressing further and instead turned her gaze to another empty seat. Where's Kamani? She asked. Debbie Redrose, engrossed in testing her heavy sword, replied without looking up, He's been busy with family matters lately, mainly finding things for the master. Oh, and there's the epic too. Speaking of the epic, Debbie remembered a recent event. It was a bright morning, and Jun Lin was leisurely strolling through the palace corridors in good spirits. He unexpectedly encountered the current high priest of the temple, Clydeman, the legendary magician who first discovered the revival of the Staff of Wisdom. Clydeman was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the human deity. Usually composed and exuding a sacred aura, the high priest of light was now reduced to a giddy admirer of Jun Lin. He showered praise and quoted extensively, living up to his reputation as a scholar of the Empire's epics. Finally, he remarked, "It's no wonder the Green Thorn Knight Commander could write such words, though they don't capture even a fraction of your magnificence, Master." Jun Lin remained silent, exuding mercy and tolerance. When Clydeman finally finished, the human master gave a kind smile, though a hint of danger flickered in his deep purple eyes. "If not for your words, I might have forgotten Kamani's contributions very well, High Priest Clydeman. It seems we must part ways for now." Although Clydeman wished to stay longer, he dared not defy the master's will. In a blink, Junlin's figure vanished. Reflecting later, Clydeman felt a supernova-like sense of danger at that moment, but he quickly dismissed it as an illusion. Reasoning that he was in the safest royal palace of the human empire, how could there be any danger? No one knew what Jun Lin and Kamani discussed that day, but afterward, Kamani constantly wore a look of wanting to atone for his sins, switching handkerchiefs one after another. Recently, Jun Lin had become fascinated with mechas, so Kamani was busy gathering materials to craft the finest one for him. Emily recalled the Empire's epic depiction of Jun Lin, feeling that Kamani's writing perfectly matched her image of the master. However, she had no desire to be included in the epic herself. Watching others being written about was one thing, but being included herself was another. She believed Jun Lin was inherently merciful and wise, their sole deity and humanity's eternal master. Surely, Jun Lin sought Kamani for other reasons. And what about Ryder? Why isn't he here either? Emily inquired again. Red Rose, seemingly knowledgeable about everything, waved her hand dismissively as she headed toward the platform. "Oh, him? He's probably with the master right now." Realizing she had no reason to stay, Emily felt frustrated. Was she just here to watch the king and Violet's lackluster duel? Puffed up with determination, she picked up her magic wand. "I'm going to find the master." Watching these two scheming individuals argue is boring. Humph, while they're not by the master's side, I must get him to visit my territory. With that, Emily vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Ong and Violet continued their standoff in the arena, and Debbie Redrose joined in with a smile. Soon, even Golden Iris, who had been watching from the sidelines, was drawn into the fray. The group engaged in a lively battle. "Wong, Ziluolin, Duda," a voice rang out sharply, cutting through the air. In the dueling arena, the clash of metal was relentless. A knight brandished his heavy sword, confidently declaring, "Behold my heavy sword." Another knight followed closely, his spear creating a silver arc in the air. "Humph, my spear is not to be underestimated." In the audience stands, a group of knights were animatedly discussing. "Knights, have you forgotten who taught me my swordsmanship? Bow down," one of them boasted. Suddenly, a purple figure flashed by, the sword in hand gleaming coldly. "Gentlemen, with this sword in hand, Ziluolin will not hold back." The intense combat in the arena caused such a commotion that even the clouds in the distance seemed to drift faster. Nevertheless, the Empire remained peaceful and serene today. Meanwhile, a secret progress bar quietly updated. Human God self-sealing progress, 70. Demon God Lodakayasu awakening progress, 70. In the virtual mech combat arena, members of various legions were fervently discussing a mysterious contestant. "Hey, how many matches has it been? Undefeated. Is that guy a monster? I've counted 120 mech battles, and he won every single one with absolute dominance." The aces and elites from the 7 legions have taken turns, yet they can't defeat one person. Isn't that terrifying? And haven't you noticed his attacks are sharper and more skillful than when he started? I feel like he was a newbie to mechs at first, but now, without exaggeration, his piloting skills are on par with the generals. Where on earth did this guy come from? And why did he choose such a strange name? Rejecting epic starts with me. The discussions were lively, filled with curiosity about this mysterious contestant. "Still, I have to admit, he's really good," said a participant who had just faced the mysterious man. "After that match, I realized some of my shortcomings and learned quite a bit. It was like a training match, and I couldn't even get annoyed. Honestly, a fan club has already been formed for him." "Really? Where? I want to join too. Count me in." Listening to the praises around him, Tayton adjusted his glasses, knowing full well who the person was. Who else could it be but the Sage Master? Tayton thought, the Sage Master's strength and wisdom are beyond what ordinary people like us can reach. Although, as the adjutant to Major General Luoles, Tayton had more opportunities to interact with the Sage Master. Yet, he often found himself subtly ushered away by his own Major General whenever he was about to meet the Sage Master, missing several chances to converse properly. Moreover, Luoles had recently been giving him strange looks, leading Tayton to suspect that just when he thought he might be getting some special attention, he was instead given a mountain of tasks and training. Tayton had every reason to believe the Major General was openly giving him a hard time. The discussions continued to be lively around him. Wow, isn't he super cool? From today on, he's my idol. Mechs are awesome. I wonder if the pilot is as handsome. Hee. That move was amazing. Are you taking students, Master? Tayton chuckled inwardly. A bunch of inexperienced, easily impressed folks. They ought to learn from him. After all, he was as steady as a rock. Beside Tayton now was the Empire's initial third knight, Lania, perusing a mech piloting manual. Hey, could you take a look here and tell me what to do with this part? The blue-haired youth asked. Tayton's eyes lit up instantly. Though maintaining a professional and composed demeanor, he stammered slightly. Of course. Knight Lania, it's my honor. Here you need to, He was steady and calm. Really? Hey, look over there, someone suddenly exclaimed. It's Major General Luoles Zillulan 0, Major General Puer Greenthorn's Ire, and Tixiang Black Pearl. What are they up to? Is he going to take on the 3 mech stars of the Empire alone? I think he is. Whoa, go for it. The one name, rejecting Empire's epic, was naturally Jun Lin. Possessing the power of wisdom, even though he was in a semi-sealed state, his mental strength was extremely strong, making mech piloting come naturally to him. Gentlemen, don't hold back. Jun Lin chuckled softly in the mech cockpit, unhesitatingly maneuvering forward. Sir, I and Zero will give it our all, Luoles stated firmly. Ire, perform well, and don't embarrass yourself in front of the Sage Master, Puer reminded. There's a lot of work, and His Majesty is slacking again. After sparring with the Sage Master, I must. Tixiang muttered to herself. The rising cheers were like waves, each higher than the last. Humanity was cheering for the sun and stars. The progress of the self-sealing of the human gods has reached 99, and the awakening of the demon god Lodikea is also at 99. At this critical moment, the results of the competition jointly held by the Mech Design Academy and the Mech Military School have been announced. To everyone's shock, an unexpected name topped the list: Lanningjia. This name stunned everyone present, especially Wang Ping and Jian Shifan. How is this possible? Wang Ping stared at the list in disbelief. Lanningjia has already... His voice choked, unable to finish the sentence. Jian Shifan stood beside Wang Ping, his expression dark. Since Lanningjie's death, their relationship had somewhat improved, but seeing this name stirred complex emotions within Master Jian. Who would joke about something like this? Jian Shifan muttered angrily. Can't they leave the dead in peace? In contrast, Yu Ping, who stood beside Jian Shifan, appeared much calmer. As a skilled mech pilot who had once faced Lanningjia in battle, he sensed a familiar and powerful presence from the list, which made him ponder. Coming back from the dead. It's not impossible, Yu Ping murmured to himself. Wang Ping wiped his slightly reddened eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, let me see who this imposter really is. When I meet him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Oh, and how do you plan to teach me? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, laced with amusement. Everyone looked up sharply to see a brown-haired young man standing not far away, sunlight reflecting in his emerald-clear eyes. Behind him stood a little girl with long white hair and wings, timidly observing the crowd. Lanningjia? Wang Ping's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. The young man smiled as he approached and softly said, It's a long story. About gods, kings, knights, and the story of humanity. At that moment, in the abyss, 2 long slumbering bodies inside a massive crystal coffin simultaneously opened their eyes. The entire abyss trembled, awakened, and then sealed again, entering a state of divine retribution. Meanwhile, in the distant starry sea, a group of cold and powerful figures appeared among the stars. Leading them was Talide, the insectoid being whom Inge encountered during his long journey through the cosmos. Talide gazed into the endless starry sea and murmured, Your Majesty, is it really you returning? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.